Chapter 1. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a certificate. In a hotel suite. Jang Chen just woke up and felt a splitting headache. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk so much last night. He rubbed his temples, lifted the quilt and prepared to go down. But just as he was about to sit up, he felt something was wrong. Why does my waist feel so heavy? It feels like something is pressing down on me. He looked down. A slender, snow-white arm was wrapped around his waist. Looking up along this arm, there is a head of shiny black hair and delicate and beautiful facial features. He looked at it carefully. I was shocked to find that the other person was Su Ningyan, the female president of the company where he is currently interning. Why was Su Ningyan here? And lying on the same bed with him? He thought about it carefully. He remembered that last night, in order to celebrate his 1-month internship at Meta Company after graduating from his senior year, his colleagues invited him out for dinner to celebrate. He accidentally drank too much and seemed to be helped into a room by someone. Then he vaguely noticed that there seemed to be another person next to him. Then, his eyes moved to a smear of bright red on the bed, and he quickly understood. It seems that he has completely taken advantage of the other party. What should I do now? While he was lost in thought, Su Ningyan beside him slowly opened her eyes. She looked around in confusion. Where am I? Jang Chen's attention was on her. This was a hotel suite. Do you remember what happened last night? Hearing his voice, Su Ningyan looked at him with surprise on her face. Jang Chen, why are you here, and in the same room with me? What happened? Jang Chen hesitated for a while and told her what had happened. Su Ningyan fell silent, clutching the quilt tightly with both hands, lowering her head, leaving only a pair of red ears exposed. She asked in a low voice, what should we do now? Jang Chen was also worried and did not answer for a while. Su Ningyan showed a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth, and said in a nonchalant manner, it's nothing, we are all adults, and we were not clear-headed last night. So you don't have to feel guilty. I'll get up and clean up first. She was about to get up when she felt a surge of pain in her body. Her legs gave way and she fell. Jang Chen was startled and subconsciously reached out to catch her. Su Ningyan fell into his arms. The two looked at each other. Jang Chen looked down at Su Ningyan in his arms. Su Ningyan is the goddess of all the male colleagues in the company. Needless to say, her appearance is naturally very beautiful. A small oval face, a straight nose, big black eyes and a delicate chin. At first glance, she is a real beauty. Unfortunately, she usually has a cold face and seems a bit distant. Everyone only dared to admire her beauty behind her back and didn't dare to get too close to her. Jang Chen is a man, so naturally he was moved by such a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, the other party is the president of a large company, and he is just a senior student. The gap between their identities was too great, so he could only think about it in his mind. He never expected that he and Su Ningyan would become so close one day. Su Ningyan seemed a little shy when he looked at her, and a blush appeared on her fair face. Her long eyelashes trembled several times, and she whispered, why are you looking at me like that? Jang Chen smiled and said, of course I think you look pretty. Su Ningyan didn't expect him to say it so casually, and the blush on her face deepened. Her shy look was nothing like the aloofness of a president she usually had. Instead, she looked like a little woman. The sense of alienation that Su Ningyan had previously given him suddenly dissipated a lot. It would be nice to have a woman like this as your wife, right? Thinking about what happened between them last night, he subconsciously said, why don't we get married? Su Ningyan looked at him blankly, as if she didn't expect him to say these words. After Jang Chen finished speaking, he also felt that he was a little impulsive. Just as he was about to say that he was just joking, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The host has been found to meet the primary conditions of the married life system, and is now binding. Binding is successful. Jang Chen was stunned. As someone who has read countless online novels, Jang Chen naturally understands what the system is. First, he sighed that he actually had this luck binding system, and then he became a little confused. Why is it the post-marriage life system? The system seemed to see his doubts and continued in his mind, saying that the host had just proposed marriage, and marriage was the primary condition of the married life system. Getting married means married life begins. As long as the host interacts with his wife on a daily basis, the system will randomly distribute rewards. The rewards are very generous, so the host must work hard. Jang Chen, are you telling the truth? A gentle voice interrupted Jang Chen's thoughts. Jang Chen woke up and looked at Su Ningyan in front of him. There was joy and anticipation in the other person's eyes. Joy? Could it be that Su Ningyan wasn't opposed to marrying him? Thinking about the married life system he had just found, Jang Chen hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "It's true. If you don't hate me, we can go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate now. I will definitely be responsible for you." Su Ningyan opened her eyes wide and didn't speak for a moment. Jang Chen looked at her. "Do you think it's too hasty?" "If you think it's too hasty." No rush at all." Su Ningyan quickly interrupted him, reached out and grabbed his wrist. "Then let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now." Jang Chen looked at the little hand on his wrist and raised his eyebrows. Why did he feel that the other party was more anxious than him? Su Ningyan was indeed anxious because she liked Jang Chen. To obtain the certificate, you need the household registration booklet and ID card of both parties. I brought my ID card, but I didn't bring my household registration book with me. So the two of them had to go get their household registration books first. An hour later, the two stood at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Ningyan bit her lip and said nervously, "Jang Chen, have you really thought it through?" Jang Chen looked at her and said, "I've made up my mind." "But have you made up your mind?" Su Ningyan looked up at him. Jang Chen may not be good at anything else, but his face is very impressive. When he was in school, countless female classmates were fascinated by his handsome face. Even the female colleagues who are currently interning at the company and have been in the society for several years often become infatuated with his face. Su Ningyan looked at his handsome young face and smiled. She smiled happily. "Well, I thought it through." She looks so beautiful when she smiles. Jang Chen's heart moved. He reached out and held her hand, and took her into the Civil Affairs Bureau. After filling in the information and completing all the procedures, not long after, the two of them came out with a red book each. Chapter 2 Chapter 002 We are already married, do we have to live together? Jang Chen looked at the red book in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. He originally thought that a poor student like himself would have to wait until he was 30 to get married. I didn't expect that I would get married when I was only in my senior year and had just turned 22. And he married a beautiful CEO. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of registering for marriage with his wife. The reward is a diamond ring worth 990,000 yuan. The next moment, Jang Chen discovered something new in his trouser pocket. He reached out and touched it. The touch is similar to that of a ring. It seems that the system really rewarded him with a ring. He felt the size and it was women's. It should be very suitable for Su Ningyan to wear. He took out the ring, lifted one of Su Ningyan's hands, picked up the ring and put it on her ring finger. Su Ningyan looked down at the ring on her ring finger, a little surprised. "When did you buy the ring?" Jang Chen lied with his eyes open. He just bought it when he went back to get his household registration booklet. "It's not worth much. I hope you don't mind. If I tell Su Ningyan that this ring is worth 990,000, she will probably be suspicious." Su Ningyan also roughly knew Jang Chen's situation, and said with a smile, "It's okay, as long as it's a gift from you, even if it's only a few dollars, I'm very happy." Jang Chen looked at her sparkling eyes and couldn't help but reach out and rub her head. Su Ningyan looked at him in a daze. Jang Chen coughed, withdrew his hand, and changed the subject. "We are married now, do we have to live together?" Su Ningyan was startled and her face turned red, as if. "So shall we go back and move our luggage now?" Jang Chen nodded and said, "Yes, but before we move our luggage, we still need to discuss where to stay." Su Ningyan thought about it and said, "I do have several houses under my name. I currently live in an apartment which is relatively close to my company. How about we just move into the apartment I live in now?" Jang Chen was silent. How many houses? She is indeed a female CEO. However, when he moved into the other woman's house, why did he feel like a gigolo kept by his wife? Su Ningyan became a little anxious when she saw that he didn't say anything. "Do you think the apartment is too small?" "That's okay. I have a villa on Binjiang Road. It has a lot of space there and we can move there." Jang Chen became even more silent. As far as he knew, Binjiang Road was a wealthy area, and a villa there cost tens of millions. What should I do if my wife is much richer than me? Of course, I try my best to catch up. Therefore, he must complete the system's tasks well and interact more with his wife. He reached out and held Su Ningyan's hand. There was no need to move to the villa. It would be just the two of us living there. The villa was too spacious and not suitable for cultivating feelings. I think the apartment you live in now is pretty good. It's very suitable for us and it's close to the company. Su Ningyan nodded obediently and said, okay, then we'll live in the apartment. Where do you park your car? In the parking lot? Jang Chen asked, and when he saw Su Ningyan nod, he took her hand and walked towards the parking lot. Su Ningyan looked at the two people's hands clasped together, especially the ring on her hand. A sweet smile appeared on her face, and she was obediently pulled forward by Jang Chen. In a place that the two of them didn't notice, there were two figures standing there, a man and a woman. They were the employees of Nita Company. The man was so frightened that he opened his mouth so wide that a duck egg could fit in it. Honey, did I see that right? It looked like CEO Su. And standing next to her was Jang Chen, the one who just started interning at our company a month ago? The woman nodded and said, you read that right, it's indeed Mr. Su and Jang Chen. The man's face looked even more surprised. If I was not mistaken, the two of them seemed to have entered the Civil Affairs Bureau together and came out together with their marriage certificates. Just now Jang Chen put a ring on President Su's finger, and they were holding hands. Tell me, am I hallucinating? The woman reached out and pinched him. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. That means you're not hallucinating. What we just saw was real. The two looked at each other. The man slapped his thigh and said, oh my god, this means that President Su and Jang Chen have obtained the marriage certificate and are married. This is truly shocking news. No, I have to share this news on the company forum. The man took out his cell phone, clicked on the forum and started posting. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan still don't know about the affairs of this couple's employees. The two had already arrived at the parking lot. Jang Chen looked at the red Porsche in front of him that was worth tens of millions and was no longer surprised. He reached out to Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan was a little confused. What happened? Jang Chen spoke, car keys. We are husband and wife now, so naturally I, your husband, will be your driver and you just sit aside. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of being a driver for his wife. The host is rewarded with advanced driving skills. Su Ningyan had a sweet smile on her face, okay? She put the key in Jang Chen's hand. Jang Chen took the keys and walked towards the red Porsche. However, he did not go in first. Instead, he personally opened the passenger door for Su Ningyan. After watching Su Ningyan get in, he sat in the driver's seat. As a good man and a good husband, you must be gentlemanly and considerate. Jang Chen thought he was a good husband, so he not only opened the car door for Su Ningyan himself, but also planned to fasten her seatbelt himself. Su Ningyan watched Jang Chen approach her and watched him fasten her seatbelt. She was stunned throughout the whole process. Jang Chen snapped his fingers in front of her. Why are you so stupid? Are you mesmerized by your husband's handsomeness? Su Ningyan's cheeks turned completely red in an instant. No way. Her eyes were wandering, and she didn't dare to look at Jang Chen at all. Jang Chen stopped teasing her, started the car and prepared to leave. Before, Jang Chen's driving skills were only average. After all, he was only a senior and didn't drive very often. However, after acquiring the advanced driving skills rewarded by the system, he instantly realized that his driving skills had improved significantly. Drifting and overtaking are easy, it couldn't be easier. Of course, this Porsche worth tens of millions of dollars also made a great contribution. Jang Chen thought that it was time to get off work and there would probably be traffic jams on the road. After thinking about it, he did not take the usual route, but chose a more remote mountain road. There are fewer ordinary cars, but there are several more sports cars. Looking at the sports cars passing by one after another, he frowned. Why are there so many sports cars here? Su Ningyan has more channels to get information than him. She thought for a while and said, I heard that this place is used for racing, so most of the people who come here drive sports cars. Chapter 3 Chapter 003 You were really handsome when you were driving just now. Jang Chen understood. Although he is quite interested in racing, his wife is sitting next to him. Racing is risky, so he decided not to take the risk. So he didn't drive very fast. Not long after, a blue sports car passed by. Although they are both sports cars, the price of the other party's car is obviously not as high as Su Ningyan's Porsche. The driver also noticed this and felt a little indignant, so he laughed at him. Hey, can you drive? If you can't, give up this Porsche and let me drive. Jang Chen's eyes flashed, and he glanced at him coldly. He turned the steering wheel to the right with his right hand. The two cars were already close to each other, and Jang Chen's attack almost caused a collision. The other party was startled and subconsciously turned the steering wheel to create distance. Jang Chen gave him a cold smile. The other person's face looked a little ugly. He wanted to attack, but when he saw the Porsche Jang Chen was driving, he was worried about offending some important person, so he had to suppress his anger. He snorted, stepped on the accelerator, and the blue sports car sped away. Jang Chen drove a blue sports car and narrowed his eyes. He said to Su Ningyan beside him, "I'm going to speed up, sit tight and be careful not to get hurt." Su Ningyan responded, "Okay." Jang Chen stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed to the maximum. The red Porsche sped forward. "Brother Fei, that Porsche behind us is about to catch up." The girl sitting in the passenger seat said to the man with yellow hair in the driver's seat. Huang Mao glanced at the rearview mirror. "It's true. What does this guy want to do? Is he trying to overtake? You wish. With Brother Fei here, you can't even think about overtaking me." While speeding up, he also turned the steering wheel to move the car closer to the right. There is a mountain on the right, and his sports car is now very close to the mountain. Normally, another car should not be able to fit in the middle. As a result, when he was turning, he found that the red Porsche behind him had squeezed in between his car and the mountain. He clearly saw that the other party's wheels had pressed against the mountain wall. As a result, in this situation, the opponent also drifted at high speed. A red Porsche flashed by, quickly overtook his car, and drove away. The yellow-haired man and the girl sitting in the passenger seat were both dumbfounded. After a long while, Huang Mao reached out and slapped the steering wheel. "Damn, I thought he was a bronze player, but it turned out to be a king." The girl was also amazed. "This is too awesome, so handsome." The yellow-haired man felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the girl's infatuated look on her face. "But in my heart I had to admit that the move the other party just showed was indeed very cool." Not only the yellow-haired man and the girl were impressed by Jang Chen's driving skills, but Su Ningyan was also impressed by Jang Chen's handsomeness. Along the way, she just looked at Jang Chen, unwilling to move her eyes. Not long after, the two arrived downstairs of Jang Chen's residence. After his internship in his senior year, Jang Chen rented a room here to make it easier to commute to get off work. They came here this time to pack Jang Chen's luggage and move to Su Ningyan's apartment. The car stopped. Jang Chen looked at Su Ningyan, who was still staring at him, feeling a little helpless. "How long will you watch?" Su Ningyan blushed and quickly looked away. In the end, he couldn't help it and glanced over again soon. Jang Chen simply sat there and said, "Okay, since you want to see it, I'll let you see enough." Su Ningyan was really embarrassed this time, her face was so red that it almost bled. But when I think about it, this is a chance to see Jang Chen openly. If I miss it, there may not be a next time. She suppressed her shyness and just stared at Jang Chen. Jang Chen couldn't help at first. He coughed and said, "Although I know I look handsome when I drive and have good driving skills, you don't have to act so obsessed with me." Su Ningyan's eyes sparkled, "But you were really handsome just now. Your driving skills are so good. It's amazing that you can drift through such a narrow place." Jang Chen was in a very good mood after being praised by his wife. He waved his hand and said it was okay, just normal operation. "Okay, let us not sit here anymore, let us get out of the car and go pack our things." The two opened the car door and got out, only to see a group of people gathered nearby. Jang Chen took a look and found them all very familiar. One of them is his landlord, and the others are tenants here. "Jang Chen, I heard you're interning at a big company. Are you rich? You're actually driving back in a Porsche." I knew Jang Chen was an extraordinary kid, but I didn't expect that he could drive a Porsche in just 1 month. You are all outrageous. No matter how capable Jang Chen is, there is no way he can make so much money in just 1 month. Don't even think about it. That seems to be true. Then what about this Porsche? Also, who is this beautiful woman next to you, Jang Chen? Is she your girlfriend? This beauty is so beautiful. Jang Chen is really amazing. He actually found such a beautiful girlfriend. These people were so enthusiastic that Jang Chen was worried that Su Ningyan would be frightened, so he hugged her and protected her behind him. He explained to everyone that this Porsche was indeed not his, but belonged to the beautiful woman next to him. Everyone was stunned and looked at Su Ningyan behind him. "Jang Chen, you are really promising. Not only is the girlfriend you found beautiful, but she is also rich and beautiful. You will enjoy a happy life in the future." Hey, we are all the same, but with different fates. We are all men, so why are you so lucky to find a white, rich and beautiful girlfriend? Brother, please share some tips on picking up girls. Jang Chen was silent for a moment. She is not my girlfriend. Everyone was stunned again and was about to say a few words of comfort when they heard Jang Chen say, "She is my wife and we just got the marriage certificate." The whole audience was silent. After a long while, everyone started to speak, their attitudes even more enthusiastic than before. Good boy, you are so awesome. You got married at such a young age. I am already in my 30s, and I don't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. You're such a jerk. You've only been interning for a month and you've already found a wife? As a single person, I'm crying tears of envy. These people just can't stop talking. Jang Chen was in a hurry to move his luggage. Okay, my wife and I have something to do, so let us not talk anymore. Everyone, please make way. He put his arm around Su Ningyan's shoulders and walked through the crowd towards the stairs. Everyone looked at his leaving back inside again. In fact, it is not surprising that Jang Chen can find a white, rich and beautiful wife. Jang Chen has a really handsome face. Even an old lady like me can feel my heart pounding when he sees it. Chapter 4 Chapter 004 Husband, you are so good. Looking at it this way, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, they are quite a match. Don't just focus on looking at the handsome men and beautiful women, you might as well take a look at this Porsche. I just checked, it's worth tens of millions. Tens of millions? Oh my god, is it that expensive? I have to take a closer look. Yes, take this opportunity to take a photo and post it on your moments to show off. If you want to take pictures, do it quickly. Jang Chen has found a beautiful, rich and white wife now, so he must be living a good life. I guess she will never come back, and we probably won't have any chance to see this Porsche again. The other side. Jang Chen embraced Su Ningyan and walked to the stairs. Su Ningyan was very quiet along the way. Jang Chen was a little puzzled and looked down at her. What happened? Was she scared by them? In fact, they didn't mean any harm, they were just curious. Su Ningyan shook her head and said no. I'm just a little happy. Just now, Jang Chen directly admitted to those people that she was his wife. Jang Chen didn't know what she was so happy about, so he didn't ask too much and continued walking with her. Not long after, the two arrived at the floor where Jang Chen lived. Jang Chen took out the key, opened the door, and walked in with Su Ningyan. Before Su Ningyan went in, she thought that a boy of Jang Chen's age would have a messy room. Unexpectedly, when I went in, I saw that things were arranged neatly and the place was clean. She looked at Jang Chen with some surprise. Jang Chen glanced at her and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Ningyan raised the corner of her mouth, thinking that she had a very good taste. Not only was her husband handsome, but he was also clean. He must be very good at housework too. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. He was suddenly so sweet. Why did I feel like he had some bad intentions? You also emphasized that I am good at housework. Do you not do much housework? Su Ningyan looked away with a guilty conscience. Aren't we supposed to pack? Let's get started. Jang Chen looked at her guilty look and started to act without hesitation. Soon, his previous doubts were answered. He watched Su Ningyan ball up his clothes and stuff them into the suitcase, and the veins on his forehead twitched. He walked over and stopped her. Is this how you usually fold clothes? Su Ningyan's cheeks turned red and she whispered, "No, the nanny helped clean it up." Jang Chen paused. Well, a female CEO with a net worth of tens of billions really doesn't need to fold her own clothes. He took the clothes and said, "Let me fold them. You go and see if there are any other clothes in my closet. If there are, please help me get them over." Okay. Su Ningyan responded and walked towards the closet obediently. As a result, she just opened the wardrobe, took a look, and then slammed the wardrobe door shut with a red face. Jang Chen was a little puzzled. What happened? Could there be cockroaches in there? Su Ningyan shook her head, hardly daring to look at him. Jang Chen was confused, so he walked forward and opened the wardrobe. When he saw a few pairs of his underwear hanging there, he understood. No wonder the woman's face was so red. It's just a few pairs of underwear, how can you be so innocent? Haven't you seen your boyfriend before? Su Ningyan glanced at him and whispered, "I don't have a boyfriend, and I've only been close to you." If any other woman said this, Jang Chen would not believe it. But when Su Ningyan said this, he began to believe it a little. He had not forgotten the bright red he had seen on the big bed in the hotel. Jang Chen was naturally happy that he was the only man for his woman. He walked forward, reached out and patted Su Ningyan's head gently. "It seems that I am lucky to be your first man." Su Ningyan took his hand and held it in her palm, and mustered up the courage to say, "Then you must cherish me and don't mess around with other women." Jang Chen reached out and scratched her nose. "I get it, you little jealous girl." He withdrew his hand and continued to pack his clothes. Su Ningyan looked at his busy back, touched her nose which had just been touched by Jang Chen, and the corners of her mouth kept rising, with a sweet smile on her face. Jang Chen didn't have much stuff, so he packed it up in no time. After he explained the checkout details to the landlord, he picked up his suitcase and left the rental house with Su Ningyan. The two of them drove to Su Ningyan's residence in a Porsche. Su Ningyan lives in Jinhua apartment, which is located in an upscale residential area. Almost all the people who live here are rich. After parking the car in the parking lot, the two took their luggage and took the elevator to the floor where Su Ningyan lived. Before entering the house, Jang Chen had already thought that Su Ningyan's apartment should not be small. But after entering, he found that it was much bigger than he thought. Bedroom, kitchen, living room, dining room, gym, everything is complete. There are also large floor-to-ceiling windows and a spacious balcony, and the furniture inside is all branded. The entire house is estimated to cost tens of millions. Perhaps because he had seen how rich his wife was, Jang Chen had become numb. He didn't show much surprise and pushed his suitcase towards the largest bedroom. "Wait a minute." Su Ningyan hurriedly called him. Jang Chen stopped and looked at her. Su Ningyan walked up to him and stammered, "This is my room." "Your room is next to it." Jang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "You mean we don't live in the same room?" Su Ningyan nodded. As if she was worried that he would be angry, she quickly explained, "I know we are married and should live together, but the time we spent together was too short, and it happened too fast. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Can you give me some more time?" "It won't be long." She looked at Jang Chen pitifully. Jang Chen was no longer angry. He rubbed her head hard and said, "Okay, let's do as you say and get used to it first." Not to mention that Su Ningyan was not used to it, in fact, he himself was not used to it either. In just one day, he went from being a bachelor to being married. There was no transition in between, and we went straight into cohabitation mode. He also needs some time to adapt. Hearing that he agreed, Su Ningyan was instantly happy. She reached out and hugged Jang Chen's arm and said sweetly, "Jang Chen, you were so nice." Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. "Jang Chen?" Su Ningyan was very tactful and immediately changed her words, saying, "Husband, you were so nice." These words were so sweet to Jang Chen's heart. He felt relaxed all over after hearing this. Patting Su Ningyan's head, he dragged his suitcase into another room. Su Ningyan followed behind him, watching him take out the things and put them away one by one. She didn't know what he was thinking about, and her eyes rolled around. "You just moved here and some things are not ready yet. Should we go to the nearby supermarket to buy some necessary things?" Chapter 5 Chapter 005 Couples Edition. Jang Chen thought about it and nodded, "Okay." The two went out together. 15 minutes later, the two arrived at a nearby supermarket. In fact, Jang Chen didn't lack anything. He was just about to buy some urgent things and leave when Su Ningyan pulled him towards the daily necessities area. "What do you think of this style of slippers?" Su Ningyan asked Jang Chen while holding a pair of black men's slippers. Jang Chen took a look and thought it was okay, "But why did you buy men's slippers?" Su Ningyan replied with a smile, "Of course I bought it for you." Jang Chen was stunned. "Buy it for me? But I already have one." Su Ningyan shook her head and said, "You can buy it if you have it. Not only yours, but also mine." Jang Chen looked at her as she was choosing slippers with great interest, and was confused. "It's just buying slippers, why are you so happy?" He soon understood. She watched Su Ningyan pick out 2 pairs of slippers, one black and one white, and then dragged him to buy a black and a white towel, and a black and a white mouthwash cup. They are all one black and one white, one for men and one for women. "Isn't this a couple's edition?" Jang Chen laughed. It turned out that this woman had this in mind. But he didn't stop it. "Just think of it as a little fun in life, it's quite unique." He patiently accompanied Su Ningyan to pick out what she wanted to buy, and then they went to the front desk to check out together. Just after paying the bill and preparing to go back, Jang Chen heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of accompanying his wife to buy couples' daily necessities. The host is rewarded with advanced cooking skills. Jang Chen was stunned. Advanced cooking skills? He remembered the advanced driving skills that the system had rewarded him with before, which were not bad. I guess this advanced cooking skill should be pretty good. How about trying this cooking technique tonight? Thinking of this, he said to Su Ningyan beside him, wait a minute, we still need to buy some things. He pulled Su Ningyan, who looked puzzled, back into the supermarket and walked to the area where food was sold. Su Ningyan was a little confused. Why are you here? Are you buying groceries? She thought of something and felt a little embarrassed, but she couldn't cook. She was worried that Jang Chen would dislike it, so she quickly added, but I will learn, really, I will work hard to learn it in the future. Jang Chen smiled and said, don't worry too much. I didn't ask you to cook. Su Ningyan was stunned. If I wasn't the one to cook, then. Thinking of something, she looked at Jang Chen in shock. Is it you who will do it? Jang Chen, can you cook? Jang Chen nodded and said, yes, but I don't know what it will look like when it is completed. Before the system rewarded him with advanced cooking skills, he could only stir-fry rice at best, and he rarely cooked. Su Ningyan doesn't care about that. She didn't know if it was because she liked Jang Chen in her heart, or because she had seen Jang Chen's driving skills and the way he tidied things before, but she felt that Jang Chen must be good at cooking. She looked up at Jang Chen with starry eyes and said, no, I believe you must have cooked it very deliciously. Even if it doesn't taste good, I will eat it. Why is this woman Su Ningyan so lovable? Jang Chen couldn't help but pinch her cheek gently. You said so. Don't complain if the food I cook is not tasty. He began to select ingredients. He planned to make sweet and sour pork ribs, braised fish, and stir-fried beef. After selecting the ingredients, he took Su Ningyan to pay the bill again, and walked towards the apartment with the ingredients and the things he had bought before. 20 minutes later, the two men opened the door of the apartment and walked in. Jang Chen put the ingredients aside and was about to change into the slippers he brought with him. Wait a moment! Su Ningyan shouted and took out the pair of newly bought black slippers from the bag and placed them at his feet. Try this one instead. I picked it specially for you. It should be pretty good. Jang Chen looked down at her expectant expression and did not refuse. He put on the black slippers she had prepared. Su Ningyan looked at his back as he wore the slippers he had bought and walked towards the kitchen with the ingredients in his hand, and the corners of her mouth kept curling up. She pursed her lips and took out a pair of white slippers to put on. She looked down at her slippers, thinking about the black slippers Jang Chen had just changed into. One black and one white, same style. A sweet feeling welled up in her heart. Really curious about how Jang Chen cooked, she walked to the kitchen in her slippers. Jang Chen heard the footsteps and looked back at her, and naturally he also saw the pair of white slippers on her feet. He praised me and said, you dress much better than me. Su Ningyan's feet are white and small, and with this pair of white slippers, the skin on her feet looks even whiter and more delicate, making her look adorable. Su Ningyan blushed and whispered, you look good in this outfit too. Jang Chen smiled, said nothing more, and continued to prepare the ingredients. Perhaps it was due to the advanced cooking skills awarded by the system, he seemed quite adept at handling the ingredients. Especially when cutting vegetables, the speed is fast and neat. Su Ningyan looked at the beef that he had cut very thinly and the pieces were almost the same size. Your knife skills are so good. Jang Chen responded casually, it's okay. After preparing the ingredients, he prepared to cook. Before cooking, he reminded me that there would be a lot of smoke and oil would splash out, so I should get out quickly to avoid getting hurt. Although she had only been in close contact with Jang Chen last night and today, Su Ningyan had already discovered that Jang Chen was a considerate and attentive person. She felt a little touched. Jang Chen, you are so nice. I am so lucky to have found such a wonderful husband like you. Jang Chen smiled and said, okay, I know you are sweet talking, so get out of here quickly. Watching Su Ningyan go out, he started cooking. An hour later. The meal is ready. After the food was served, the two began to eat. Su Ningyan looked at the several plates of delicious dishes on the table, her eyes sparkling. She picked up the chopsticks impatiently and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. These ribs are so delicious. She ate several pieces of ribs in a row before turning her attention to the other two dishes. This beef is delicious too. And how can this braised pork be so delicious? Jang Chen, you are so amazing. How can you cook such delicious dishes? Your cooking skills are even better than those of the chefs in big hotels. Jang Chen was very happy in his heart, but his face remained calm. If it tastes good, eat more. They had been busy getting their marriage certificate and moving all day, and they were indeed hungry, so they just focused on eating and didn't bother to talk. After dinner, Su Ningyan very consciously suggested, "I'll wash the dishes." It's a good thing to have someone wash the dishes, but... Jang Chen looked at her suspiciously. "You won't break the bowl, will you?" Chapter 6 Chapter 006 The news of getting a marriage certificate exploded on the company forum. Su Ningyan's face flushed red. "It's true that I'm not very good at doing housework, but I'm not a child. I can still wash the dishes." To prove her words, she quickly began to clear the dishes and took them into the kitchen to wash them. To be honest, Jang Chen was really worried. After thinking about it, he stood up and walked over. At first he was worried that Su Ningyan would break the bowl, but when he saw Su Ningyan's back busy in the kitchen, he felt warm in his heart. It feels really different to have a woman at home, it's much warmer. Su Ningyan glanced back at him and said angrily, "You actually came in to peek? Don't you trust my ability to wash dishes?" Not getting a response from Jang Chen, she looked at him again in some confusion. This time she saw Jang Chen's expression clearly. The other person's eyes were gentle, as if she was the only one in his eyes. She felt a little embarrassed by being stared at. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jang Chen smiled and said, "I just think my wife is so virtuous." "Okay, I won't bother you while you wash the dishes." He turned and went out, planning to go back to his room to get some clean clothes, take a shower, and go to bed early. "I have to go to work tomorrow." 11:30 p.m. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan each went into their own room and prepared to go to bed. Su Ningyan lay on the bed, looking at the red book in her hand, her mouth almost grinning to her ears. Ah! She really didn't expect that she would marry Jang Chen. This is too happy. She is now Jang Chen's wife, and Jang Chen is her husband. Su Ningyan was so happy that she couldn't help rolling around on the bed with the quilt in her arms. After a long time, she finally fell asleep. The next morning, Jang Chen got up early. After washing up, he thought about it and decided to make breakfast. Before making breakfast, he checked the time. It's already late, why hasn't that woman Su Ningyan gotten up yet? He was just wondering whether to wake Su Ningyan up when he saw a slender figure walking out. It was unclear whether the other person had just woken up or something else, but he looked as if he was in a trance. The most important thing is the other party's appearance at this time. "Ah! Jang Chen, why are you here?" Su Ningyan looked at Jang Chen and screamed. Jang Chen was somewhat helpless. "Have you forgotten? We got our marriage certificate yesterday and started living together." Su Ningyan finally woke up. She looked down at her wrinkled pajamas, her disheveled hair and her lack of makeup, and froze. She stammered, "Well, you didn't see anything. I am not myself now." She turned around and rushed to the bathroom. She wants to save her image. Jang Chen couldn't help but smile as he watched her quickly leaving. Why is this woman Su Ningyan so interesting? He looked away and started making breakfast. About half an hour later, the two sat at the dining table and started eating breakfast. During this time, Su Ningyan kept her head down and didn't dare to look at Jang Chen opposite her. Thinking about how Jang Chen saw her with disheveled hair when she got up just now, she felt so embarrassed that she just wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. Jang Chen understood her embarrassment and didn't say much. After breakfast, the two left the apartment and went to the parking lot, preparing to drive the Porsche to meet a company. Along the way, in order to avoid embarrassment, Su Ningyan took out her mobile phone and prepared to browse the web. But I found that the phone was turned off. She pressed it, but there was no response. It seems that the power is out. She found a charging cable and prepared to charge it. Jang Chen had already charged his phone when he got into the car. He was just about to unplug the charging cable when his hand bumped into Su Ningyan's. They both paused at the same time. Su Ningyan quickly withdrew her hand, still not daring to look at him. "Well, unplug the charging cable first." Jang Chen was really helpless. He unplugged the charging cable. Well, actually, there was nothing wrong with the morning. Everyone was a little messier than usual when they got up. What's more, I don't think you are sloppy. You look pretty good with your long flowing hair. Su Ningyan looked at him immediately. Really? Jang Chen nodded, really. Su Ningyan finally relaxed with a smile on her face. Since you said I look good that way, you can't look down on me in the future. Jang Chen shook his head. No, okay, don't you want to charge? Oh, yes. Su Ningyan remembered and quickly picked up the charging cable to charge it. After charging for a while, when she stopped at a red light, she thought nothing was wrong, so she picked up her phone and turned it on. Then the next moment, the phone kept vibrating. More than a dozen missed calls and more than a dozen text messages. Most of them were posted by her good friend Lin Mengyao. She was a little strange. What urgent matter did Mengyao have that made her call her so many times? She was just thinking about calling back when the other party called. She answered the phone. Yen, you finally answered the phone. Lin Mengyao said anxiously on the phone. Su Ningyan asked, what's wrong? You look so anxious. Lin Mengyao said, how can I not be anxious? Don't you see what's happening? Su Ningyan was a little puzzled. What had happened? Lin Mengyao said on the phone, how dare you ask me, I should be the one asking you. You little girl got a marriage certificate with someone without even notifying me. Su Ningyan was stunned. How did you know I got the marriage certificate? I didn't tell anyone. Lin Mengyao said unhappily, you indeed didn't tell anyone, it was your company's employees who saw you and a man entering the Civil Affairs Bureau at the door. They also saw you and the other party coming out with your marriage certificate. By the way, they also said that the other party personally put the ring on your finger and held your hand. These things have exploded on the company forum, and now almost everyone in the company knows that you have obtained a marriage certificate with a man. Oh, I forgot to add that they have already seen the man's appearance and said it was Jang Chen. Tell me quickly, is this true? Did you really get married to that man? Is that man Jang Chen? Su Ningyan glanced at Jang Chen who was driving next to her. Jang Chen just happened to turn his head and glance at her at this moment. Her face turned red, and she quickly looked away, whispering to Lin Mengyao on the phone, they are right, Jang Chen and I did get the marriage certificate. Lin Mengyao on the phone was silent for a while, then thought of something and lowered her voice. Did you guys have sex the night before? And then you got married because of that? Su Ningyan's face turned even redder. Lin Mengyao sighed and was about to say something. Then a deep male voice was heard coming from Su Ningyan's side. Here we are, let us get off the bus. Chapter 7 Chapter 007 Su Ningyan has liked Jang Chen for 3 years. Lin Mengyao had to stop talking and said, I won't say anything more for now. I'll come to your office to talk to you later. Hang up the phone. Su Ningyan had just put away her phone when she saw Jang Chen staring at her. What's wrong? Jang Chen spoke, I just heard something vaguely, it seems that the fact that we got our marriage certificate was exposed, is it true? Su Ningyan thought about it and didn't hide it. Well, an employee saw that we got the marriage certificate and posted it on the company forum, and now everyone knows about it. Does it bother you when Jang Chen looks at her? Su Ningyan was confused. What? Jang Chen explained, you are the president of the company, and I am an employee of the company. Being a superior and a subordinate together should have some impact on you. Do you feel annoyed? Of course not. Su Ningyan shook her head directly. How could marrying you be a hassle? I even wish everyone knew about our marriage. Later in the story, she came to her senses and felt a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and said nothing. Jang Chen reached out and rubbed her head, I'm glad you don't find it troublesome. Su Ningyan looked up at him. What about you? Do you find it troublesome? Jang Chen touched his chin and said, of course not. This should be a very honorable thing for me. He actually got married with the beautiful CEO of the company. Everyone in the company must be envious of him. The two got out of the car and walked towards the elevator. Jang Chen habitually walked towards the elevator for ordinary employees when he was stopped by Su Ningyan. Well, you can take the exclusive elevator with me. As the president of the company, Su Ningyan naturally has her own exclusive elevator. Jang Chen did not refuse either. Rather than squeezing into an elevator with a bunch of people, he naturally prefers to squeeze into an elevator with his wife. They walked to the exclusive elevator and waited. It is almost time to go to work, and there are quite a few people standing in front of the elevator door for ordinary employees. These people kept looking at them, wanting to say something, but they didn't dare to speak because of Su Ningyan's identity. Jang Chen and the other man ignored them and waited for the elevator door to open before walking into the elevator with Su Ningyan. Jang Chen arrived at his floor first. He is getting ready to go out. Su Ningyan felt a little reluctant and opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, Jang Chen came back, bent down, and kissed her on the forehead. Work hard and don't miss me too much. Seeing Su Ningyan's cheeks completely red, he left with a happy look on his face. As a result, after taking just a few steps, he was surrounded by a group of people. Jang Chen, is what's on the forum true? Did you really get married with President Su? Oh my god, Jang Chen, you are so awesome that you managed to win over President Su, this popular lady. President Su is not only beautiful and has a good figure, but most importantly, she is rich. You will enjoy a good life in the future. Jang Chen, tell us how you hooked up with CEO Su? Let us learn from you so we can hook up with a beautiful, rich woman too. Go away, do you think you are Jang Chen, fair, rich and beautiful? But you are fat and ugly. That's right, don't you see the difference between you and Jang Chen? Jang Chen is handsome, has a good figure, and is young, and you? You're short, ugly, and poor, and you still want to hook up with a beautiful, rich woman? You're dreaming. Jang Chen coughed and said, what was said on the forum is true. President Su and I have indeed obtained our marriage certificate. Okay, stop gathering here. It's time to go back to the office. Otherwise, the supervisor will probably take the opportunity to deduct our money again. Money is the most important thing, so everyone stopped surrounding him and hurried back to the office. Jang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and was about to follow him back. Chen Feipeng, who had not left yet, climbed onto his shoulders. Good boy, we haven't seen each other for just one day, and you have already obtained a marriage certificate with Mr. Su and become married. You are so fast. But seriously, you're really awesome, you actually hooked up with President Su. I can't help but admire you. Now that you've gotten your marriage certificate, shouldn't you find some time to treat me to a meal to celebrate? Jang Chen pulled his hand away and said, don't worry, you'll be included in this meal. When I'm free one day, I'll treat you to a meal. After getting Jang Chen's answer, Chen Feipeng stopped pestering him and went into the office area with Jang Chen. On the other side, in the president's office. As soon as Su Ningyan walked in, she saw Lin Mengyao sitting on the sofa. When Lin Mengyao saw her come in, she immediately walked up to her and pulled her over to sit down. With a serious face, she quickly told the truth about what happened after the night before yesterday. Su Ningyan glanced at her and asked, aren't you the one who knows best what happened? Lin Mengyao pretended to be stupid. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Su Ningyan said unhappily, I asked, the room that Jang Chen and I stayed in the night before last was arranged in advance by you. Then you took advantage of Jang Chen being drunk and bribed a male colleague to help him into the room you arranged. Then, you took the excuse of wanting to talk to me about your personal matters and dragged me out for a drink, just to get me drunk, and put me in that room. I was wondering why you dragged me to a buffet the night before last, and the place we went to was where Jang Chen and his colleagues were having dinner. It turns out you planned all this. Su Ningyan felt a headache. Mengyao, why are you doing all this? Is there anyone who treats a best friend like you? You're actually going to all this trouble to get your best friend taken advantage of by a man. Seeing that she couldn't hide anymore, Lin Mengyao directly admitted, yes, I arranged everything that happened the night before last. But I'm doing this for your own good. Don't think I don't know that you like Jang Chen, and you have liked him for 3 years. Su Ningyan was stunned. How did you know? Lin Mengyao said unhappily, didn't you tell me before? 3 years ago, when you were on a business trip to Yangchang, you were surrounded by gangsters when you passed by a remote alley. At that time, a man stepped forward to save you. The hero saving the beauty plot is the most effective for women, and you were attracted to that man at that time. It's a pity that you never met again after that time. After you came back, you kept complaining to me, regretting why you didn't ask for the other person's contact information at that time. If I am not mistaken, this man is Jang Chen. Su Ningyan was even more surprised. I remember I didn't tell you Jang Chen's name. How can you be sure it's Jang Chen's? Lin Mengyao rolled her eyes. This is obvious, right? Not to mention that Jang Chen's hometown is Yangchang, and when Jang Chen came to the company to interview for an intern that day, not only did you interview him in person, you also specifically asked to admit Jang Chen. Chapter 8 Chapter 008 learned that the ring is worth 990,000. Also, in the past month since Jang Chen joined the company, you can always go and ask the head of their department if you have any questions. On the surface, they were concerned about the work of their department, but in fact, they were secretly inquiring about Jang Chen's news. I saw it all. Su Ningyan was really speechless this time. Well, the person who saved me 3 years ago was indeed Jang Chen, and I do like him. But you don't have to get us drunk and lock us in the same room. If someone doesn't know, they would think I'm so horny. Lin Mengyao reached out and touched her forehead. What do you think I want? It's all because of you, a little girl who is not good enough. You have been secretly in love with Jang Chen for 3 years. When you haven't seen him, you were thinking about finding him. Now that he is in your company, you can't even confess to him, let alone talk to him on weekdays. Look at you, this is what you have become. Su Ningyan smiled bitterly and said, I don't want to either, but I'm 3 years older than Jang Chen. How can I have the courage to approach him? Lin Mengyao looked disappointed. I knew it was like this, so I don't expect you to take the initiative. Let me help you. Su Ningyan finally understood now, so you planned what happened the night before yesterday? Lin Mengyao nodded, her tone still full of pride. The facts prove that I was right. If it weren't for me, look at how fast you two are progressing now, almost as fast as a rocket. But this speed is indeed a bit fast. At the beginning, I just wanted you to be boyfriend and girlfriend and give each other a chance to get to know each other. I didn't expect that you took this step directly and went straight to get the certificate. So, who asked for the marriage certificate first? You or Jiang Chen? Su Ningyan replied, it was Jiang Chen. She briefly described the situation at that time. Lin Mengyao nodded. She didn't realize that Jiang Chen was such a responsible guy, unlike those scumbags who just took advantage of the situation and walked away. By the way, I heard that he put a ring on your finger on the day you got the marriage certificate. Let me see, what ring did he give you? Su Ningyan raised her right hand with the ring on it, with a sweet smile on her face. This is what he gave me. Although it's not worth much, I like it very much. It's the wedding ring he gave me. Lin Mengyao's eyes were not blinded by her ring, but were blinded by her sweet smile. They say love makes people blind. TSK, this statement is fully demonstrated in you. Well, let me see what ring he gave you. She began to look carefully at the ring on Su Ningyan's hand. After a while, she asked with a strange look on her face, Yan, you just said that this ring is not worth much, so how much is it exactly? Su Ningyan thought about it. Jang Chen said that he bought it when he went back to get his household registration book. It was probably worth about 100 yuan. Lin Mengyao twitched her stiff lips. 100 yuan? Did you guess that yourself, or did Jang Chen tell you that? Su Ningyan was a little puzzled. I guessed, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Lin Mengyao looked at the ring on her hand again. Of course there was a problem. If I'm not mistaken, this ring is the first model released by the Yell brand and is worth 990,000 yuan, not the 100 or so yuan you said. Su Ningyan's eyes widened in shock. What? You said this ring is worth 990,000? How is that possible? Lin Mengyao said, if you don't believe it, you can find someone to authenticate it. If nothing else, the diamonds on it are definitely real. It took Su Ningyan a long time to calm down. She looked at the ring on her hand several times and murmured, of course I believe in your judgment. However, Jiang Chen is still a senior student and his family is average. Where would he get so much money to buy a diamond ring worth 990,000 yuan? Lin Mengyao shook her head and said, I don't know about that. You can ask him when you have time. Su Ningyan nodded. This was the only way. It's time for lunch. As usual, Jiang Chen was about to go to the company cafeteria for dinner with Chen Feiping when he suddenly received a call from Su Ningyan. I've asked someone to prepare lunch for you. If you're free now, come up to my office and eat with me. The food prepared by Su Ningyan was naturally much more delicious than the food in the cafeteria. Jiang Chen said without thinking, okay, I'll go up later. Because Chen Feiping was standing next to him, he didn't say much and quickly hung up the phone. Chen Feiping winked at him and asked, did President Su call you? Jiang Chen did not deny it. Yes, it was her who called. My wife said she prepared lunch for me. I will go upstairs to have lunch with my wife later, and not with you, a single guy. Chen Feiping looked at his back as he left and yelled angrily, what's so great about having a wife? I'm single and I'm happy. I am not envious at all, not jealous at all, and I don't feel jealous at all. He spoke with a tough expression, but tears of sadness flowed down his face. When will he be able to marry a wife? The other side. Jiang Chen took the elevator to the floor where the president's office was located. After exiting the elevator, he strode towards the president's office. Just as I was about to push the door open and go in, I saw several secretaries and assistants coming out. Anyone who can work as a secretary assistant to the president of a large company is always a capable person. This type of people are too arrogant and don't look down on the employees below them. In the past, when Jang Chen met them, these people would hardly even look at him, let alone say hello. Unexpectedly, someone actually spoke to him respectfully at this moment, saying, "It turned out that Mr. Jiang was here. Are you here to see Mr. Su? Come, I'll open the door for you." One of the secretaries opened the office door for Jang Chen very attentively. Jang Chen nodded at the other party and said thank you. He walked in. The other secretaries and assistants looked at his back and couldn't help but sigh. Jang Chen was really lucky. He was noticed by President Su and they got the marriage certificate right away. It turns out that the same person has different fates. Jang Chen had already walked to Su Ningyan's desk. The other party seemed to be busy and did not notice his arrival. Jang Chen had no choice but to cough. Su Ningyan stopped what she was doing and looked up. Seeing that it was him, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. "Are you here? Are you hungry? The food is already on the table. Take a look and see if it suits your taste. If it's not to your taste, I'll ask the secretary to order another one you like." Jang Chen sat down and took a look at the food on the table. It's very rich and you can tell from the packaging that it comes from a high-end restaurant. Needless to say, the taste must be good. Chapter 9 Chapter 009 Token of Love. No, these are just what I like. He glanced at Su Ningyan who was still sitting at the desk without moving, and said, "Okay, didn't you ask me to come up and have dinner with you? You can be busy at work any time, but you must eat on time." Without waiting for Su Ningyan to refuse, he walked up to her, took her hand and walked towards the dining table. Su Ningyan looked down at their clasped hands, her cheeks flushed, and she immediately let Jang Chen pull her to the dining table and sit down. Watching Jang Chen open the lunchbox, Su Ningyan thought of the ring. She spoke hesitantly, "Jang Chen, I want to ask you something." Jang Chen opened the box and said, "What's the matter?" "Ask." Su Ningyan raised her right hand which was wearing the ring. She reached out and touched the ring with some cherishment, and asked softly, "Tell me honestly, where did you get this ring? How much is it worth?" "Jang Chen, I really don't care about the value of the ring. As long as it's a gift from you, I'll be very happy. So please don't do anything stupid for me or for a ring. In my heart, nothing is more important than your safety." Jang Chen was stunned when he saw her serious look. It seems that Su Ningyan already knows the true value of this ring. The other party was not immediately happy because he gave her an expensive ring, but was worried about his safety. His heart warmed, and his mind raced, thinking about what kind of excuse he could come up with to deal with it. The system certainly cannot be explained, so what should be said? After thinking for a while, he came up with a fairly reasonable excuse. "Well, I actually won this ring in a lottery at an event several years ago. I was lucky at that time and actually won this ring, which is worth 990,000 yuan. At that time, many people advised me to pawn the ring and exchange it for some money. After all, money was much more valuable than the ring, and I was single at the time, so the ring was of no use to me at all. But I don't know why, I just want to keep this ring. I thought that I was just a poor student, and if I got married in the future, this ring would be a token of love from me to her, and it wouldn't be unfair to her. Now it seems that God has destined me to leave this ring to you. Unfortunately, considering your wealth, this ring worth 990,000 yuan is a bit unfair to you." At this moment, Su Ningyan was so moved by his words that her eyes were red, and she did not doubt his words at all. She quickly shook her head and said, "I'm not wronged. I like this ring very much. Thank you for giving it to me." Jang Chen smiled and said, "As long as you like it. So don't think too much about it, just wear it well." Su Ningyan nodded heavily, "Yes. I will definitely wear it well." Jang Chen looked at her still red eyes, and helplessly took out a tissue and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "It's just a ring worth 990,000 yuan, which is nothing compared to the jewelry you usually wear. What's there to cry about? If I give you a better one in the future, won't you cry your eyes out?" In Jang Chen's heart, Su Ningyan deserves better. This ring worth 990,000 yuan is not enough. Su Ningyan shook her head and said, "No, I want this one. This ring is good enough." Jang Chen watched her protect the ring on her hand like a treasure and did not argue with her. He brought up other topics. Okay, let us stop talking about the ring and eat. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan reached out and took the chopsticks, and the two began to eat. Both of them had been busy all morning and were already hungry. So the two of them picked up their chopsticks and started eating quickly. As a result, he stopped after taking only 2 bites. Su Ningyan pouted, looking a little unhappy. They said it was made by a senior chef, but why doesn't it taste good at all? It's not even half as good as the dinner you made for me last night. Jang Chen was also a little surprised. He thought that the food was made in a high-end restaurant and must be delicious, but he didn't expect that he couldn't eat after just a few bites. It seems that both he and Su Ningyan had spoiled their appetites because of the meal he made last night. The products of the system are indeed extraordinary, and the high-level cooking skills awarded are so amazing that they even surpass those of the chefs in high-end restaurants. He looked at Su Ningyan, who seemed a little depressed, thought for a while and said, "Let's just make do with it today. I'll get up early tomorrow, make breakfast and lunch together, and bring them to the company to eat together." Su Ningyan's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Then she thought of something, shook her head and said, "Forget it, it takes a lot of time to cook a meal. I must get up very early to prepare, which is too tiring. It's okay, I'm just not used to it yet." Actually, the food in this restaurant is very delicious. Although she said it was delicious, Jang Chen noticed that she still looked a little unhappy. He smiled and said, "Do you like the food I cook so much?" Su Ningyan nodded heavily. "Well, what you cooked is so delicious. Jang Chen, you are really amazing. The food you cook is even better than the chefs in high-end restaurants. Now their food has no taste to me." Jang Chen smiled and said, "Since you like the food I cook, I will prepare it for you tomorrow. Don't rush to refuse. I know you are worried that I am too tired. It's okay. Not to mention that cooking is relatively easy for me now, and I don't do it every day. I just make lunch when I'm free. But I have one condition, which is that you have to wash the dishes that I bring to the company that day." Su Ningyan's eyes were sparkling at this time. It seems that she really likes the food cooked by Jang Chen. She nodded without hesitation and said, "No problem, I'll wash the dishes." After deciding on lunch, the two suddenly felt hungry and picked up their chopsticks to start eating again. After finishing his meal, Jang Chen left without staying for long. After Jang Chen left, Su Ningyan couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and called her best friend Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao asked on the phone, "How is it? Have you asked Jang Chen about the ring?" Su Ningyan replied and asked clearly. She repeated to Lin Mengyao what Jang Chen had said to her before. Lin Mengyao just felt a severe toothache. "Wow, look at how sweetly you're speaking right now, as if you've fallen into a honeypot. What about the token of love, or the fact that it was destined for you? Okay, I know you are very happy now, so stop showing off in front of me, a single guy." Chapter 10 Chapter 010 I am so lucky to marry such a perfect man. Su Ningyan had endless things to say when she mentioned Jang Chen. She was completely unaware of the sadness her best friend felt as a single person at the moment, and she kept saying good things about her husband. "You don't know how considerate Jang Chen is. Didn't we just eat takeout from a restaurant together? The result was not as good as what Jang Chen made. Then Jang Chen told me that he would cook lunch for me himself starting tomorrow. Jang Chen is so great. He is not only handsome, but also has a good figure, is considerate, and is a good cook. Oh, I am so lucky to marry such a perfect man." At this moment, not only Lin Mengyao's teeth felt sore, but her whole body felt sore, as if she had fallen into a big lemon jar. She was filled with envy and jealousy. "Is your Jang Chen's cooking so good? His food is even better than the food in a high-end restaurant. No, I have to come to your office in person tomorrow at noon to verify whether Jang Chen's cooking skills are really as good as you said." Lin Mengyao hung up the phone under the pretext of verifying Jang Chen's cooking skills, but in fact she wanted to take the opportunity to eat for free. As her best friend, Su Ningyan naturally saw through Lin Mengyao's thoughts at once. He muttered to himself that he must ask Jang Chen to bring the food up early tomorrow so that he could eat lunch early, otherwise it would be taken away by Lin Mengyao. Her husband personally cooked the food for her, so of course she wanted to keep it for herself and not share it with others. The next day at noon, Su Ningyan looked at the time and saw that there was still half an hour before lunchtime. Remembering that Lin Mengyao wanted to come over for a free meal yesterday, she quickly took out her cell phone and called Jang Chen, asking him to bring up lunch. Jang Chen responded and hung up the phone. With Su Ningyan's order, the supervisor didn't dare to put pressure on him even though it was not yet lunch break. Seeing Jang Chen walking out of the office with his lunchbox, his colleagues were filled with envy and jealousy. What a different fate. How could Jang Chen be so lucky to end up with CEO Su? He could even leave work early, and his supervisor wouldn't even dare to say a word. It's like reaching the sky in one step. Oh, I really envy this kid Jang Chen. Jang Chen should be in the president's office having lunch with President Su. Being accompanied by a beautiful woman, having lunch together, as a single person, I shed tears of envy. Jang Chen was completely unaware of his colleagues' discussions. He had already arrived at the floor where the president's office was located with his lunchbox. As he walked to the office door, the mechanical voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of bringing lunch to his wife. Reward the host with 8 language skills. Jang Chen paused. Unexpectedly, for making lunch, the system rewarded him with the ability to speak 8 languages. In today's society, anyone who can speak a foreign language will be envied. Not to mention 8 languages. It's simply a tool for showing off. Jang Chen was quite satisfied with this reward. He looked at the lunchbox in his hand and knocked on the office door. There was no immediate response from inside. He was a little strange. Just as he was hesitating whether to continue knocking on the door was opened from the inside. A slightly plump woman with shoulder-length hair appeared in front of him. Jang Chen was stunned. Isn't this woman the director of their company? Her name seems to be Lin Mengyao. However, I heard that he was just holding the position of director here and seldom came to the company. I didn't expect to run into him here this time. Lin Mengyao's eyes lit up when she saw him. You are finally here. Yan and I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come in quickly. Jang Chen walked into the office with doubts. When Su Ningyan saw him come in, she immediately walked over, but her expression was a little depressed. Jang Chen was a little confused. What happened? Who made you unhappy? Su Ningyan nodded in the direction of Lin Mengyao. It was Mengyao again. She came here to get a free meal. She had already eaten half an hour earlier, but she didn't expect that she still couldn't avoid Lin Mengyao. She muttered softly, "It was you who prepared lunch for me, it should all be mine, but now I have to give half of it to Mengyao." Thinking of this, she felt heartbroken. Jang Chen found it a little funny to see her aggrieved look. He reached out and pinched her nose gently. "Okay, it's just a meal, big deal, I'll bring it to you tomorrow." Su Ningyan's eyes lit up, but she complained, "Is it only tomorrow?" Jang Chen was somewhat helpless, and decided to bring it the day after tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Now Su Ningyan was happy, her big black eyes sparkled. "Jang Chen, you were so nice." Su Ningyan thought of something and immediately changed her words. No, it was her husband. "Husband, you are so good to me." They were so sweet here, and Lin Mengyao, who was treated as a transparent person by them, felt as if her whole body was surrounded by lemons. She said sourly, "That's enough, I'm still here, you better control yourself, or I will sue you for abusing single people." Su Ningyan blushed and quickly stepped away from Jang Chen. She almost forgot about Lin Mengyao. She said to Lin Mengyao unhappily, "Are you envious? If you are envious, just find a man to marry." Lin Mengyao complained, "Do you think I am you? How could I be so lucky to find a husband as good as Jang Chen? Not only is he handsome, but he is also so considerate that he even makes lunch for you personally. No, I want to turn my grief and anger into strength, I want to eat as much as I can." She pulled the lunchbox that Jang Chen had placed on the table towards her and quickly opened the lid. In an instant, a fragrance came out from inside. Lin Mengyao was stunned, and after a while she exclaimed, "Isn't this too fragrant? Judging from the aroma, these dishes must taste pretty good. I'll start eating first." She took out all the dishes on small plates and placed them on the table, picked up her chopsticks and started eating. "Oh my god, this braised lion head is so delicious. Oh my god, this boiled beef is so well made and delicious. This tomato stewed beef brisket is so delicious, my god, what kind of magical cooking skill is this?" Seeing Lin Mengyao stuffing dish after dish into her mouth and the food on the plate quickly disappearing, Su Ningyan became anxious. "Eat slowly, don't eat all the food. This is what my husband prepared for me." She rushed over and started to fight with Lin Mengyao for the food. Not only did she snatch it for herself, she also snatched it for Jang Chen. "Jang Chen, come and eat quickly, otherwise Lin Mengyao will eat it all." The three of them devoured all the food quickly. Chapter 11 Chapter 011 Staying in the CEO's office for lunch break. The one who ate the most was Lin Mengyao. She almost collapsed in the chair and gave a thumbs up to Su Ningyan and Jang Chen. Yan, you found a good husband. You said before that his cooking is better than that of chefs in high-end restaurants. I didn't quite believe it before, but now I do. This craftsmanship is really amazing. I really envy you. I also want to find a husband who can cook. Su Ningyan looked very proud. I guess you can only envy her. After all, there are not many men as good as Jang Chen, and you are not as lucky as me. Lin Mengyao looked at her hugging Jang Chen's arm with a sweet look on her face, and she felt as if her heart had been hit by a critical blow of 10,000 points. Okay, her best friend was right, so she decided that whenever she had the chance, she would come over and eat for free. Originally, Lin Mengyao wanted to talk to Su Ningyan about some private matters between best friends, but this little girl only had eyes for her husband the whole time. In order to avoid eating too much dog food, Lin Mengyao had to slip away quickly. Jang Chen was also about to leave, but was stopped by Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan almost didn't dare to look him in the eye and whispered, "Do you want to stay here for lunch? There's a lounge here, which is much better than going back to the office area and slumping over the table." Jang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "If I stay, where will you rest?" Su Ningyan thought for a while, pointed to the sofa and said, "I can lie down on the sofa and rest." Jang Chen smiled and shook his head. The sofa was not as comfortable as the one in the lounge. "You should stay in the lounge and rest." Su Ningyan thought he was going to leave and got a little anxious. "I'm really fine. This sofa is quite big and it's very comfortable to lie on." Jang Chen looked at her anxious expression and joked, "Are you so reluctant to let me go?" Su Ningyan blushed and whispered back, "No, I just want you to have a good rest." The more he talked, the more vague it became. The smile in Jang Chen's eyes deepened. He reached out and rubbed Su Ningyan's head. "Okay, I didn't say I was leaving. But I want to go to the lounge. You can go in and rest later. As you said just now, the sofa here is quite big, so I lay down on the sofa to rest." He walked towards the sofa, lay down on it, and closed his eyes, showing his determination to rest on the sofa. Su Ningyan didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, she walked towards the lounge and came out soon with a blanket in her hand. Jang Chen was lying on the sofa, feeling sleepy. Suddenly he felt warm and opened his eyes. He glanced at the extra blanket on his body, and then looked at Su Ningyan, who didn't have time to leave. He smiled and said, "Thank you, wife, for the blanket you gave me." This was the first time Jang Chen called Su Ningyan his wife. Su Ningyan's face turned completely red in an instant, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She had a sweet smile on her face, and I also thanked my husband for preparing lunch for me. It was delicious. After saying that, she seemed embarrassed to stay here and ran quickly into the lounge. Jang Chen looked at her fleeing back, and the smile on his face grew even bigger. It feels pretty good to tease your wife occasionally. He closed his eyes again and prepared to rest. After sleeping for about half an hour, Jang Chen woke up. When he woke up, he didn't see Su Ningyan. She was probably still sleeping in the lounge. He didn't disturb her and prepared to leave the president's office quietly. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a man standing at the door with documents in his hand, reaching out as if to knock on the door. He looked and saw that it was Wang Jianming, the manager of their company's business department. Wang Jianming looked unhappy when he saw him. "Why did you come out of Mr. Su's office? Did you stay in there all lunch? It's almost time to go to work." Jang Chen was in a hurry to return to the office. He didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Jianming and walked past him quickly towards the elevator. Wang Jianming looked extremely unhappy at being ignored. He stared at Jang Chen's back. He was just a gigolo, a gigolo. What was there to be proud of? Someone like you doesn't deserve a beauty like President Su. Su Ningyan has good looks and a good figure. She is also the president of a large company. She is a typical white, rich, and beautiful woman. There are countless people in the company who have a crush on her, including Wang Jianming. He was naturally unwilling to accept that Jang Chen, an intern, married Su Ningyan. He secretly made up his mind to cause some trouble for Jang Chen. The opportunity will come soon. In the afternoon, Su Ningyan asked him to ask someone to go downstairs to receive a French client. Wang Jianming responded, thinking that this was a good opportunity to trick Jang Chen. He took out his cell phone and called Manager Li. "Jang Chen is an employee in your department, right? There's a French client coming. Send him down to meet them immediately." Manager Li was a little hesitant. Hasn't your business department always been responsible for receiving customers? Besides, Jang Chen is an intern and can't speak French. How can he receive French customers? Wang Jianming yelled at him, "Just do it, no more nonsense, let Jang Chen go down to receive the French customers." Hang up the phone. Although Manager Li was worried, he had to obey Wang Jianming's call and ordered Jang Chen to go down and receive the French customers. When Jang Chen received this notice, he felt confused. But since it was the supervisor's order, he, and in turn, had no choice but to do it. Chen Feiping on the side couldn't help but mutter, "Jang Chen, did you offend someone? They actually asked you to go downstairs to receive the French customers." Jang Chen thought about it and thought, "I guess so, but I don't know who is playing tricks on me." Chen Feiping was a little worried. What should he do? "I heard this French client is a major client of our company, and he doesn't speak Chinese. How will you communicate with him? Will he get angry and feel that our company doesn't respect him?" Jang Chen thought of the 8 language skills that the system had rewarded him with, and he was not worried at all. "It's okay, it's just French, no big deal." He got up to pick up the French client. Not long after, he arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the company. Soon, he noticed that there was a man with obviously foreign appearance sitting in the lounge on the first floor. He was probably the French customer. The 2 girls at the front desk were greeting him, but unfortunately they couldn't communicate smoothly due to the language barrier. The 2 girls were almost crying in frustration. When they saw Jang Chen coming, their eyes lit up. "Jang Chen, are you here to receive this customer?" Thinking of something, they looked depressed again, "But I remember your major is not French and you can't speak French. How are you going to communicate with French customers now?" Chapter 12 Chapter 012 Su Ningyan domineeringly protects her husband. Jang Chen had a faint smile on his face. Just because he wasn't a French major didn't mean he couldn't speak French. He walked up to the French customer calmly and started talking to him. The 2 girls at the front desk were expecting Jang Chen to speak to them in broken English. Unexpectedly, Jang Chen spoke fluent foreign language as soon as he opened his mouth. The language was so familiar that the 2 girls at the front desk couldn't recognize it at first. "Xiaomei, what language is Jang Chen speaking? Why does it sound so nice? And he speaks it so fluently. I seem to have heard it somewhere just now. Oh, I remember that the language spoken by the French customer just now was exactly the same as Jang Chen's." "You mean Jang Chen is speaking French now? And he speaks it so fluently. Oh my god, I didn't know Jang Chen could speak French." Seeing him talking so freely with French clients, it feels almost the same as speaking Chinese. This is amazing. Men who can speak foreign languages are the most handsome, and the language they speak is not the English that everyone is familiar with, but French. Just when the 2 girls at the front desk were exclaiming that Jang Chen spoke French so fluently, at this time in the conference room, Su Ningyan was getting a little impatient because she had been waiting inside for a long time but the French customer didn't come up. "Manager Wang, what's going on? Didn't you just say you'd arranged for someone to go down and pick up the French customer? Why hasn't he come up yet?" Wang Jianming panicked and wanted to explain, maybe something delayed him. Su Ningyan was no longer in the mood to talk nonsense with him, so she stood up and walked out. She planned to go downstairs and see what was going on in person. "Mr. Su, wait a moment. Something happened to Jang Chen." Chen Feiping shouted a few times when Su Ningyan walked towards the elevator. He had thought about it carefully before and was still worried that Jang Chen would mess things up. It would be terrible if Jang Chen was fired for this, so he couldn't help but come to Su Ningyan for help. Su Ningyan stopped and looked serious. What was going on? Chen Feiping quickly recounted the story of Jang Chen being called to receive French clients. After listening to this, Su Ningyan glanced coldly at Wang Jianming who was standing beside her. "Hasn't your business department always been responsible for receiving customers? Jang Chen is just an intern, and you actually sent him to receive French clients." Wang Jianming still wanted to argue that it was an accident and I didn't tell Jang Chen to receive the French customers. Jang Chen probably wanted to show off, so he rushed to receive the French customers. Su Ningyan didn't believe what he said at all. Her expression was very cold. "I will investigate what the truth is later. If you're the one behind this, you'll have to pack up and get out of my company." She ignored Wang Jianming, whose face was pale, and turned around and strode into the elevator. Chen Feiping hurriedly followed and said, "Wang Jianming is lying. Mr. Su, don't believe what he says." Su Ningyan reached out and pressed the floor button. "Of course I didn't believe what he said. Chen Feiping breathed a sigh of relief, then remembered something and became a little worried. Jang Chen was framed when he went to receive the French client this time. If he angered the French client, would he be fired? Su Ningyan narrowed her eyes. Fired Jang Chen? Who dares? Jang Chen is my husband. Anyone who dares to touch him is going against me. Chen Feiping was stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but secretly give Su Ningyan a thumbs up. President Su is indeed domineering and is very protective of her husband. Jang Chen is so lucky that he actually married such a good woman like President Su. Chen Feiping once again sighed in his heart about his envy of Jang Chen. Soon the two of them arrived at the first-floor lobby together. I saw several people gathered in the rest area not far away, and it looked very lively. Su Ningyan and Chen Feiping walked over with some curiosity. Jang Chen and their company's French client were seen sitting on the sofa, their hands on each other's shoulders, looking like good brothers. What surprised the two of them the most was that Jang Chen actually spoke fluent French to them. I don't know what Jang Chen said, but it made the French customer look so appreciative. Chen Feiping was stunned. Oh my god, when did Jang Chen learn to speak French? And he spoke it so fluently, this is amazing. Su Ningyan shook her head and said, I don't know either. However, seeing Jang Chen speak French so fluently, their worries were finally put to rest. I don't know if Jang Chen and the others were too serious, but Su Ningyan and Chen Feiping had already walked behind them, but they didn't even notice. At this time, Jang Chen was still enthusiastically talking to his French clients about the various cultural customs of the country. He was still speaking French at this time. Among all the languages in the world, French is almost the most pleasant to listen to, elegant and romantic. Jang Chen's voice has a unique magnetism. Su Ningyan felt that she was completely immersed in the other person's voice. But it was obvious that she was not the only one who was intoxicated. The two receptionists who were listening to Jang Chen talking with the French customers were also intoxicated. Their eyes were full of stars when they looked at Jang Chen. Su Ningyan felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She coughed loudly, and Jang Chen and the other three paused, looking towards the source of the sound. When they saw Su Ningyan, the two girls at the front desk were startled and stammered, Su, Mr. Su. Su Ningyan still remembered the infatuated look the two girls had on her husband just now, and said lightly, it's still working hours, hurry back to your posts. Yes, Mr. Su. The two receptionists reluctantly walked back to the front desk. After finding the French customer, Su Ningyan prepared to take the French customer to the conference room to discuss their cooperation and find an interpreter for the French customer. Unexpectedly, the French customer pointed at Jang Chen and said, just find him. He speaks very standard French, even better than our local French people. Su Ningyan couldn't speak French and had no idea what the customer was saying. She looked at Jang Chen in confusion. Jang Chen repeated what the French customer said. Su Ningyan was a little surprised. She came close to Jang Chen and whispered, when did you learn French? Even the other party was amazed at your good French. Jang Chen naturally wouldn't reveal the system, so he made up an excuse that he learned it by himself when he had free time. Su Ningyan had witnessed his superb driving and cooking skills, so she actually believed what he said. She was amazed and said, you are really amazing. You can learn so well by self-study. Fortunately you can speak French, otherwise our company would have lost this big French client. Chapter 13 Chapter 013 Do my clothes smell good? Several people walked towards the meeting room while talking. The French client might have had a good chat with Jang Chen in the lobby on the first floor, and was in a good mood at the moment. When he heard Su Ningyan mention cooperation, he signed the contract without thinking. Originally, Su Ningyan thought that this cooperation would require at least several rounds of negotiations, or that the company's interests would have to be reduced before the other party would agree. She didn't expect it to be so fast. She was surprised and very happy at the same time. This is a big order. I chatted with the French customer for a few more minutes, promised to have dinner together when I was free, and then sent him out of the company. After the French customer left, Su Ningyan could no longer control her excitement and rushed towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen, you are really amazing. If it weren't for you, this cooperation would not have been so easy to achieve. You are simply my lucky star. Jang Chen quickly reached out and hugged her to prevent her from falling. He looked down at Su Ningyan in his arms and teased her deliberately, since I have helped you so much, shouldn't you give me a little reward? The two of them were loving each other here, while Chen Feiping, who was treated as a transparent person, felt suffocated. He's too full of dog food. He was a living person standing here for such a long time, But these two people didn't even look at him. Are single people really so unpopular? Perhaps because his resentment was too deep, Jang Chen finally gave him a look. Why are you still here? The hint of disgust couldn't be more obvious. Chen Feiping just felt depressed. Okay, I will go back to work and not disturb your love with President Su. He slipped away with the resentment of being a single man. After being interrupted by Chen Feiping, Su Ningyan came back to her senses. Thinking that she was still in Jang Chen's arms, a blush appeared on her face. She stepped out of Jang Chen's arms somewhat embarrassedly and stammered in answer to Jang Chen's question. So, what reward do you want? Teasing people is really addictive. Jang Chen's eyes flashed, he lowered his head, deliberately moved closer to Su Ningyan, and said in a very ambiguous tone, such as a reward of love. As he spoke, he reached out and touched his lips, his meaning was very clear. The next moment, he saw Su Ningyan's face turn red and she didn't dare to look at him. Su Ningyan lowered her head, her hands tightly tangled together, and she couldn't even finish her words. I. She didn't look at all as domineering as when she was protecting Jang Chen before, nor did she have the confidence and calmness she had when discussing cooperation with clients in the conference room. At this moment, she was just a shy little woman. It's not good to tease people too much, so Jang Chen knows when to stop. He reached out and rubbed Su Ningyan's head. Okay, I was just kidding. Don't be so nervous. Get off work early tonight, let's go out for dinner together and then watch a movie as a reward for me. Su Ningyan looked up at him, unable to tell whether she felt relieved or regretful. Was it just a meal and a movie? Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. What? Do you want something else? If you want, it's not impossible. Su Ningyan blushed again and cursed coquettishly, I didn't think about anything else. That's a deal then, let us go out to eat together after get off work and then watch a movie. Then I'll go reserve a seat and buy 2 movie tickets now. Jang Chen found this impatient look a little funny. I feel that this is not a reward for him, but a reward for Su Ningyan, this little woman. It's time to get off work. The colleagues around him suddenly surrounded Jang Chen. Jang Chen paused as he was about to leave and looked at his colleagues in confusion. Chen Feiping was the first to answer his questions. Wang Jianming's grandson had just been fired and was packing up to leave. It seems that Mr. Su was venting his anger on your behalf. Other colleagues echoed this. Yes, I heard that it was Wang Jianming who arranged for you to receive French customers. After Mr. Su found out the truth, he fired him without saying a word. You are really amazing, you can actually make President Su protect you like this. When will I be able to find a wife who is beautiful, rich, and protects me like this? I really envy you, boy. Jang Chen also roughly understood what was going on. He casually said a few words, sent his colleague away, and prepared to go to the parking lot to find Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan just sent him a message and was already waiting for him in the parking lot. He was about to leave when Chen Feiping stopped him. Are you free later? How about going out for a few drinks with me, bro? Jang Chen rejected him without hesitation. I'm busy. I have a date with my wife tonight and don't have time to accompany you, a single dog. As a single man, Chen Feiping felt as if his heart had been hit by another 10,000 critical points. After rejecting Chen Feiping, Jang Chen walked towards the parking lot. When he came to the red Porsche, he was about to thank Su Ningyan for helping him vent his anger. As a result, as soon as he sat in the driver's seat, he saw Su Ningyan sitting in the passenger seat with her eyes closed and her long eyelashes drooping. She looked like she was asleep. He immediately took back the words. After thinking about it, he took off his coat and put it on Su Ningyan to prevent her from getting cold. He turned up the air conditioning temperature in the car, started the car, and headed to the Western restaurant that Su Ningyan had booked earlier. About 40 minutes later, they arrived outside the Western restaurant. As soon as he parked the car, Su Ningyan woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she felt a fresh breath surrounding her nose. It smelled quite nice, so she couldn't help but lower her head towards the scent and sniff it carefully. It didn't take long for her to realize that the smell came from the coat covering her, and the coat looked familiar. It belonged to Jang Chen. In other words, she was holding Jang Chen's clothes and sniffing them like a pervert? Just at this moment, Jang Chen's joking voice came to my ears, do my clothes smell good? Su Ningyan's face turned red instantly, and she felt too embarrassed to face anyone for a moment. Jang Chen felt that he really had a very bad taste. He knew that Su Ningyan was very shy in private, especially when facing him, but he still liked to tease her. But you should also know when to stop. He coughed and changed the subject, are you hungry? Let's go to the restaurant and eat. Su Ningyan was eager to escape from this awkward atmosphere and nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's go in quickly. She walked towards the restaurant door as quickly as if she was running away. But she forgot that she was wearing high heels and accidentally stumbled. Jang Chen was startled and quickly went forward to hug her. When I first bought it, my first feeling was that the waist was too thin. It feels like it can be broken with just a little effort. Chapter 14 Chapter 014 This driving skill is simply amazing. He was in a trance for a moment, but quickly came to his senses. Be careful and don't walk so fast, or you might fall. He let go of her hand and gave her a warning. Su Ningyan was really embarrassed at this time. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, I know. The two walked into the Western restaurant, found the seat they had reserved and sat down. Half an hour later, the waiter started serving them. 2 steaks were served first, one for Jang Chen and one for Su Ningyan. Jang Chen took the 2 steaks and placed them in front of him, then picked up his knife and fork and started cutting. Su Ningyan, who was sitting opposite him, was a little confused. Do you want 2 servings? No. Jang Chen responded while cutting the steak. Soon, he cut one of the steaks and placed it in front of Su Ningyan. This is cut for you. By the way, thank you for firing Wang Jianming to vent my anger. Su Ningyan pouted. So you cut the steak for me to thank me? Jang Chen smiled and said, Of course not. Thanking you is just a coincidence. My real purpose is to serve my wife. In order to verify his words, Jang Chen personally picked up vegetables and peeled shrimps for Su Ningyan, without Su Ningyan having to do anything. At this moment, Su Ningyan was completely surrounded by happiness. She held her face in her hands and stared at Jang Chen with shining eyes. Jang Chen felt a little strange being looked at. Why was he looking at me like that? Su Ningyan had a sweet smile on her face. I just feel that I must have saved the earth in my previous life, so I can find such a good husband like you in this life. Jang Chen smiled and responded, I am also very lucky to marry you. The two of them were so sweet here, and the newlywed couple sitting next to them felt jealous. Especially the women, who looked at their husbands with a look of disappointment. Look at how other husbands behave. How considerate they are to their wives. You are such a fool, why did I choose you as my husband? Having said that, she paused and looked at Su Ningyan with envy. Sister, you have good taste. Your husband is young, handsome, and considerate. I really envy you. Su Ningyan felt sweet in her heart, but said modestly on her face, maybe I'm lucky. After dinner, Jang Chen and Su Ningyan prepared to go to the cinema to watch a movie. As a result, we encountered a traffic jam on the way to the cinema. Looking at the pile of cars in front, Jang Chen wondered which shortcut he should take to get to the cinema. At this moment, in the blue sports car that was 2 parking spaces behind him, a man with yellow hair looked over here, suddenly widened his eyes, and said to the man next to him, Boss, it's him, the man driving the red Porsche I mentioned to you before. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky today to meet him again. It looks like we have a chance of success in this Saturday's sports car race. The man sitting next to the yellow-haired man was called Zhang Jiaxuan. He followed the yellow-haired man's gaze, also known as Huang Yifei, and looked at the red Porsche. The man you mentioned before who was a great driver was the one driving the red Porsche? Is he really as amazing as you say? Are you sure he can help us win the game? Zhang Jiaxuan had never seen Jang Chen's driving skills in person, so he was skeptical about what Huang Yifei said. Huang Yifei was a little anxious. Brother Xian, how could I lie to you about racing? He was about to say something when he saw Jang Chen starting his red Porsche and driving forward. Huang Yifei immediately stopped talking, started his blue sports car and followed. After Jang Chen drove the Porsche with the large group for a while, when he passed a fork in the road, he turned the steering wheel without hesitation and turned in. He just looked at the time and saw that there was not much time left before the movie started. He had to take Su Ningyan there as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he immediately stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward quickly. The shortcut he took was a mountain road with many bends. Because he was in a hurry, Jang Chen moved very fast. He was a little worried about Su Ningyan's condition, so he took the time to ask, Is this speed too fast? Are you afraid? Su Ningyan shook her head and said, It's okay, just drive at your own speed. Although she was not used to driving at such a fast speed, she always thought Jang Chen was very handsome. Rather than being afraid, she preferred to see how handsome Jang Chen looked when he was driving fast. It made her heart beat fast. Her husband is so handsome. After getting Su Ningyan's answer, Jang Chen had no more scruples and drifted several times at high speed, so fast that only his afterimage could be seen. Holy crap, with such a sharp curve and no guardrails on the side, this guy actually managed to do several high-speed drifts in a row. He is so brave. Zhang Jiaxuan shouted in the blue sports car. Huan Yifei on the side responded, Brother Zixuan, now you finally believe what I said, right? This guy's driving skills are simply amazing. Zhang Jiaxuan nodded repeatedly. I believe it now. With him here, we will definitely win the sports car race on Saturday. The question is, haven't you offended him before? Are you sure this guy will agree to help us race? Huang Yifei's face froze. Then I will kowtow to him and confess my guilt and acknowledge him as my grandson. Anyway, as long as I can get this buddy's forgiveness, I will do anything. Zhang Jiaxuan gave him a thumbs up. Good, he is adaptable and a real man. But there is still a problem. This guy is driving too fast, we can't catch up at all. How can we ask him to help us race now? Huang Yifei looked at the empty space in front of him. The red Porsche was no longer visible, so he fell silent. It's okay. His red Porsche is so eye-catching. We can look around and definitely find the Porsche. We can just squat next to the Porsche. This is the only thing we can do. The other side. Jang Chen had already arrived at the entrance of the cinema with Su Ningyan. With a crackling sound. With an emergency brake, the Porsche stopped quickly. Jang Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car, but saw Su Ningyan lying motionless in the passenger seat. He was a little puzzled. What happened? It took a long while before I heard Su Ningyan's answer. She was weak and said, my legs are a little weak and I can't move. Jang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He walked around to the passenger door and helped her get out of the car. After walking for a while, he lowered his head and asked, Are you okay? Su Ningyan was feeling much better now, but she didn't tell the truth and still felt a little dizzy. How about I hold your arm and walk with you, that would be better. She reached out and hugged Jang Chen's arm, leaning her head against him. Where Jang Chen couldn't see, a sly and sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 15 Chapter 015 Feeding each other popcorn. Jang Chen didn't know what she was thinking. He took her into the cinema, asked her to find a place to sit down, and then went to the front desk to buy Coke and popcorn. Almost all the people who come to the cinema to watch movies are couples, holding hands with sweet smiles on their faces. Jang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he has a wife, otherwise coming to the cinema alone would be asking for trouble. After buying Coke and popcorn, it was time to check our tickets. Jang Chen took Su Ningyan to the screening room. The movie was chosen by Su Ningyan. It is a romance film. Jang Chen didn't have any feelings about this kind of movie. However, watching a movie seriously with his wife is one of the qualities of a good husband, so Jang Chen still watched it patiently. Jang Chen didn't feel anything when he saw the touching part, but Su Ningyan next to him was crying loudly. Jang Chen was a little amused and helpless. Luckily he had prepared tissues beforehand. He took out a tissue and wiped Su Ningyan's tears. What was there to cry about? It was all fake. Su Ningyan obediently let him help wipe her tears because she was very touched. It was really painful for two people in love to not be able to be together. She reached out and held Jang Chen's hand, with a serious look on her face, so we must stay together and never separate. Jang Chen was stunned for a moment, then reached out and rubbed her head. Okay, we will never be apart. Su Ningyan finally burst into laughter and her mood instantly improved a lot. She looked at the popcorn that had been placed aside and remained untouched, thought for a moment, then reached out and picked up a piece and handed it to Jang Chen's mouth. Eat popcorn. Jang Chen looked at Su Ningyan, who almost didn't dare to look at him, raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth and ate the popcorn. There was give and take, and he also picked up a piece of popcorn and handed it to Su Ningyan's mouth. Su Ningyan's cheeks turned red and she opened her mouth and ate it. The two of them fed each other popcorn sweetly. The couple sitting behind them looked a little uncomfortable. Girls complained, why don't you learn from those handsome guys and feed me popcorn? The boys also complained, why don't you learn from that beautiful girl and feed me popcorn? Unexpectedly, the girl got angry when her boyfriend confronted her. You are dreaming. Don't you think that you have a handsome man and a handsome mother? Boys are also angry, but don't you see that you are not as beautiful as other beauties? The couple spent the whole process arguing. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan were not affected by the couple behind them at all. After watching the movie together sweetly, they walked out of the cinema hand in hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of accompanying his wife to the movies. The host is rewarded with an upgrade in driving skills. Driving skills have been upgraded successfully from advanced driving skills to God-level racing skills. Jang Chen paused. It has actually been upgraded to God-level racing skills, which means that his driving skills are even better than before. Suddenly, he wanted to drive the sports car out for a few laps to test how powerful this God-level racing skill was. He did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately took Su Ningyan to the red Porsche. Walking up to the Porsche and preparing to open the door, he suddenly jumped out from behind. Huang Yifei looked at Jang Chen excitedly. "Brother, I finally waited for you to come out." Zhang Jiaxuan on the side was also a little excited. "Yes, we have been feeding mosquitoes outside for 2 hours." The two of them glanced at Su Ningyan, who was holding Jang Chen's arm, and felt sad thinking that she had a beautiful woman to accompany her and watch a movie with her, while they were squatting outside feeding mosquitoes. Jang Chen looked puzzled. "Who are you two? I don't think I know you two." Huang Yifei quickly introduced, "My name is Huang Yifei, and this is my boss Zhang Jiaxuan." Huaxian Sports Car Club was opened by Brother Xian. Jiang Chen had heard of the Huaxian Club, which was quite famous in the local South City. "What's going on between you two? If nothing's wrong, get out of the way. I'm in a hurry to drive home with my wife." Huang Yifei and Zhang Jiaxuan widened their eyes in amazement. They thought, "Brother, you look like you're in your early 20s, and you're getting married already?" It turns out that only outstanding men can get married so early, unlike us two brothers who are still single. "Look, we've seen your driving skills, and they're really great. We have a sports car race here on Saturday and would like to invite you to participate. I wonder if you are interested?" Men are all very interested in racing, and Jiang Chen is no exception. It just so happened that his driving skills had just been upgraded to God-level racing skills, and he was itching to try his hand at it. It's not fun to drive alone, it's more exciting to compete with others. Jiang Chen was somewhat moved by their proposal, but he looked at Huang Yifei and narrowed his eyes. "Have I seen you somewhere before?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Huang Yifei's face. He didn't dare to hide it. "A few days ago, I met you on a mountain road. You were also driving this red Porsche, and I was driving this blue sports car. At that time, I think my brain was stuck in the door, and there was a girl next to me, so I got hot-headed and said some unpleasant words to you, buddy." Jiang Chen remembered. It turned out that this guy was the one who drove a blue sports car a few days ago and mocked him for not being able to drive. His voice was a little cold. "I am a person who holds grudges. I still remember what you said at that time, and I feel very unhappy." Huang Yifei's face froze. He gritted his teeth, knelt down at Jiang Chen's feet with a plop, and hugged Jiang Chen's thighs with both hands and cried. "Brother, that's not right, Brother Chen. I was not able to recognize your great talent before. I apologize to you here. Please forgive me. It's all because of my stinky mouth that doesn't know how to speak, and I only say things that make people unhappy." He reached out and slapped himself several times, making a loud slapping sound. You could tell he slapped himself very hard. After a few slaps, the corners of his mouth were swollen. Jiang Chen remained indifferent. Zhang Jiaxuan was getting a little anxious and kept signaling to Huang Yifei. This match was very important to them. If they lost, it would be much more serious than kowtowing to Jiang Chen. Huang Yifei also understood this principle. He released his hand that was holding Jiang Chen's thigh, knelt down again, and kowtowed several times on the ground. "Brother Chen, I was really wrong. I kowtow to you and admit my mistake." Jiang Chen watched as the kid kowtowed on the ground more than a dozen times in a row, his forehead bleeding. While he kowtowed, he also called himself a bastard and called Jiang Chen grandpa and dad. Considering the good attitude of the apology, Jiang Chen finally gave in. "Okay, let us put the previous things aside for now. Please tell me the specific time and place of the game, and I will be there on time." Chapter 16 Chapter 016 Don't be afraid, you are here to protect me. Huang Yifei and Zhang Jiaxuan were delighted and quickly told Jiang Chen the time and place of the race. Jiang Chen nodded at them and drove Su Ningyan back to the apartment. Saturday night. Jiang Chen was about to go out to the place where Huang Yifei and his friends were racing when Su Ningyan stopped him. "Are you going out to participate in their sports car race?" Jiang Chen nodded, "Yes." Su Ningyan hesitated for a moment and looked at him expectantly. "Can I go with you?" Jang Chen said, the environment over there is probably very chaotic, there are a lot of people, and racing is very dangerous, aren't you afraid? Su Ningyan shook her head and said, don't be afraid. As long as you are here, you will definitely be able to protect me. Just like 3 years ago when she encountered danger on a business trip in Yangcheng, Jang Chen stepped forward to protect her. Jang Chen had to enjoy the feeling of her relying on him wholeheartedly. He also relented and said, okay, but you still have to be careful when the time comes. The two set off together to the racing location. At this time, Nanfeng Mountain Road. The people from the Huaxian Sports Car Club gathered together and started discussing the racing that was about to happen. Xiaofei, is the driver named Jang Chen you mentioned really that good? You know, this competition is very important. If we lose, not only will we lose our territory and face, but most importantly, we will have to destroy our own sports car with our own hands in front of those bastards as promised. For car enthusiasts, the most precious thing is their own car. To destroy their own beloved car with their own hands is simply to kill them. Besides, a sports car is not cheap. Huang Yifei looked solemn and nodded, saying, I know all this, so I was able to sacrifice my face at that time, kowtow, and slap myself in the face, just to ask Brother Chen for forgiveness and to agree to help us. You may not believe what I say, but you can't not believe what Brother Xian says, right? Everyone looked at Zhang Jiaxuan. Zhang Jiaxuan nodded and said, Jang Chen is indeed a great driver, I saw it with my own eyes. With Zhang Jiaxuan's words, everyone felt relieved. Just as everyone was discussing Jang Chen had already driven over in a red Porsche. There was a sound of brakes. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Jang Chen took Su Ningyan out of the car. Everyone gasped. Oh my god, which male and female celebrity are in the wrong place? They are so good looking, the male is handsome and the female is beautiful. Are these two people here on a date? Xiaofei, go over there and tell them that this is not the place for their date, and ask them to leave immediately. Huang Yifei on the side said unhappily, what male and female stars, they are Brother Chen and sister-in-law. Everyone was stunned again. So he is the Brother Chen you mentioned. He is so handsome. He can easily kill us male compatriots. He is so handsome and drives so well, how can we men survive? Fortunately, Brother Chen is already married, otherwise I would be really worried that all the girls would be snatched away by him. But Brother Chen's wife is really beautiful, even more beautiful than those female stars on TV. Brother Chen is worthy of being Brother Chen. Not only did he get married at such a young age, but his wife is also so beautiful. I am so envious. Jang Chen brought Su Ningyan to them and without any nonsense, he got straight to the point. When does the competition start? Zhang Jiaxuan looked at the time and there was still half an hour left. But why haven't the people from Huaqiang Sports Car Club arrived yet? The team competing with them this time is from Huaqiang Sports Car Club. The name is only one character different from Zhang Jiaxuan's Huaxian Sports Car Club. The two clubs have always been at odds. The roar of a sports car was heard. Jang Chen looked up. I saw more than a dozen sports cars parked not far away, and the one in the front was a green sports car. A man with green hair walked out from inside. The sports car is green and the hair is green too. How much does this person like green? Green hair brought his younger brothers to Zhang Jiaxuan and the others. You came so early, are you afraid of losing to us and can't wait to beg for mercy and admit defeat? Huang Yifei couldn't help but said, bullshit, are we afraid of your Huaqiang club? I tell you, we found a driving god this time, you are bound to lose this time. Greenhair's face was full of sarcasm. God of cars? What a joke. You dare to call yourself the god of cars in front of me? I want to see how good this so-called driving god you guys are at driving. Zhang Jiaxuan had a cold face and said, okay, then stop talking nonsense and start the competition. Zhang Jiaxuan walked up to Jang Chen with a sincere look on his face. Jang Chen, I'm leaving this competition to you. No matter whether we win or lose, after the game, you can ask for anything you want. As long as you try your best, that's all. Jang Chen nodded and said, I'll do my best. He instructed Su Ningyan, take Zhang Jiaxuan and his friend's car and wait for me at the destination. Take care of yourself. Su Ningyan was a little worried at this time. After all, racing is a very dangerous sport. But she knew that Jiang Chen liked racing. She respected Jiang Chen's hobby and did not stop him. She just reminded him that he should be careful. Jiang Chen touched her head, turned around and got into the red Porsche. Although she was reluctant, Su Ningyan still got into Zhang Jiaxuan and his friend's car and headed to the destination. Two sports cars, one red and one green, stopped in front of the starting line. Green hair opened the car window and looked at Jang Chen. He didn't know him and it seemed that he was just a nobody. He had a scornful smile on his face and said, "Boy, are you the driving god that Zhang Joshuan was talking about? TSK, you're such a jerk, and you dare call yourself a car god? Aren't you a loser who can't even tell the difference between the brake and the accelerator?" Jang Chen's eyes flashed and he looked at Green hair. "I don't know what the bet is between you and Zhang Joshuan. But from this moment on, if you lose, you will have to kneel down in front of me and shout 50 times that you are a loser, and lick the soles of my shoes clean." The competition officially begins. Jang Chen stepped on the accelerator directly, and the red Porsche roared and drove forward quickly. One red and one green were parked side by side on the road. At the beginning, the road was flat and the two cars could drive side by side. As the road became narrower, it could only accommodate one car. At a narrow bend, Greenhair stepped on the accelerator and took the lead. He sneered and said, "You're doomed to lose this time." He was certain that Jang Chen could not surpass him. Unexpectedly, a red Porsche drove up from behind and squeezed in between the green sports car and the mountain wall. At that moment, Greenhair almost thought he was watching a science fiction blockbuster. Half of the red Porsche's body was pressed vertically against the cliff, and the most important thing was that Jang Chen was still stepping on the accelerator. Chapter 017 My wife offers a kiss. The red Porsche seemed to fly up at this moment and landed directly in front of the green sports car. Then it flashed past and disappeared in an instant. Greenhair was dumbfounded. Did he lose just like that? The end point. Suning Yan and everyone in the Huaxian Club were craning their necks to look forward. They wanted to know which car would reach the finish line first. Soon, a red Porsche appeared not far away. The green sports car was nowhere to be seen. Everyone cheered. "It's Jang Chen. Jang Chen is driving a red Porsche. Ha, we won. Brother Chen is really awesome. Brother Chen is simply the god of driving. His driving skills are really amazing. He only takes half the time it usually takes us. Oh my god, this is too scary." When Jang Chen got out of the car, he was surrounded by people. The crowd surrounded him and cheered. "Brother Chen, you drive so well, can you teach me? I'll be your apprentice. Get out of the way. There are so many people who want to be Brother Chen's apprentice. Someone like you is only fit to carry Brother Chen's shoes." Brother Chen. Seeing a group of people surrounding Jang Chen, Suning Yan was squeezed outside and couldn't get in at all, with a trace of anxiety on her face. In the end, it was Zhang Joshuan who spoke first, and everyone gave way. "You guys are such a clueless bunch, didn't you see that you pushed my sister-in-law out?" Everyone quickly made way for Suning Yan to pass. Suning Yan immediately walked quickly to Jang Chen and stared at him with sparkling eyes. She just witnessed the entire process of Jang Chen winning the game. Especially when Jang Chen reached the finish line first, she felt that her husband was so handsome. Everyone saw how fascinated she was by Jang Chen. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. "Sister-in-law, are you mesmerized by our Brother Chen's handsomeness? Should we give Brother Chen a kiss as a reward for winning the game?" Yes, that's right, a kiss. "Sister-in-law, come on, don't be shy." Suning Yan's face turned completely red. When she looked at Jang Chen's handsome face, she felt a little restless in her heart. Jang Chen just looked down at her, neither refusing nor speaking. He wanted to see what this little woman Suning Yan would do. Given her shy personality when facing me, she probably wouldn't be able to take the initiative to kiss me in front of everyone, right? However, Suning Yan's actions were beyond his expectations. Suning Yan stood on tiptoe, put her arms around his neck, closed her eyes, and kissed him directly on the lips. This action seemed to have exhausted all of Suning Yan's courage. She just kept her lips pressed against Jang Chen's, not daring to move. Just as she was about to pull back, Jang Chen grabbed her waist and deepened the kiss. People around kept whistling. "Oh my god, is this kiss a little too hot? I really envy Brother Chen, he actually has such a beautiful sister-in-law who actively kisses him. Brother Chen is indeed a real man." He hugged his sister-in-law and gave her a deep French kiss. The kiss lasted for several minutes before Jang Chen let Suning Yan go. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of getting his wife to kiss him. The host is rewarded with the god-level dart skill. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Jang Chen's mind. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows and calmly accepted the reward given to him by the system. Compared to his calmness, Su Ningyan felt much more embarrassed. At this moment, she felt like she was about to smoke, and she didn't dare to look at the others. She buried her head in Jang Chen's arms, too embarrassed to see anyone. Jang Chen reached out and touched her head to comfort her. Just then, the green sports car finally reached the finish line. People from Huaxian Club gathered around. TSK, the time you took was more than twice that of our brother Chen. With your driving skills, you have the nerve to show off in front of our brother Chen? I say, green hair, how long are you going to hide in the car? Get out now and apologize to our brother Chen. Yes. Brother Chen just mentioned to us the bet between him and you. Now it's time for you to fulfill it. Seeing that green hair had been hiding in the car, the people from Huaxian Club couldn't help it. They went over to open the car door and forcibly pulled green hair out of the car. Green hair had a sad face at this moment, without any of his previous high spirits. I know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me go this time. The people from the Huaxian Club sneered. Damn, I didn't expect this green-haired guy to be such a coward. He was yelling so loudly just now, but it turns out he was just pretending. It's too late to beg for mercy now. You have offended Brother Chen, and Brother Chen has the final say. They threw green hair in front of Jang Chen. Jang Chen let go of Su Ningyan and looked down at the green-haired man lying on the ground. Remember what I told you before? If you haven't, do it now. Green hair's face looked a little ugly. What if I don't do as he says? Jang Chen showed a bloodthirsty smile on his face. If he didn't do it, then. He stepped on green hair's right hand and said, you can forget about having this hand. Green hair was so frightened that he trembled and dared not make any more requests. He quickly knelt down in front of Jang Chen and shouted that he was a waste. The people from Huaxian Club were watching the fun and took out their phones to record green hair. Green hair looked unhappy, but he didn't dare to stop it. After shouting that he was a waste 50 times, green hair prepared to get up. Jang Chen raised his leg, stepped on his shoulder, and pressed him down again. I remembered there was another punishment, so I quickly did that as well. At this moment, green hair had lost both face and dignity. He gritted his teeth, tilted his head, and began to fulfill his promise to lick Jang Chen's shoe soles. After finishing everything, green hair drove away dejectedly in his green sports car. What Jang Chen asked green hair to do just now stunned everyone in the Huaxian Club. Everyone gave Jang Chen a thumbs up, their tone filled with admiration and respect. Brother Chen, I am completely convinced now. Not only can you make that green-haired guy kneel in front of you and shout 50 times that he is a waste, but you can even let him lick the soles of your shoes. Brother Chen, you are awesome. From now on, you will be our boss. If you need anything, just tell us, little brothers. Yes, from now on you are our brother Chen, we will listen to whatever you say. Everyone here calls each other brothers and the atmosphere is very good. Finally, Zhang Jiaxuan made a suggestion. We won the game today and everyone was very happy. The most important thing is that I have met a good brother like Jang Chen, I should celebrate. Everyone agreed, yes, we should celebrate, how about we go to the bar? Okay, let us go to the bar. Chapter 18 Chapter 018 My sister-in-law was stunned. The group started heading towards the bar. In order to make it more lively, everyone did not choose a private room, but sat directly in the booths on the second floor of the bar hall. Come on, don't go home until you're drunk tonight. Zhang Jiaxuan picked up a box of wine and put it on the table. I am so happy today. Come on, Brother Chen, let me toast you. Huang Yifei poured Jang Chen a glass of wine and was about to toast with him. Jang Chen took it and drank it in one gulp. Everyone cheered. Brother Chen was really straightforward. Brother Chen is the great contributor today. Come, let us all toast to Brother Chen. A group of people crowded around Jang Chen to toast him. When Jang Chen and his friends were drinking happily, cheers suddenly came from the lobby on the first floor. What's going on downstairs? Zhang Jiaxuan asked. Huang Yifei said, I'll go down and take a look. Soon, Huang Yifei came up and said, someone was playing darts downstairs, and it seemed like he was quite good at it. He looked at Jang Chen, Brother Chen, are you interested in darts? If you are interested, you can go down and play a few rounds. Jang Chen thought of the god-level dart skill that the system had rewarded him with, and he was still a little eager to try it out. Feeling someone pulling his arm, he turned his head to look at Su Ningyan beside him. Su Ningyan had also drunk a little wine at this time, with a blush on her face, and her eyes were shining as she looked at him. Jang Chen, do you want to go downstairs and play darts? Jang Chen asked back, do you want me to go down and play? Su Ningyan nodded heavily, yes. Meng Yao also joined a dart club before, and I went there with her several times. Every time I see those guys throwing darts, I think it's so cool. I think it would be even cooler if you came. Jang Chen smiled. Do you trust me so much? What if I don't know how to play? Su Ningyan now has a blind admiration for Jang Chen. No, I believe you must be the best. Being looked at like this by his wife, Jang Chen felt a surge of pride in his heart. He stood up and said, okay, since you want to see it, let's go down and play a few games. When Zhang Jiaxuan and the others saw him taking Su Ningyan down, they quickly got up and followed. Brother Chen, do you really want to go down and play? Throwing darts is different from driving a car. Brother Chen, can you do it? You actually doubt whether Brother Chen can do it? Go away, get out of the way. How can my brother Chen not do it? Of course he can do it. A group of people came to the dart throwing area in the first floor lobby, chatting and laughing. Standing in front of the dartboard at this time was a man with a big beard. This bearded man seemed to have defeated several people in a row and was being surrounded and cheered by the crowd. Brother Luo is really awesome. He is worthy of being the best darts player in our bar. No one can match him. Lao Luo is Lao Luo. With one move, he suppressed all these people in an instant. He is really awesome. Brother Luo, please teach us when you have time, and let us learn your dart throwing technique. The bearded man was flattered by everyone and looked very proud. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Jiang Chen and the others coming over here. He scolded rudely, "What are you doing here? If you have nothing to do, just get out of here and don't bother me teaching you how to throw darts." Originally, Jiang Chen just came here to satisfy his urge to throw darts and planned to leave after playing for a while. He didn't expect the bearded man to speak so rudely, and he frowned. Huang Yifei on the side spoke up, "This bar is not yours, why are you asking us to get out? We're here to throw darts, make way." The bearded man scoffed. Throwing darts? You guys? Don't you even know how to hold a dart? Zhang Jiaxuan and the others looked a little unhappy. At least it's better than yours. The people around laughed. Ah, Lao Luo, some people say that they can throw darts better than you, why don't you show them? Yes, let these bastards see what real dart skills are. The bearded man looked very pleased and said, "Okay, today I will let you see how the best dart thrower actually throws darts." He picked up the dart and threw it at the dartboard, hitting the 9th ring directly. The people who come to the bar to play darts are all amateurs. Being able to throw the dart into the 9 rings in one go is a really good result. No wonder this bearded guy is praised so much by everyone. Zhang Jiaxuan and the others looked a little unhappy. They didn't expect that this bearded man actually had some skills. Brother Xian, can you throw darts? Huang Yifei asked Zhang Jiaxuan quietly. Zhang Jiaxuan looked embarrassed. I am usually only interested in racing and don't really play darts. The implication is that it won T. Huang Yifei had no choice but to ask other people in the club. The others either had little experience with the game like Zhang Jiaxuan, or were very bad at it. In short, none of them were useful. Huang Yifei and the others were embarrassed now. The bearded man saw their expressions and looked even more smug. Aren't we supposed to be throwing darts? What are you guys still hesitating about? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself later? Trash is trash. How dare you speak nonsense in front of my brother Luo? This sentence was too harsh to hear, and Jiang Chen's face darkened completely. He stood up and glanced at the bearded man coldly, "Let me play with you." As he slowly rolled up his sleeves, he said calmly, "But before we play, we need to make some bets." He signaled to Huang Yifei and asked him to bring a few baskets of wine from the bar. Whoever lost would have to drink all the wine. Everyone looked at the wine and couldn't help swallowing. If I drink all of this, wouldn't I lose half my life? The bearded man's face turned gloomy. You are so arrogant, kid. I think you are looking for death. Okay, let us do as you say. Whoever loses will drink the wine. The game begins. There are 5 rounds in total. After 5 rounds, whoever has the most rings wins. The first one to throw was the bearded man. He continued to perform steadily this time and directly threw 9 rings. He looked at Jiang Chen with a smug look on his face. "Boy, it's not too late for you to beg for mercy now." Jiang Chen didn't even glance at him. He walked to the designated position, holding the dart in his right hand and staring at the dartboard. Zhang Jiaxuan and the others looked a little nervous. How many rings do you think Chen Gu will hit? Can he beat that bearded guy? This is hard to guess. If it's racing, I can guarantee that Brother Chen will win. But as for throwing darts, I have never seen Brother Chen throw darts. But looking at Brother Chen's posture, he looks more professional than a professional. Maybe he is very good at throwing darts. Yes, yes, yes. Let us not talk about anything else. Just look at Brother Chen's posture of aiming the dart at the dartboard. I have to say it's really handsome. Look, my sister-in-law is stunned. Chapter 19 Chapter 019 My husband is the most handsome. Su Ningyan was caught off guard by being mentioned and her face instantly turned red. She stammered, where is it? The people in the club deliberately teased, oh, does this mean that Brother Chen is not handsome? Su Ningyan's cheeks were burning hot. She hesitated for a moment and whispered, it's indeed very handsome. My husband is the most handsome. For a moment, the people in the club felt like they were being fed a lot of dog food. Everyone is envious, jealous, and hateful. Oh, I really envy Brother Chen. I also want to have a wife. You're overthinking it. You don't even have a girlfriend, yet you're dreaming of having a wife? Unless you're half as handsome as Brother Chen. While everyone was making fun of him, Jang Chen had already raised his hand and threw the dart towards the dartboard. Everyone's eyes immediately fixed on the dartboard. The moment they saw the dart fall, everyone was stunned, followed by a cheer. Oh my god, it's actually a 10 ring, and it hits the center of the dartboard. Brother Chen is so awesome. Brother Chen is worthy of being Brother Chen. Not only is he good at racing, he is also so good at darts. Brother Chen, what else can't you do? You're so good. The bearded man looked extremely unhappy. He didn't expect that Jang Chen would hit the bullseye right away. This was simply a slap in his face. He gritted his teeth and said, you were just lucky just now, you won't be so lucky next round. He picked up the second dart and continued throwing it at the dartboard. I don't know if it was affected by Jang Chen's previous hit on the bull's eye, but his performance this round was not as good as before, and he only hit the 8 rings. Jang Chen stood at the designated position holding the second dart. During the first round, he stood for a long time because he had never played darts before and was still getting used to it. With the experience and the god-level dart skills rewarded by the system, Jang Chen just casually glanced at the dartboard and threw the dart, and it hit the bullseye again. Everyone's jaw dropped. The first time could be considered luck, but what about the second time? In the third, fourth, and fifth rounds, Jang Chen hit the bullseye. Everyone went from disbelief at first, to amazement, to admiration, and finally to numbness. Compared to Jang Chen, who hit the bullseye in every round, the bearded man was obviously affected and his performance became worse and worse. In the last round, the dart slipped out of his hand and didn't even touch the edge of the dartboard, falling directly to the ground. Everyone sighed. The result was obvious, Jang Chen won. Zhang Jiaxuan and the others began to cheer. It's absolutely amazing. When Brother Chen threw the dart just now, his posture was so cool. Brother Chen is so awesome. He just stands there and shoots the ball casually, and hits the bullseye. He is absolutely my idol. Brother Chen is not only a good driver, he is also very good at darts. Most importantly, he is so handsome. Look at the beauties in the bar, they are all fascinated by Brother Chen. How can we men live like this? I have to say that Jang Chen's dart throwing skills were so cool and powerful that the girls around him were starry-eyed and looked like crazy fans. There were even several people who couldn't help but come forward to ask for contact information. Su Ningyan, who was standing by, felt alarm bells ringing in her mind. She walked quickly to Jang Chen, hugged his arm, looked up at him, and said sweetly, honey, you were really awesome just now. The girls stopped in their tracks instantly and some of them backed off. It's not because Jang Chen is married, but because Su Ningyan is so beautiful and has a great figure. They felt that if they went back, they would be bringing shame upon themselves. In an instant, all the girls dared not come forward anymore. Jang Chen naturally saw through Su Ningyan's little thoughts. He looked down at the small woman who had huddled in his arms. Su Ningyan looked at him innocently and even blinked at him. Jang Chen smiled helplessly, reached out and rubbed her head without saying anything more. He looked at the bearded man with a cold expression. Now it's time to fulfill your bet. The bearded man took a look at the boxes of wine and his expression turned a little grim. He obviously didn't want to drink and wanted to shirk his responsibility. The people around started to make noises. Lao Luo, you are not going to default on your debt because you can't afford to lose, right? Lao Luo, if you are a man, drink this wine. That's right, you have to accept the consequences of your bet. The bearded man was stuck there, unable to move forward or backward, and in the end he had no choice but to drink it. By the end of his drinking, he had passed out. After playing darts, Zhang Jiaxuan and the others went back to the booth on the second floor. This time, everyone was more enthusiastic towards Jang Chen and toasted him one after another. Su Ningyan thought that Jang Chen was only a senior student and probably didn't have much experience in society. I was worried that he wouldn't be able to handle drinking so much. She took the initiative to stand up and drink the wine for Jang Chen. Everyone exclaimed. I didn't expect that my sister-in-law is such a straightforward person. She is truly a heroine. My sister-in-law is so nice to Brother Chen that she even took the initiative to block the wine for him. Oh, I also want to find a wife as good as my sister-in-law. Su Ningyan, this little woman, can't drink much. Halfway through drinking with everyone, she was already a little drunk. Jiang Chen, I feel dizzy. She covered her head and fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reached out and hugged her to prevent her from falling. You can't drink that much, why are you rushing to drink it for me? Su Ningyan leaned in his arms and rubbed her head gently, saying, I'm worried about you. You've already drunk a lot of alcohol before, and you won't be able to bear it if you drink anymore. Jiang Chen felt warm in his heart. It's okay. That little bit of wine is nothing to me. The couple were whispering to each other here, while the other singles felt like they were surrounded by lemons. Brother Chen, sister-in-law, stop hiding there and whispering. Hurry up and have a drink with your brothers. Unable to resist everyone's enthusiasm, Jiang Chen and Su Ningyan were once again pulled into the drinking party. In the end, almost everyone was drunk, and only Jiang Chen was barely sober. He booked a few rooms for Zhang Jiaxuan and the others in the hotel above the bar, had someone send them in, and prepared to take Su Ningyan home. Because he was drunk and couldn't drive, Jiang Chen called a designated driver. Su Ningyan, who had been relatively quiet at first, began to become restless, perhaps because she was drunk. She kept burrowing into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen, you are really awesome today. You are great at racing and throwing darts. I am so lucky to have found such a good husband like you. Look at you, you are young, handsome, considerate, a good cook, a good driver, can speak French, and are great at darts. You are so outstanding, will you be seduced by other beauties one day and leave me alone? She looked at Jiang Chen with tears in her eyes. Chapter 20 Chapter 020 Husband, I want a hug. Jiang Chen felt a little softened by her look and coaxed her, no, you are so beautiful and so cute. I like you so much that I can't wait to like you. How could I not want you? Su Ningyan put her arms around his neck. Really? Jiang Chen nodded, really. Su Ningyan's eyes lit up in an instant, and a bright smile appeared on her face. She straddled Jiang Chen's thighs, put her arms around his neck, lowered her head, and quickly kissed him on the lips. I like you too. I have liked you for 3 years. She seemed a little tired and fell asleep with her head resting on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen originally wanted to ask her what she meant by saying she had liked him for 3 years, but now he had to take his words back. He adjusted his posture, trying to make Su Ningyan more comfortable. However, he regretted it as soon as he moved. Su Ningyan was now sitting astride his legs, and any slight movement would pull some part of her body. He is a normal man after all, with a beautiful woman in his arms, and she is his wife whom he is already registered with. It is impossible for him not to have any thoughts about her. He didn't dare to move, but Su Ningyan, who was sleeping, seemed to feel uncomfortable leaning on him and couldn't help but adjust her movements. Jiang Chen's body stiffened for a moment, and sweat began to form on his forehead. Finally, he couldn't help it and hugged the little woman in his arms tightly, preventing her from moving. Be good and don't move. As if hearing his words, Su Ningyan really stopped moving. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen took Su Ningyan back to the apartment. Jiang Chen reached out to open the door and was about to help Su Ningyan in. Su Ningyan started to act like a spoiled child. Husband, carry me in, I want a hug. I didn't expect that this little woman was quiet for a while and now she's here again. Jiang Chen had a headache. Okay, I'll carry you in. He bent down and picked up Su Ningyan horizontally. Su Ningyan immediately put her arms around his neck with a sweet smile on her face. You are so nice, husband. Husband, you are the best husband in the world. She then adapted the song Only Mother is Good in the World into Only Husband is Good in the World. Jang Chen was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He carried Su Ningyan towards her bedroom. After putting her on the bed, taking off her shoes and covering her with a blanket, he prepared to leave. Su Ningyan reached out and grabbed his right hand. Jang Chen looked back and asked helplessly for the umpteenth time, "What happened again?" Su Ningyan pouted and said, "I smell so bad. I want to take a shower. Husband, please give me a shower." Jang Chen's body stiffened for a moment. Bath? He looked down at Su Ningyan lying on the bed. The other person was looking at him innocently, as if he had no idea how impactful his words were. Jang Chen took a deep breath. If it weren't for the fact that Su Ningyan, the little woman, was still drunk, he wouldn't want to take advantage of her. He really wanted to deal with this little woman Su Ningyan immediately, to see if she dared to keep saying things that would make people think too much. He tried to stay calm and said with a hard heart that he couldn't take a shower. Su Ningyan pursed her lips and looked at him with tearful eyes. "But I really smell bad. I don't like smells, I like things that smell good. Husband, please help me, okay? Husband, you are the best." When a woman acts coquettishly, she can really kill a man. What else can Jang Chen do? Naturally, I had no choice but to agree to her. However, he did not give her a bath as Su Ningyan asked, but instead wiped her body. However, wiping the body is also a job that tests his willpower. Jang Chen sat beside the bed with a basin of water. Su Ningyan immediately stretched out her hands to help him wipe them. Jang Chen held her hand in his palm and began to wipe her hands carefully. I have to say that this little woman Su Ningyan is very delicate. The fingers are white, slender and soft, and feel very good when held in the palm of your hand. Jang Chen couldn't help but pinch it a few times. Su Ningyan looked at him curiously. "Husband, why are you pinching my hand?" Jang Chen coughed and said seriously, "I'm massaging your hand." "Okay, I've finished wiping my hands, now it's time to wipe my face." Su Ningyan didn't have any doubt, raised her little face and said, "Okay." Jang Chen leaned over and began to wipe her face carefully. While wiping, he looked at Su Ningyan's facial features. He had seen this face many times, but every time he saw it, he was still amazed by the delicate and beautiful features. Especially those big watery eyes, which were now filled with my own image. And those red lips, slightly parted, seemed to be tempting him to do something outrageous. "Husband, you are rubbing too hard, it hurts." Su Ningyan's aggrieved voice came from his ears. Jang Chen woke up immediately and noticed that his hand holding the towel had been on Su Ningyan's forehead for a long time. He seemed to have used too much force just now, and his forehead was already a little red. Su Ningyan was looking at him with tears in her eyes at this moment, with a sense of grievance and accusation. Jang Chen felt a little guilty. Su Ningyan pouted and said, "Blow on it for me, it won't hurt anymore." Jang Chen had no choice but to lower his head and blow towards her forehead. Su Ningyan immediately smiled and looked very happy. This little look is so cute. Jang Chen couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her nose. Su Ningyan immediately wrinkled her nose in protest. Jang Chen withdrew his hand and began to wipe her feet. The feet are white and tender, small and cute. Jang Chen held it in his palm and began to wipe it carefully. When the soles of her feet were rubbed, Su Ningyan seemed to feel itchy. She struggled and said with a smile, "It's so itchy, honey, my feet are so itchy, don't rub them anymore." Jang Chen felt a surge of evil interest at this moment. He held Su Ningyan's feet tightly and even reached out to scratch them deliberately. Su Ningyan couldn't help it, her body kept rolling on the bed, and she laughed so hard that tears came out. Due to her movement, the clothes were accidentally torn open. Jang Chen froze instantly. After a long while, he quickly let go of Su Ningyan's feet. This can't go on any longer. If this continues, he will really turn into a wolf and pounce on this drunken woman who keeps flirting with him. He took a deep breath and quickened the pace of wiping Su Ningyan's body. The hands and feet were fine, but the most terrible thing was when he wiped Su Ningyan's body, it almost killed Jang Chen. Especially Su Ningyan, this little woman is still restless. Jang Chen wanted to just pounce on the man several times, but seeing the drunken and innocent look on his face, he really couldn't do it. One day he will get it back from this little woman Su Ningyan. After struggling to wipe Su Ningyan's body, Jang Chen immediately ran out of Su Ningyan's bedroom with a basin of water. He ran straight to the bathroom and took a cold shower for more than half an hour before he finally calmed down. Chapter 21 Chapter 021 I can't wait to announce to everyone that Jang Chen is her husband. Worried about Su Ningyan's situation, after thinking about it, he walked towards Su Ningyan's bedroom. At this time, Su Ningyan seemed to be tired. She was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, breathing steadily, and sleeping soundly. I don't know what she was dreaming about, her mouth was slightly open and she was mumbling something. Jang Chen lowered his head to listen curiously. Jang Chen, I like you. Jang Chen was stunned for a moment, the corners of his mouth kept rising. He kissed Su Ningyan on the forehead and whispered, I like you too. Good night and have a sweet dream. I got up and went back to my bedroom to rest. Monday morning. Su Ningyan sat in the office chair, thinking about what happened on Saturday night, her cheeks flushed again. What on earth was she thinking that night? She was so bold as to sit directly on Jang Chen's lap. She also kept pestering Jang Chen for a hug and a bath. Although I didn't take a shower in the end, wiping my body would have made almost the same difference. Because of this incident, she was almost too embarrassed to see Jang Chen when she woke up the next day. She had been avoiding Jang Chen for almost the entire day yesterday. It was so embarrassing. When Lin Mengyao came in, she saw her best friend with a blushing face like a girl in love. She walked over and said unhappily, I know you are married and have a husband now, but you don't have to act like you are being well taken care of by your husband all day long, right? Lin Mengyao made a sour sound as a single person. Su Ningyan's face turned even redder. What moisturizing? What nonsense are you talking about? Why did you come to see me suddenly? Remembering that she had important things to do, Lin Mengyao stopped joking with Su Ningyan. Here's the thing, I need your help. To be exact, I want to ask your husband to do me a favor. Su Ningyan was stunned. You want to ask Jang Chen for help? Lin Mengyao nodded, yes. Didn't I tell you before that I joined a darts club? I made a bet with someone before. If we lose. Lin Mengyao looked a little embarrassed and was about to shave her head on the spot. She took a photo of her bald head and posted it on her Moments. This is simply a large-scale social death scene. By then, Lin Mengyao probably won't be able to face her friends again. So she must not lose. Su Ningyan really didn't know what expression to show. Your bet is really. Lin Mengyao coughed, so you must help me, I don't want to shave my head. Su Ningyan nodded and said, of course I will help you if I can, but why did you think of asking Jang Chen for help? She had never mentioned to Lin Mengyao that Jang Chen could play darts. How did Mengyao know about it? Lin Mengyao took out her mobile phone and opened the TikTok app. I didn't know it at first, but someone posted a video of Jang Chen playing darts in a bar. Your husband is so handsome and so good at playing darts that he instantly attracted a lot of fans who love his looks, and his popularity instantly soared. I just accidentally clicked on this video and found out that your husband is so good at darts. Su Ningyan moved closer. It showed Jang Chen standing in front of a dartboard, holding a dart in one hand, with the corner of his mouth curled up, looking casual and unrestrained. Then he casually swung his right hand, and the dart hit the center of the dartboard directly. Although Su Ningyan had seen Jang Chen like this before, when she saw him again, she had to say that Jang Chen was really handsome at this moment. Lin Mengyao turned around and saw her best friend staring at Jang Chen on the phone with starry eyes. She said unhappily, Hey, you haven't seen enough after watching for so long? Look at you, you crazy look, your saliva is about to flow out. Where is the saliva? Su Ningyan subconsciously reached out to wipe it, but there was nothing. She glanced at Lin Mengyao. This girl is playing tricks on her. Lin Mengyao brought up the serious matter and said, look, your Jang Chen is so good at playing darts. He will definitely be able to help me win this bet. So Yan, I'm asking you to talk to Jang Chen and ask him to help me. Su Ningyan was a little embarrassed. I can't guarantee this, but I will mention it to Jang Chen. If he is willing to help, then help him. If he is not willing, you cannot force him. Lin Mengyao was furious. Okay, your husband is the most important. As his best friend, I can only stand aside in front of him. Anyway, no matter what, you must tell Jang Chen. Su Ningyan waved at her and said, I understand. I'll tell him. If you have nothing to do, please get out and don't disturb me while I'm working. After driving Lin Mengyao away, Su Ningyan thought for a while, took out her mobile phone, and clicked on the video that Lin Mengyao had shown her before. Jang Chen in the video is still so handsome. She held her phone and smiled foolishly for a while, then clicked on the comments below to read them. Wow, this guy is so handsome, I just realized it now. The little brother was so cool when he played darts, he was so handsome that it made me bleed. I don't know if this guy has a girlfriend. If not, can I introduce myself? Hey brother, look at me and ask for support, or I can support you. There were a bunch of people asking for support or wanting to support Jang Chen, which made Su Ningyan very angry. She wanted to announce to everyone that Jang Chen was hers, her husband, and you guys couldn't even think about it. Just as she was thinking about whether to start a war of words with these netizens, she turned to the comments below. Wake up, did you not see the beautiful woman in the video throwing herself into the arms of the young man and calling him husband? She's probably married now, so you have no chance. That is, if the person above wants to recommend himself, he should also consider whether he is as pretty as other beauties or whether he has a good figure as other beauties. As soon as this sentence came out, a bunch of female netizens retreated instantly. Well, they are indeed not as pretty as the beauties in the video. Well, it turns out that all the handsome guys belong to other people as families, and we can only watch them like this. I have to say, this young man and this beautiful sister are quite a match, they are simply a perfect match. Seeing this, Su Ningyan finally felt much better. That's right, only she and Jang Chen are the best match. She and Jang Chen are a perfect match. She held her phone and smiled foolishly for a long time before starting to work. When I get off work. Jang Chen drove Su Ningyan home. The two returned to the apartment, changed into slippers, and Jang Chen carried the ingredients to the kitchen. Su Ningyan followed him closely. Jang Chen didn't pay attention, and when he turned around, the other party bumped into him directly. It hurts. Su Ningyan covered her forehead and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Jang Chen reached out and rubbed her forehead. He said, "Don't follow me silently next time, or we'll bump into each other again." Su Ningyan pouted and responded, "I understand." Chapter 22 Chapter 022 It's just a kiss, it's not like I haven't kissed before. Jang Chen looked at her. You've been worried since you got off work. Is there something you want to tell me? Su Ningyan hesitated for a moment and brought up Lin Mengyao. Jang Chen smiled. It turned out that he wanted me to help win the dart bet. This is quite simple, I can agree to it. Su Ningyan's eyes lit up, and she was about to say something grateful when she heard Jang Chen say, "But if you want my help, shouldn't you give me some compensation first?" Su Ningyan was stunned. What reward? For some reason, she subconsciously looked at Jang Chen's lips. Jang Chen had mentioned something similar before, and at that time he had almost asked me to kiss him. Why are you staring at my mouth? Do you want to kiss me? Jang Chen looked at her with a teasing expression. Su Ningyan's face flushed red, how could I? Seeing that Jang Chen was still staring at her, Su Ningyan felt an inexplicable impulse in her heart. It's just a kiss, it's not like we haven't kissed before. She took a deep breath, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Jang Chen on the mouth. She moved quickly, kissing him once and then pulling away. By the time Jang Chen reacted, the little woman Su Ningyan had already run into the room shyly. Jang Chen looked at the direction she left, reached out and touched his mouth, and chuckled softly. Okay, since this little woman took the initiative to give me a kiss, I will make her a delicious meal tonight. He turned and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for tonight. The next day. Lin Mengyao rushed into the CEO's office and asked anxiously, "How is it? Did Jang Chen agree?" Su Ningyan nodded and he agreed. By the way, when does your bet start? Who will be there then? Lin Mengyao replied that it would start tomorrow evening. It started with an outdoor barbecue, where everyone gathered together to eat and then started the entertainment activities. The main entertainment activity this time was playing darts, which was the bet between me and that woman Wang Ali. Su Ningyan pondered for a moment. According to Mengyao, the people who will be there will probably be some rich young masters and daughters, so they should pay attention to their clothing. Thinking of this, she remembered that when she helped Jang Chen move, there seemed to be only a few clothes in his suitcase. It seems like I have to take Jang Chen out to buy some clothes after get off work. When it was time to get off work, Jang Chen was preparing to drive Su Ningyan back to the apartment as usual. Su Ningyan quickly spoke, "Wait a minute, let us not go home yet, let us go to Nanhua Plaza first." Jang Chen paused. Why did he suddenly want to go to Nanhua Plaza? Did he want to buy something? Su Ningyan nodded. The people participating in the event tomorrow are all from wealthy families, so they need to dress more formally, so I plan to go buy some clothes. Jang Chen thought Su Ningyan was buying clothes for herself, but he didn't expect that as soon as they went up to the clothing area on the second floor, Suning-yen pulled him into a high-end men's clothing brand store. What do you think of the royal blue one? What about this black one? By the way, there is also this white one, which seems to be okay too. Suning-yen took a pile of clothes and gestured in front of Jang Chen. Every time she picked up one, she thought it would look good on Jang Chen. She hesitated for a while, and finally pushed all the clothes in her hands onto Jang Chen. I might as well try all of these out, and if they all look good on me, I'll buy them all. Jang Chen didn't react at all, but the salesperson next to him was almost beaming with joy. Their store is a famous high-end luxury brand store, and each piece of clothing costs at least tens of thousands. And the clothes that Suning-yen picked for Jang Chen were naturally the best. If all the clothes she pushed to Jang Chen were to be bought, it would probably cost over $1 million. Thinking of this, the smile on the salesperson's face became even brighter. The clothes in our store are of the best quality and style. This gentleman has such a great figure, he will definitely look great in it. The changing room is right here, sir. You can go in and change directly. Jang Chen had no choice but to carry a pile of clothes into the locker room. He changed his clothes quickly and soon came out wearing a black suit. To be honest, this was the first time he dressed so formally in front of Suning-yen. So when he walked out, Suning-yen was stunned. She just stood there staring at him blankly, without responding for a long time. In the end, Jang Chen walked over and snapped his fingers in front of her. Wake up! Suning-yen woke up, her face completely red, and her eyes kept glancing at him. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she pounced on Jang Chen. Jang Chen, you are so handsome. Jang Chen reached out and hugged her, jokingly saying, so a certain little woman was completely mesmerized by me just now and didn't react for a long time? Suning-yen blushed, thinking of her silly look just now, and said a little embarrassedly, it's because you are too handsome. By the way, there are other clothes, you can go in and try them on. The first set of clothes was so beautiful that Suning-yen couldn't wait to see Jang Chen change into other clothes. After Jang Chen went in, the salesperson next to him said to Suning-yen with envy, is this gentleman your boyfriend? Your boyfriend has a great body, he's a natural clothes hanger. When he came out in that black suit just now, I thought I was watching an international fashion show for male models. Suning-yen looked sweet and said, of course, my husband is the best. The salesperson was stunned, husband? Suning-yen nodded and raised her right hand wearing the ring. Yes, we are married, this is the wedding ring he gave me. Since the salesperson could work in this high-end men's clothing brand store, he naturally had some vision and quickly realized that the ring on Suning-yen's hand was a new style of L brand. She remembered that the ring cost 990,000 yuan. She looked at the diamond on the ring with envy, saying, Miss, you are so lucky to have found such a good husband. The smile on Suning-yen's face became even brighter. Not long after, Jang Chen came out wearing his second set of clothes. He was wearing white this time. When Suning-yen saw him come out, her eyes brightened even more. Jang Chen, you look like a Prince Charming like this. No, I should say he is more handsome than Prince Charming. Jang Chen stepped forward and pinched her nose, you are so sweet. Next, Jang Chen tried on a few more sets of clothes. Seeing that Suning-yen wanted to give him more clothes to try on, he quickly spoke to stop her, that's enough, no more buying. Suning-yen reluctantly withdrew her right hand that was about to take the clothes. Now that I have bought enough clothes, I should be able to buy other things, right? Suning-yen turned her gaze elsewhere. Chapter 23 Chapter 023 I just think my wife is so virtuous. The salesperson next to him said with a discreet look, I see that you two also bought several suits. This suit naturally needs to be paired with a suitable tie. The ties in our store are pretty good. Why don't you take a look? Suning-yen's eyes lit up. Yes, you can also buy ties. Suning-yen immediately walked towards where the ties were placed with great interest. Jang Chen looked helpless. This little woman Suning-yen is addicted to shopping. Following the salesperson's introduction, Suning-yen came up to Jang Chen with several ties, seemingly intending to help him put them on herself. She looked at Jang Chen, who was almost a head taller than her, and whispered, you are too tall, I can't reach you. Can you lower your head a little? Jang Chen glanced at her and lowered his head obediently. Suning-yen took a tie, stood on tiptoe, and put it around his neck. Jang Chen looked down at her seriously tying his tie, and his heart was inexplicably moved. The salesperson standing by was so happy that his eyes were filled with love. It's because these two people are so good-looking, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Especially at this moment, the beautiful girl was carefully tying the tie for the handsome guy, while the handsome guy was looking down at the beautiful girl with a loving expression. This picture is so beautiful. The salesperson couldn't help but secretly took out his mobile phone, took a picture of the scene, and posted it on WeChat Moments. The circle of friends immediately attracted a lot of likes and comments. Oh my god, what celebrity couple is this? They are so good looking. Ah, this guy is so handsome, his eyes are so deep, my god, I can't stop my heart beating even through the screen. Sister, do you know the contact information of this handsome guy? Please introduce him to me. The salesperson began to respond. They are not a celebrity couple, but customers of my store. And they are a couple, so those sisters who are craving for handsome guys can take a break. A lot of emotion below. I remember that you work in a G-brand men's clothing store. Each piece of G-brand clothing costs at least tens of thousands of dollars. It seems that this couple is quite wealthy. She is so beautiful and rich. Does she want to let people live? You and me under the lemon tree. Su Ningyan had just helped Jang Chen put on his tie when she looked up and met Jang Chen's deep eyes. A blush crept up her fair cheeks, and she said a little embarrassedly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jang Chen smiled and said, "I just think my wife is so virtuous." The blush on Su Ningyan's face deepened. After buying Jang Chen's things, the two left the store. The salesperson stood at the door and watched them leave with an enthusiastic look on his face. The things these two people just bought cost more than 1 million yuan. Her performance this month must be off the charts. However, when I thought about how others easily spent more than 1 million to buy clothes, while I could only stand here and sell clothes in misery, I felt inexplicably sad. I don't know if it was because she was in the mood for shopping, but after buying things for Jang Chen, Su Ningyan started planning to buy things for herself. Jang Chen had a headache. Going shopping with a woman is really hard work. It feels more tiring than working for several days. However, accompanying his wife shopping is one of the qualities of a good husband, so he continued to patiently accompany Su Ningyan shopping. Not long after they walked, they saw an L-brand high-end women's clothing store. Su Ningyan's eyes lit up, and she immediately pulled Jang Chen inside. "Jang Chen, what do you think of this set?" Su Ningyan asked Jang Chen, holding a waist-hugging blue long dress. Jang Chen took a closer look and thought it was pretty good, showing off his figure. He thought it would look good on him. Su Ningyan had a bright smile on her face and said, "I'll take this set." Then she picked up another purple backless long dress. "What about this one?" Jang Chen took a look at it and thought it was not bad. "It could show off your beautiful back. You would definitely look beautiful if you put it on." Su Ningyan felt sweet at this moment and continued to ask Jang Chen for other clothes. No matter which piece of clothing she picked up, Jang Chen answered her patiently, unlike other men who either remained silent or were perfunctory. The short-haired woman who was trying on clothes nearby looked envious. She complained to her husband, "Look at you, you just walked with me for a while and then you said you were tired and wanted to go back. Asking you about your clothes with an impatient look on his face. Look at that handsome guy, how patient he is with his wife. Look at you again, you are not as handsome as me, you don't have a good figure as me, and you don't even have the patience to accompany your wife shopping for clothes. I really don't know what I liked about you in the first place. I must have been blind." The man was embarrassed by what his wife said, but he didn't know how to refute it. At this time, Su Ningyan was walking towards the fitting room with several sets of clothes. Jang Chen sat on the sofa outside the fitting room and waited. There were several men who looked like Jang Chen sitting on the sofa, all of them were shopping with their women. They glanced at the several bags Jang Chen had placed aside. The G-brand logo on the bag is so conspicuous. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Brother, you're so good. You actually bought so many G-brand clothes at once. It must have cost a lot of money, right?" Another person interjected, "I took a look and the total amount is estimated to be more than 1 million. I wonder where my brother is doing well." Jang Chen said directly, "I can't say I have a high position, I'm just an intern." Several men were stunned. "Intern? Bro, are you kidding us?" "Yes, if I'm just an intern, how can I afford clothes worth more than 1 million? Jang Chen confessed honestly that he did not buy these. The men were startled again and thought of something. They looked Jang Chen up and down and said with envy, "Yeah, look at your appearance, young, handsome, and in good shape, no wonder you can be supported by a rich woman. I really envy you, brother. If I look like you, I would also like to find a rich woman to support me. Unfortunately, I don't have the conditions. The most important thing is, I remember that the person who came in with you was a beauty. Not only are you being kept by a rich woman, but you are also a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. I am so envious. Seeing that these people were talking more and more outrageous, Jang Chen coughed and said, I'm not being kept by a rich woman. The white, rich and beautiful woman you are talking about is my wife. We got our marriage certificate not long ago. Several men looked at Jang Chen with almost admiration. Brother, you are so awesome, you are a role model among us men. Why don't we have the luck like you to marry a beautiful, rich and white wife? Well, it's also true that with our situation, we can only marry a yellow-faced woman. While the men were talking, Su Ningyan's shouting was heard from the locker room. Honey, my hair is stuck in the zipper, please come in and help me. Jang Chen responded, okay. Get up and walk to the locker room. Chapter 24 Chapter 024 You are dressed very beautifully, I am amazed by you. The other men looked at his back with envy. It turns out they are really a couple, this guy is really awesome. She even asked him to go into the locker room. It's easy for a man and a woman to go off without her. Several men smiled knowingly. In the locker room. As soon as Jang Chen walked in, he saw Su Ningyan's beautiful white and smooth back. He paused instantly. Su Ningyan looked at him with some confusion. Why are you standing there motionless? Come over here and help me quickly, my hair is stuck in the zipper and it hurts. Jang Chen took a deep breath and strode over. Maybe it was because they were in a confined space, or because the distance between them was too close, but Jang Chen could clearly smell a faint and elegant fragrance wafting from Su Ningyan. He couldn't help but move closer, lowered his head and sniffed carefully. What are you doing? It's so itchy. Su Ningyan smiled and shrank her neck. Jang Chen came to his senses and stepped back a little. He took several deep breaths and managed to calm down a little. He began to carefully untie Su Ningyan's hair that was tangled in the zipper. He actually started to get serious, and it was Su Ningyan's turn to get distracted. Su Ningyan's ears turned red as she could faintly smell the scent of Jang Chen from her nose. She wanted to step back, but Jang Chen reminded her, don't move. She had no choice but to stay still. But my heart was beating like a deer. This feeling of being completely surrounded by Jang Chen's aura is really strange. She couldn't help but urge in a low voice, are you ready? After a while, Jang Chen finally separated her hair from the zipper. All right. Su Ningyan immediately distanced herself from him, turned her back to him, and didn't dare to look back at him at all. Jang Chen was a little surprised. After taking a look at her red ears, he understood a little. He took a deliberate step forward. Su Ningyan jumped forward a few times like a frightened rabbit and exclaimed, ah! You don't come over here. This look made Jang Chen feel like a gangster. Jang Chen was a little amused and stopped teasing her. Okay, I want to go over there. I'll go out first. He turned and walked out of the locker room. After a long while, Su Ningyan turned around and let out a long sigh, feeling unclear whether it was relief or regret. What regret? What on earth was she thinking? She reached out and patted her burning cheeks, trying to sober herself up. This trip took almost 3 hours. It was too late, so Jang Chen and the others had dinner outside before going home. The next day. Because the event that Lin Mengyao mentioned started in the evening and the time was quite tight. So Jang Chen and Su Ningyan stayed in the company after get off work and changed into the clothes they bought yesterday. Jang Chen was wearing a white suit. In order to match with him, Su Ningyan planned to wear the white off-shoulder long dress she bought yesterday. It takes a lot of time for women to dress up before going out. To avoid being bored, Jang Chen sat on the sofa in the office and browsed his phone. By the time he started yawning from scrolling through his phone, the door to the lounge was finally opened. Jang Chen subconsciously looked up and was stunned for a moment. Su Ningyan was wearing a pair of red high heels, a white long dress, her long hair loose, her fiery red lips slightly raised, and she was walking towards him step by step. At that moment, Jang Chen clearly felt his heart beating faster. He subconsciously stood up straight and looked at Su Ningyan, who was walking towards him. Su Ningyan seemed a little embarrassed by his gaze, and a blush appeared on her fair cheeks. She whispered, "Why are you staring at me? Am I not dressed well?" Jang Chen came back to his senses and looked at her. "No, you look very beautiful in this dress. I am stunned by you." Su Ningyan couldn't help feeling happy and looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Really?" Jang Chen nodded and said, "Well, you are dressed very beautifully." The light in Su Ningyan's eyes became brighter. She thought of something and pouted. "If you think I'm beautiful, why are you just standing there motionless?" Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. "Does this mean that I should do something?" He reached out and put his arm around Su Ningyan's waist, pulling her into his arms. Su Ningyan exclaimed, and then a warm feeling came on her lips. It was Jang Chen who kissed her. It was unknown how long it had been before Jang Chen finally let go of Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan's lips were red and glistening with moisture. She seemed embarrassed and didn't dare to look up at Jang Chen. She whispered, "Why did you kiss me so suddenly? The lipstick I just put on is gone." Jang Chen calmly asked, "Didn't you just complain that I didn't move?" "So I took practical action." Su Ningyan's face flushed, but there was no need to kiss him directly. You could do something else, like kissing his forehead. It's really embarrassing to just go straight to a deep French kiss. Thinking of the passionate kiss just now, Su Ningyan's cheeks felt hot again. Jang Chen said confidently, "But only that can express how amazing you are to me." "Well, it's getting late, we should set off." He bent his left elbow towards Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan nodded, stretched out her right hand and placed it in Jang Chen's bent arm. The two walked out together. It was not long after get off work, so there were still many people left in the company. When Jang Chen and Su Ningyan, both wearing white clothes, walked out arm in arm, everyone was stunned. "Oh my god, were those Jang Chen and President Su just walking past?" "You are not mistaken, it is indeed Jang Chen and President Su. This is the first time I see Jang Chen wearing a suit, and it's white. He is so handsome, just like a Prince Charming. They both wore white, and they looked so good together. Beautiful girl and handsome guy, a perfect match." Su Ningyan listened to everything the employees said. Hearing everyone praising her and Jang Chen for being a good match, she felt so sweet in her heart that the corners of her mouth kept curling up. Jang Chen looked down at her. What was she thinking about? Why was she so happy? Su Ningyan said a little embarrassedly, "No, I didn't think anything. By the way, time is running out, let us hurry to the parking lot and drive over." Jang Chen nodded and took Su Ningyan to the parking lot. The event was held in a villa in the suburbs, which was a bit far away. When the two arrived, most people had already arrived. "Yen, are you guys here yet? We've already started the barbecue." As soon as I parked the car, Lin Mengyao called. Su Ningyan responded, "We're here, let's go in now." After chatting for a few more words, he hung up the phone. Chapter 25 Chapter 025 How about you help me take it off? Jang Chen and Su Ningyan walked in together. The barbecue was held on a large lawn in front of the villa. The two of them walked towards the lawn first. There were already people coming and going on the lawn. Some people gathered together to chat with wine glasses, some gathered in front of the barbecue stalls to barbecue together, and some men and women gathered together to talk and laugh. It looked very lively. No one noticed Jang Chen and Su Ningyan at first until Lin Mengyao shouted at them. Yen, Jang Chen, you are finally here, I am here." In an instant, everyone looked in the direction of Jang Chen and Su Ningyan. When they saw the appearance of the two people, they were a little surprised. Who are these two people? Why have I never seen them before? This guy is so handsome, is he a male celebrity? I do know the woman. She is Lin Mengyao's best friend. Her name seems to be Su Ningyan. I guess she was invited by Lin Mengyao to participate in our event this time. But the man looks unfamiliar and I don't know who he is. Judging from Su Ningyan's attitude towards him, she is so intimate, it must be something more than just a simple relationship. Did you see that? He's wearing the latest G brand clothing. He looks quite wealthy. Handsome and rich, this guy is exactly my ideal type. What should I do? I really want to go up and ask for his contact information. Didn't you see Su Ningyan by your side? Are you planning to compete with her for her? Although I'm also quite tempted. What is there to be afraid of? As long as they haven't gotten the marriage certificate yet, everyone has a share. Why should the handsome guy belong to her, Su Ningyan? That's true. How about we go there now? The women looked at each other, stood up and walked towards Jang Chen and Su Ningyan. At this time, Jang Chen and Su Ningyan had already arrived at the barbecue stall where Lin Mengyao was. Lin Mengyao and a few friends were setting up a barbecue stall, planning to grill some food to fill their stomachs first. Unfortunately, none of them had much experience in the kitchen, so they couldn't even get the oven started, let alone bake anything. The smoke made them cough repeatedly. Seeing them coming, Lin Mengyao felt like she had seen a savior. Jang Chen, come over here and help. She had eaten Jang Chen's cooking before, and it was delicious. People who can cook must also be good at barbecue. Jang Chen looked at their dusty appearance and nodded, okay. He was ready to go over and help. Su Ningyan shouted, wait a minute. Jang Chen stopped and looked at her with some confusion. Su Ningyan explained, it's inconvenient for you to wear a coat, do you want to take it off first? Jang Chen glanced at her and curled the corners of his mouth. You really have to take it off first. Otherwise, can you help me take it off? He opened his arms towards Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan's face turned red in an instant, and she whispered, there are so many people here. She was embarrassed. Lin Mangyao on the side cheered, don't pay attention to us, just treat us as invisible people. She pulled a few friends together and started looking up at the sky, as if money was falling from the sky. Su Ningyan's cheeks turned even redder. She looked at Jang Chen, whose hands were still open, bit her lip, walked up to Jang Chen, and began to take off his coat. After taking off her coat, she considerately rolled up the sleeves of Jang Chen's shirt. Jang Chen was wearing a white shirt underneath. It is said that a white shirt can best show a person's figure and temperament. This statement is most appropriate for Jang Chen. The shirt was very close-fitting, fully showing off Jang Chen's perfect figure, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Jang Chen usually has a calm expression on his face, and when he wears a white shirt, this indifferent look becomes even stronger, giving off a feeling of abstinence. Not only did Su Ningyan on the side see stars in her eyes, but even the women who had already walked over here blushed and their hearts beat fast, which made them more determined to seduce Jang Chen. Jang Chen had already walked to the barbecue stall and started to light the grill. His movements were skillful and smooth. After the charcoal inside was burned, he picked up the ingredients on the side and started grilling. Before grilling, he asked Su Ningyan, what do you want to eat? I'll grill it for you. Su Ningyan pointed at the chicken wings and said sweetly, I want to eat this. Okay. Jang Chen took the chicken wings and started grilling them. There's a lot of smoke here, so go chat with Lin Mangyao and the others first, and then come over to eat after the food is grilled. Hearing that Jang Chen cared so much about her, Su Ningyan's smile deepened. She leaned aside, holding her cheeks with her hands, her eyes fixed on Jang Chen, but I want to be here with you. Lin Mangyao, who was standing aside, felt her teeth ache. It was just for a short while, but she was so reluctant to leave. Okay, you kitchen idiot, please stop staying here and disturb Jang Chen from grilling. Come and chat with us. Lin Mangyao came over and pulled Su Ningyan aside. As soon as Su Ningyan left, several women walked to the oven. Handsome guy, what is your name? Handsome guy, are you grilling chicken wings? I love chicken wings the most, and I'd love to see how you cook them. Handsome guy, is that a new G brand piece? I heard it costs over 100,000 yuan. It seems that the handsome guy is also a rich man. I wonder where he works. A pungent smell of perfume hit Jang Chen, and he frowned. He looked up at the women who had come uninvited. She had several layers of powder on her face, and it was almost impossible to tell what she looked like before. He was scantily clad, his eyes darting around in his clothing, as if judging something. This look shows that she is the kind of woman who takes the opportunity to sneak in and pick up rich men. He was about to open his mouth to drive them away, but Su Ningyan, who came over with Lin Mangyao, spoke first. What are you doing here surrounding my husband? Several women were stunned. Husband? Su Ningyan did not answer them immediately, but walked quickly to Jang Chen with a tissue and wiped his sweat. Honey, are you too tired from baking? You're sweating all over. Let me wipe it off for you. Jang Chen looked at her attentiveness and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. He did not refuse her kindness and lowered his head to help her wipe the sweat off her face. The two of them were interacting sweetly, and the women felt a little uncomfortable watching them. Miss Su, you haven't answered our question yet. What husband? Are you married to this handsome guy? Only after Su Ningyan wiped Jang Chen's sweat did she have time to pay attention to them. She put her arm around Jang Chen's arm, showing off her right hand with a diamond ring, with a sweet smile on her face. Yes, my husband and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. This is the ring my husband gave me. Isn't it beautiful? Several women were almost blinded by the ring on Su Ningyan's hand, and they felt even more uncomfortable. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Lin Mangyao. Okay, stop looking. No matter how excited you are, Jang Chen is already my sister's husband. Chapter 26 Chapter 026 It's all because you are too handsome, always attracting bees and butterflies. What's more, don't you look at the rest of you, how can you compare to our yin-yen? Do you think Jang Chen would be interested in you? I have no looks, no figure, and no money, but I'm not afraid of being embarrassed by staying here. The women's faces turned pale after hearing what Lin Mangyao said, but she was right, so they had to leave in shame. After they left, Su Ningyan immediately let go of Jang Chen's arm. She originally wanted to leave, but she couldn't bear to leave Jang Chen. Finally, she glared at Jang Chen angrily, puffing up her face, as if to say, "I'm very angry, come and comfort me." Jang Chen found it a little funny. "What happened? Are you angry?" Su Ningyan snorted and said, "You are already a married man, and I have only been away for a short while, and you have attracted several women." Jang Chen looked at her, who had made him look like a puffer fish due to anger, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Was he jealous? Su Ningyan's face flushed red when her thoughts were exposed. She opened her mouth and admitted it directly, "Yes, I am jealous." Although Su Ningyan is quite cute when she is angry, what we need to do at this time is to coax her. Jang Chen walked up to her, hugged her, and whispered, "Okay, don't be angry, it's all my fault." Su Ningyan looked at him, and the words she said sounded more like a pampering than an accusation. "Yes, it's all your fault. It's all because you're too handsome, always attracting a lot of attention." Jang Chen was suddenly at a loss for words and nodded in agreement. Yes, it's my fault for being too handsome. How about I make my face uglier?" Su Ningyan became anxious. "No." Jang Chen looked at her and said, "It's not my fault that I'm too handsome, why is it not possible?" Su Ningyan looked at him several times and said a little embarrassedly, "But I also like your handsome face. If it gets ugly, we be able to see it in the future?" Jang Chen felt helpless. What should he do? Su Ningyan had no choice. Finally he sighed. "It's also a trouble that my husband is too handsome. But it is a sweet trouble. She just likes looking at her husband's handsome face." Every time she saw Jang Chen's handsome face, her heart would beat uncontrollably. Her little girl looked surprised Lin Mangyao and a few friends standing beside her. "Mangyao, did I see that right? Ningyan was actually acting like a spoiled brat with a man? Am I hallucinating? In my impression, Ningyan has always been the epitome of an independent and strong modern woman, but now she's acting like a shy little girl?" Lin Mangyao said with a look of despair, "You are not mistaken, she is always like this in front of her husband, you will get used to it in the future." Several friends sighed and wondered what charm her husband had that could transform her from a professional woman into a shy little woman. "Yes, I think her husband is very handsome and has a great figure, but other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him?" Then they were quickly slapped in the face. When they put Jang Chen's barbecue into their mouths, their taste buds were instantly conquered by the taste of barbecue. The grilled meat on the plate was cleared in an instant. By the time they wanted to eat more, Jang Chen had already stopped grilling meat for them. It's not that Jang Chen doesn't want to grill them, it's Su Ningyan who doesn't allow it. "I've already baked a plate for you just now, just try it. Barbecuing is so tiring. Jang Chen not only grills for me, but also for all of you. It's so hard work. I feel bad for him. If you want to eat barbecue, you can either grill it yourself or ask someone to grill it for you. My husband baked everything, so it's all mine. It's just a small amount, and I feel like it's not enough for me alone. Don't come and steal it." Su Ningyan quickly scooped the food Jang Chen had just grilled into her own plate, not letting Lin Mangyao and the others take even a single bit. Jang Chen found it a little funny and said, "Don't worry, I'll roast as much as you want." Su Ningyan felt a little distressed. "I'm just worried that you are too tired." Jang Chen shook his head. "It was okay. It was just grilling some meat. It was easy. And I am very happy to barbecue for my wife." Su Ningyan had a sweet smile on her face and said, "Husband, you are so good to me. Honey, I want to eat grilled eggplant. Husband, I want to eat grilled chicken legs. Husband." No matter what Su Ningyan wanted to eat, Jang Chen would patiently grill it for her. Moreover, he not only baked it for her, but also fed it to her himself. Worried that she would get burned, he blew on it considerately before handing it to Su Ningyan's mouth and reminded her to be careful with the heat. Su Ningyan opened her mouth and ate it, her eyes lit up, it was delicious. Jang Chen saw something stuck on the corner of her mouth, so he took a tissue and wiped it carefully. Su Ningyan's skin is very tender, and it is easy to get red marks if you apply too much force. So he wiped with very little force. After wiping Su Ningyan's mouth, he was worried that she was thirsty, so he poured her a glass of water. In short, during the whole process, Su Ningyan hardly had to do anything. She just sat aside and waited to be served. Lin Mangyao and a few friends who were watching from the side were filled with envy and jealousy. Well, now I finally understand why Ningyan turns into a little woman in front of her husband. Her husband is so good to her. I'm so envious. I also want to find a husband like Jang Chen who is handsome, a good cook, and considerate. Lin Mangyao added on the side that Jang Chen is not only handsome, a good cook, and considerate to Yan Yan, but he is also very good at playing darts. That is why I invited him and Yan Yan here. Several friends were stunned and became even more envious. Their bodies and minds were surrounded by lemons and felt very sour. Ningyan is so lucky to have found such a good husband. I suddenly became very interested in the upcoming darts activity. I really want to see how Ningyan's husband plays darts. Lin Mangyao took out her mobile phone and opened Douyin. No need to wait, it was right there on her phone. After they finished watching the video of Jang Chen playing darts in the bar, they looked at Su Ningyan with even more envy and jealousy. I regret questioning Jang Chen's charm just now. My god, Jang Chen is so handsome. Look at your infatuated look. Wake up quickly and don't forget that Jang Chen is Ningyan's husband. Looking at how Ningyan was protecting her food from those women before, be careful or Ningyan might come after you and fight you to death. Okay, I was going to say that I would just think about it in my mind, but it seems that I can't even think about it. But it's no wonder Ningyan is so protective of her husband, after all, her husband is so outstanding. After the barbecue, it was time to move on to the main event of the evening, the darts betting. Lin Mangyao and Wang Ali stood in front of the dartboard. The two looked at each other's people. Chapter 27 Chapter 027 Do you think Yan Yan sounds better or your wife sounds better? Wang Ali glanced at Lin Mangyao and Jang Chen beside her with contempt on her face. Lin Mangyao, I want to ask you, where did you find this person from? What did you just say his name was? Jang Chen? Where did this name come from? You're such an unheard of character, and you're not shy about bringing him up to compete with the person I chose? I advise you to just admit defeat, so as to avoid a disastrous defeat later. The people standing behind Wang Ali were talking about it. Wang Ali was right. The man that Lin Mangyao brought with her looked very unfamiliar and had never been seen in any dart-playing occasion. He looks quite handsome, maybe he is the gigolo kept by Lin Mangyao? Lin Mangyao is really something. For such an important bet, she actually let her pretty boy take the stage. I don't know what she was thinking. What else can I think? He must have been bewitched by that pretty boy. The person Wang Ali brought this time is called Chen Yanhui. He is the champion of several dart competitions. Even the best dart player in our dart club is no match for him. It was obvious that the pretty boy Lin Mangyao brought had never played darts before, so he would probably be in trouble soon. Lin Mangyao's face looked a little ugly. After all, Jang Chen was the person she brought here. He came here to help her, and he shouldn't be slandered so casually. She was about to say something back. Unfortunately, before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Su Ningyan beside him. Su Ningyan could no longer bear it at this point. These people actually slandered her husband like this in front of her. It's really too much. Su Ningyan stood in front of Jang Chen, glaring at Wang Ali and the people behind her with anger. Shut up, all of you. Jang Chen is not some gigolo, he is my, Su Ningyan's husband. Also, he's really good at darts, so there's no way he can lose. Everyone looked stunned. What? This pretty boy that Lin Mangyao brought is actually Su Ningyan's husband? When did Su Ningyan get married? I really didn't expect that the beautiful Su was actually married. I used to fantasize that I could pick this high-ranking flower. What kind of ability does Jang Chen have that he could marry such a beauty like Su Ningyan, and most importantly, make such a beauty like Su Ningyan protect him so much? Su Ningyan actually said that he was very good at darts. This sounded like a joke. Hearing these people still saying bad things about Jang Chen, Su Ningyan's face became even angrier. She was about to say something else when Jang Chen stopped her. He was naturally very happy that his wife defended him so much, but he was a little worried that Su Ningyan would be very angry. I should be happy when Su Ningyan is in front of me. Jang Chen reached out and patted her head gently, comforting her, these people are not worth your anger. Be good and smile. Our Yan Yan looks the prettiest when she smiles. Su Ningyan couldn't stand Jang Chen's gentle look the most. For a moment, she didn't care about being angry and a hint of shyness appeared on her face. Jang Chen actually called her Yan Yan just now. For the first time, she realized that the name Yan Yan was so nice. She started to speak incoherently. Why did you suddenly call me Yen Yen? Jang Chen smiled and said, I heard Lin Mengyao call you that. What, you don't like me calling you that? Su Ningyan shook her head and said embarrassedly, no, I like you calling me that, it sounds nice. Jang Chen looked at her shy little appearance and teased her deliberately, so do you think Yen Yen sounds better or your wife? Su Ningyan's face flushed instantly, feeling both shy and sweet, her heart filled with a mixed feeling of happiness. What to do? She thinks Yen Yen is nice and her wife is also nice. Which one should she choose? The way Su Ningyan and Jang Chen interacted with each other simply shocked everyone. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Su Ningyan is actually shy? Isn't she always so cold towards outsiders? It was the first time I saw the beautiful Su looking shy. She was really attractive. It was a pity that she was not looking at me, but at a pretty boy. This guy named Jang Chen is really enviable. Yes, he was really lucky to marry the beautiful Su. You should know that although Su Ningyan is not a member of our club and has only come here occasionally with Lin Mengyao before, but after just a few visits, all the men in our club have fallen under her charm. At that time, we all made a bet on who would win over the beautiful Su in the end, but in the end, it fell to a little-known person whom we had never heard of. Jang Chen listened to everyone's discussion with a chill on his face. Lin Mengyao on the side felt a little guilty. Jang Chen, I'm sorry. It was all because of her that Jang Chen was slandered like this. Jang Chen shook his head and said, it's none of your business. He looked at Wang Ailey and the people standing behind her and mocking him. The corners of his mouth curled up, but there was no smile in his eyes. In your hearts, you are certain that I will lose, right? Seeing those people nod, a cold light flashed in Jang Chen's eyes. But what if I win? The people on Wang Ailey's side immediately spoke up, this is impossible. That's right, how could a pretty boy like you possibly win over Brother Hui? That's right, he is simply overestimating his own abilities. You know, our Brother Hui has won the championship of several dart competitions. Chen Yanhui, who was standing next to Wang Ailey, also had an arrogant look on his face. Okay, don't compare me with this pretty boy. Mentioning my name together with his name is simply an insult to my name, Chen Yanhui. Jang Chen's face turned completely gloomy. He said coldly, we'll know whether we can win or not soon. But before that, in addition to the bet between Lin Mengyao and you, I want to make another bet. If you lose, you will take turns standing in front of the dartboard and be my target. The faces of the group of people behind Wang Ailey changed drastically. How arrogant. Just gamble. But if you lose, kneel down and kowtow to us 100 times. Jang Chen responded with a sneer of contempt. The betting officially begins. Jang Chen and Chen Yanghui stood in front of the dartboard. Chen Yanghui was still as arrogant as before, with an expression that showed he didn't take Jang Chen seriously at all. Just as he picked up the dart and was about to throw it at the dartboard, Jang Chen spoke. There is no fun in playing like this. I'm sure everyone is tired of it. If you want to play something interesting. He picked up 2 black cloths and threw darts with his eyes blindfolded. Isn't that more fun? Chen Yanghui looked at the black cloth that Jang Chen handed over and did not move for a moment. He had never thrown darts blindfolded before, so he wasn't sure about it. Chapter 28 Chapter 028 Brother Chen, you are so handsome, I want to marry you. Jang Chen's voice came over, don't dare? Chen Yanghui pulled the black cloth over. What a joke. Is there anything that my brother Hui wouldn't dare to do? But you, pretty boy, when you blindfold yourself and throw the dart, don't make sure you can't even find the shadow of the dart. The people on Wang Ailey's side immediately burst into laughter. Ha, Brother Hui is so mean. I thought missing the target was mean enough, but I didn't expect there was someone who couldn't even find the dart. It's hard to say, after all, he is blindfolded, so who knows where the dart will be thrown. Then we have to keep our eyes open and watch this pretty boy carefully, lest he take off the cloth and not even know where he threw his darts. However, just as these people were mocking Jang Chen crazily, Jang Chen had already asked the referee to cover his eyes with a cloth, and he took a dart and threw it at the dartboard. Hit the center of the dartboard directly. For a moment, the people on Wang Ailey's side felt as if their throats were being strangled and they were unable to speak for a while. Impossible, how could this pretty boy be so powerful? Yes, he can't be that powerful. He must have tampered with the black cloth beforehand. The people on Lin Mengyao's side felt proud at this moment. I said you all have pig brains, right? The referee had checked the black cloth beforehand, and it was also the referee who tied the black cloth on Jang Chen, so there was no problem with the black cloth at all. In addition, even if the cloth strip is really tampered with, only the vision will not be affected, which is equivalent to throwing darts normally. Tell me, how many people can, under normal circumstances, hit the bullseye of the dartboard? So there is only one conclusion: Jang Chen was able to hit the center of the dartboard because he has the ability to do so. The people on Wang Ali's side looked a little unhappy. They didn't want to admit that Jang Chen was good at throwing darts, so they made up an excuse. I think he was just lucky. Just because he hit the bullseye this time doesn't mean he will be lucky again next time. That's right, he was just lucky. At this moment, Jang Chen had already picked up the second dart and threw it towards the dartboard, also hitting the bullseye. The people on Wang Ali's side were still desperately trying to find excuses, attributing Jang Chen's ability to hit the bullseye to luck. This time I'm really speechless. The first time was luck, but what about the second time? Was it also luck? Some people are still stubborn and say that they probably just got lucky this time. As a result, Jang Chen threw the dart for the third time and hit the bullseye again. This time, the people on Wang Ali's side were completely silent. After 5 rounds, Jang Chen still hit the center of the dartboard with his eyes blindfolded, and the people on Wang Ali's side were speechless. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at anyone. Compared to their embarrassment, the people on Lin Mengyao's side were cheering. Oh my god, Jang Chen, you are so handsome. Why call me Jang Chen? That is so rude. Call me Brother Chen. Yes, call me Brother Chen. Brother Chen, that move you made just now was so cool. Brother Chen, tell us how you did it. You managed to hit the bullseye 5 times in a row while blindfolded. That's incredible. Yes, let alone with my eyes blindfolded, even normally I can't hit the bullseye. Brother Chen, you are simply my idol. Ah. Brother Chen, you are so handsome, I want to marry you. Come on, let us not talk about the fact that Brother Chen already has a beauty like Su Ningyan as his wife. Just look at yourself. With someone like you, do you think Brother Chen will fall in love with you? Woo, okay, Brother Chen really doesn't like me. I can only blame Brother Chen for being too handsome, myself for being too ugly, and his wife for being too beautiful. As soon as Jang Chen came back, he was surrounded by Lin Mengyao's people. The man looked at him with admiration, almost treating him as an idol. The woman's eyes were full of stars, and she looked like she wanted to pounce on him, but unfortunately she was stopped by Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao. Su Ningyan hugged Jang Chen's waist tightly. This is my husband. He already has a partner. Don't even think about it. Lin Mengyao said from the side, yes, Jang Chen is Yin Yan's husband. Look at you, each and every one of you is so useless, wipe your saliva quickly. Lin Mengyao's female friends subconsciously reached out to wipe it off, looking embarrassed. While they were playing around here, Wang Ali was overshadowed. Wang Ali gritted her teeth and said, aren't you guys getting complacent too early? The betting is only halfway done, it's not over yet. The person behind her said, that's right, our brother Hui hasn't made a move yet. Although Jang Chen hit the bullseye in all 5 rounds, it doesn't mean that he won. That is right, maybe our brother Hui can hit the bullseye in all 5 rounds. You're right, our brother Hui has won several dart competitions, he must be able to hit the bullseye in 5 rounds. In an instant, everyone on Wang Ali's side looked at Chen Yanghui. Chen Yanghui was sweating all over at this time, his legs were weak and he couldn't even stand steadily. He doesn't have the confidence of people like Wang Ali, and he knows very well his own strengths and weaknesses. Not to mention being blindfolded, even under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for him to hit the bullseye in all 5 rounds. So he was not sure at all. He said to Wang Ali with a stiff face, well, I think we are all from the same club, why should we make such a fuss? The people on Lin Mengyao's side snorted coldly, and I said, Chen Yanghui, are you scared? Well, I don't know who it was, but he kept mocking our brother Chen for not being able to play darts, and even said that comparing our brother Chen with you was an insult to you. It was so hilarious. I think comparing you with our brother Chen is an insult to our brother Chen. Yes, someone like you is not even worthy of carrying shoes for our brother Chen. Chen Yanghui's face flushed red. He wanted to retort, but after seeing how powerful Jang Chen was at throwing darts, he didn't have the confidence at all. He could hold it back, but Wang Ali couldn't. Fart. The bet has not been made yet, and the winner and loser are still undecided. She looked at Chen Yanghui and asked, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and start. Throw well and let Lin Mengyao and her gang know who the real dart player is. We will definitely win. Chen Yanghui was in a dilemma and could only grit his teeth and ask the referee to blindfold him. The result was not surprising. Chen Yanghui lost. Because he was influenced by Jang Chen and his mind was unstable, he only hit the target twice out of 5 dart throws, and those were in the first or second ring. In the next 3 rounds, he missed the target directly. On 2 occasions, no one knew where the darts were thrown and no trace of them was seen. Chapter 29 Chapter 029 Brother Chen, you are simply the god of darts. The people on Lin Mengyao's side immediately sighed. Oh, I suddenly remembered what someone said before. It seemed that after a dart is thrown out, you might not even be able to find its shadow. I guess they were talking about Chen Yanghui's situation, right? With such a level of skill, you still have the nerve to mock our brother Chen. Where does he get the nerve to do that? I think his face is meant to be hit. Whatever he said before was hit back hard. Chen Yanghui's face turned pale, but unfortunately he couldn't refute it. The winners and losers are already determined, and it's time to start betting. Lin Mengyao said to Wang Ailey with a smug smile on her face, Wang Ailey, now is the time to fulfill your promise. Hurry up, don't dawdle, shave your hair and post it on your moments. Women all love beauty, and no woman can bear to shave her head. Wang Ailey wants to cheat. Lin Mengyao didn't give her this chance at all. She asked a few friends to stop her and walked towards Wang Ailey with a razor in hand. Wang Ailey was terrified. Lin Mengyao, what are you doing? Get out of here. Get out of here right now. Lin Mengyao chuckled. What? Of course I'm shaving your head. She took the razor and reached towards Wang Ailey's hair. Amidst Wang Ailey's screams, he shaved off all her hair. She reached out and patted Wang Ailey's bald head, very satisfied with her masterpiece. Not bad, smooth enough. She took out her cell phone, took several photos of Wang Ailey, and deliberately handed them to Wang Ailey to see. Take a look at your favorite photo and pick one to post on your moments. If you don't send it, I'll have someone shave off your eyebrows too. Since you are always under someone else's roof, Wang Ailey chose a bald photo with resentment and posted it on her circle of friends, which soon attracted a lot of ridicule. The bet between Lin Mengyao and Wang Ailey was completed, and now it was the turn of Jang Chen and Wang Ailey to bet. An apple was placed on each of these people's heads, and they looked at Jang Chen not far away with pale faces. Jang Chen smiled at them and covered their eyes with a black cloth in front of their horrified eyes. Then Jang Chen said that throwing darts was nothing new, so let's use a fruit knife instead. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong smell of urine spread throughout the hall. Oh my God, is he scared to death? He is so timid. How dare you make a bet with our brother Chen? Aren't you courting death? They really deserved it. Who made them look down on our brother Chen before and even called him a gigolo? Oh my, how pitiful. If brother Chen's hand shook and he threw it in the wrong place, for example, between the legs, wouldn't this brother become a eunuch? At this time, Jang Chen was standing in front of a man with his eyes blindfolded, gesturing in front of him with a fruit knife in his hand. The other person felt his legs go weak instantly, and he fell to the ground, fainting. TSK, he's so scared that he actually fainted? You're just talking without any worries. If it were you, you would probably be more scared than him. That's true. Fortunately, we are on Brother Chen's side, otherwise I would be the one fainting right now. Brother Chen is awesome. He helped us win this bet. Jang Chen was blindfolded at first and threw a fruit knife at each person at a time. Just from this, several people fainted from fright. Then, not knowing whether it was out of bad taste, he took a dozen fruit knives in his hands and kept waving them at these people. This is much more difficult than throwing a fruit knife. If you are not careful, someone could die. The people on Wang Ailey's side finally couldn't hold on any longer and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Brother Chen, we know we were wrong, please let us go. Yes, please let us go. There were also several people who knelt on the ground and begged for mercy while slapping themselves in the face. The force was so strong that my face was swollen, but I still didn't dare to stop. Jang Chen curled his lips, but the words he said made them feel cold in their hearts. Of course not. He swung the hand holding a dozen fruit knives towards these people, and the cold light flashed continuously. For a moment, these people felt that their lives might be over here. The people on Lin Mengyao's side were also very nervous. Oh my God, Brother Chen is going too far this time. If he is not careful, someone might get killed. Then we can only pray that Brother Chen's dart skills are not as good as before. No, they should be even better than before. This is much harder than throwing a dart with your eyes blindfolded. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Just when everyone thought a tragedy was about to happen, more than a dozen flying knives, as if controlled by someone, fell obediently on the apples on everyone's heads. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. Then came a burst of enthusiastic exclamations. "Brother Chen, you are simply a god, you are the god in the darts world. Oh my god, Brother Chen, you are really amazing. How did you do it?" More than a dozen flying knives hit the apples above their heads at the same time. "Brother Chen, please accept my knees. Brother Chen." Compared to Lin Mengyao's excitement, the people on Wang Ali's side were all rejoicing that they had saved their lives. After the dart betting was over, everyone started to leave the villa. Lin Mengyao was too lazy to drive herself, so she took a ride in Jang Chen and Su Ningyan's car. Along the way, she was still excitedly talking about Jang Chen's glorious deeds of playing darts in the villa. "Jang Chen, thank you so much for this time. If it weren't for you, I would be the one to shave my head. Haha, you don't know how many people laughed at Wang Ali after the photo of her shaved head was released. She deserves it. Anyway, thank you for this time. To thank you, I decided to invite you and Yan Yan to go to the hot spring resort to soak in the hot springs this weekend." Su Ningyan was stunned for a moment when she was mentioned. Soak in a hot spring? Not knowing what she was thinking of, her face turned red and she secretly glanced at Jang Chen in the driver's seat. Lin Mengyao caught her expression and movements and began to tease her. "Wow, you're blushing. Did you think of something inappropriate for children?" Su Ningyan's face turned even redder. "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't do that." Lin Mengyao didn't let her go and said no. "Then why are you looking at Jang Chen? Why are you blushing?" Su Ningyan couldn't argue with her, so she asked Jang Chen for help. "Jang Chen, she bullied me." Jang Chen spoke. "Okay, Yan Yan is shy, Miss Lin, please stop teasing her." Lin Mengyao clicked her tongue a few times and said, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Hey, people with husbands are different. When they are bullied, they can ask their husbands to help them. Unlike me, a single dog, I can only be bullied by you too. Chapter 30 Chapter 030 Husband, how about this strength? She sighed to herself, thought of something, and said to Jang Chen, "By the way, we are friends now. Don't always call me Miss Lin. It sounds too strange. Just call me Mengyao, just like Yan Yan." Jang Chen nodded and said, "Okay." Because he was driving, he didn't say much and continued to look carefully at the road ahead. It is said that serious men are the most attractive. At this time, Jang Chen, who was driving seriously, obviously looked more handsome. Lin Mengyao was almost bewitched by it accidentally. When Su Ningyan glared at her, she came to her senses in time and sighed to her. "You little girl, I don't know if you saved the earth in your previous life to be able to meet such a good man like Jang Chen." Before Jang Chen showed off his cooking skills, Lin Mengyao already thought that Jang Chen was a very capable person. This time playing darts, Jang Chen's skills completely impressed her. "Your Jang Chen is so awesome that I'm a little jealous of you." Su Ningyan's alarm bells rang in an instant. "Don't even think about it. Jang Chen is mine, he is my husband. We got the marriage certificate, and no one can take him away from me. If you dare to have any evil thoughts, be careful or I will turn against you." Lin Mengyao said unhappily, Okay, I won't snatch it from you. Even if I try to snatch it, I can't beat you. I'm not as pretty as you, nor do I have a good figure like you. It's impossible for Jang Chen to be attracted to me, so don't worry about it." Su Ningyan looked her up and down, and said something that almost made her vomit blood. "That's right, Jang Chen is not blind, how could he possibly fall for you?" Lin Mengyao was so angry that she gritted her teeth and wanted to say something, but she couldn't find the words to refute. After all, what Su Ningyan said was indeed correct. In the end, she had no choice but to sulk alone. After sending Lin Mengyao back, Jang Chen continued to drive Su Ningyan to their apartment. Soon, they arrived at Jinhua apartment. Jang Chen strode into the apartment and was about to change into slippers. A figure walked to the shoe rack first, took the slippers for him and placed them at his feet. "Hubby, change your shoes," Su Ningyan said to him attentively. "It would be nice if someone could help get the slippers." Jang Chen put on slippers and praised her, saying, "My Yan Yan really has the potential to be a good wife and mother." "Not bad." Su Ningyan couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile on her face. She changed into slippers and followed Jang Chen closely. "Honey, are you thirsty? Let me pour you a glass of water." As soon as Jang Chen sat down on the sofa, he saw the little woman Su Ningyan start to pour water for him. "Husband, drink some water." A glass of water was handed to him. Jang Chen was really thirsty at this time, so he took it and drank it. Thank you. Just after I finished drinking the water, I heard Su Ningyan ask, "Honey, are you tired? I see you've been throwing darts all night, your hands must be sore. Let me give you a massage." Without waiting for Jang Chen to reply, she took one of Jang Chen's hands and began to massage it. A sore feeling came over him, and Jang Chen took back the words he was about to refuse. It's no wonder that his hands were a little sore and needed a massage. Su Ningyan asked for his opinion while giving him a massage, and her service was very thoughtful. "Honey, how's the pressure? Is it too strong or too weak?" Jang Chen was feeling so comfortable being massaged that his eyes narrowed. He nodded and said, "Good, that's the strength." After massaging for about half an hour, Jang Chen said, "Okay, I've done enough. Your hands are probably sore. You don't need to press for me anymore." Su Ningyan shook her head and said, "It's okay, I can continue pressing." Jang Chen reached out and grabbed her hand, pulling her over to sit down. He looked at her hands, which were both red, and said with some heartache, "It's okay, look at your hands, they are all red." He reached out and gently rubbed Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan just felt warm in her heart. Although her hands were indeed sore from massaging just now, when she saw Jang Chen's distressed expression, she felt that everything she had done was worth it. After her hand recovered, Su Ningyan looked at the time. "Honey, are you hungry? How about I go to the kitchen and make you some midnight snack?" Jang Chen was stunned. "You want to cook me a midnight snack yourself?" Su Ningyan nodded. "Yes, I see there's some beef in the refrigerator. Don't you like beef noodles? Then I'll make you a bowl of beef noodles." Jang Chen looked hesitant. He is indeed a little hungry now and he really likes eating beef noodles. However, based on his understanding of Su Ningyan, she had never cooked at all. She went into the kitchen to make herself a midnight snack, making sure nothing unexpected would happen. Su Ningyan seemed to have noticed his doubts about herself, and she puffed up her cheeks and said, "I've made a guide before. Cooking is actually not that difficult. Moreover, beef noodles are relatively simple. Although they are not as delicious as yours, they are definitely still eatable. I'll go to the kitchen and make you beef noodles now." She decided that she must make beef noodles later to let Jang Chen know that she also has a talent in cooking. Jang Chen looked at her back as she hurried into the kitchen and shook his head helplessly. "I don't know what is wrong with this little woman Su Ningyan tonight. Something seemed wrong from the moment she entered the door. She brought slippers for herself, poured water for massage, and now she even cooked supper for herself. This attitude was so attentive that it was a little puzzling." Jang Chen was really worried about Su Ningyan's situation in the kitchen. After sitting on the sofa for a while, he couldn't help but get up and walk towards the kitchen. As a result, as soon as he reached the kitchen door, he was discovered by Su Ningyan and was quickly pushed back by her. "Don't stand here. If you stand here, I'll be nervous and it will be even worse. Don't worry, even though I don't cook much, I definitely won't burn the kitchen down. You have to believe me, I will definitely not let you down. Just wait and eat the beef noodles I make for you." Jang Chen had no choice but to sit on the sofa and wait. He was really bored of waiting, so he took out his cell phone and started checking messages. As a result, I saw a lot of messages looking for him in the colleague group. "Jang Chen, did you really go to that club with President Su and Director Lin tonight to compete in darts? Are you the one in the video who throws darts blindfolded and hits the center of the dartboard in 5 rounds? Oh my god, he was blindfolded and threw more than a dozen fruit knives directly, and all of them hit the apples on these people's heads. Isn't this a magical move? Jang Chen, please answer quickly, is it you who is in there?" Jang Chen thought about it and replied in the group. "It is indeed me, but how did you know that I was playing darts in the dart club?" Seeing Jang Chen's reply, everyone in the group was instantly excited. Chapter 31 Chapter 031 I'm so useless, will you dislike me? We found out about this after seeing the message Director Lin posted on WeChat Moments. "Jang Chen, you are really good. I didn't expect you to be so good at darts. It's really beyond my expectation. Yes, it's really cool, especially when you are blindfolded, holding a dozen fruit knives in your hands, and you hit them all with a swish. Although I have known for a long time that Jang Chen is handsome, but now after watching that video, I realize that Jang Chen is so handsome that it is unbelievable. He is so handsome." Jang Chen finally understood. It turned out that these colleagues had read the message Lin Mengyao posted on WeChat Moments. Although Lin Mangyao only holds a director position in the company and rarely comes to the company, she is still a member of the company after all. She is different from Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan doesn't really play with the company employees. The company's employees respect Su Ningyan more than they like, but they don't feel close enough to her, and there's always a sense of alienation. However, Lin Mangyao often plays with them and they get along like friends, so many employees in the company have added her WeChat. So the messages she posted on WeChat moments were naturally seen by these colleagues. While he was lost in thought, the people in the group were still bombarding him crazily. Tell me the truth, who did you learn this from? Introduce that person to me so I can learn from him. With this skill of darts, it will be much easier to pick up girls. Right. Which coach did you learn this from? This is amazing. Don't hide it, share it quickly and give your brothers a chance, let us learn it too, this is a good way to pick up girls. Jang Chen was silent for a moment and replied. I didn't learn it from anyone else, I just practiced it for fun. For a moment, the group was quiet, and after a while, it became lively again. Is that true? If you really taught yourself, you're incredible. Oh my god, you are such a genius. You are so awesome even if you learn by yourself. With your skills, you are comparable to the dart masters in martial arts novels. If there was a dart event in the Olympics, you would definitely win the championship. Brother, when you are free, please teach us brothers. Yes, you see, you already have President Su, but we are still single. Just have pity on us and teach us so that we can find a girlfriend when the time comes. I really didn't expect that Jang Chen is so good at playing darts. Look at President Su in the video, he is almost fascinated by Jang Chen. Now I understand why Mr. Su likes Jang Chen. Jang Chen is so handsome, and I am a little moved by him. Don't be tempted, Jang Chen belongs to President Su, unless you think you are better than President Su. Better than Mr. Su? I don't think it's possible in this life, unless I can be born into a wealthy and beautiful family in my next life. Jang Chen looked for a while, and seeing nothing important, he left the group. Just as I was about to watch some videos, I heard a scream from the kitchen. It's Su Ningyan. Jang Chen immediately stood up and strode towards the kitchen. What's wrong? What happened? He asked anxiously as he walked into the kitchen. Su Ningyan was covering her finger and looking at him with tears in her eyes. She had cut her finger. Jang Chen hurried over and saw that there was a cut on Su Ningyan's left index finger, which was covered with red blood. He quickly took her hand and rinsed it under the faucet, then covered her index finger and walked quickly with her to the living room. He took out the medicine box and searched for alcohol and a band-aid. He first used alcohol to disinfect Su Ningyan's wound. Su Ningyan hissed. He paused, was it painful? He immediately slowed down his movements and blew gently on her wound. Su Ningyan felt warm in her heart and said softly, it doesn't hurt. After putting a band-aid on Su Ningyan, Jang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Worried that Su Ningyan might have other wounds, Jang Chen carefully examined her hand. After checking, he actually saw 2 burns, which were red and swollen. Jang Chen felt a little guilty. Knowing that Su Ningyan, this little woman, rarely goes into the kitchen, he shouldn't have left Su Ningyan alone. He took the ointment and dabbed it on it. Su Ningyan looked at his solemn expression and said guiltily, I'm sorry. Jang Chen looked at him and asked, why are you apologizing to me? Su Ningyan bit her lip. I had vowed before that I could do it well, but in the end I ended up making a mess. I am so useless that I couldn't even make a bowl of noodles and ended up hurting myself. She looked up at Jang Chen and said pitifully, Jang Chen, I'm so useless, will you despise me? Jang Chen reached out and rubbed her head. Of course not, I can't stop liking you. Su Ningyan seemed to have lost all her confidence at this moment. Look at you, you are handsome, in great shape, a good cook, considerate, speak 8 languages, are a great driver, and are such a great dart player. Before, many girls looked at you with admiration, and I don't know how many girls liked you. You are so outstanding, but I am so bad. I feel that I am not worthy of you. Jang Chen was stunned. He now understood a little. It turns out that the little woman Su Ningyan was acting so abnormal tonight because she was worried about this. He reached out and hugged Su Ningyan. How can you be bad? I think I am not worthy of you. I am just a senior intern with nothing, but you are the president of Mita Company, rich and beautiful, and you are the goddess of all male compatriots. You don't know, when you said you wanted to marry me, I felt like I was still dreaming. Until now, I don't know how many people envy me for marrying you. Being able to marry you is the luckiest thing in my life. Su Ningyan was comforted by him and felt relieved a lot of the anxiety in her heart. She looked up at Jang Chen. Really? Jang Chen nodded, of course it was true. A brilliant smile bloomed on Su Ningyan's face, and she put her arms around Jang Chen's neck. Being able to marry you is the luckiest thing in my life. The two hugged each other for a while. Su Ningyan remembered something. The beef noodles were not ready yet. What about your midnight snack? She probably can't enter the kitchen in her current state. Jang Chen reached out and pinched her nose. What else could he do? Of course, I'll do it. By the way, you're hungry too, right? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Su Ningyan's eyes lit up and said, I want to eat noodles with scallion oil and some beef brisket. Jang Chen smiled and said, okay, I'll go into the kitchen and make it for you now. Then I'll help you. Su Ningyan followed him excitedly. Chapter 32 Chapter 032 One feeds the other, you and I love each other. Jang Chen looked at the wound on her hand, shook his head and said, your hand is injured now. You can't touch water or the wound. So I can't do menial work like washing and cutting vegetables. Su Ningyan was a little depressed, okay. She thought of something and her eyes lit up again. Then let me help you tie the apron. I can do it. Without waiting for Jang Chen to refuse, she excitedly picked up the apron and prepared to put it on Jang Chen. Unfortunately, Jang Chen was too tall and her hands couldn't reach him. She pouted and said, lower your head a little, I can't reach you. Jang Chen had no choice but to lower his head. Su Ningyan put the apron around his neck. Su Ningyan's hair was very long and was still loose at this moment. As she moved, her long hair fluttered in front of Jang Chen, occasionally brushing lightly across Jang Chen's face. They were clearly using the same shampoo, but for some reason he felt that Su Ningyan's hair smelled much better than his. He couldn't help but reach out and grab a strand of long hair. The hair was very soft and felt good to the touch, and Jang Chen couldn't help but stroke it. Su Ningyan had already put the apron around his neck and was about to step away when she felt a pain in her scalp. She complained aggrievedly, you grabbed my hair and it hurts. Jang Chen quickly let go of his hand. The soft long hair passed through his palm and then disappeared. I feel a little regretful. He resisted the urge to grab it back, coughed, and said, I'm wrong. Does it still hurt? Let me rub it for you. He reached out and gently massaged the place where Su Ningyan was hurt by being pulled just now. After a while, Su Ningyan said softly, it doesn't hurt anymore. The apron is not on yet, I will continue to put it on for you. She walked behind Jang Chen and prepared to tie an apron for him to wear. Although she knew Jang Chen had a good figure before, now that she was in close contact with him and put her hands on his waist, she realized more clearly that Jang Chen's figure was really good. This waist looks very strong. I heard on the internet that a good waist means good ability in that area. Su Ningyan couldn't help but think back to their first night together in the hotel room. Although she and Jang Chen were both drunk at the time and not very clear-headed. But she vaguely remembered that she seemed to have been tormented for a long time. Well, it seems that what you read on the internet is sometimes quite true. While Su Ningyan was lost in thought, her right hand on Jang Chen's waist moved unconsciously. Jang Chen couldn't help but tense up. Seeing that Su Ningyan was still moving, he couldn't help but speak, his voice a little hoarse. If you keep touching me, I can't promise not to do anything else. Su Ningyan was a little confused at first, but when she saw her hands pinching Jang Chen's waist, she finally understood. She quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushing red. Well, I'm a little thirsty, I'll go out and drink some water. She rushed out quickly and disappeared in an instant. Jang Chen was both angry and amused by what he saw. This little woman Su Ningyan started a fire and just ran away like that. If it wasn't the wrong timing, he would really teach her a lesson and let her know that a man's waist should not be touched. Jang Chen took several deep breaths before his thoughts finally settled down and he focused on making a midnight snack. After having supper, it was getting a little late. After washing up, the two went back to their rooms to sleep. However, before entering the room, Jang Chen deliberately mentioned it. Is my waist nice to touch? Do you want to go into the room and touch it again? Su Ningyan's face flushed red, and she cursed coquettishly, you hooligan. He quickly rushed into the room and closed the door. The prank was successful, and Jang Chen couldn't help but curl his lips and walk towards his room happily. Saturday morning. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan were still sleeping soundly in bed when they were woken up by a loud doorbell ring. Originally, the two of them didn't want to pay attention to it. But the person ringing the doorbell was too patient and kept ringing it as if he was not going to open the door. The two of them finally had no choice but to get out of bed and prepare to go out and open the door. The two of them opened the door at the same time and bumped into each other when they came out. At this time, Su Ningyan was wearing a black pajamas. She was in a hurry to come out and didn't tidy up. Her clothes were askew, and her shoulders, collarbone, and some other parts were exposed. Jang Chen's gaze couldn't help but be drawn over. Su Ningyan noticed his gaze and immediately straightened her clothes with a blushing face. Jang Chen withdrew his gaze with some regret and walked towards the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Lin Mengyao standing at the door dragging a suitcase. At this time, Su Ningyan had already walked to Jang Chen's side and looked at Lin Mengyao with some confusion. "Mengyao, why are you dragging a suitcase so early in the morning? Are you running away from home?" Lin Mengyao said unhappily, "I knew you two must have forgotten what I said before. Didn't I tell you before? To thank Jang Chen for his help, I'll treat you to a hot spring resort this weekend." "Okay, stop dawdling, wash up, pack your things and let us go." Jang Chen and Su Ningyan finally remembered that this was indeed the case. The two had no choice but to go wash up quickly. Half an hour later, under Lin Mengyao's constant urging, Jang Chen and Su Ningyan came to the parking lot with their suitcases and drove to the hot spring resort. Because they left in a hurry, Jang Chen and Su Ningyan didn't have time to eat breakfast. They just bought some food on the way. Jang Chen had to drive and had no hands free to eat breakfast. Su Ningyan sat in the passenger seat, holding breakfast in both hands. She glanced at Jang Chen next to her, hesitated for a moment, and asked embarrassedly, "What do you want to eat?" Jang Chen glanced at her and said jokingly, "Are you planning to feed me?" Su Ningyan blushed and responded softly, The smile on Jang Chen's face deepened. "I want to eat steamed dumplings." Su Ningyan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a steamed dumpling and handed it to his mouth. She seemed a little embarrassed, her eyes kept wandering, and she didn't dare to look at Jang Chen at all. Jang Chen smiled and lowered his head to eat. After finishing one, Su Ningyan picked up a second one for him. Su Ningyan seemed to be focused on feeding Jang Chen, and she didn't even think about giving herself some food. Jang Chen had no choice but to remind her, "You haven't had breakfast yourself, so don't feed me all the time. Eat a little yourself too, otherwise you'll be hungry." "Good." Su Ningyan nodded and started eating breakfast. When she ate the rice rolls, her eyes lit up. She immediately picked up a piece and handed it to Jang Chen's mouth. "Jang Chen, this rice noodle roll is delicious, you should try it too." Jang Chen opened his mouth and ate it. It tasted really good. The two of them sat in the front, one feeding and the other eating, being so affectionate and sweet. Lin Mengyao, who had been sitting in the back but was treated as a transparent person by them, only felt a stomachache. Hungry, but also full. She was hungry because she didn't have breakfast, and she was full because she ate too much dog food. Chapter 33 Chapter 033 Yin Yen, can you sleep with Jang Chen? Seeing that the two people still didn't notice her, she couldn't help but speak, hey, I'm still here. I didn't have breakfast either. Can you two at least ask me if I want to eat?" The two of them finally decided to devote some attention to her. But what he said almost made her vomit blood in anger. "So Mengyao, you are here. If you hadn't said anything, we would have forgotten about you. As for breakfast, we only bought 2 servings and we have already finished them. If you want to eat more, you can only stop and buy it when you pass by a breakfast shop on the way." Lin Mengyao went crazy. She's such a living person right here, and these two guys actually forgot about her? She was about to scold the two men for being heartless, but they had already turned their attention away. Jang Chen was driving while paying close attention to the road, while Su Ningyan was discussing with him what songs would be best to listen to along the way. Lin Mengyao was so angry that smoke almost came out of her nostrils. In the end, he could only snort coldly, sit back, and sulk. She secretly made up her mind that she must find a boyfriend as soon as possible. The feeling of being a light bulb was too sad. This drive is quite long. The three of them set out in the morning but arrived in the afternoon. The room was booked in advance by Lin Mengyao. She booked 2 rooms. Because it was the weekend, the hotel room allocation was tight, and there were no adjacent rooms available when she booked. So the 2 rooms she booked were a bit far apart. The three of them had already agreed on the way, Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao would share a room, and Jang Chen would share a room. As a result, when the three of them arrived at the door of the room, Su Ningyan and Jang Chen stood there without moving. Although they didn't live in the same room when they were in the apartment, they were at least next door to each other and not far away. Not sure if it was because she had come to a strange environment or for some other reason, but Su Ningyan inexplicably didn't want to be too far away from Jang Chen. Unconsciously, Su Ningyan had begun to rely on Jang Chen. She only felt at ease when she was with Jang Chen. Jang Chen reached out and touched her head. Don't worry. Although we are not next door, we are still on the same floor. If anything really happens, you can also call me. Su Ningyan leaned in his arms and responded muffledly, Still no movement. Jang Chen had no choice but to reach out and hug her. The two of them were reluctant to leave each other here, and Lin Mengyao rolled her eyes at the sight. Finally, I couldn't help but speak up. Please, it's not like we can't see each other because we're going abroad, or we're far away from each other, it's just that we sleep separately. Why are you making it so hard to be apart? Okay, if you really can't bear to leave, Yen, you can sleep with Jang Chen. You two have already got the marriage certificate anyway, so don't make it seem like I'm a bad guy who wants to break you up. After she said that, Su Ningyan felt embarrassed. She immediately stepped out of Jang Chen's arms and walked towards the room dragging her luggage. You are the one who talks too much. Why don't you go into the room quickly? You keep urging me. Lin Mengyao was so angry that she had to follow with her luggage. Seeing them enter the room, Jang Chen also took his luggage and walked towards his room. After driving all the way, they were still a little tired, so the three of them planned to take a rest before going to the hot springs. In room 605. After Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao packed up their things, they began to prepare to rest. Lin Mengyao was indeed a little tired and was drowsy lying on the bed. Just when she was about to fall asleep, she heard a noise beside her. It was Su Ningyan turning over. Lin Mengyao's sleepiness was instantly driven away a little, and she had to try to sleep again. Not long after, she fell drowsy again. As a result, the sound of Su Ningyan turning over was heard again. After being interrupted several times, Lin Mengyao finally couldn't bear it anymore. Yen, are you going to sleep or not? The bed was tossed and turned so much that if you didn't know, you would think there were needles in it. Su Ningyan was also a little embarrassed. Did I disturb your rest? I'm sorry, I just couldn't sleep. Lin Mengyao looked at her and thought of something. Could it be that you can't sleep because Jang Chen is not by your side? I say, you two are too clingy, aren't you? It's not enough to sleep together at home, do you have to sleep together when you go out? Su Ningyan's cheeks flushed. Shy and guilty. She really couldn't sleep because Jang Chen was far away and she felt uneasy. But Lin Mengyao was wrong, she and Jang Chen did not sleep together at home. She opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't explain. In the end, under Lin Mengyao's strong suppression, Su Ningyan put on headphones, listened to hypnotic songs, and barely fell asleep. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao woke up. The first thing Su Ningyan did when she woke up was to take out her cell phone to call Jang Chen. Honey, are you awake? Did you sleep well? Lin Mengyao, who was standing by, had just opened her eyes when she heard Su Ningyan speaking to Jang Chen on the phone in a voice that was so sweet that it was sickening, and she couldn't help but shudder. Although she had seen her best friend act like a shy little woman in front of Jang Chen several times, she still wasn't used to it. Back then, her best friend was the representative of independent women of the new era. Looking at it now, she almost suspected that her best friend was possessed by something. Su Ningyan, who was standing by, noticed her gaze and seemed a little embarrassed. She glared at Lin Mengyao, walked aside with her phone and continued to whisper sweetly to Jang Chen. Jang Chen seemed to have just woken up, his voice was a little hoarse. Well, just woke up, slept well. Su Ningyan felt as if her ears were pregnant. Her husband's voice is so nice. Su Ningyan had a shy and sweet smile on her face and continued to talk on the phone with her husband. The two of them talked for a full half hour. Seeing that they were about to continue talking, Lin Mengyao, who was forced to eat a ton of dog food and was already choking, couldn't help but speak. How long are you guys going to keep calling? Come over here and change your clothes. We're going to the hot springs soon. Su Ningyan had no choice but to say to Jang Chen on the phone reluctantly, Honey, I'm going to change my clothes first. See you later. Jang Chen replied with a smile, Okay, see you later. He also needs to change his clothes. After changing into swimming trunks and a bathrobe, Jang Chen prepared to go look for Su Ningyan, Lin Mengyao, and the others. Women take longer to change clothes. After waiting for about half an hour, the two finally came out. The first one to come out was Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao was wearing a pink swimsuit and looked very cute. However, it's just cute, there's nothing much else to see. Jang Chen quickly looked away, waiting for his wife to come out. Not long after, Su Ningyan came out. The moment he saw Su Ningyan, Jang Chen's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but stand up. Except for that night in the hotel, this was the first time he saw Su Ningyan's figure so clearly. Chapter 34 Chapter 034 is simply asking for trouble. Slender waist, white and slender legs, and... What are you looking at? Su Ningyan covered her chest with her hands, her face flushed. It would have been fine if she hadn't covered it, but now that she covered it, it felt like it was about to pop out. Jang Chen only felt his nose was a little itchy and his throat was very dry. Seeing that he was still staring at her, Su Ningyan felt both sweet and shy. She is naturally happy that her husband likes her figure. She glared at Jang Chen coquettishly and scolded him softly, "You're still looking?" Lin Mangyao on the side wanted to roll her eyes at this moment. The voice is so delicate, is she sure she is scolding someone and not acting coquettishly? It felt like her best friend wasn't blaming Jang Chen for looking at her, but rather hated that Jang Chen would keep staring at her. After all, Lin Mangyao was there, and Jang Chen couldn't keep staring at his wife's figure, so he had to reluctantly look away. He walked to the side, picked up a bathrobe, and put it on Su Ningyan, careful not to catch a cold. Su Ningyan felt sweet in her heart and said, "Okay, thank you, husband." Jang Chen smiled, took her hand and walked out. After they walked for a while, Su Ningyan remembered something. "By the way, where is Mengyao?" She turned and looked. Lin Mengyao was still standing there, staring at them with an accusing expression. She didn't know how many times she regretted it. Why did she go out to the hot springs with Jang Chen and the others? She was simply asking for trouble. When these two people are together, they only have each other in their eyes and hearts, and everyone around them is treated as invisible people by them. As an invisible person, Lin Mengyao only felt sad, and shouted in her heart again that she must find a boyfriend. "Mengyao, what are you doing standing there? Didn't you keep urging me to come out and soak in the hot springs?" Su Ningyan called out to her. Lin Mengyao sighed deeply and had to follow. The three of them came to a hot spring pool together. "Since we are going to take a hot spring bath, we definitely cannot wear the bathrobe anymore." Jang Chen took off his bathrobe and put it aside. The next moment, he noticed several eyes looking at him. Some were with their wives, some were with Lin Mengyao, and some were with other guests who were taking a hot spring bath. Lin Mengyao clicked her tongue a few times. "Yan Yan always said that you have a good figure, but I didn't quite believe it. But now I see that you do have a good figure. Look at these abdominal muscles, there are 8 of them, and these chest muscles." Lin Mengyao looked at it with envy and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. A white hand grabbed her. It was Su Ningyan. "What do you want to do? You want to take advantage of my husband?" Su Ningyan stood in front of Jang Chen. Lin Mengyao felt a little guilty, cough cough cough. "It's not that I'm taking advantage, I just couldn't control myself for a moment, it's just that your husband has such a good figure." Su Ningyan looked proud and said, "My husband does have a good body, but he is my husband and only I can touch him. Other women can forget about it." Lin Mengyao looked at her protecting her food and said unhappily, "Yes, yes, only you can touch it, no one else can. But, you should touch it and show it to me." A blush immediately appeared on Su Ningyan's face. Touch Jang Chen's body? She was actually eager to try, but she felt a little embarrassed because there were too many people around. Although she said she was embarrassed, her eyes kept glancing at Jang Chen's abdominal and chest muscles, and her hands were ready to move. Jang Chen noticed her little expression and simply grabbed her hand and placed it on his abdominal muscles. He said jokingly, "Weren't you very confident just now? Why are you shy now?" He lowered his body, leaned close to Su Ningyan's ear, and whispered, "If you want to touch it, touch it. I'm not forbidding you to touch it." Su Ningyan's face turned red instantly. She wanted to take her hand back, but she couldn't bear to do so. The touch felt so good that without noticing, her hands started to touch Jang Chen's abdominal muscles. "I'm addicted to it once I touch it." Until a burst of discussion was heard around. "Oh, I really envy that woman. I also want to touch that handsome guy's abdominal muscles." It's just wishful thinking. Don't you see that the handsome guy is already taken? He is very protective of her, even her best friend is on guard against him. I didn't expect that the handsome guy is not only good looking, but also has such a great figure. I'm drooling just looking at him. Those abdominal muscles, those pectoral muscles, that perfect mermaid line, those slender and powerful legs, especially that waist that looks very strong like a dog, you can tell at a glance that he is very powerful in that area. I can't help but feel greedy. I really envy his woman, she must be so happy. Su Ningyan's face turned even redder. I have to say that these people are really too open-minded. They actually say these things in public. Although she had to admit, well, Jang Chen was indeed very good in that aspect. Su Ningyan withdrew her hand somewhat embarrassedly and stammered, well, let's go take a hot spring bath. She almost didn't dare to look at Jang Chen, and pulled Lin Mangyao into the hot spring pool. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows and followed them in, soaking next to them. When women get together, they always gossip. Lin Mangyao glanced at Jang Chen, who was standing not far away, gently bumped Su Ningyan's shoulder, and winked at him. How about it? Su Ningyan didn't understand for a moment. What did it mean? Lin Mangyao asked directly, didn't you just touch Jang Chen's abdominal muscles? How did it feel? Was it nice to touch? This is what you were asking. Su Ningyan blushed and felt a little embarrassed. She bit her lip and whispered, it feels good. She still felt a little regretful that the touch time was too short. It was all because those people kept staring at her in Jang Chen, which made her feel embarrassed. Otherwise, she could have touched for longer. Lin Mangyao looked envious and said, oh, I also want to find a boyfriend with abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles. The problem is that she doesn't even have a boyfriend now, let alone one with abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles. Su Ningyan patted her shoulder and said, then work hard. Lin Mangyao felt depressed and no longer had the heart to continue gossiping. Su Ningyan looked at her depressed expression and didn't say much. She turned her gaze elsewhere and saw two women standing near her husband. The two women kept staring at Jang Chen, as if they wanted to go up and talk to him but didn't dare. Su Ningyan's alarm bells rang, and she subconsciously stood up and strode towards Jang Chen. At this time, the two women had just made up their minds and were about to ask Jang Chen for his contact information, but they saw a beautiful woman rushing over and throwing herself into the handsome man's arms. The beauty also said sweetly to the handsome guy, honey, why are you here alone? I'm here to accompany you. The two women were stunned. Husband? The handsome guy is married? The two women looked at each other, and finally fixed their eyes on Su Ningyan's delicate and beautiful face. Both of them looked embarrassed. Chapter 35 Chapter 035 Brother, you are so handsome, would you like to be my husband? The handsome guy's wife is so beautiful that they feel that if they stay here any longer, they will be humiliating themselves. The two of them ran away in shame. Seeing the two women leave, Su Ningyan felt relieved, but also a little sour. She looked up at Jang Chen's handsome face, and couldn't help it, so she raised her head and was about to bite him. It's all because of this handsome face, it always attracts a lot of people. As a result, as soon as the mouth touched Jang Chen's face, the force instantly weakened. She couldn't bear to do that. This face is so handsome, what if it gets bitten? In the end, what was originally going to be biting turned into kissing. Jang Chen didn't understand what was happening the whole time. All he knew was that his wife suddenly pounced on him and kissed him on the face. He lowered his head and looked at Su Ningyan. What happened? Su Ningyan looked at him with an innocent look, as if he had no idea what was going on. She wanted to lose her temper but didn't know where to start. Finally, she lowered her head, bumped into Jang Chen's chest, and said sullenly, it's nothing. The impact was very light and didn't hurt, so Jang Chen just let her do it. The other side. Lin Mangyao had come out of her depressed mood and was about to talk to Su Ningyan, but when she turned her head, she found that her best friend was no longer around her. She looked around and saw her best friend hugging her husband, looking very sweet. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. How could this woman Su Ningyan be so clingy that she couldn't bear to leave her husband even to take a hot spring bath? Is it great to have a husband? Does that mean you can bully single people? Woo woo woo, she also wants to find a husband. After the three of them finished soaking in the hot spring, it was already 7 o'clock, time for dinner. The three of them went back to their room, changed their clothes, and then went to the restaurant for dinner. During dinner, Lin Mangyao was once again bombarded with dog food, which made her feel so full that she almost choked. Not wanting to be abused any longer, she quickly slipped away after finishing her meal. Finally having some time to be alone together, Jang Chen and Su Ningyan were both in a good mood. The two walked hand in hand along the forest path. As the two were talking, a small figure rushed towards them in panic. Jang Chen had no time to dodge and the other party bumped into him directly. Seeing that the little figure was about to fall to the ground, Jang Chen quickly reached out and grabbed her. The other person steadied himself, looked up and apologized to him in Italian. "Brother, thank you." Jang Chen looked at the other person. She was a little foreign girl, about 5 or 6 years old, with 2 long braids and big blue eyes staring at him. I don't know if it was because she was amazed by his face, but the little girl widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Brother, you are so handsome." "Brother, will you be my husband?" Jang Chen was suddenly at a loss for words and replied to her in Italian, "You are still too young." The system had previously rewarded him with 8 language skills, including Italian, so he spoke it fluently. The little girl was amazed at first. "Brother, you can speak Italian? You are amazing. I see that most people here can only speak some basic English and can hardly speak Italian. It turns out that I have good taste, and my brother is really amazing." She remembered what Jang Chen said about her being young, and a trace of unhappiness appeared on her face. "I am not young anymore, I already have." She started counting on her fingers and realized she was already 5 years old. "Brother, if you think I'm too young, then I'll wait until I grow up and marry you." She said she wanted to marry him when she was only 5 years old. Kids nowadays are really precocious. Jang Chen's face became even more helpless. Seeing that he didn't answer, the little girl grabbed his hand and shook it. "Brother, are you okay?" Su Ningyan on the side couldn't help but speak. "What are you talking about?" She couldn't speak Italian and couldn't understand it, so she didn't know what Jang Chen said to the little girl. Jang Chen looked at Su Ningyan, then at the little girl who was still begging him to marry her, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Su Ningyan seemed to have noticed something as well. She looked at Jang Chen, then at the little girl who was clinging to him, and guessed, could this little girl be saying something like, "I like you, and want you to be her boyfriend?" Although there are some differences, the meaning is almost the same. Jang Chen nodded hesitantly. "Almost. She wanted me to be her husband." Su Ningyan's cheeks puffed up. Her husband is so charming that even little girls are attracted to him. She even tried to snatch her husband from her right in front of her. A sense of crisis surged in her heart, and she reached out and hugged Jang Chen tightly. "Then you tell her that you are married and have a partner, and you can no longer be her husband." Jang Chen looked at her jealous expression and pinched her nose with amusement. "Okay, I told her." He lowered his head and said to the little Italian girl, "My brother is already married, and the girl next to him is his wife, so he can't marry you." The little girl looked at Su Ningyan beside her with a look of disappointment. "So that's it." She looked like a little adult and said with regret, "Oh, that's such a pity. Forget it, I want to take someone else's love away. You didn't marry someone as cute and beautiful as me, which means you are unlucky." She looked at Su Ningyan and said in a somewhat arrogant tone, "But your wife is not bad. Her beauty is almost comparable to mine, and she is worthy of your handsome face." Jang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Today's children are not only precocious, but also very narcissistic. He changed the subject. "By the way, why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" The little girl thought of something and looked frustrated. "I'm lost and don't know how to go back." Jang Chen was startled. "Are you lost? It's okay, brother will take you to find it. If you look carefully, you will always remember the way back." He roughly told Su Ningyan about the little girl getting lost. Su Ningyan looked worried. She was so young and it would be dangerous for her to be alone. "Then we will accompany her and see if we can find where her home is." The two nodded and started looking for a way back with the little girl. The little girl told me that the 3 of them came to China to discuss cooperation. For convenience, I rented a villa nearby. Because she had not been here for long, the little girl was not familiar with the environment here, so she got lost after she came out and didn't know how to get back. No matter how precocious the little girl is, she is only 5 years old after all. The excitement I had felt when I saw Jang Chen had gradually faded, and I began to feel a little panicked. She wants to go home. She wants to see her parents. Jang Chen noticed her mood and started to tell her some funny stories to make her relax. Jang Chen and the little girl spoke in Italian throughout their conversation, which Su Ningyan could not understand. Chapter 36 Chapter 036 is simply my lucky star. She watched Jang Chen calmly talking to the Italian girl, speaking fluently and in a steady voice, and a sense of pride welled up in her heart. The man she likes is excellent. Jang Chen walked with the little girl and asked people on the roadside. According to the little girl's description, he told passers-by about the environment in which the little girl lived and what her parents looked like. Passers-by watched him speak a foreign language very fluently to a little foreign girl, with amazement on their faces. Dude, what language are you speaking? It doesn't sound like English. Before Jang Chen could speak, Su Ningyan spoke first. My husband speaks Italian. In addition to Italian, he can speak 8 languages including French. The passers-by were even more shocked and gave Jang Chen a thumbs up, praising him, saying, "Brother, you are awesome." Before Jang Chen could say anything, Su Ningyan said proudly, "Well, my husband is really amazing." Jang Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw her little look. Su Ningyan felt a little embarrassed. The little Italian girl beside him looked at Jang Chen and then at Su Ningyan. "Well, my brother and this beautiful sister seem to have a very good relationship, so it seems that I really have no chance." She sighed like a little adult, full of regret. After asking about 7 or 8 passers-by, Jang Chen finally found the direction and took the little girl to a villa. As soon as I reached the intersection, I saw a foreign couple standing not far away with anxious looks on their faces. As if noticing the movement here, the foreign couple looked over here. When they saw the little girl next to Jang Chen, their eyes lit up, and they walked over quickly, picked up the little girl and kissed her face continuously. The couple said a few words of blame to the little girl with some fear. They only felt relieved when they heard the little girl repeatedly assure them that she would not run around again. Now, they finally had time to focus their attention on Jang Chen and Su Ningyan. The foreign man said some words of thanks to Jang Chen in Italian. "Thank you so much for bringing my daughter back. Otherwise my wife and I wouldn't know what to do. Thank you so much." Jang Chen shook his head and said, "It's okay, as long as I can help you." The foreign woman said, "Don't stand there, why don't you go into the villa and sit down and rest for a while?" Several people walked towards the villa and sat down on the sofa in the hall. The foreign couple once again expressed their gratitude to Jang Chen and Su Ningyan. They wanted to reward Jang Chen, but Jang Chen refused. The couple felt a little embarrassed and kept thinking about how to repay Jang Chen and the others. During the conversation, the foreign couple learned that Su Ningyan ran a company and some of the projects were suitable for them. They came here to seek cooperation. The couple's eyes lit up and they excitedly pulled Su Ningyan and talked about something. Su Ningyan looked confused and said to Jang Chen, "Jang Chen, what are they talking about?" Jang Chen smiled and said, "They want to cooperate with you. From what they said, it should be a big order." Su Ningyan's eyes lit up, and she suppressed her excitement as she introduced the company's projects to the couple. Unfortunately, the foreign couple couldn't understand the Chinese she spoke. Jang Chen had no choice but to help relay the message. So, the two sides reached a cooperation with Jang Chen's translation. Perhaps out of gratitude to Jang Chen and Su Ningyan, the foreign couple made huge concessions in this cooperation, allowing Su Ningyan to make a lot of money. After leaving the foreign couple's villa, Su Ningyan could no longer restrain herself and threw herself on Jang Chen, kissing him several times on the face. "Husband, you are really awesome. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to get this big order. Husband, you are my lucky star." Jang Chen quickly hugged her to prevent her from falling. He looked at Su Ningyan's excited little face, and his heart moved. He smiled and said, "Since I have helped you a lot, should I give you some reward?" Su Ningyan was in a good mood at the moment, and said without thinking, "What reward do you want? Just tell me." As a result, there was no answer from Jang Chen for a long time. She looked up in some confusion, only to see Jang Chen staring at a certain part of her with a burning gaze. Her face turned red and she quickly jumped off him. "This wouldn't do." Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. "I haven't even told you what it is yet, why is it not working?" Su Ningyan's face was red as blood. "Although you didn't say it, your eyes told me." Jang Chen moved closer to her. Su Ningyan couldn't help but step back. Jang Chen reached out and hugged her waist, preventing her from dodging. "Then tell me, what did you see in my eyes?" Su Ningyan instantly became stammering, I couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Seeing that she was so embarrassed that she was at a loss, Jang Chen decided not to tease her anymore. "Okay, I was just kidding. The reward I want is simple. I drove for several hours yesterday and my back and waist are a little sore. If you are free later, please come to my room and give me a massage." The blush on Su Ningyan's face had not faded yet, and she asked somewhat worriedly, "Is it really just a massage?" Jang Chen reached out and gently tapped her forehead. "Yes, just a massage. But if you want to do something else, that's not impossible." Su Ningyan put her hand over her forehead. "Nothing else? You said it was just a massage." Then I'll go back first. Meng Yao hasn't seen us for so long, she must be a little anxious. She ran away quickly. Jang Chen looked at her back and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. It's quite fun to tease your wife occasionally. 10 o'clock in the evening, in room 605. Lin Mengyao had just come out of the shower when she saw Su Ningyan standing in front of the mirror, holding several sets of clothes and trying them out in front of her. She was a little puzzled. Yan, what are you doing? You're comparing a bunch of clothes in the middle of the night. If you don't know, you might think you're getting ready to meet your lover in the middle of the night. Su Ningyan blushed and her eyes flickered. What are you talking about? What lovers? No way. Lin Mengyao had just said it casually, but seeing her guilty look, she looked at Su Ningyan carefully. Tell me the truth, what are you going to do next? Could it be that you, little girl, can't bear it anymore and are finally going to abandon me, your best friend, and go find your husband? TSK, married people are just different. After being nourished by love, they can't help themselves even for one night. The car drove so suddenly that Su Ningyan's face turned red. Mengyao, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Mengyao was so calm. Am I talking nonsense? Aren't you going to see Jang Chen later? Su Ningyan didn't know how to refute for a moment. Chapter 37 Chapter 037 Dressing for the one who pleases himself. In the end, she had to confess honestly, I did go to find Jang Chen, but it wasn't the way you thought. Jang Chen helped me sign a big deal before, and I wanted to show my appreciation. Lin Mengyao immediately took over. So you plan to sacrifice yourself tonight, as a sexual payment? Su Ningyan was so angry that she chased Lin Mengyao and hit her several times. But the intensity was not great, just some playful fights between the sisters. Look at you, you are still talking nonsense. I am not that kind of person. Lin Mengyao was tired from running and quickly begged for mercy. Okay, it's my fault for having dirty thoughts. I'm wrong. Yan is the purest one in our family. Su Ningyan stopped and snorted, I'm glad you know. It was getting late, so she stopped arguing with Lin Mengyao and continued to gesture with the clothes in front of her. She was a little distressed. Mengyao, which one do you think I should wear? Lin Mengyao sat aside and said unhappily, I heard that you and Jang Chen have been married for a while now, and I don't know how many times I've seen your private side. It's just one night, do you really need to dress up so elaborately? Su Ningyan bit her lip. That was different. When she was at home, she was at home. Now that she was going out, she naturally had to dress nicely. I hope that I will always be a beautiful image in Jang Chen's heart. Lin Mengyao shook her head. She was really hopeless. Once a woman fell in love, she would only think about how to please a man all day long. Su Ningyan snorted. What do you mean by pleasing someone? That is called dressing up to please yourself. You'll understand when you find someone you like in the future. She ignored Lin Mengyao and continued to try out the clothes in front of the mirror. Lin Mengyao took a look, rolled her eyes, walked to the wardrobe, took out a set of clothes, and handed it to Su Ningyan pretending to be casual. Stop picking, I think this outfit is the most suitable. If Jang Chen sees you wearing this outfit, he will definitely be fascinated by you. Su Ningyan was still looking at herself in the mirror. What kind of clothes were so amazing? She glanced sideways, and her face flushed red when she saw a set of red, almost transparent pajamas. Mengyao, where did you get this outfit? Take it away quickly, Jang Chen wouldn't like me wearing this kind of clothes. Lin Mengyao explained, oh, I packed this into my suitcase on a whim before I went out. I originally wanted to use it to hook up with handsome guys, but it seems that I won't be able to hook up with handsome guys. But you can use it to seduce Jang Chen. After all, Jang Chen is so outstanding. If you don't work hard to win his heart, you might be seduced away by someone else one day. She looked at Su Ningyan's face full of rejection and tried to persuade her about the benefits of wearing this dress. Don't look so nonchalant. Men, are all animals in some way. So, don't underestimate the power of this suit. She handed it towards Su Ningyan again. Needless to say, Su Ningyan was already a little moved. But thinking that she was only giving Jang Chen a massage and not doing any sports that were not suitable for children, she quickly looked away. I've already said that I just went there to thank Jang Chen and didn't intend to do anything else, so I don't have any use for this set of clothes. Although he said that he couldn't use it, his eyes kept glancing at the clothes in Lin Mengyao's hands. Lin Mengyao saw through her little thoughts and put the clothes on the chair next to Su Ningyan. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. Anyway, I'll leave the clothes here. You can take care of them yourself. I'm going to the bathroom to wash up first. She went to the bathroom. Su Ningyan looked down at the red pajamas on the chair, thought of something, blushed, and quickly looked away. After a while, she couldn't help but look over again. Back and forth several times, she finally couldn't help but stretched out her right hand towards the red pajamas. She picked up the clothes and gestured in front of her. The pajamas are nice and the size is perfect for her. Moreover, this red color matches her skin tone very well, making her skin look as smooth as cream. She imagined wearing this dress to meet Jang Chen. Thinking of some scene that was not suitable for children, her face turned red almost like blood, and she quickly put her pajamas back on the chair. She reached out and patted her burning cheeks. Su Ningyan, calm down. You are going there for a massage, not to sacrifice yourself. She took a few deep breaths and managed to calm down. Finally, she picked out a light yellow long dress with a waistline. After getting dressed, she prepared to go out to find Jang Chen. Just as she reached the door, she thought of something, turned around and walked back, picked up the red pajamas on the chair, quickly walked to her suitcase and stuffed them in. Although I won't need this pajamas tonight, who knows, maybe I will need it in the future. She quickly closed the suitcase and stole a glance in the direction of the bathroom. Lin Mengyao was still inside and hadn't come out, which meant that Lin Mengyao didn't see her hiding her pajamas just now. That's good. She breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and walked out the door. She is going to find her husband and fulfill her promise to give Jang Chen a massage. Jang Chen had just finished taking a shower and was lying on the bed. As soon as I took out my mobile phone, opened a live broadcast software and entered a live broadcast room, I heard a doorbell ring. The person who came to see him at this time should be his wife Su Ningyan. He put down his phone and walked towards the door. The moment he opened the door, his eyes lit up. You look very beautifully dressed tonight. The light yellow color complements your skin tone. Hearing his praise, Su Ningyan smiled sweetly and said shyly, as long as you like it. She dressed up so carefully because she hoped Jang Chen would like it. The two walked into the room one after the other and sat down on the sofa. Jang Chen poured Su Ningyan a glass of water. After drinking the water, Su Ningyan asked, should I press it here? Jang Chen shook his head. The sofa was too small, so he decided to sleep on the bed. The two of them stood up and walked towards the bed. As soon as I sat down, a strange sound came from my ears. Ouch, that's annoying. Brother, you're driving too fast. I can't keep up with you. What ABC? My brother underestimated me. Of course it's E. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room froze. Jang Chen's face was a little stiff. Damn it, he just clicked casually and had no idea that the live broadcast room he entered was of this style. The most important thing is that he actually forgot to turn off his cell phone. He quickly walked over and exited the live broadcast room, turning off the screen of his mobile phone. Su Ningyan on the side stared at him with resentment. You usually like to watch this style. Jang Chen had some cold sweat on his forehead. No, I just clicked on it casually, really. Su Ningyan stared at him for a long time and snorted, not knowing whether to believe it or not. Okay, it's getting late, let me start massaging you now. Chapter 38 Chapter 038 I want my husband to sleep with me. Seeing that she didn't dwell on the live broadcast, Jang Chen thought the matter was over and felt relieved. Good. He reached out to take off his bathrobe. Su Ningyan was startled by his action. What are you doing? Jang Chen paused and said innocently, aren't you going to give me a massage? How can you give me a massage if you don't take off this bathrobe? Su Ningyan's face turned red with embarrassment. Oh, so that's how it is. Then take it off. Jang Chen looked at her with a smile, what else do you think it is? Su Ningyan avoided his gaze guiltily and did not answer. Jang Chen took off his bathrobe, lay on the bed, and waited for Su Ningyan to give him a massage. After a while, he still didn't see Su Ningyan giving him a massage, and he felt a little puzzled. Why hasn't it started yet? Su Ningyan was staring at his back in a daze at this moment. I have to say, Jang Chen has a really good figure. The whole body is an inverted triangle, without a trace of fat, and the muscle lines are very good. Su Ningyan became fascinated as she watched. After being asked by Jang Chen, she came back to her senses and said embarrassedly, this is the beginning. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, knelt down and prepared to give Jang Chen a massage. Thinking of what the female anchor said on Jang Chen's phone just now, she felt an inexplicable surge of anger in her heart. She put all this anger into the massage. I originally thought that such a strong pressure would hurt Jang Chen, but Jang Chen sighed comfortably and said, "Yes, that's it, the strength is just right." Su Ningyan felt a little discouraged for a moment and sat there sullenly without moving. Jang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. He sat up and looked at Su Ningyan. "What happened?" Thinking of something, he said, "Is he angry about the live broadcast I just clicked on?" Su Ningyan glanced at him. He was obviously very angry, but the words he said carried a hint of grievance. Although I know you are definitely not that kind of person, I still feel uncomfortable." Jang Chen's heart softened when he saw her aggrieved look. He reached out and rubbed Su Ningyan's head. "It was my fault. Why did you click in for no reason?" "Okay, I'm not angry anymore. Don't you think about it, you are so beautiful and have such a good figure. It's enough for me to look at you on weekdays. Why should I watch those female anchors?" Those female anchors wear such heavy makeup that it's almost impossible to tell whether they are beautiful or ugly. They even use powerful beauty filters when they go live. It's already this level, but her looks are not even half as good as yours, and she definitely can't compare to you in real life. I'm not blind, why should I look at what they are doing? Su Ningyan was just sulking and couldn't relieve herself for the time being, but after being comforted by him, all her anger disappeared. A smile appeared on her face again. "You said it yourself, from now on, just look at me, and don't look at those female anchors." Jang Chen coaxed her, Okay, I will only look at you and not those female anchors." The smile on Su Ningyan's face became even sweeter. After a while, she remembered about the massage. "By the way, I'll also give you a massage. Please lie back on the bed and I will continue to massage you." Jang Chen lay down on the bed again. It's very comfortable to have someone give you a massage. Jang Chen was pressed so hard that he almost fell asleep. In the end, I was probably too sleepy and actually fell asleep in the middle of it. When he woke up, more than an hour had passed, and Su Ningyan was still diligently massaging him. In other words, Su Ningyan massaged him for at least an hour. How tiring this is. He quickly sat up and stopped Su Ningyan from continuing to massage him. "Okay, don't press it anymore. Your hands must be sore after massaging me for so long." He reached out and pressed on Su Ningyan's arm. Then Su Ningyan hissed. He frowned and said, "It seems you've been massaging me for too long. Your arms are sore and painful now. If this continues, your arms will definitely feel uncomfortable when you wake up tomorrow." "No, I have to press it for you." Before Su Ningyan could refuse, he pulled her over and pressed her onto the bed. This action looks dangerous no matter how you look at it. Su Ningyan looked at Jang Chen, who was leaning on top of her, and her expression was a little embarrassed. She whispered, "My arm just hurts. If you just massage my hand, I don't have to lie down, I can just sit." Jang Chen was stunned. It seems so. He didn't think of it for a moment. He looked at Su Ningyan lying on the bed. No one knew what the little woman was thinking about. Her eyes kept dodging and her face was flushed. In addition, because he pulled Su Ningyan a little too hard just now, the hem of her skirt was lifted up a little, revealing a bit of her spring light. In an instant, Jang Chen felt his throat was a little dry, and his eyes looking at Su Ningyan became a little hot. Su Ningyan seemed to sense danger, and immediately sat up, pulled down the hem of her skirt, and said with a red face, "What are you looking at?" "Stop looking at it." Jang Chen retracted his gaze, coughed, and said seriously, "It's not what I wanted to see, it's just that my eyes can't control themselves." Su Ningyan didn't know how to refute these words for a moment. Jang Chen also felt that this was a bit nonsense, so he quickly changed the subject. "Okay, sit on the head of the bed and I'll help you massage your arm." "Okay." Su Ningyan responded and sat obediently at the head of the bed. Jang Chen sat over and began to massage her arms. Because I didn't control the strength well, it was a bit too strong. Su Ningyan let out a low cry of pain. Jang Chen paused. "Does it hurt? Did I press too hard?" Su Ningyan shook her head and said, "It's okay. I guess my arms are too sore and I can't bear the force all of a sudden." Jang Chen reduced his strength and continued to press her. About 40 minutes later, Jang Chen felt that he had massaged his arms enough and wondered whether he should massage Su Ningyan's shoulders and back as well. As soon as he looked up, he saw Su Ningyan leaning against the head of the bed, her eyes closed and her breathing steady. It's obvious that he's asleep. It seems that I was too tired from massaging him just now. It's not very comfortable to sleep like this. After thinking about it, he walked forward, gently picked up Su Ningyan, put her on the bed, and let her lie down to sleep. Although his movements were very gentle, Su Ningyan still seemed to be disturbed by him. But she didn't open her eyes, she just kept closing them and mumbling. "Husband, I'm so tired. I don't want to press it anymore. I want to sleep." Jang Chen was a little amused. It seemed that this little woman thought she was still giving him a massage. He whispered, "No more pressing, just go to sleep." Su Ningyan's brows relaxed, but her eyes remained closed. She groped her way out and hugged Jang Chen's arm. "Okay, let's go to sleep, but I want my husband to sleep with me." Jang Chen was stunned and looked down at Su Ningyan. "Are you sure you want me to sleep with you?" Chapter 39 Chapter 039 A great tool for making money. Su Ningyan was in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness at this time, and her mind was not quite clear. Deep down in her heart, she depends on Jang Chen and wants to be close to him. It's just that I'm usually too embarrassed to show it because of my inherent modesty as a woman. She pouted and acted coquettishly. "Well, I want my husband to sleep with me. I want to sleep with my husband." This statement is really ambiguous. Jang Chen's blood boiled in an instant. If he hadn't seen that Su Ningyan, the little woman, still had her eyes closed, half asleep and half awake, he would have almost thought that she was hinting at him to do something. He waited for a while, but didn't hear Su Ningyan say anything ambiguous again. He sighed with some regret. It seems that this sleeping is really just sleeping. Okay, it's getting late, time to go to bed. This was also the second time he and Su Ningyan slept in the same bed together after that time in the hotel. With a beautiful woman by his side, sleeping in the same bed with him, and most importantly, this woman is his wife, it is impossible for Jang Chen not to have any thoughts. But he couldn't take advantage of others' misfortune. In order to avoid losing control, Jang Chen deliberately lay further away. However, as soon as he moved, Su Ningyan next to him also moved, just to be next to him. Seeing that he had already moved to the edge of the bed, if he moved any further he would fall, so he had to stop. It was not enough for the little woman Su Ningyan to sleep next to him. She also reached out and hugged his waist. Her head slowly moved to his chest, a satisfied smile appeared on her face, and finally she stopped moving. She was satisfied, but Jang Chen was tortured. It took him a lot of effort to control the urge in his heart. Looking down at the little woman sleeping soundly in his arms, he was so angry that he reached out and pinched her nose. The force was not very strong, he still felt sorry for his wife. Su Ningyan seemed to be disturbed in her sleep, wrinkled her nose, and snorted softly, "Don't move." Jang Chen felt as if something was tickling his heart, making it itchy. Seeing Su Ningyan sleeping so soundly, he really couldn't bear to disturb her. After tucking in the quilt, he reached out to turn off the desk lamp and prepared to rest. The moment he closed his eyes, the system's voice came in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 2 tasks of massaging his wife's arms for 40 minutes and sharing the same bed with his wife for the second time. The host is rewarded with the God-level investment skill. Jang Chen opened his eyes immediately. He didn't expect that the system would reward him with God-level investment skills. This is a great way to make money. Now that he has this skill, doesn't it mean that he will be rich in the future and live a wealthy life in an instant? There is no man who doesn't want to be a super rich man, spend money lavishly, and enjoy the envy of everyone. That's life. Jang Chen felt his blood boiling in his heart, and he couldn't wait to get up and put it into practice to see if the God-level investment skills rewarded by the system were as amazing as before. But thinking that it is already late, it is time to go to bed. It's okay for him not to sleep, but he can't disturb his wife's sleep. Thinking of this, he had to suppress his excitement and went to sleep with his wife in his arms. On the other side, in room 605. Lin Mengyao waited in the room for 2 hours but Su Ningyan didn't come back, and she muttered to herself. This girl had vowed before that she was just going to chat with Jang Chen for a few minutes to express her gratitude and would be back soon. As a result, 2 hours have passed and it is already midnight, but he still hasn't come back. The most important thing is that the red pajamas she had taken out earlier were gone. That girl Su Ningyan must have taken it away. Maybe she even wore it to meet Jang Chen. This chick acted very repulsive before, she was completely hypocritical. She still knows very well the charm of her best friend. With fair skin, beautiful face, and good figure, if she wears such a seductive pajamas, men will simply not be able to control themselves. It seems that my best friend will not be able to come back tonight. Thinking that her best friend was enjoying a very fulfilling nightlife while she was alone in her empty room, Lin Mengyao felt inexplicably sad. The next morning. In the room where Jang Chen lives. Su Ningyan woke up first. The moment she woke up, she felt like she was holding something in her hands, and it was quite comfortable. She couldn't help but hug and rub it. Suddenly I felt that something was wrong with the touch. Why does it feel like human skin? She opened her eyes immediately. The first thing you see is a strong chest, rising and falling with the owner's breathing. She was startled and almost screamed. However, after seeing the appearance of his master, he immediately covered his mouth with his hand and did not make a sound. It turned out to be her own husband. She was really scared. She breathed a sigh of relief and then lifted it up again. No, why did she sleep with Jang Chen? She remembered that she came to give Jang Chen a massage last night. Later, she was tired and Jang Chen was considerate of her and gave her a massage back. It seems that she fell asleep later. I don't know what happened after I fell asleep. She immediately lifted the quilt to check. Her clothes were still on and there was nothing unusual about her body. It seemed that she was just sleeping with Jang Chen and nothing had happened. While she breathed a sigh of relief, she also felt a little regretful. Su Ningyan's expression froze. No, what does she regret? She has no regrets. Su Ningyan blushed and tried to convince herself that the regret she just felt was an illusion. It took her a while to calm down. As a result, when he looked up, he saw Jang Chen's strong chest again. Thinking about how she slept on it last night and just hugged it and rubbed it, her face turned red again. She couldn't stay any longer. If she stayed any longer, she felt she would lose control of herself and would pounce on Jang Chen. It's all because her husband is too handsome and has such an attractive body, which makes her always want to make moves. In order to avoid damaging her image in Jang Chen's mind, she suppressed her excitement and prepared to get up quietly. From getting up, going out, and returning to room 605, all her movements were very quiet, as if she were a thief. It was still very early, and based on her understanding of Lin Mangyao, her best friend should still be lying in bed and sleeping soundly at this time. As a result, as soon as she pushed open the door of room 605, she saw Lin Mangyao sitting on the sofa not far away, with her legs crossed and her arms around her chest. When he saw her come in, he calmly said to her, "What are you standing there for? Come and sit down." Su Ningyan smiled awkwardly. "Mangyao, why did you get up so early today?" She walked over and sat down nervously. Lin Mangyao looked at her with a smile. "Oh, because I got up early on purpose, just to see when that little girl who only loves the opposite sex but has no humanity will come back. As a result, I waited until morning." Chapter 40 Chapter 040 Starting with stocks. Su Ningyan felt guilty. "What are you waiting for me for? Nothing's going to happen to me." Lin Mangyao snorted and said, "Of course I know that nothing will happen to you, and I'm not worried about you. I'm just curious, what will Jang Chen do to you?" She winked at Su Ningyan and quickly confessed, "Is Jang Chen really good in that area? Did you enjoy yourself all night?" Su Ningyan's face turned red instantly. "What nonsense are you talking about? We didn't do anything last night, we're innocent." "Well, I smell a little bit. I need to go to the bathroom to wash up first." She ran to the bathroom as quickly as if escaping. Then she heard Lin Mangyao say behind her, "You took a shower so early in the morning and still claim to be innocent. Can you believe this?" Su Ningyan stumbled and almost fell. But in my heart I was thinking that she was really wronged. She really didn't do anything with Jang Chen. If I had known I would still be misunderstood, I might as well have done everything. No, what she was thinking was completely led astray by that girl Mangyao. Su Ningyan patted her hot cheeks in the bathroom, brushed off the inappropriate thoughts in her mind, and began to wash up. Jang Chen and the others returned in the afternoon. After driving for several hours, we finally arrived before dinner. Jang Chen and the others were so tired that they didn't plan to cook. They just had a meal at a nearby restaurant and went back. After sitting in the living room of the apartment to rest for a while, Su Ningyan got up and went to wash up. Jang Chen was sitting alone in the living room, feeling somewhat bored. Thinking of the god-level investment skills that the system had rewarded him with last night, he immediately sat up straight. This skill is a good thing to make money. While he has time now, he plans to try out this skill. He took out a laptop from his bedroom and started operating it. He plans to start with stocks. After going through a series of registration, account opening, and other related processes, he entered the stock page. When he saw the pile of stocks above, he was really dazzled at first. After all, before the system rewarded him with god-level investment skills, he knew nothing about stocks. But now with the god-level investment skills given to him by the system, he can quickly understand it and even quickly analyze whether each stock will fall or rise next. This is simply a magic tool for making money. The products of the system are indeed not ordinary. Jang Chen suppressed his excitement and started working on the computer. After looking for a while, he found several stocks that would rise sharply in the next half month. If you can invest a large amount of money in these stocks, you can imagine how huge the money you will make. It will be a surefire way to get rich. Jang Chen's heart was beating violently, and his hands were clenched into fists in excitement. However, when he thought about his bank card balance, which was only a few thousand yuan, his heart quickly sank. He even forgot that he is still a miserable senior intern. Although I came out for an internship, unfortunately the working time was not long, and since I was just an intern, the salary was not that much. It was all because he had been bombarded with all kinds of skills from the system recently, and for a moment he thought he was omnipotent and was about to become a Superman. As a Superman, he naturally doesn't care about money and other mundane things. He was so dazzled by his various skills that he even forgot about making money. It was not until now that I was in urgent need of money that I realized how poor I was. Even though he was once called a driving god, a darts master, etc., it still cannot cover up the fact that he is a poor guy. Thinking of this, Jang Chen smiled bitterly, looking at the stocks on the computer that would definitely make a lot of money, and kept scratching his hair in anger. Money, 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 where on earth is he going to find the money? Ask your parents for it? Not to mention that he is already 22 years old, it is really embarrassing to ask his parents for money at this age. What's more, he wants a lot of money, at least hundreds of thousands. If he asked his parents for hundreds of thousands of dollars, they would probably be scared to death and suspect that he had been cheated. If my parents' way doesn't work, I can only borrow from someone else. But there were very few people he knew who could lend him hundreds of thousands of dollars at once. No, I should say, there is only one. That is his wife, Su Ningyan. Just as I was thinking about Su Ningyan, a gentle voice sounded from behind me. Honey, what are you looking at? Why did you suddenly take out your computer? A faint fragrance came over, and Jang Chen looked back. Su Ningyan stood behind him, supporting his shoulders with her hands, looking at him with curiosity with her big eyes. This look was kind of cute, but what moved Jang Chen the most was the scenery that was accidentally revealed when the other person bent down. Not getting an answer from Jang Chen, Su Ningyan looked down in the direction of his gaze with some surprise, and her face instantly turned red. She put her hands on her chest and stammered, "No, don't look at me." Jang Chen said as if it was a matter of course. What's wrong with me looking at my own wife? Not only did he look at her, he also reached out and held Su Ningyan and sat her on his lap. Su Ningyan screamed in surprise, worried that she would fall, and quickly reached out to hug his neck. The distance between the two of them was instantly shortened a lot. Although this distance is still far from sleeping together last night. But Su Ningyan had already fallen asleep last night and didn't feel anything. And now she is awake. The tip of her nose was filled with Jang Chen's scent, and some part of her was pressed against Jang Chen's thigh. She just felt something was wrong with her whole body, and her body began to go limp. Jang Chen looked down at her shy and nervous expression and couldn't help but chuckle. This little woman was obviously very nervous, but she still hugged his neck tightly, as if she was inviting him to do something to her. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but lower his head. Su Ningyan was startled and subconsciously stepped back, but when she thought that the man in front of her was her husband, the man she had loved for 3 years, she immediately stopped moving and even closed her eyes. Jang Chen looked at her with her eyes closed, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her fair cheek. It was not known whether it was out of nervousness or anticipation, but her eyelashes were still trembling, which made Jang Chen feel itchy. He lowered his head and kissed Su Ningyan's eyes. Su Ningyan's eyelashes trembled more violently, and a blush appeared on her face. Jang Chen's lips gradually moved back and finally settled on Su Ningyan's red lips. His Adam's apple rolled, and he lowered his head and kissed her. The kiss was passionate and intense. The kiss was so intense that I couldn't breathe, and they paused in the middle before continuing. It lasted for more than 10 minutes before the two let go. Su Ningyan's face had turned red, and she buried her head in Jang Chen's chest, too embarrassed to look up to see anyone. Jang Chen didn't tease her, he just held her and waited for her to calm down. The two hugged each other tenderly for half an hour before letting go. Chapter 41 Chapter 041 Joint Property of Husband and Wife, My Money is Your Money. Su Ningyan had calmed down by now. She remembered something and looked at the computer. By the way, you haven't told me yet, what are you doing on the computer? She leaned over to the computer screen and was stunned. This is stocks? Are you researching stocks? Jang Chen put his arm around her waist and adjusted his posture. Well, the kiss just now was so exciting that my body got excited too. Men can't control themselves when they get excited. He took a deep breath and tried to focus on the computer. Well, I've been interested in stocks lately, so I did some research. Su Ningyan nodded. Do you have any stocks you like? Which stocks do you think will rise? Jang Chen picked up the mouse and clicked several times. These are pretty good and will rise sharply in the next half month. Su Ningyan was a little surprised. Are you so sure that they will rise sharply? Jang Chen nodded and said, I'm sure. The tone is very confident. Su Ningyan looked at him and nodded heavily. I believe you. Since you said they will rise sharply, they will definitely rise sharply. Now it was Jang Chen's turn to be surprised. Do you trust me so much? Su Ningyan said as a matter of course, yes, I believe you. Maybe because I hadn't had much contact with you before, I might still have some doubts, but after this period of contact, I found that you are really amazing, and everything you said came true. Like racing, like cooking, like speaking French and Italian twice, helping me sign 2 big deals, and playing darts, you were so good at all of these things. So since you said that you are optimistic about these stocks, then they will definitely rise sharply. This feeling of being completely trusted made Jang Chen feel warm in his heart. He couldn't help but reach out and hug Su Ningyan. He is very strong, thank you for trusting me. Su Ningyan said sweetly, what is there to thank me for? You are my husband, so of course I trust you. Jang Chen smiled, very happy. He said in a hoarse voice, I am really glad that I can marry you. Su Ningyan blushed and felt sweet in her heart. After a while, she thought of something. Since you are so optimistic about those stocks, why don't you buy them? At this point, Jang Chen suddenly felt embarrassed, and his arms around Su Ningyan couldn't help but loosen a little. He coughed and tried to remain calm. That's because I am too optimistic about these stocks. It's such a rare opportunity. If I miss it, I will have to wait for a while. This is also the reason why he wanted to spend a lot of money and even borrow money from others to buy these stocks. The opportunity is so rare that if you miss it, you don't know when you will get it again. You know, if he had enough capital, he could even make billions in half a month. That's billions, not tens of thousands, but millions. How could he not be moved? Thinking of what to say next, he found it difficult to speak. So I plan to invest a lot of money, but this amount is beyond my current financial capabilities, so I plan to borrow some from someone. Su Ningyan understood. So that's how it was. Then you don't need to borrow from others. Not only will you owe them a favor by borrowing from them, but you will probably also be bullied. If you want to borrow, just borrow from me directly. I have money. That's not right. You can't call it a loan. We're already husband and wife. This is our joint property. My money is your money. Take whatever you want. Is 10 million enough? If not, then 100 million. If that's still not enough, then I'll probably have to wait a while. I don't have much liquid funds on hand right now, so it'll take some time to turn it around. Although she has assets worth tens of billions. But most of them are her shares in the Su family's head office, which cannot be sold. And she doesn't want to use the money at home now. She came to South City to start a company because she had a conflict with her family before. As for her assets in Maida Company, they are only about 3 billion, and most of them are real estate. Jang Chen was stunned when he heard her words. He originally just wanted to borrow a few $100,000, but he didn't expect his wife to give him 10 million directly, and even wanted to give him 100 million, or even more. The most important thing is that this silly woman actually said that her money is her own money. Did she trust him so much? Wasn't she afraid that he was one of those gigolos who specializes in defrauding rich women, as the internet said, and would run away with her money? Without paying attention, he blurted out what was in his heart. Su Ningyan put her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling. You are not that kind of person. I believe in my vision, and I believe in you even more. The man who risked his life to save me 3 years ago could definitely not be like those pretty boys mentioned on the internet. She believes in her husband's character. Besides, if Jang Chen really lied to her, she would be willing to do so. She really likes this man. Without Jang Chen knowing, she had been secretly in love with him for 3 years. If it weren't for the accident in the hotel before, she and Jang Chen might still only maintain a distant relationship as superiors and subordinates. Unlike now, they have become the closest couple. Jang Chen looked at her sparkling eyes and felt as if his throat was blocked by something. He was so lucky to marry such a good woman like Su Ningyan. He said firmly, "I won't let you down." Su Ningyan looked at him. "How much do you want? 100 million? Then give me your bank card now." 100 million is a lot, I guess I'll need several bank cards, just wait. Jang Chen looked at her anxious expression and felt a little amused. It doesn't need to be as much as 100 million, 1 million is about the same. If you invest less, you will naturally earn less. According to estimates, if he invested 1 million, he could get a return of tens of millions in half a month. If it was 10 million, the profit would probably be several dozen times higher. If it is 100 million, the return will be even more amazing. But after all, it was his wife's money, so he felt embarrassed to take so much. 1 million would be enough. Unexpectedly, Su Ningyan shook her head and said, 1 million is too little, I want to give you 100 million, but it will take time to circulate 100 million. If you are in a hurry to use the money, I can only give you 10 million for the time being. If you feel it is not enough later, tell me again. Thinking that she couldn't immediately give Jang Chen 100 million, Su Ningyan felt a little useless. Jang Chen reached out and touched her head. "Thank you, my wife, for your trust. Giving me 10 million directly is the greatest trust you have in me. I'm not in a hurry to use the money now, so there's no need to invest 100 million. He is now too embarrassed to mention borrowing only 1 million. But his wife thinks that giving him 10 million is not enough. Chapter 42 Chapter 042 The First Separation, Reluctant to Leave. Su Ningyan nodded and said, "Okay, then it's 10 million. I'll go back to the room to get my bank card now, and you can bind it online later." Soon, Su Ningyan came over with a bank card. Jang Chen took it and started binding. After the binding was completed, he began to buy several stocks that he had previously taken an interest in. After the purchase, he remembered something and said to Su Ningyan, "By the way, I borrowed these 10 million from you. I will return it to you in half a month." Although his wife said that this was the common property of the couple, he also had a share. But he knew that this money was earned by his wife through hard work. If he just spends his wife's money like this, what's the difference between him and a kept gigolo? Su Ningyan pouted. "Didn't we agree that this is money for both of us?" Jang Chen rubbed her head and said, "I am your husband, a grown man with hands and feet. I can't just waste my wife's money like this. This is a man's self-esteem." Su Ningyan looked at his expression that did not allow for resistance, and had no choice but to nod and say, "Okay, then you can pay me back when you earn money. If you don't earn money, there's no need to rush. In short, it's not too late to pay me back when you have money." Although she believed in Jang Chen's ability, she was still a little worried. If something unexpected happened, the 10 million would be wasted. She was worried that Jang Chen would feel stressed. Jang Chen looked at her worried expression and couldn't help but sigh that his wife was really considerate. However, there won't be any accidents, and he will definitely be able to earn the money back. From now on, he will completely get rid of the nickname of gigolo. He can also support his wife, and he will definitely support her very well, making his wife the happiest woman and the envy of others. After finishing everything, it was already late. Jang Chen got up and went to the bathroom to wash up and get ready for bed. Over the next week, Jang Chen felt more at ease as he watched the prices of several stocks he had previously favored continue to rise. He just waited until a week later to close the net. He had originally planned to wait patiently at home for the stock market to soar, and then receive a huge sum of money at the end, but a phone call disrupted his plans. The person who called him was his mentor at the university. Inform him to gather at school tomorrow and go out with other classmates to participate in extracurricular practical activities. The most important thing is that the place where we participate in extracurricular practical activities is far away from the South City. It seems to be in some deep mountains and forests. In short, there is no signal. This means that he won't be able to check the stock situation online, and he won't even be able to make a phone call. Fortunately, the practice time was only 1 week, so he still had time to rush back and finish the stock business. After hanging up the phone, Su Ningyan, who had been staying quietly by the side without being disturbed, couldn't help but speak. "Is this your mentor calling you?" Jang Chen nodded and said, "Okay, notify me to participate in an extracurricular practical activity." He paused, looked at Su Ningyan and said, "It would probably take a week." Su Ningyan's face fell instantly, and she pouted and said, "It's going to take a week." After getting the marriage certificate, she and Jang Chen have been together and have hardly ever been apart. This is the first time they have been apart for such a long time. Not only Su Ningyan was reluctant to let go, Jang Chen was also a little reluctant. He reached out and hugged Su Ningyan, saying, "It's okay, a week will pass quickly." Su Ningyan was still a little unhappy. In the past, time passed quickly when she was alone, but now, I just want to be with you. By the way, is there signal where you are going? Can you make calls or video calls? Looking at Su Ningyan's expectant expression, Jang Chen felt a lump in his throat and couldn't bear to tell her the truth. After hesitating for a moment, he finally told the truth that the place he was going to was quite remote and there would probably be no signal. The light in Su Ningyan's eyes dimmed in an instant, and her face looked gloomy. Jang Chen felt a little distressed, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Su Ningyan was silent for a moment, looked up at him and said, "Then you should come back early." Jang Chen nodded and said, "Okay, I will definitely come back as soon as possible." Because they have to gather at school tomorrow and time is tight, Jang Chen has to start packing some clothes. While he was packing his things, Su Ningyan followed him closely like a shadow. This was the last moment they spent together before Jang Chen left, and she didn't want to miss a single minute. Seeing Jang Chen packing his things, she wanted to help. Unfortunately, the more she helped, the more trouble she caused, so Jang Chen asked her to stay aside. Su Ningyan was a little depressed. How come she can't do anything right? Seeing that she was unhappy, Jang Chen went over and gently pinched her fair and tender face. Be good and smile. Don't frown all the time. If you keep doing that, you'll get wrinkles. Women are most worried about their appearance. Su Ningyan was so scared that she immediately took out a mirror and looked at herself carefully, worried that she would really have wrinkles on her face like Jang Chen. Jang Chen was a little amused and said, "Okay, I was just kidding. My wife is so beautiful and has such good skin. People who don't know her would think you are a high school student. How could you have wrinkles?" Su Ningyan was instantly delighted. Really? Is my skin really as good as you say? Seeing that she was happy, Jang Chen felt relieved and nodded, saying, "Of course, my wife has the best skin, otherwise why would I always pinch your face?" Remembering that Jang Chen had pinched her face several times, Su Ningyan believed what he said. With a bright smile on her face, she looked in the mirror again. But this time he no longer looked sad, but instead had a hint of smugness and appreciation. Jang Chen shook his head. Women still care so much about their appearance. After packing up and washing up, it was already late. Jang Chen had to get up early to go to school tomorrow, so he planned to take a rest. Unfortunately, Su Ningyan was still sitting in his room without moving. Jang Chen teased her, "If you don't want to leave, stay and sleep with me tonight." Su Ningyan's face turned red instantly, but she did not refute. Anyway, they slept together last time at the hot spring resort hotel. But there are some differences. She fell asleep last time and didn't know what happened next. And this time she was still awake. I still feel a little shy sleeping with Jang Chen when I'm awake. Jang Chen was stunned for a moment when he saw her like this. I didn't expect that this little woman Su Ningyan was not scared away by me, and her little face was blushing with shame. Does this mean consent? Jang Chen's mind instantly became active. He stood up and walked out. Su Ningyan was a little confused. Where are you going? Jang Chen replied, "Go to your room and get your pajamas, quilt, pillow, and so on." Chapter 43 Chapter 043 As soon as her husband left, she missed him. There was nothing surprising about the quilt and pillow, but when she heard the word pajamas, Su Ningyan blushed and became a little flustered. The red pajamas she had secretly hidden in the hot spring resort hotel were hanging in the closet. Jang Chen won't see it, right? Thinking of this, she immediately got up and walked towards her bedroom. I'll take the pajamas myself. Before she could finish her words, she saw Jang Chen holding a red pajamas in his hand, which was exactly the one she was worried about being seen by Jang Chen. She immediately rushed over, snatched the pajamas and stuffed them into the closet. Jang Chen looked at her flustered appearance and seemed to understand something. He deliberately teased Su Ningyan, "What was that pajamas about just now?" He walked towards Su Ningyan with a teasing tone, "Did you buy this specially to seduce me?" Su Ningyan's face flushed red and she stammered, No. Those pajamas are not mine." "Yes, it's not mine, it's Meng Yao's. When we were in the hot spring resort hotel, we packed our luggage in such a hurry that we took the wrong one. I've been so busy these days that I forgot to return the pajamas to Meng Yao." Jang Chen narrowed his eyes. Is it really Ming Yao's, not yours? Su Ningyan's eyes flickered, and she tried to remain calm. Yes, it's Meng Yao's. It was indeed Meng Yao's before, but now it is hers. There is no need to say the following sentence. She looked at Jang Chen, who was still standing in front of her, and reminded him quietly that it was getting late and it was time to rest. Jang Chen looked at her for a while, and finally stepped away from her. It's time to rest. Then you can change into your pajamas here and come over later. Su Ningyan nodded obediently and said, okay. After Jang Chen left, she immediately reopened the wardrobe. She rolled up her red pajamas and stuffed them into the corner. She took out her pajamas with a distressed look on her face. This was something she had secretly hidden from Meng Yao, yet she treated it so rudely. She also wants to use this dress to amaze Jang Chen. She patted it carefully, folded the pajamas again, and put them in a secret place, waiting for the opportunity to use them in the future. The other side. Jang Chen didn't have to wait long before he saw Su Ningyan coming over in a set of white pajamas. It was a very normal set of pajamas, nothing was exposed. Jang Chen felt a little regretful. He thought that the little woman Su Ningyan would wear the red pajamas she had just worn. In this way, he would have an excuse to say that it was Su Ningyan, the little woman, who seduced him, and he couldn't be blamed for not being able to control himself. Unfortunately, this excuse is gone now. Su Ningyan felt a little embarrassed by his stare, so she lowered her head, walked to the other side of the bed, and lay down. Jang Chen looked at where she was lying right next to the bed, the kind that would have fallen off if she turned over. He moved over helplessly, held her waist, and gently moved her over. Okay, I'm your husband and I'm not a monster. If you don't want to, can I force you? Su Ningyan no longer felt nervous, only guilt remained. Honey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I was just nervous. If you really can't help it, you can. As she said this, she was actually preparing to take off her clothes. Jang Chen reached out to stop her and tapped her forehead. Okay, don't worry, wait until you are ready. Besides, I have to rush to school tomorrow to go for extracurricular practice, so I need to save my energy. This matter can be discussed after I come back. Su Ningyan blushed, feeling a little nervous and expectant. Does this mean that they will do that after Jang Chen comes back from extracurricular practice? If it were before, Su Ningyan would still be a little worried, but after what happened just now, she was now just looking forward to it. She really didn't want to disappoint Jang Chen. Jang Chen is her husband, the person she loves, and she should try her best to make Jang Chen happy. She will try her best to do anything her husband likes. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a shy and sweet smile. That night, the two of them slept in each other's arms, just like they did before at the Hot Spring Resort Hotel. Early the next morning. Jang Chen didn't want to disturb Su Ningyan, so he got up alone, made breakfast for Su Ningyan and kept it warm, then dragged his luggage to school. An hour later, Su Ningyan slowly opened her eyes while lying on the bed. Because she had just woken up, her mind was still not very clear. She reached out her hand and groped to the side, murmuring, "Husband." Not getting a response from Jang Chen, she regained her composure and looked to the side. The bed next to him was empty, with no sign of Jang Chen at all. She sat up immediately, without even having time to put on her slippers, and ran out barefoot. She first went to the bathroom to look for it. I didn't see Jang Chen. I went to the kitchen again, but didn't see Jang Chen. I only saw a breakfast in the pot, warming with hot water, and a note from Jang Chen next to it. My dear wife, I'm going to school. This is the breakfast I prepared for you. Don't miss me too much. I will be back soon. It seems that Jang Chen has left. Su Ningyan's eyes were full of disappointment, and she pouted and complained softly. What? You left without even telling me. But when she saw the breakfast Jang Chen specially left for her, her anger quickly dissipated. She immediately went back to the bedroom, put on her slippers, and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, she sat at the dining table with the breakfast Jang Chen made for her. She used to have breakfast with Jang Chen, but today she was alone. Su Ningyan felt inexplicably lonely. As soon as Jang Chen left, she missed him. She wants her husband to come back and be with her. She didn't want to be alone. Missing her husband so much, Su Ningyan signed several wrong documents when she went to work at the company. Those subordinates didn't dare to tell Su Ningyan directly, so they had to ask Lin Mengyao for help. It was a rare occasion for Lin Mengyao, the director on secondment, to come to the company today. At the request of several subordinates, she went to the president's office with some documents. As a result, as soon as I entered the office, I saw Su Ningyan, who had always worked diligently, lying on the desk with a dejected look on her face, without a trace of energy. Lin Mangyao clicked her tongue a few times. I said, "Yen Yen, what's wrong with you? If you don't know, you might think you've lost your husband." Su Ningyan glared at her fiercely and said, "You are the one who has lost your husband. My husband is very good. You are not allowed to curse him like this." Lin Mangyao raised her right hand and said, Okay, it's my fault. I said something wrong. I'll slap you in the face." She slapped her lips a few times meaningfully, walked to the desk with the documents, and placed them in front of Su Ningyan. I said, "What's wrong with you today? Several of your subordinates came to me and said that you had approved several documents incorrectly." Chapter 44 Chapter 044 I just rely on my husband. The most outrageous thing is that you actually forgot to write 2 zeros in the number above. If these 2 zeros are missing, that means tens of millions are missing. You have always been very meticulous in your work, but why did you make so many mistakes today? What happened? Su Ningyan opened the document and took a few glances, and found that she had indeed made a mistake in the corrections. This was the first time she made such a big mistake. Her face turned red and she quickly made changes on it. After finishing the revision, she became depressed again and said gloomily that Jang Chen had to go to another place with his tutor to do extracurricular practice and would not be back for a week. The most important thing is that the place where he practiced was almost in the deep mountains and forests, with no signal, no phone calls, and no internet access. Lin Mangyao finally understood. It turned out that her best friend was so depressed because she couldn't see her husband. Lin Mangyao walked around her best friend, looked her up and down carefully, and finally sighed. "Yen Yen, you've really changed a lot after getting married. I don't know how many times I've said this to you. I really didn't expect that Jang Chen had such a big influence on you. You look like you can't live without him. Yen Yen, you can't go on like this. You should at least show a little of the strength and independence that you used to be as a modern woman." Su Ningyan pouted and said, "I don't want to be strong and independent. It was because I had no one to rely on at that time and could only rely on myself. But it's different now. I have someone to rely on." Speaking of this, she had a sweet smile on her face. "Jang Chen is my support. I just need to rely on my husband. I don't need to work so hard to maintain my strong and independent appearance like before." Lin Mangyao felt as if she was stuffed with countless dog food at once, and she felt choked. She felt that coming to find Su Ningyan was simply asking for trouble. "Okay, I just came here to remind you to work carefully and don't forget to write 2 zeros or something like that." She really didn't want to stay here and look at her best friend's sweet look of yearning, so she said something and quickly slipped away. Su Ningyan just glanced at her leaving back indifferently, quickly retracted her gaze, and lay down on the table again. After lying down for a while, she couldn't help but take out her cell phone and her finger slid to Jang Chen's phone number. No movement. I opened WeChat again, but still no response. Finally she sighed and put her phone away. She patted her cheeks. "Su Ningyan, cheer up and work hard. If for no other reason than to not destroy her image in her husband's mind, she has to work hard to maintain her image as a CEO in her husband's mind." She took a few deep breaths and got back to work. For the next 2 days, apart from missing her husband every day, Su Ningyan devoted herself to work. However, the work did not go smoothly, and a major project went awry. There were problems with the materials, which brought the entire project to a standstill. Most importantly, the person in charge of this project became addicted to gambling a while ago and secretly embezzled the company's funds invested in the project. He spent all the money on the casino and there is no way to get it back. So even if we call the police now and put the person in charge in jail, it will be of no avail. This project is the largest project of Maida Company, with an investment of 2 billion yuan. There were funds invested by Maida Company itself, funds invested by several partner companies, and loans that she had previously mortgaged to the bank. Now that people outside have heard the news, several cooperating companies have come forward to collect debts, and banks have also come forward to demand repayment. Some hostile companies have even taken the opportunity to propose acquiring Maida. The last one was rejected by Su Ningyan without hesitation. Maida Company is her hard work, and she will never let anyone acquire it until the last step. In order to repay the debt, Su Ningyan sold several properties under her name, including the villa on Binjiang Road, but she could only barely repay some of the debt, which was far from enough. In the end, she even sold the red Porsche. When she sold the Porsche, her eyes were red. Before getting her marriage certificate with Jang Chen, she drove this car quite often, but she didn't really feel much about it. To her, it's just a car. But after getting her marriage certificate with Jang Chen often drove this car to take her to the company and home. Jang Chen also drove this car to race and beat his opponents, and was hailed as a driving god by the people in the sports car club. This car means a lot to both her and Jang Chen. If possible, she really doesn't want to sell the car. But now she has nowhere else to go. Lin Mengyao, who was standing by, looked at her sad face and said through gritted teeth, "Since you are so reluctant to part with it, then don't sell it. I still have some savings, you can use them first. If that doesn't work, I can ask my parents for more." Su Ningyan shook her head. How could that be possible? Mengyao, it's enough that you have this heart. The debt this time is really too huge, as high as 2 billion. I can bear it alone, there is no need to drag you into it. Although Lin Mengyao's family has some money, the entire Lin family has a net worth of only 2 or 3 billion, not to mention Lin Mengyao herself. If she helped fill this hole, the entire Lin family would be gone, and this was not what Su Ningyan wanted to see. Lin Mengyao looked depressed and said, "It's all my fault. I don't have the ability to help you." Su Ningyan shook her head and said, "It's none of your business." After selling the car and getting the money, Su Ningyan immediately transferred the money into the accounts of the cooperating companies to prevent them from going to the company to collect the debt again. Su Ningyan has sold almost all the real estate under her name, except for the company and the Jinhua apartment. The company and the apartment are very important to her, and she would not sell them even if it cost her life. But sometimes she doesn't sell it just because she doesn't want to. She also has a mortgage loan from the bank. Jinhua apartment is among the mortgaged properties. When Su Ningyan received the news that the bank was going to take away Jinhua apartment, she felt like her whole body had collapsed and she fell to the ground. Lin Mengyao was startled. Yen, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Don't scare me." Su Ningyan's face was covered with tears at this time. She cried and said, "Mengyao, the apartment that Jang Chen and I lived in was taken away by the bank." Lin Mengyao was stunned. How could this happen? Did you mortgage the apartment to the bank before? Su Ningyan bit her lower lip. She was filled with regret at this moment. This 2 billion project was taken on before she and Jang Chen got their marriage certificate, so Jinhua apartment was mortgaged to the bank before she and Jang Chen got their marriage certificate. Chapter 45 Chapter 045 He wants to go back to see his wife and can't wait a moment. If she had known in advance that she would live in Jinhua apartment with Jang Chen in the future, she would never have mortgaged Jinhua apartment. But it's too late to say anything now. That's Jang Chen and I's house, that's our home. No, I want to go back. I want to take back Jang Chen and my house. Su Ningyan stumbled forward. Lin Mengyao was startled and hurriedly followed. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the door of Jinhua apartment. I saw that the door was sealed and there were several staff members standing in front of it. But Su Ningyan seemed unable to see it and tried desperately to rush in, but was blocked back. One of the staff members was not paying attention and got angry a little bit. Su Ningyan was not paying attention and was pushed to the ground. Lin Mengyao hurried forward to help her up and said, Yen, forget it. It seems we can't get the house back. Let's go. She was really worried that something might happen to Su Ningyan if she stayed here. Su Ningyan was taken away by Lin Mengyao in a daze. Before leaving, her eyes were still fixed on the apartment door. Lin Mengyao took Su Ningyan into the car. Thinking of Su Ningyan's things in the apartment, he called the moving company and asked them to take all of Su Ningyan's things to Maida Company. After giving the instructions, Lin Mengyao took Su Ningyan to Maida Company. As soon as they appeared in the company, a group of people surrounded them. Mr. Su, Director Lin, someone just came to collect the debt again. What should we do? Director Lin, is our company really going bankrupt? Mr. Su, what should we do now? Can our company survive? Su Ningyan always appears strong and calm when facing outsiders. She had regained consciousness by now, and seeing everyone's worried expressions, she gritted her teeth and tried to remain calm. It's okay, I will find a way to solve it, don't worry. She looked at Lin Mengyao, let us go to the office first. Okay. Lin Mengyao accompanied her to the office. Although Su Ningyan said it was okay, after the situation in the past few days, these employees probably realized that the company might not be able to survive. Oh, I never thought that Maida Company, which is a big company in our South City, would go bankrupt one day. It's all the fault of that person in charge. He actually diverted the project funds to gambling. Even if he died 100 times, it wouldn't be enough to repay the debt he owed. It seems that the company is really finished this time. I really hope someone can come out to save our company and our president Sue. Yes, although Miss Sue looked very calm just now, I could see that she was very tired. No matter how strong or powerful she is just a woman. When faced with such a big thing all of a sudden, she is sure that she will not be able to hold on. We haven't seen Jang Chen in a few days. Where did that guy Jang Chen go? Boss Sue was in such a big trouble, and he didn't even show up. How can he be someone's husband? I heard that Jang Chen and his mentor went to an extracurricular practice, which was in the deep mountains and forests. There was no signal at all, and they couldn't make phone calls or access the internet. Jang Chen had no idea that such a big thing had happened in the company. What's more, Jang Chen is just a senior intern. Even if he knew, he couldn't help. That's true. It seems that no one can help Mr. Su. In the president's office, Lin Mengyao also thought about Jang Chen. She frowned. Where's Jang Chen? Such a big thing had happened, and he hadn't shown up yet. What was wrong with him? Su Ningyan bit her lip. She didn't know what happened in the company. There was no signal where she went. Lin Mengyao remembered that Su Ningyan had told her a few days ago that Jang Chen had gone to the deep mountains and forests for practice. She sighed and said, so that's how it is. I was wondering why he hasn't shown up. Although Jang Chen is only a senior student and has no special abilities, he is Yan Yan's husband after all. Yan Yan is most vulnerable at this time and needs comfort from someone she trusts the most. So no matter what, she still hoped that Jang Chen could be with her best friend at this time. But Jang Chen happened to go to a place deep in the mountains and forests where there was no signal, so he couldn't be contacted even if he wanted to. The two sat in the office for about an hour while the moving company delivered all the things from Jinhua apartment. Lin Mengyao stood up and said to Su Ningyan, I guess you have nowhere to go for a while, so why don't you stay with me first? Please don't refuse. I already feel guilty that I can't help with the company's affairs. It's just a place to live, so please don't refuse. Su Ningyan had no choice but to take back her refusal, and got up and went to where Lin Mengyao lived with her. Lin Mengyao also lives in an apartment, but it is not as big as Su Ningyan's apartment. It only has 2 bedrooms and a living room. The area is relatively small, but it is enough for 2 women to live in. So, Su Ningyan stayed here. 3 more days passed. Jang Chen finally completed this week-long extracurricular practical activity. He quickly packed his things and rushed to the airport with his luggage. He hasn't seen his wife for a week and hasn't contacted her for a week. He has to rush back to see his wife immediately and can't wait a moment. Seeing how anxious he was, the other students who came to attend the practical class started to tease him. Jang Chen, where are you in such a hurry to go? That's right, if someone didn't know you, they would think you were in a hurry to go back and see your girlfriend. That's not right, I haven't heard that Jang Chen has a girlfriend. If he doesn't have a girlfriend, then why is he in such a hurry to go back? Jang Chen had already walked to the door, and paused when he heard their words. He looked back at them and said, I really don't have a girlfriend. But I have a wife. After saying that, he got into a taxi with his luggage. The car drove away. A group of classmates looked at the back of the car in shock, and it took them a long time to react. Shit, did I hear it right? Jang Chen actually said he has a wife? Is this true or false? Could it be that Jang Chen is joking? This is too sudden. He didn't even have a girlfriend before. He was still a single guy like us. He has only been interning for a month or 2 and he has become a married man? Jang Chen is such a disloyal guy. He agreed to stay single forever, but he actually abandoned us and secretly married a wife. Think about it, we are still single, let alone a wife, we don't even have a girlfriend. I'm so envious and jealous. Jang Chen was completely deaf to his classmates' complaints at this moment. Chapter 46 Chapter 046 I am your husband, I should support you. He was urging the driver to go to the airport. Arriving at the airport, he immediately pushed his luggage towards the ticket check-in channel. Finally he got on the plane and his anxious mood calmed down a little. He will be seeing his wife soon. I wonder how his wife has been doing this week. Does she miss him? 3 hours later. Jang Chen got off the plane and took a taxi to Jinhua apartment. I thought that when I returned to the apartment, I would be greeted with a warm hug and kiss from my wife, but instead I saw a big seal on the door. What's going on? He frowned, took out his cell phone and called Su Ningyan. Unable to connect temporarily. He was silent for a moment, then dialed Lin Mengyao's number. Not long after, Lin Mengyao's call was connected. Before he could speak, Lin Mengyao said hurriedly, "Jang Chen, you finally showed up. Something big happened in the company, and Yan Yan is in trouble too, come here quickly." Jang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Where was Yan Yan now? What had happened? Why was the apartment door sealed? Lin Mengyao said, "Yan Yan is now in the apartment where I live." She told Jang Chen the address and then talked about the company. Jang Chen's heart was filled with worry and self-blame. Such a big thing happened. Su Ningyan must be feeling very uncomfortable and helpless now. But at this moment, he was not with Su Ningyan. He is really not a qualified husband. 40 minutes later, Jang Chen arrived at the door of Lin Mengyao apartment with his luggage. Lin Mengyao opened the door and let him in. Jang Chen looked around. Where's Yan Yan? Didn't you say she was with you? Also, why can't I get through to Yan Yan on the phone? Lin Mengyao explained that Yan Yan was in the room. She has been in a bad mood recently and has been locking herself in her room all day long. I am very worried about her situation. This incident has been a huge blow to her. As for why her cell phone couldn't be reached, it was because the debt collectors were too demanding. They called her almost every moment to collect the debt and even said threatening words. Finally, Yan Yan couldn't bear it anymore, so she turned off her cell phone. Yan Yan's condition is very bad, and Meta Company is her hard work. The company can no longer sustain itself. It will probably be acquired soon in order to repay its debts. If Meta Company was sold, Yan Yan would definitely be devastated. Jang Chen's heart was filled with worry and heartache, so I went into the room to see her. He walked quickly towards the room where Su Ningyan lived. He knocked on the door first, but there was no movement from inside, which made him even more worried. He paused, reached out to turn the doorknob, and strode in. It was still broad daylight, but it was dark inside. The heavy curtains were drawn and the lights were off, creating a heavy atmosphere. He fumbled and turned on the light. Finally found Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan huddled in the corner, hugging her knees with her hands, lowering her head, and her long hair hanging down. She just sat there and didn't react even when someone came in. Jang Chen felt extremely heartbroken for a moment. He hurried over, hugged Su Ningyan, and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm back. I'm sorry, such a big thing happened, but I wasn't with you. It's my fault." Su Ningyan didn't react at first, but when she heard his voice, she was stunned for a moment. Her mind slowly returned and a familiar scent came to her nose. She stepped out of Jang Chen's arms and just stared at him, as if she couldn't believe that Jang Chen really appeared in front of her. Jang Chen lowered his voice, as if he was afraid of scaring her. "It's me, I'm back." At this moment, Su Ningyan finally believed that the person in front of her was indeed Jang Chen. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she threw herself into Jang Chen's arms, crying loudly. Jang Chen's heart tightened, he hugged her tightly and whispered comforting words in her ear. Lin Mengyao stood at the door, looking at them hugging each other tightly, and felt relieved. These days, Su Ningyan locked herself in the room, almost not eating or drinking, and didn't talk. She was almost scared. This time there was finally some reaction. "It's okay to cry. I hope Jang Chen's appearance will make Yan Yan feel better." She left quietly without making a sound to disturb them. Su Ningyan hugged Jang Chen and cried for a long time before she finally calmed down. She leaned in Jang Chen's arms, thought of something, and her eyes became red again. "Jang Chen, the Porsche and the house we lived in are gone." Jang Chen hugged her tightly and said, "It's okay. It's gone, it's gone. As long as we are still together, it's fine." Su Ningyan sniffed. "But didn't you like driving that Porsche before? And the apartment, we lived there after we got married. Now it's all gone. It's all my fault for not being able to keep them." Jang Chen lowered his head and placed a kiss on her hair, comforting her softly. "Actually, it's better to be gone. Although the performance of that Porsche was pretty good, it was red after all, so it wasn't really suitable for me to drive. I still prefer to drive a more masculine car. Also, don't worry about the house. In fact, I have always wanted to say that I am a grown man, but I always live in the house bought by my wife. I always feel like I am your kept gigolo. I have long thought about buying another house for myself and then we move in together. I am your husband, and I should support you." After being comforted by him, Su Ningyan felt much better. Although I believe in your ability, I know that one day you will be able to do what you say. But all these things take time, and money can't be earned all at once, so before that, let me support you, and I'm happy to do so. Only. She thought of something and her mood became depressed again. All my current assets have been used to pay off debts, and I'm afraid the company won't be able to hold on for much longer. I have nothing now, and I probably won't be able to provide you with a good life like before. But believe me, I will definitely earn it back and make you live the same as before. It just takes some time, so can you please stop looking down on me? Jang Chen felt both distressed and amused when he heard this. What is this little woman saying? Why is it the other way around? Shouldn't this be something a man should say? He reached out and pinched her nose. You got it wrong. How could a wife support her husband? I should be the one supporting you. So it's up to me to give you a good life. Su Ningyan took a look and muttered softly, but you have nothing now, don't you? After she finished speaking, she realized something and immediately covered her mouth to indicate that she had not said anything just now. Chapter 47 Chapter 047 This is my good wife. Unfortunately, Jang Chen had already heard it and reached out to pull her hand down in annoyance. It's too late, I heard. You little woman, you just said with all your heart that you believed in my ability, but now you start to doubt it? It seems that you are still a little worried until you see my strength with your own eyes. Come, I'll take you there to have a look. He pulled Su Ningyan out and asked Lin Mengyao for a laptop. Su Ningyan was confused. Husband, what are you doing? Jang Chen explained as he operated, didn't I borrow 10 million from you to buy a few stocks? Now it's time to sell. He operated several times online. After hearing his reminder, Su Ningyan finally remembered. She was about to say something when she heard Lin Mengyao's exclamation. Oh my god, if I'm not mistaken, Jang Chen, the stocks you bought have all risen sharply recently. You're going to get rich. Also, if I heard correctly, Jang Chen, did you invest 10 million? Seeing Jang Chen nod, her eyes widened so much that they almost popped out. After a while, she grabbed Su Ningyan's hand tightly and said excitedly, "Ah. Jang Chen, you're so awesome. How on earth did you know these stocks would surge? The most important thing is that you actually invested 10 million directly into it, a total of 10 million. If my estimate is correct, the money earned from the 10 million would have increased dozens of times. You would have directly earned hundreds of millions." She was so excited that she couldn't speak. After a while, she realized that something was wrong. Jang Chen made money by buying stocks, why didn't Su Ningyan react? Yan Yan, why are you so quiet? Su Ningyan finally looked at her at this time. She was actually happier than Lin Mengyao, but she hadn't said one thing yet. If she said it, Lin Mengyao would probably go crazy with joy. She was almost going crazy with joy at this moment. She looked at Jang Chen and Lin Mengyao, her hands and voice shaking with excitement. In fact, Jang Chen not only invested 10 million, but the next day after he left, I went back home at night and secretly added 90 million to his account, so the total was 100 million. Lin Mengyao gasped. 100 million? Su Ningyan nodded and looked at Jang Chen. I always thought that giving only 10 million was too little, but unfortunately I didn't have enough funds at the time, so I couldn't give 100 million directly. Later the funds finally arrived, but you were not there, so I secretly invested the remaining 90 million. Jang Chen really didn't know what to say at this moment. He thought that this little woman had given up on giving him 100 million, but he didn't expect that she secretly gave him the remaining money. Su Ningyan seemed to feel that it was not a good idea to do this behind Jang Chen's back, and she stammered, I agreed to give you 100 million, so I must do what I say. Seeing that they were actually entangled in a matter of 100 million, Lin Mengyao was going crazy. I said, please focus on the key points, okay? The point is, the previous 10 million became 100 million, which increased dozens of times. In other words, Jang Chen directly earned billions by buying stocks this time. Wouldn't these billions be enough to solve all of Yan Yan's problems, and the company wouldn't be acquired by anyone? Jang Chen and Su Ningyan suddenly understood. Yes, according to Jang Chen's estimation, if he invested 100 million, he could earn at least 5 billion. All of Su Ningyan's losses this time only add up to 2 billion, so after the 5 billion earned from buying stocks arrives, he can completely solve the problems of Su Ningyan's company. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan were both delighted at the same time. However, before she could be happy for long, she saw Su Ningyan shaking her head and saying, this won't work. This is the money Jang Chen earned from buying stocks. How can I spend his money? He shouldn't be responsible for the company's debts, especially 2 billion. This is not acceptable. Jang Chen looked at her without saying anything, but his face darkened. Su Ningyan's face turned pale in an instant. She was at a loss and almost cried. Honey, what's wrong with you? Did I make you angry? Seeing her like this, Jang Chen could no longer maintain his cold expression. He was so angry that he reached out and pinched her little face hard. You really pissed me off. Who was it that said before that we are husband and wife, and that the property is the common property of the husband and wife? What is yours is mine, and what is mine is naturally yours. You are in trouble now, it is my duty to help you. You actually said that you can't spend my money and that the company's affairs have nothing to do with me. Don't you consider me your husband? Su Ningyan panicked and quickly shook her head. No, of course you are my husband, I only recognize you as my husband. Jang Chen's face was serious. So, as your husband, shouldn't I help you take care of the company's affairs? So, shouldn't I help you pay back the 2 billion? Su Ningyan didn't dare to say anything in rebuttal at this moment, so she nodded obediently and said, yes, I guess so. Jang Chen finally smiled this time and reached out to rub Su Ningyan's head. This is my good wife. Su Ningyan also gave him a sweet smile and said, you are also my good husband. They were being so sweet here as if no one was around. Lin Mengyao, who was standing beside them, felt as if her whole body was surrounded by lemons, and they were very sour. Well, now it seems that all the problems have been solved, and she has nothing to do here anymore, so she won't stay here as a light bulb. She turned and walked towards her room. She has been worried about Su Ningyan and the company's situation these days and has hardly had any rest. She planned to go back and catch up on some sleep. It was about 20 minutes later that Jang Chen and Su Ningyan realized that Lin Mengyao was missing. Su Ningyan felt a little embarrassed. She actually forgot about her best friend because of her husband. The matter was resolved, and Jang Chen and Su Ningyan both breathed a sigh of relief. They waited for the 5 billion yuan they earned from buying stocks to arrive in 2 days, and then they would take out 2 billion yuan to repay the company's debts. 2 days later, after the 5 billion arrived, Jang Chen immediately took out 2 billion and gave it to Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan was still a little hesitant at the time, but after being glared at by Jang Chen, she had no choice but to take the 2 billion and go pay off the debt. However, she still couldn't accept Jang Chen's 2 billion so comfortably, so she took out a share transfer contract of Meda Company and asked Jang Chen to sign it. Seeing that Jang Chen didn't move, she reached out and shook Jang Chen's arm pitifully. Husband, please sign it. I will feel uneasy if you don't. Anyway, you said it yourself, we are husband and wife, and the shares don't matter who holds them. Besides, I believe in you, you will definitely not abandon me. As long as you are still here, Meda Company will still be mine, so why don't you just sign it? Chapter 48 Chapter 048 His wife is still better. Moreover, I gave you money to buy stocks before, but you didn't accept it. You insisted that it was a loan from me and you had to return it to me. You can't allow the officials to set fires and not allow the people to light lamps. Jang Chen was speechless for a moment. Suddenly I regretted what I said before, which made it impossible for him to refute it now. Forget it, just sign it. Just like what my wife said, they are husband and wife, and the shares don't matter who holds them. Signing it would make Su Ningyan, the little woman, feel more at ease, so she should sign it, so that she wouldn't always feel that she owed herself when facing herself. In the end, Jang Chen signed the share transfer contract of Meda Company. Once the contract was signed, it meant that he became the largest shareholder of Meda Company. Seeing this, Jang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Not long ago, he was a senior intern at Meda Company. In the blink of an eye, he became the largest shareholder of Meda Company. Lin Mengyao, who watched the entire process of signing the contract, also sighed. Jang Chen, you have changed so much. A second ago, you were just an intern in the company, and now you have become the company's largest shareholder. I can't call you by your name anymore, I have to call you Mr. Jang. Jang Chen waved his hand and said, Mr. Jang, you said before that we are friends, just call me by my name. Lin Mengyao thought about it and didn't refuse. Okay, I'll continue calling your name. But your investment vision is really amazing. The stocks you chose have all risen sharply. You have made 5 billion in just half a month. If this trick of yours were to be exposed to the public, I wonder how many people in the investment community would want to be your apprentice. Jang Chen said modestly, it was just luck. Lin Mengyao sighed, your luck is so good, I also wish I could have your luck. Of course, this is just talk. How could one earn 5 billion in one go just by luck? It must have strength. When she saw Jang Chen making so much money all of a sudden, she felt a little itchy about buying stocks. Unfortunately, she didn't know much about stocks, so she had to say to Jang Chen with a shameless face, "Mr. Jiang, Brother Chen, you see you have earned so much in one go, why don't you help me too? I'm a bit short on money lately and I'm looking to earn some money to spend." Jang Chen glanced at her. Thinking that his wife had been well taken care of by her during this period, he nodded and said, "Okay. However, the best time for the stock market has passed. If you buy now, you won't be as lucky as you were half a month ago, and you may not earn as much." Lin Mengyao waved her hand and said, "It's okay, as long as I can make money." Jang Chen didn't say anything more and clicked on a few stocks he liked on the computer. "These stocks are not bad and you can buy them." Lin Mengyao did not hesitate much and bought those stocks according to Jang Chen's instructions. Everything was settled, and I looked at the time. It was almost time for dinner. Jang Chen and the other two had previously agreed to have a hot pot at home to celebrate Jang Chen making 5 billion yuan from buying stocks and resolving the company's problems. The ingredients have been bought in advance and are ready to be prepared. Among the three, Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao are almost the kind of young ladies who have never done housework, so we can't rely on them for this hot pot. Jang Chen subconsciously rolled up his sleeves and prepared to process the ingredients. Before he could make a move, he was stopped by two women, Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao. "You are a great contributor, how can I let you do it?" "Well, just leave the heavy work to us and you can just sit on the sofa and have a good rest." Jang Chen glanced at them. "Does this mean that Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao will cook the hot pot tonight? It's certainly good not to have to do it yourself." The question was, could Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao, two practically complete kitchen novices, truly prepare this hot pot? Could they be sure the three of them wouldn't be hospitalized after finishing the meal? Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao seemed to have noticed Jang Chen's hesitation, and immediately patted their chests to assure him, "Don't worry, we both just looked up a guide on how to make hot pot, there will definitely be no problem." Without waiting for Jang Chen to speak, Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao rolled up their sleeves and walked towards the kitchen. "It seems that they have decided to make hot pot tonight." Jang Chen hesitated for a moment, and without saying anything more, he sat on the sofa and prepared to rest. As a result, after sitting for a while, I heard a scream coming from the kitchen. "Ah! Why is this shrimp still moving? Oh my god, it actually jumped onto me. Quick, Yen Yen, help me take it away. Why is this fish still alive? It's even splashing water in my face. You're so brave. I'll chop your head off right now. See if you dare splash water in my face again." "Mengyao, does this fish need to be scaled? But how do you do that? I'm not quite sure about this." "Mengyao, it says the beef should be sliced thinly, but my slices are so thick." "How do you actually slice it?" Jang Chen's mouth twitched when he heard this in the living room. He knew that something would happen between these two women in the kitchen. Jang Chen was really worried, so he thought about it and got up and went in. When he saw the images of the two women inside, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Lin Mengyao's hair was messy, the ends of her hair were wet, and there were a few shrimps hanging on her trouser legs. Su Ningyan stood in front of the chopping block with several vegetable leaves hanging on her sleeves and a fish jumping around at her feet. Jang Chen put his hand to his lips, trying to suppress the smile, and asked seriously, "Are you all okay?" The two women immediately looked at him, feeling aggrieved. "It doesn't look good." Jang Chen stroked his forehead, walked up to Su Ningyan, gently combed her wet hair, and helped her remove the vegetable leaves from her sleeves. Seeing that her front was a little dirty, he picked up a towel and wiped it for her. Su Ningyan obediently let him help clean up. Jang Chen looked at the sweat oozing from her face, thought for a moment, and took out a few tissues to gently wipe it for her. "Before entering the kitchen, my wife was dressed like an urban beauty, exquisite in every way. As a result, not long after entering the kitchen, he became so miserable. It's better for his wife to be beautiful. It's better not to let his wife do this kind of work in the future." Su Ningyan glanced at him quietly and said with some self-blame, "Husband, am I useless?" It was agreed that she and Lin Mengyao would make the hot pot, but in the end, they even failed to do a good job in preparing the ingredients. Chapter 49 Chapter 049 There is a clingy person hanging behind me. Jang Chen shook his head. "How could that be? Cooking is not your forte. I can just do the cooking. If you can do it too, how can I show off my cooking skills?" Su Ningyan smiled and said sweetly, "Husband, you are so nice." The couple was so sweet here, while Lin Mengyao was treated as a background board and did not receive any attention from them the whole time. She felt sad in her heart. She was in a much more miserable state than Su Ningyan, and no one came to care about her? Alas, these two guys are both inhumane to the opposite sex. As she is alone, she can only feel sorry for herself. After the chaos just now, it was obvious that Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao could not be counted on for tonight's hot pot. So, in the end, Jang Chen took over. Compared to their flustered state, Jang Chen seemed much more organized. After washing the vegetables, put them on the plate one by one. Next comes the meat processing. Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao stood at the door, watching Jang Chen pick up the kitchen knife and cut various meats into thin and beautiful slices with a few swipes, with amazement on their faces. Lin Mengyao didn't know how many times she had expressed envy, jealousy, and hatred towards her best friend. Yan, where on earth did you get such good fortune that you found such a wonderful man like Jang Chen? If it were before, I could still understand it. Although Jang Chen was very good at racing, darts, cooking and treating his wife, he was just a senior intern after all and was not rich financially. As for you, although you are not good at housework and cooking, you are only good at work and have some money, so you are a good match for Jang Chen. But Jang Chen has now earned 5 billion and instantly turned into a tall, rich and handsome man. Compared with you, I now feel that you are not worthy of Jang Chen. Su Ningyan looked proud, so, I have good taste. I had my eyes on Jang Chen 3 years ago. Lin Mengyao touched her chin and said, that's true. It was also because her best friend acted quickly and took Jang Chen as her husband before he could show anything. Now other women can only envy her. An hour later, the hot pot was ready and the three of them were ready to eat. Su Ningyan sat next to Jang Chen and began to diligently prepare hot pot for her husband. She is not good at handling ingredients or preparing the soup base, but she can still blanch the ingredients. Honey, what do you want to eat? Beef? Seeing Jang Chen nod, she immediately reached out and took the beef. At this time, Lin Mengyao reached out to take the beef, but found nothing. She watched helplessly as her best friend carried the plate of beef to Jang Chen for hot pot. Su Ningyan not only cooked the meat herself, she also blew on the beef. When she felt it was no longer hot, she picked it up and brought it to Jang Chen's mouth and fed him. How does it taste? Is the dipping sauce I made to your liking? Jang Chen chewed it carefully, nodded and said, the dipping sauce suits my taste very well. The beef is cooked for just the right amount of time, not too old, nor undercooked. Su Ningyan's eyebrows curved instantly, as long as you like it. Then I'll help you finish this plate of beef. So, Su Ningyan personally fed the whole plate of beef into Jang Chen's mouth. Lin Mengyao sat aside, staring at the plate of beef for who knows how long. She wants to eat beef too. It's a pity that her best friend can't see her at all. In the eyes of her bestie, there is only her husband. Forget it, if I can't eat beef, I'll just eat mutton. She reached out to grab the mutton. As a result, a slender hand was one step ahead of her and took the mutton away. She looked up and saw that it was her best friend again. The beef and mutton were all gone, so she had to turn her attention to other meats and started looking around. Su Ningyan didn't notice her best friend's expression or actions from beginning to end. She had already finished the beef and was planning to make mutton for her husband. Jang Chen watched her busy preparing the meat for him, and she hardly ate a single bite herself. Okay, don't just feed me the meat, have some for yourself too. He picked up a plate of fish from the side. The fish is very good and fresh. You should try it too. Su Ningyan walked next to him and said with anticipation, are you going to make it for me yourself? Jang Chen reached out and scratched her nose, of course. My wife, you have been serving me just now, and now it is my turn to serve you. Su Ningyan's eyes became brighter, and she kept staring at Jang Chen as he helped her blanch the fish. Lin Mengyao, who was sitting on the side, was almost furious. Because she was just about to take the fish meat, but she didn't expect Jang Chen to be one step ahead of her and take away all the fish meat. This couple is such a bully. Lin Mengyao was almost mad at these two people and cried. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan seemed to finally notice that something was wrong with her and looked at her. Su Ningyan asked in confusion, Mengyao, why are you sitting still? Are you not hungry yet? Lin Mengyao pulled the corners of her stiff mouth and said she was not hungry. Because she was so full of dog food that her stomach exploded. Su Ningyan thought she really wasn't hungry, so she nodded and said, in that case, then wait until you're hungry before eating. But Jang Chen and I were really hungry, so we ate first. So the two of them continued to sweetly feed each other. Lin Mengyao became a background figure again. Finally, Lin Mengyao figured it out herself. Rather than sulking here alone and being forced to keep eating dog food, it's better to turn your grief and anger into strength and eat like crazy. so she also began to work hard. At such a happy moment, drinking is of course indispensable. The three of them ate, drank, and chatted. Jang Chen can drink quite a bit, so he is the most sober among the three. As for Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao, one of them kept holding his arm and rubbing against his chest, making him feel hot all over. One of them stood on the sofa holding a beer bottle, using it as a microphone, singing and shouting loudly, almost breaking Jang Chen's eardrums. Jang Chen looked at Su Ningyan in his arms, then at Lin Mengyao who was standing on the sofa and singing loudly, and finally stopped at the messy table. He sighed. It seems that he is the only one who can clean up the mess. But when he was cleaning up, there was a clingy person hanging behind him. Su Ningyan hugged his waist tightly from behind, rubbing her little face against his back. "Husband, why are you so nice? Husband, you are simply a hero in my mind. You are here to save me. If it weren't for you, I would probably have no choice but to sell the company this time. Husband, I like you so much, so much." Jang Chen was busy packing up his things and didn't bother to argue with the drunkard. Chapter 50. What happened? A little aggrieved look. He responded perfunctorily, okay, I know you like me. Be good, dear. Your husband is busy packing up now. Just sit on the sofa and wait, okay? Su Ningyan looked at him with drunken eyes. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol that his little head was unable to think for a while, and it took a long time before he could barely move it. She pouted sullenly. She didn't want to sit alone at all, she just wanted to stick to her husband. But my husband also said that he was busy and asked me not to disturb him. Well, she has to be a considerate and good wife and not disturb her husband. Otherwise, it will annoy her husband, and he will no longer like her and might even look for other beauties. So she has to be a good and obedient wife. She nodded her head heavily, confirming her previous thoughts. She pouted and whispered to Jang Chen, okay, then I'll wait for you, but you have to be quick. She sat on the sofa, watching Jang Chen pack his things eagerly. Although she didn't follow him, her big black eyes kept staring at Jang Chen. Wherever Jang Chen goes, he sees it. Jang Chen looked somewhat helpless, but he didn't know what to say, so he just quickened his pace to clean up. After spending more than half an hour, Jang Chen finally finished packing his things. He walked into the living room. He looked at Su Ningyan who was still sitting obediently on the sofa, and then looked at Lin Mengyao who seemed to have exhausted all her strength and collapsed on the sofa and was sleeping soundly. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over, helped Lin Mengyao into the room, covered her with a quilt and left. As for the fact that the other party had been smelling of hot pot all night and had drunk so much alcohol that he was reeking of alcohol, he pretended not to see it. She's not your own wife, so you don't have to be so dedicated to her. After dealing with Lin Mengyao, the only one left is Su Ningyan. When Su Ningyan saw him coming, she wanted to get up excitedly, but then she thought of something and sat back down aggrievedly, looking at him with tears in her eyes. Jang Chen didn't understand what was going on. He walked over to her and squatted down. What's wrong? She looked aggrieved. Su Ningyan pouted. You just told me to sit still and be quiet. I didn't dare to move. Jang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Why is my wife so cute when she is drunk? He reached out and gently scratched Su Ningyan's nose. Okay, you can move now. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ningyan's eyes lit up and she immediately pounced on him. Jang Chen was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground. However, he reacted in time and was not hit. Su Ningyan pressed on him, rubbing her head against his chest, and softly called out, "Husband, husband." Jang Chen's heart was numb and itchy from the shouting, and he could hardly control himself. Jang Chen hugged her tightly and warned her not to move. Perhaps because she had been drinking, Su Ningyan's mind was not working fast enough at the moment, and she looked at Jang Chen with a confused look on her face. He looks like a simple child who knows nothing. Jang Chen looked at her innocent face, and his expression changed several times. Finally, he couldn't get enough of it, so he reached out and pinched her nose, and said helplessly, I really can't do anything about you. He reached out and picked up Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan immediately put her arms around his neck and hung on him with a silly smile on her face. She likes her husband to hug her. Jang Chen held her in his arms and sat on the sofa, trying hard to calm down the anger caused by his wife. As soon as I pressed it down, I heard my wife say, Honey, I stink, I want to take a shower. I want you to bathe me. Jang Chen's breathing stagnated, and the anger that had just been suppressed instantly rose again. He stared at his wife. Su Ningyan still had an expression as if she knew nothing. Jang Chen's eyes were deep. He decided that even if his wife was not in her right mind, he would not tolerate it. If anyone is to blame, it's this little woman who keeps provoking him. He stood up holding Su Ningyan and said, "Okay, since my wife asked for it, I must satisfy her wish." He strode into the bathroom. Su Ningyan still didn't know what would happen next. She only knew that her husband agreed to give her a bath. She cheered and said, "Great, it's time to take a bath. I want to take a bath. Husband, help me take a bath." The bathroom door was pushed open and slammed shut. Then, there was a noise in the bathroom. I don't know how long it took, but the bathroom door was finally opened. Jang Chen walked out holding Su Ningyan, his face looking refreshed, but he still felt a little regretful. I had originally planned to do it to the end, but the little woman in my arms was too tired and fell asleep in the middle. He looked down at the little woman sleeping soundly in his arms and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I'll just let my wife go this time. He will find a chance someday and do it thoroughly. He carried Su Ningyan towards the bedroom. They still live in Lin Mangyao's apartment. Lin Mangyao's apartment only has 2 rooms. In order to allow Jang Chen to stay, Su Ningyan vacated her own bedroom and let Jang Chen stay there, while she and Lin Mangyao shared a room. But it's a bit late now, and Lin Mangyao is drunk and unconscious. She might vomit on the bed in the middle of the night. He didn't want his wife, who had just been washed clean by him, to be contaminated with some strange smell in the middle of the night, so he carried Su Ningyan directly into his bedroom. It's more comfortable to sleep with my wife in my arms at night. Su Ningyan might be tired, so she closed her eyes and lay quietly on the bed. Jang Chen looked at her for a while, reached out and gently pinched her nose, whispered good night, and then went to sleep. The next morning, Su Ningyan woke up first. When she woke up, she felt pain all over her body, and it felt like no part of her body was okay. She was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Didn't she just have hot pot and drink some wine last night? How did it turn out like this? And she looked up at the handsome face that was enlarged in front of her. It's Jang Chen. She and Jang Chen were lying on the same bed. In other words, she and Jang Chen slept together last night. She looked at Jang Chen's handsome face and began to try hard to recall what happened yesterday. When she recalled the scene after entering the bathroom, her face instantly turned red. She finally understood why everything was wrong with her. She blushed deeply and buried her head in Jang Chen's chest, not daring to come out and see anyone. Jang Chen, who was standing beside her, was awakened by her noise. He looked down at the head buried in his chest. What happened? He reached out and lifted Su Ningyan's head, and saw that her face was very red. Su Ningyan's eyes kept flickering, and she didn't dare to look him in the eye at all. She whispered, last night. She was too embarrassed to say the rest of the words. Chapter 51 Chapter 051 Between husband and wife, this is normal. Jang Chen understood instantly. Not only was he not embarrassed at all, he said as a matter of course, "Oh, you mean last night? This is normal between husband and wife. However, it's still a little missing. I was planning to do it to the end, but you, little woman, actually fell asleep in the middle. Look at you, is this how you act as a wife?" Originally, Su Ningyan was planning to settle the score with Jang Chen, but after hearing what Jang Chen said, she was taken away. She said with some guilt, "Honey, I'm sorry. I won't fall asleep again next time." A hint of triumph flashed in Jang Chen's eyes. He reached out and gently pinched his wife's fair cheek. "You said that." Su Ningyan had also reacted by now, her face flushed red. Although shy, she nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes, I said so." It seems that she will have time to talk to Mangyao these 2 days about how to make men happy in that aspect. Jang Chen and the other 2 got up, washed up, had breakfast, and then headed to the company. The people in the company don't know yet that the company's debts have been paid off, and they must still be worried about whether the company will go bankrupt. So they need to go to the company to appease these employees. In Mita Company, all employees were notified to go to the conference room for a meeting. Everyone was talking about it. Why did they suddenly ask all the employees to attend a meeting? Is there some important announcement to be made? Could it be an announcement of the company's bankruptcy or acquisition? I hope not. I still want to stay working at Mita Company. Yes, the benefits and welfare benefits of Mita Company are very good, and I really don't want anything to happen to the company. Everyone walked into the conference room with worried expressions. Jang Chen knew about the meeting in advance, so he had already sat down in the conference room. Chen Feipeng and his colleagues who knew him immediately walked over and started chatting with him. Good boy, you are finally back. I heard you went out to participate in extracurricular activities at school? Oh, you didn't know that a lot of things happened in the company during your absence. Yes, one of the company's big projects ran into problems and the company owed a debt of 2 billion. I heard that the company is about to go bankrupt. However, not everyone is worried. Some have already found a way out and are waiting to leave the company when it goes bankrupt, and then switch to other companies. When these people saw Chen Feipeng and the others surrounding Jang Chen, they showed sarcastic smiles on their faces. I say that instead of talking uselessly to Jang Chen here, you might as well find a way out quickly. That's right, Jang Chen is just an intern with nothing. To put it bluntly, he's just a gigolo kept by CEO Su. Why are you telling him all this? Can you really expect him to turn the tide and save the company? It's understandable that you guys tried to curry favor with him before, but now that President Su is almost bankrupt, he probably won't have enough money to support Jang Chen, a pretty boy, in the future. Jang Chen's good days are over. Those who said these things were those who were jealous of Jang Chen. They were jealous of Jang Chen's good fortune to be favored by President Su and to marry such a beautiful, wealthy woman like President Su. However, they were concerned about Su Ningyan's identity and did not dare to say it in front of Jang Chen. Now that he saw that Su Ningyan was about to go bankrupt, he began to act recklessly. Jang Chen and Chen Feipeng's faces darkened. Chen Feipeng was an impatient person and was the first one who couldn't help himself. Shut up. You guys are really like dogs that can't spit out ivory, your words are so foul. Look at your ugly faces, saying that Jang Chen is a gigolo. I think you are just jealous. You are jealous that Jang Chen is more handsome than you, jealous that Jang Chen is favored by President Su, and jealous that Jang Chen married President Su, such a beautiful, rich woman. It's a pity that you can only be jealous. Don't you see how miserable you are? Not to mention the beautiful and rich girls, even those fat guys would look down on you, so just be jealous. Those people's faces turned extremely ugly after Chen Feipeng revealed their thoughts. So what if Jang Chen is handsome? He's still a poor bastard with nothing and can only rely on President Su. Without Mr. Su, he would just be a senior intern with nothing. These people were just like those disgusting flies, buzzing in his ears non-stop. Jang Chen was getting impatient with the noise. He was about to retort when a clear voice interrupted him. Who said Jang Chen was just a broke senior intern? Who said he could only rely on me? Su Ningyan walked through the crowd and looked at those who were criticizing Jang Chen. Her face was cold. I tell you, it's not Jang Chen who relies on me, it's me who relies on Jang Chen. She walked towards Jang Chen, took Jang Chen's hand and walked towards the stage. I asked everyone to come here today to inform you of a good news. The company's 2 billion debt has been resolved, so there is no need to worry. Everyone cheered. Is this true? Is the company safe? Can we still stay at Mita? That's great. President Su is really amazing. He was able to resolve such a big crisis. I have more and more confidence in President Su's abilities. Su Ningyan also heard what everyone said and held Jang Chen's hand tightly. Besides, I didn't solve this crisis. She glanced at Jang Chen beside her with a smile on her face. It was Jang Chen who solved it. He also paid for the 2 billion. I couldn't let him waste the 2 billion, so I transferred my shares to him. In other words, from now on, Jang Chen is the largest shareholder in the company. The people present were in an uproar, and most of them did not believe it. Mr. Su, are you serious? How is this possible? Yes, Jang Chen is just an intern. How could he have the ability to come up with 2 billion? Mr. Su, are you transferring your shares privately and for free just for Jang Chen's self-esteem? You're being too good to Jang Chen, aren't you? Not only did you transfer the shares for free, but you also gave him such a good excuse. Su Ningyan continued, everything I said is true. I didn't transfer the shares for free. Jang Chen gave me 2 billion to repay the company's debts. I couldn't repay it, so I transferred the shares. Think about it carefully. If Jang Chen hadn't given me 2 billion, how would I have gotten the 2 billion to repay my debts? On my own? If I had the ability, I would have paid it back before. Why wait until now? When everyone thought about it, they felt that it was true. If Su Ningyan could provide the 2 billion herself, why wait until now? Why should he sell off all the assets under his name? The most important thing is that what they said just now about Su Ningyan transferring shares for free for Jang Chen's self-esteem was just talk. Chapter 52 Chapter 052 I didn't expect that Mr. Su would be so attached to Brother Chen. Those shares are worth billions. No matter how much a woman likes a man, she can't be so stupid as to give away billions of shares, right? So finally we come to a conclusion. It is very likely that these 2 billion were really given by Jang Chen. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Jang Chen. Jang Chen, you are really capable. I never knew you were so rich that you directly took out 2 billion to help President Su pay off his debts. What Jang Chen? He is Mr. Jiang now. Yes, Jang Chen is now the largest shareholder in the company, so you should call him Mr. Jiang. Jang Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't call me Mr. Jiang. You're calling me old. It feels like calling me an old man." Everyone nodded. It seemed so let's call him Brother Chen? The name Brother Chen is good and very suitable. I will call you Brother Chen from now on. Brother Chen, I was short-sighted before and thought you were just a senior intern with nothing. But now I see that you are tall, rich and handsome. It's not that you are short-sighted, it's that Brother Chen hit it too well. So, where did these 2 billion come from? Is Chen Ji's family rich? Is Chen Gu a second-generation rich kid? You have such a narrow vision. What second-generation rich? Can't Brother Chen be a first-generation rich? Who knows, maybe Brother Chen earned this money himself. Everyone looked at Jang Chen, hoping he could give an accurate answer. Jang Chen did not hide the fact that the 2 billion was indeed earned by me. I made the money by buying stocks. I must have been lucky. Half a month ago, I took a fancy to a few stocks, so I borrowed some money from my wife and invested in them. I didn't expect that the value would increase dozens of times and I earned back 5 billion. Everyone was stunned, and it took a long while before they gave Jang Chen a thumbs up. You are so lucky that you actually earned back 5 billion directly. That's 5 billion. Oh my god, I have never seen so much as 5 billion in my entire life. Let alone 5 billion, I have never even seen 50 million. I'm even worse off than you, I don't even have 500,000. Brother Chen really made a fortune this time, earning 5 billion. His luck is incredible. What luck? Brother Chen was just being polite. I know a little bit about stocks. There are indeed a few stocks that have risen sharply recently, but there are only a few of them. The others have not risen much. Brother Chen, you didn't just happen to buy those stocks, did you? Jang Chen nodded and said the names of those stocks. The colleague who was knowledgeable about stocks was stunned and really admired Jang Chen. Brother Chen, this is not luck at all, this is strength. The stocks that surged this time happen to be the ones you bought. Brother Chen, tell me the truth, did you predict that these stocks would surge a long time ago and buy them specifically for them? Seeing Jang Chen nod, the colleague's eyes became even more eager. Brother Chen, analyze it with me. How did you see these stocks soar? I can learn from them and see if I can make some money back the next time I buy stocks. Jang Chen was not stingy and analyzed it to him. He spoke very professionally and carefully, and he spoke calmly and confidently. After reading this, what else do you not understand? Jang Chen just said that he made money by buying stocks because of luck, and it was really just a polite remark. Jang Chen is very knowledgeable about stocks, and he is at the god level. If the other party is willing to give them some advice, maybe they can become as successful as Jang Chen. In an instant, everyone looked at Jang Chen more eagerly. Brother Chen, are you still missing some accessories for your legs? Brother Chen, how about I be your younger brother? Brother Chen. Jang Chen was instantly surrounded by a crowd of people, and people outside couldn't even squeeze in. Especially those who had ridiculed Jang Chen before, they didn't even have the qualifications to squeeze in, they could only watch from afar, with regret on their faces. I really didn't expect that Jang Chen would instantly become a major shareholder of the company from an intern. Did you hear that? That's 5 billion. How much money is that? If we had known Jang Chen was so rich, we wouldn't have said those things just now. Who knows, Jang Chen might be able to give us some advice on stocks now, and then we can get rich too. Not to mention guidance, it would be nice to be his younger brother. After all, it would be so prestigious to have a big brother worth 5 billion. Do you think it's too late for us to admit our mistakes to Jang Chen now? They were ready to go find Jang Chen but were stopped by Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan stood in front of them with a cold expression. Don't look for my husband. He definitely doesn't want to see people like you who look down on others. They actually called her husband a gigolo and mocked her husband as an intern with nothing. These people are simply tired of living. By the way, I'm officially notifying you that you are fired. Pack up your things and get out of my company immediately. She paused, thinking of something, and said, "No, get out of my husband's company." Several people's faces changed drastically. They did want to leave the company before, but that was because they thought it was going bankrupt. But now the company's debts have been repaid, and judging by the situation, the future development is expected to be even better than before. Meta Company is a big company in South City with very good benefits. I don't know how many people are trying their best to get in. So they don't want to leave the company at all. Several people immediately begged for mercy. "Mr. Su, we know we were wrong, please forgive us." "Yes, Mr. Su, we were just temporarily deceived." No matter how these people begged for mercy, Su Ningyan directly asked the security guards to kick them out. "You dare to scold her husband and still want to stay? You're dreaming." After dealing with these people, Su Ningyan straightened her clothes and walked towards Jang Chen. Unfortunately, there were too many people surrounding Jang Chen, and she couldn't squeeze in at all. She had been planning to give up, thinking of looking for Jang Chen when he was free, but she noticed several female colleagues crowding around Jang Chen, looking as if they couldn't wait to get close to him. Alarm bells were ringing in her heart. After thinking about it, she took a loudspeaker from the security guard and shouted to the crowd, make way, don't surround my husband. It's still working hours, so hurry back to the office and get to work." Everyone was stunned and was about to refute. Seeing Su Ningyan's serious face, everyone shrank their necks, dared not say anything, and had to start to disperse. A few people were unwilling to give up and whispered, "Brother Chen, we will come to you for advice when we have time." Others who had good eyesight immediately pulled them away. What else did they want to ask? Didn't they see that President Su was there? "We always take advantage of Brother Chen, and Mr. Su is unhappy. I really didn't expect that President Su would be so attached to Brother Chen." In just a short while, he came to see Brother Chen. Chapter 53 Chapter 053 Raising you is my responsibility. I really envy Brother Chen for marrying such a good wife like President Su. Yes, although Brother Chen is now a wealthy man with a net worth of 5 billion and is very good at playing stocks, if it weren't for President Su's unhesitating support, he would not have been able to take advantage of this good opportunity and make 5 billion in just half a month. What you said is true. It is true that Brother Chen is very good at stocks, but buying stocks requires capital. Brother Chen can make 5 billion in one go, so at least the capital he invested at that time must have been quite a lot. I calculated and estimated it would cost 100 million. 100 million? I remember Brother Chen just said that he had no money before buying stocks. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to come up with 100 million to buy stocks on his own. So this 100 million should be given to him by President Su. President Su is really nice to Brother Chen. Brother Chen had never shown any talent in stocks before, but when Brother Chen said he wanted to buy stocks, she directly gave him 100 million. Oh, I really envy Brother Chen. Why don't I have such good luck as him to marry a wife as good as President Su? Wake up, you don't even have a girlfriend now, and you're too far away from having a wife. That's right, you should get rid of your single status first. What's more, with your appearance, you still dare to compare with Brother Chen? Brother Chen's is not just luck, he not only has good looks, but also talent and ability. Well, it seems that only a man like Brother Chen can marry a beautiful, rich and white wife, and we can only envy him. The crowd gradually walked away, and the discussion gradually died down. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan were the only ones left in the conference room. Su Ningyan looked at Jang Chen with shining eyes, like a fangirl. Jang Chen was confused. Why was he looking at me like that? Su Ningyan's face was full of admiration. No, I just think you are awesome. Look, now everyone in the company regards you as an idol and is begging to be your younger brother. She thought of the female colleague who had been trying to get close to Jang Chen, and the light in her eyes dimmed. You are so good now, you will definitely attract more and more outstanding girls. They will be prettier and more capable than me. She had no confidence when she was with Jang Chen before. Now that the company can only survive with the help of Jang Chen, she has even less confidence. Jang Chen felt a little distressed and reached out to hug her. No, in my heart, you are the most beautiful and the most powerful. So don't worry, I only like you. With Jang Chen's comfort, Su Ningyan felt a little better. Jang Chen was worried that she would keep dwelling on this matter, so he quickly brought up other topics. Now that the company's issues have been resolved, it's time for us to solve the housing problem. They are still living in Lin Mengyao's apartment, which is not very convenient. It is better to have your own place to live. Su Ningyan nodded and said, yes, it's time to find a place to live. The two of them discussed the house as they walked towards Su Ningyan's office. What are you talking about? As soon as Lin Mengyao came in, she saw Jang Chen and Su Ningyan sitting in front of the computer, not knowing what they were discussing. She leaned over and saw pictures of houses all over the place. She understood, so you were looking at houses. But why are all the apartments I see? Isn't this too small? Jang Chen was a little helpless. I also felt that the apartment was too small and wanted to buy a villa, but Yan Yan disagreed and wanted to buy an apartment. Lin Mengyao looked at Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan hesitated for a moment and explained, I think the apartment is enough for Jang Chen and I to live together, and we can also cultivate our relationship. Lin Mengyao saw through her best friend's thoughts at a glance. Come on, what's the point of cultivating feelings? It's not the beginning. You two are so clingy now, what do you want to become? Conjoined twins? Besides, the apartment you chose is too small, isn't it? It's not even half the size of your previous Jinawa apartment. Yan Yan, tell me the truth, are you worried about money? Su Ningyan was speechless for a moment. Now Lin Mengyao and Jiang Chen had nothing to understand. Lin Mengyao said, Yan Yan, I know you are feeling a little traumatized by the company's previous debts and you don't dare to spend money recklessly, but you don't have to worry about it to this extent. What's more, your husband is rich now. He made 5 billion by buying stocks. That's 5 billion. Even if he helps the company pay back 2 billion, he still has 3 billion. The most important thing is that your husband is so good at stocks. Even if the 5 billion is spent, he can still make money by buying stocks. Su Ningyan looked distressed, but that was also earned by Jiang Chen at great risk. I can't put all the pressure on Jiang Chen. The company has just paid off its debts, and its projects are still in operation, so it is in need of funds and cannot bring any profits to Su Ningyan for the time being. In other words, Su Ningyan has no money at all now, and may not have much income in the short term. As a result, the expenses of the two fell on Jiang Chen. She doesn't want this. She hoped that Jiang Chen would be relaxed and without any pressure in this relationship. She hoped that their marriage would bring Jiang Chen happiness, rather than the worries of daily life. Jiang Chen saw what she was thinking, walked up to her and squatted down in front of her. He reached out and held Su Ningyan's hand, his tone very serious. How is this called pressure? You are my wife, and it is my responsibility to support you. Besides, I am happy to support you. You don't know, but before, you were almost the one supporting me, and I always felt guilty. I was thinking at that time, I am a grown man and I actually let you support me. It's really embarrassing and shameful. Now, I finally have the chance to clear my name, and it's my turn to support you. I'm happy for this opportunity, so you should be happy for me too. So, don't worry, just buy whatever you want and ask for whatever you want, don't worry about money. Your husband is rich now and can make money. Trust me, okay? Su Ningyan looked up at him. Jiang Chen exuded confidence and determination. As if he could solve all problems. Su Ningyan has always presented herself as strong and independent, as if she doesn't need anyone to rely on. But she is a woman after all, and in her heart she has always wanted to have someone to rely on. She thought she would never find it in her lifetime, but now she has found it. This person is Jiang Chen, her husband, the one who will accompany her for the rest of her life. Her eyes reddened and she nodded heavily, well, I believe you. She seemed to finally be unable to bear it any longer, and rushed towards Jiang Chen, hugging his neck tightly. Chapter 54 Chapter 054 Are we going to hug each other forever? At this moment, she felt as if all the burdens on her shoulders had been lifted. She felt more relaxed than ever before. Jiang Chen reached out and hugged her, and gently patted her on the back with his other hand. Lin Mengyao has known Su Ningyan for a long time, so she naturally knows that her best friend appears strong on the surface, but is actually lonely and fragile behind the scenes. Now that she sees her best friend has finally found a man she can rely on, she is also very happy for her best friend. Seeing Jiang Chen and his best friend talking and hugging each other tightly, she was so moved that her eyes turned red. She silently wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue to calm herself down. After calming down, in order to avoid disturbing Jiang Chen and Su Ningyan, she stood quietly by the side without saying a word. 10 minutes passed and the two people were still hugging each other. Lin Mengyao felt her feet were a little sore, so she found a place to sit on the sofa and waited for Jiang Chen and Su Ningyan to separate. As a result, she sat on the sofa for another 10 minutes, and the two still didn't separate. At this time, she was no longer moved at all. She just felt extremely sour all over. My teeth are sore, my eyes are sore, my whole body is sore. Are these two really that clingy? Just hug me for a while, do you want me to hug you forever? The most important thing is that she is still here, a living person. Unable to bear it any longer, she coughed violently a few times, reminding the couple that it was time to separate. As a result, the two of them didn't hear it and were still hugging each other. One snuggled sweetly in her husband's arms, and the other gently spoke sweet words to his wife. Lin Mengyao's eyes twitched. If possible, she really wanted to leave immediately to avoid being fed dog food here. But she still had something to say. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and walked up to remind them, "That's enough, how long are you going to hold on? I have something else to tell you, so separate now." Jang Chen calmly let go of Su Ningyan in his arms. Su Ningyan was not as calm as him, and her face turned very red. This was the nth time that she had ignored her best friend Lin Mengyao because of her husband. Moreover, it is quite embarrassing to hug and kiss your husband in front of outsiders for such a long time. Su Ningyan tried to remain calm and looked at Lin Mengyao. "What do you want to say?" Lin Mengyao felt relieved when she saw that the two people finally separated. "Isn't your husband now the company's largest shareholder? Since he is already the largest shareholder, he naturally needs an independent office to be worthy of his status as a major shareholder. I have someone decorate an office. You and Jang Chen can go and take a look to see if you are satisfied. If not, you can change it." Su Ningyan was surprised. She didn't expect that you had already arranged everything. You were really thoughtful. She looked at Jang Chen and asked, "Shall we go over and take a look now?" Jang Chen has no objection, okay. He also wanted to see what kind of office Lin Mengyao had arranged for him. Lin Mengyao led them out and said, "I see you two are so close to each other, so you probably don't want to be too far away from each other. So I arranged Jang Chen's office on the same floor as Yanyan's." Su Ningyan looked at her with appreciation and whispered, "Well done." Lin Mengyao looked very proud and whispered, "Seeing how satisfied you look, it seems that my arrangement was correct. I knew you wanted to stick to your husband." Su Ningyan blushed, with a hint of sweetness in her shyness. Although they had lowered their voices, Jang Chen was close enough to still hear what they were saying. He couldn't help but smile. The office that Lin Mengyao arranged for Jang Chen was not far away, and they arrived there soon. 3 people stood in front of the door. Lin Mengyao walked over first and reached out to hold the door handle. "Get ready and see what the office I arranged looks like." She pushed open the office door. The next moment, the scene inside appeared in front of Jang Chen and Su Ningyan. Both of them had surprised expressions on their faces. It was because the layout inside was beyond their expectations. I originally thought that since Su Ningyan and Jang Chen knew Lin Mengyao well, she would create an office with a more girlish or warm style according to her own preferences. I didn't expect the interior to be decorated in black and white tones, which is very grand and has a cold and hard style. Lin Mengyao snapped her fingers in front of them and said, "Don't just stand there. Go in and take a look." Jang Chen and Su Ningyan followed her in. The further they went in, the more surprised they were. In addition to the desk, dining table, coffee table, and sofa, there is also a fish tank, a bar, a bookshelf, and a botanical garden model. There is also a collection cabinet, which contains several models of aircraft carriers, fighter jets, etc. There is also a wine cabinet with several bottles of wine in it. Judging from the brands, the prices are not cheap. In addition, the most surprising thing is the large balcony, which is equipped with a parasol, a lazy sofa, and a coffee table. If you don't know, you might think it is a hotel setting in a seaside resort. Overall, the office layout appears to be very high-end. Especially the interior decoration is in cool colors, which looks very high-end. Su Ningyan sighed, "Mengyao, which master did you ask to design this? It's so good." Lin Mengyao had a smug look on her face. "Of course, don't you see who I am? Jang Chen, what do you think?" Jang Chen nodded. "Very good, thank you." Su Ningyan also said, "Mengyao, you really thought about it this time, thank you. By the way, this arrangement must have cost a lot of money, right?" Lin Mengyao waved her hand and said, "Don't thank me first. After all, the money was not paid by me. I was just responsible for finding someone to arrange it." Su Ningyan was stunned. "Who paid for it?" Lin Mengyao said as a matter of course it's Jang Chen who will pay. Su Ningyan was even more confused. Jang Chen paid for it? When did you ask Jang Chen for money? How come I didn't know? Lin Mengyao explained, I didn't ask Jang Chen for money, I went directly to the finance department and reported Jang Chen's account. Isn't Jang Chen a shareholder of the company now? He gets dividends from the company every month, so I'll have the finance department transfer a portion of Jang Chen's dividends to my account. When the company makes a profit and distributes dividends to shareholders, this money will be transferred directly to my account. Although Jang Chen was the one who paid for it in the end, I had to pay for it first, and I didn't even include the labor costs of helping to find someone. What do you think? Am I being nice enough? Su Ningyan didn't know what expression to show at this moment. She was very grateful to Lin Mengyao before. She thought Lin Mengyao was really so kind as to arrange an office for Jang Chen and decorate it so nicely. In the end, the money was paid by her husband. Chapter 55 Chapter 055 How come you got married but ended up backing off? You know, all the furniture here, especially the bottles of wine in the wine cabinet, are estimated to cost tens of millions in total. Lin Mengyao probably felt that it was not her money that was being spent, so she chose something so expensive. Su Ningyan opened her mouth, but finally took her words back. Forget it. Although the money was paid by her husband in the end, considering that Mengyao had advanced tens of millions for them and worked so hard to find someone to set up the office, it was thoughtful of her. The next moment, Lin Mengyao was heard crying to Jang Chen. Jang Chen, no, brother Chen. That's right, although the 10 million was paid in advance, at least it was actually used. Your dividends will not be paid until the company becomes profitable. You know the company's current situation, and you don't know when it will become profitable. I am not like Yen Yen. She is the president of a big company, while I am just a director on secondment. I don't make as much as her, and I have to rely on my family for support. You know, girls have to spend money on many things. Now that I have lost 10 million, my life will be very tight. I will never have the glory I had before. I will probably be laughed to death by people in the circle if I go out. So, brother Chen, can you transfer the 10 million to me in advance? As for the dividends, there's no need to transfer them to my account. Su Ningyan staggered and almost fell. She felt that the mental activity she had just gone through was a sheer waste of expression. Lin Mengyao pretended not to notice her best friend's complaining expression and continued to look at Jang Chen pitifully, hoping that he would just wave his hand and return the 10 million. 10 million is really nothing to Jang Chen right now. He didn't think about it for long before agreeing. Okay, I'll transfer 10 million to you now. He took out his cell phone, asked for Lin Mengyao's account number, and operated on the phone. Not long after, Lin Mengyao received the transfer from Jang Chen. When she saw the amount above, she thought she had seen it wrong. She stared with her eyes wide open for a long time, then suddenly fell to her knees and hugged Jang Chen's thighs tightly. Brother Chen, you are like my second parent. You are so good to me. How can there be such a good person like you in the world? Su Ningyan was startled by her action. Mengyao, why are you kneeling before Jang Chen for no reason? Get up quickly. She walked over and wanted to help Lin Mengyao up, but she heard Lin Mengyao say, of course it's because your husband transferred 15 million to me. Brother Chen is really generous. Not only did he return the 10 million to me, he also gave me 5 million as errand fee. He is so nice to me. Su Ningyan immediately let go of the hand that was trying to help Lin Mengyao up, and said expressionlessly, then you should continue to kneel. She was wondering why Mengyao knelt down to her husband for no reason. It turned out that she was not kneeling to her husband, but to the extra 5 million given to her. She looked at Jang Chen and said with some heartache, just return her the 10 million, why did you give her an extra 5 million? Jang Chen shook off the pendant on his leg, walked up to Su Ningyan, and said softly, it's okay, it's only 5 million, you can earn it back soon. What's more, compared to how she took care of you some time ago, the 5 million is nothing. Some time ago, such a big thing happened in the company, but he, as Su Ningyan's husband, was not by her side. He has always blamed himself for this. Fortunately, Lin Mengyao has always been with Su Ningyan, otherwise Su Ningyan would probably have collapsed. He had been looking for a way to thank Lin Mengyao for taking care of his wife, but he didn't expect to come across it this time. Su Ningyan was a little touched. Unexpectedly, Jang Chen kept this matter in mind. She reached out and hugged Jang Chen, husband, thank you. Jang Chen also reached out and hugged her. Why thank me? I am your husband. This is what I should do. As soon as Lin Mengyao got up from the ground, she saw her best friend hugging her husband again. I don't know if it's because she's been abused so much, but she seems to have gotten used to it and is too lazy to complain. She was even a little happy. After all, Jang Chen is no longer the poor intern who had nothing. Jang Chen is now a tycoon with a net worth of billions. The better the relationship between Su Ningyan and Jang Chen, the more she, as Su Ningyan's best friend, can benefit from it. Just like this time, didn't she just get the 5 million yuan in errand fees that Jang Chen transferred to her? Therefore, whether out of friendship or selfishness, she still hoped that her best friend could hold on to Jang Chen tightly. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan had already separated at this time. Jang Chen was looking around the office, while Su Ningyan was calling Jang Chen's supervisor, asking him to find someone to bring up the things Jang Chen had left in the office area. As soon as Su Ningyan put down the phone, Lin Mengyao pulled her aside. Su Ningyan was a little puzzled. What happened? Lin Mengyao glanced at Jang Chen, who was standing in front of the collection cabinet looking at the model, and whispered, "Yan Yan, tell me the truth. What is the current situation between you and Jang Chen?" Su Ningyan was confused. What do you mean? We have a good relationship. You saw it just now. Thinking about how she had just hugged her husband in front of her best friend, her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Lin Mengyao shook her head. I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about that aspect. She stretched out her hand and made a blushing gesture. Su Ningyan quickly understood and her cheeks became hot. Su Ningyan scolded, "Mengyao, why are you asking this?" Lin Mengyao frowned as she looked at her shy appearance. In the past, she had no doubts about the sexual relationship between her best friend and Jang Chen. After all, she thought that the two of them got married because they had done that kind of thing. So she felt that after these two people got married, they should be like normal couples in this respect. She even deliberately teased her best friend when they were at the hot spring resort hotel last time. But now it is obvious that something is not right. If these two were just a normal couple, then their best friend should be used to it, so why is she blushing like this? Something is wrong. Lin Mengyao looked serious and said, "Yan Yan, tell me honestly, have you and Jang Chen not done that since that night in the hotel?" Su Ningyan's eyes flickered, hesitating, this eye. Now there was nothing Lin Mengyao didn't understand. She grabbed Su Ningyan's hand, looking disappointed in her. Tell me, don't you like Jang Chen very much? Before we got married, you always secretly looked at him. Now that I'm married, I've retreated. You can't do this. Look at your Jang Chen. He is handsome, has a good figure, is capable, and now he is so rich. If you don't find a way to catch him, he will probably be seduced away by other women. Chapter 56 Chapter 056 Give him what he likes and make him leave you. Su Ningyan suddenly thought of the scene where those female colleagues were sticking to Jang Chen, and her heart tightened. What should I do? How can I catch him? Lin Mengyao spoke, what else can you do? Of course you have to cater to his preferences and make him unable to leave you. Su Ningyan still looked confused. How could she please him? Lin Mengyao was really speechless at this time. My best friend usually seems so smart, but why does her IQ drop so much at the critical moment? She didn't hide it anymore and said directly, men only like a few things, money, power, and women. You can't provide the first two for now, and Jang Chen probably doesn't need you to provide them now, so just do the last one. You, with such a good status as his wife, have even more reason to seduce him. I tell you, you should find an opportunity to dress yourself up and learn more about how to please men. Ahem, especially in that aspect of pleasing men. Lin Mengyao leaned close to Su Ningyan's ear and whispered. Su Ningyan's face became redder, and her head seemed to be smoking. She didn't expect that Mengyao, who didn't even have a boyfriend, knew more about that kind of things than she did. However, Mengyao doesn't have much practice, but she has a lot of theories, and what she says seems to make sense. Otherwise, she should think about it carefully in the next 2 days, and after finding a house and having her own private space with Jang Chen, she can practice everything Mengyao said on Jang Chen one by one. Thinking of this, she felt a strange feeling in her body. It's so embarrassing. She was shy and secretly looked at Jang Chen, who was not far away. Seeing Jang Chen's inverted triangle and golden ratio figure, the blush on her face deepened. Perhaps it was because her gaze was too intense, but Jang Chen couldn't help but look over. Their eyes met. Su Ningyan was so frightened that she quickly avoided his sight and dared not look at Jang Chen again. This guilty look seems wrong no matter how you look at it. Jang Chen couldn't help but walk over. Step by step, Jang Chen kept getting closer to her. Su Ningyan's heart was pounding so hard that she felt like it was about to jump out of her body. Jang Chen stopped in front of her and looked at her with her head lowered, her long hair hanging down, only revealing 2 red ears. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What did his wife say to Lin Mengyao? Why does she look like this? He was about to ask. There was a knock on the door. Su Ningyan was extremely nervous, and when she heard the knock on the door, she felt like she had found her savior. She almost jumped up and said, "I'm going to open the door." She immediately ran to the door and opened it. Chen Feipeng and another colleague were standing outside the door, each holding a large box filled with documents and other things. Su Ningyan glanced at the boxes in their hands and remembered that she had just called Jang Chen's supervisor and asked him to send someone to bring Jang Chen's things up. These two people should be the ones sent by the other party. Chen Feipeng and that colleague shouted to Su Ningyan, "Mr. Su." She nodded and made way. "What you are holding in your hands are the things Jang Chen left in the office area, right? Bring it in." Chen Feipeng and another person walked in with boxes. Su Ningyan followed behind them. Maybe because she was shy, she was not too comfortable facing Jang Chen, so she pulled Lin Mangyao over to act as a shield. Mangyao, don't you have something to say to me? It's not convenient for us to stay here. Come with me to my office and talk." Lin Mangyao looked confused at first, but after she understood, she winked at Su Ningyan. "You're so good, Yen Yen. I just said so much, and you still think it's not enough? It seems that you are really eager to catch your husband's heart. Okay, since you are my best friend, today I will teach you all the knowledge I have accumulated over the years." Su Ningyan's face turned red instantly. She was just looking for an excuse to leave, not like what Lin Mangyao said. Unfortunately, Lin Mangyao didn't give her a chance to explain and pulled her towards Su Ningyan's office. Jang Chen watched them leave and narrowed his eyes. He always felt that the two women seemed to be plotting something, and it was related to him. Unfortunately, he was busy observing the new office and didn't pay attention to their conversation. A burst of exclamations interrupted his thoughts. "Oh my god, this bottle of red wine is worth 300,000? Oh my god, judging by the brand of this sofa, it should cost 400,000. What's the big deal about the red wine sofa? Look at this vase, it must be an antique and is estimated to be worth millions. And this painting was actually created by a master from the Song dynasty. If it were real, it would cost more than 1 million, right?" After Chen Feipeng and another colleague put Jang Chen's things away, they looked around the new office with curiosity. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Everything here was beyond their imagination. The two of them estimated it in their minds. The total value of the things in this office is estimated to be tens of millions. Oh my god, just the decoration of an office costs tens of millions. They once again deeply realized that Jang Chen had really become rich. They remembered that they had recently learned that Jang Chen had made 5 billion yuan from playing stocks, and they forced a bright smile on their faces and walked towards Jang Chen. "Brother Chen, I don't quite understand some things about stocks. How about you help me clear them up?" How tactless. I didn't see that Brother Chen had been standing for so long. He must have been thirsty and tired. I quickly asked Brother Chen to sit down and poured him something to drink to moisten his throat. The two of them diligently dusted the sofa and asked Jang Chen to sit down. Chen Feipeng immediately took out a bottle of red wine and poured it for Jang Chen enthusiastically. Another colleague saw that Chen Feipeng had snatched the task of pouring the wine, and after thinking about it, he simply gave Jang Chen a massage. "Come, Brother Chen, let me massage your legs." Jang Chen was amused by their attentiveness. "Okay, no need to go through so much trouble. You just want my help to look at the stocks, right? It's all a piece of cake. I can help you pick a few right now. However, the stock market has not been very good recently, so you probably won't make much money, so you should be mentally prepared." During the time that Jang Chen was interning at the company, Chen Feipeng and this colleague took good care of him. Especially Chen Feipeng. Because of his status as an intern, other colleagues wanted to order him around, but Chen Feipeng always helped him to fight them off. Later, when he married Su Ningyan and everyone mocked him for being Su Ningyan's gigolo, Chen Feipeng immediately scolded him back. He always kept this friendship in his heart. "I will definitely return it when I have the chance." Jang Chen selected a few stocks for Chen Feipeng and the other person. Chapter 57 Chapter 057 I want my husband to eat with me. Chen Feipeng and the other man didn't hesitate for long and bought it immediately. Especially Chen Feipeng, he now has trust and admiration for Jang Chen. Jang Chen said these stocks would make money, so he directly used all the money in his bank card to buy them. Unfortunately, there is only a pitiful 10,000 or 20,000 yuan in his bank card. Even if he makes money, it probably won't be much. Chen Feiping felt as if he had missed out on hundreds of millions of dollars and was heartbroken. After buying the stocks, the three chatted for a few more minutes, and then Chen Feiping and the other two left. After all, it is still working hours and they both have to go back to work. The two just returned to the office area. Other colleagues gathered around immediately. How is it? Isn't Brother Chen's new office very high-end? Brother Chen is now the company's largest shareholder. No matter how it looks, his office should be better than President Su's. This is the face of a major shareholder. It is said that the decoration of Mr. Su's office cost over 1 million yuan, and I don't know how much Brother Chen's office will cost. Chen Feiping stretched out a finger. Everyone speculated, what did this mean? Did Brother Chen only spend 100,000 yuan on his office? That's too little. Chen Feiping shook his head. Everyone guessed again, could it be the same as Mr. Su's, also 1 million? If it is 1 million, it is reasonable and worthy of Brother Chen's status as a major shareholder. Unexpectedly, Chen Feiping shook his head and said, you all guessed wrong, it's not 1 million. It's 10 million. Everyone gasped. What? 10 million? My God, just an office costs 10 million? This is too extravagant. As expected, he is Brother Chen. Even his office is much more advanced than others. Seeing that everyone had the same surprised expression as he did before, Chen Feiping instantly felt a lot better. Of course, our Brother Chen is a big shot with a net worth of billions, so he naturally has to have a big picture. You don't know, when we entered Brother Chen's office just now, we were stunned by what was inside. Any bottle of wine in Brother Chen's office is worth hundreds of thousands. Not to mention that there are also famous paintings and antiques inside, which are worth millions. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They are just ordinary workers. When have you ever seen wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, or famous paintings and antiques worth millions of dollars? All I can say is that people are different. Jang Chen's vision is far different from theirs and is beyond their reach. Everyone couldn't help but sigh again. Brother Chen is really awesome, we ordinary people can't compare to him. The other sighed. Seeing that all the office matters had been settled and there was nothing else to do, Jang Chen remembered that he had talked to Su Ningyan about accommodation before, so he asked someone for relevant information and began to carefully choose a house. Unexpectedly, I saw several familiar-looking villas and apartments in the information. He was not sure about the other things, but he was particularly familiar with a villa and an apartment inside. Isn't this the villa his wife used to live in on Binjiang Road, and the Jinhua apartment they used to live in? I didn't expect to see it in real estate purchasing information. Jang Chen paused holding the document. He recalled the time when Su Ningyan sold all the assets under her name in order to pay off the company's debts. It seems that this villa on Binjiang Road, the apartment in Jinhua, and several other familiar properties are probably the houses sold by his wife before. Through the pictures of these villas and apartments, Jang Chen seemed to see the reluctance and helplessness Su Ningyan felt when she sold these houses. Especially Jinhua apartment. He still remembered that when he had just finished his extracurricular practice and rushed back to Lin Mengyao's residence to see his wife told him sadly that Jinhua apartment and Porsche had been sold and she did not keep them. Jang Chen felt a pain in his heart. No, these properties and the Porsche belonged to his wife, he must buy them back. The location of these villas is quite far from the city, and there are not many people who need them, so these villas have not been sold yet. Jang Chen called the real estate company and told them that he wanted to buy these villas. After paying the money, he soon got the villas. On the contrary, the Jinhua apartment was mortgaged to the bank. The bank was probably anxious to recover the funds, so it was put up for sale the next day after it was recovered. Because it is located in the city and has a good environment, the apartment was quickly bought. Jang Chen looked at the new household owner above and frowned. It might be difficult to solve the problem of Jinhua apartment. But no matter how difficult it is to solve, this apartment is the first house he and Su Ningyan have lived in after getting their marriage certificate, and it means a lot to both of them. So no matter what the cost, he must buy back the apartment. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called the new owner, Luo Jiming. After chatting with each other for a few minutes, the two agreed to meet in a cafe in an hour. After hanging up the phone, Jang Chen picked up his coat and prepared to go out. As soon as I walked out the door, I saw Su Ningyan walking towards me. There was still a blush on the other person's face, but not as red as before. Su Ningyan walked up to him and looked at the coat in his hand. Honey, are you getting ready to go out? Jang Chen nodded and said, well, I have something to go out for. Jang Chen planned to give Su Ningyan a surprise, so he did not mention buying back the properties in Porsche she had previously sold. Su Ningyan didn't ask any further questions, but her expression was a little depressed. I see. I was planning to have lunch with you. Jang Chen patted her head and comforted her, saying that lunch probably wouldn't be possible and they would have to wait until dinner tonight. Be good, you can ask Meng Yao to eat with you. Su Ningyan pouted and whispered, I don't want Meng Yao to accompany me, I want my husband to eat with me. She spoke very quietly and Jang Chen didn't hear clearly. He asked in confusion, what? Su Ningyan shook her head and said, it's nothing. I just want you to come back soon. If I don't see you for too long, I will miss you. When she said the latter sentence, she seemed embarrassed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Jang Chen. Jang Chen curled the corners of his mouth, lifted his wife's head, and placed a heavy kiss on her red lips. No, I will be back soon, just wait for me in the company. After saying that, he let go of his wife and walked towards the elevator. Su Ningyan looked at his back as he left, and couldn't help but reach out and touch her lips, with a silly smile on her face. Her husband just kissed her, she was so happy. Chapter 58 Chapter 058 All are people who love their wives. When Lin Mengyao just came over, she saw her best friend looking like a young girl with amorous feelings. Ningyan, why are you smiling foolishly here by yourself? Didn't you say you were coming to have lunch with Jang Chen? Where is Jang Chen? Su Ningyan came back to her senses and realized that Jang Chen had gone out for something and couldn't have lunch with her. Lin Mengyao nodded. Oh, so that's the case. That's a pity. Su Ningyan also nodded. Yes, it's such a pity that I can't have dinner with my husband and can only eat with you. Lin Mengyao widened her eyes. What did my best friend mean by that? Did she feel wronged by having dinner with me? Su Ningyan also knew that she seemed to have said something wrong, and quickly made amends. Mengyao, that's not what I meant. I just feel like having dinner with my husband more. I absolutely don't mean to dislike you, really. It's better not to say this. Saying it would only make Lin Mengyao feel as if an arrow had been shot in the chest. She once again deeply realized that in the heart of her best friend, she was really no match for her husband Jang Chen. Since her husband is here, her best friend can only walk aside. What kind of plastic sisterhood is this? Forget it, let her eat it herself. Seeing Lin Mengyao turned around and left angrily, Su Ningyan touched her nose and hurriedly chased after her. Mengyao, I really didn't mean that, please believe me. The other side. Jang Chen had already arrived at the coffee shop where he had agreed to meet Luo Jiming, the new owner of Jinhua apartment. Not long after he sat down, Luo Jiming arrived. Jang Chen was anxious to buy back Jinhua apartment, so he didn't try to beat around the bush with the other party. Mr. Luo, I really want to buy back the Jinhua apartment and hope you can transfer it to me. Of course, if you have other conditions, please feel free to ask. Luo Jiming looked embarrassed. Mr. Jiang, actually I bought this apartment as our wedding house. Generally speaking, few people are willing to transfer a house used as a wedding house. Luo Jiming is no exception. So, I'm really sorry that I can't transfer it to you for the time being. A trace of disappointment flashed across Jang Chen's face. Seeing his expression, Luo Jiming thought for a moment and asked, Excuse me, Mr. Jiang, why do you insist on buying this Jinhua house? Does this house have any special meaning to you? Jang Chen looked at him. The other person was very young, only a few years older than him. I heard that the other party just said that he bought the Jinhua apartment as a wedding house. I guess he is similar to him and just got his marriage certificate not long ago. Perhaps because they were all about the same age and in similar situations, Jang Chen did not hide anything and told the other party about himself and Su Ningyan. Not long ago, my wife and I got our marriage certificate, and that house is the one we just moved into. We had lived there all our lives and that house meant a lot to my wife and me. My wife had to sell the house before, but she always regretted it and blamed herself afterwards. I didn't want her to be unhappy, so I thought about buying the house back. When Jang Chen talked about Su Ningyan, a doting smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Luo Jiming saw all his expressions. Luo Jiming also thought of his wife, whom he had just married not long ago, and his heart was moved. I didn't expect that the other person loves his wife just like me. Well, actually I don't have to live in that house, but my wife really likes the layout and environment of that house. If there are other houses with similar environment and layout, I can accept them. Jang Chen's eyes lit up. What this means is that if he can introduce the other party to a house similar to Jinhua apartment, the other party will give the Jinhua apartment to him? Jang Chen thought about it and called the head of a real estate company. This real estate company had cooperated with Meta Company before and had a good relationship with it. It also knew about Jang Chen becoming a major shareholder of Meta Company. After hearing his request, without saying anything, we immediately started looking for a house for him that was similar to Jinhua apartment. Soon, the other party helped Jang Chen find a house that met the requirements and sent the relevant information to Jang Chen. Mr. Jang, what do you think of this house? If you are not satisfied, I can help you find another one. The person in charge spoke to Jang Chen attentively on the phone. Jang Chen first showed the information to Luo Jiming. Mr. Luo, what do you think of this set? Luo Jiming took a look and his eyes lit up. This apartment is better than Jinhua apartment. He immediately nodded and said, this set is good. Jang Chen showed a smile on his face, that's good. He said to the person in charge on the phone, that's it. The matter is a bit urgent. Manager Huang, please send someone over now to help me with the relevant procedures. The person in charge on the phone, Manager Huang, quickly said, okay, I'll send someone over right away. After hanging up the phone, Manager Huang originally wanted to ask someone to go over, but after thinking about it, he felt that it would be more sincere if he went there in person. The other staff members of the real estate company couldn't help but sigh as they watched him leave in a hurry. Who was that person who just called Manager Huang? They were so powerful that they could call Manager Huang away with just one phone call. Yes, I don't know which big shot it is. You know, our Manager Huang usually only receives those big shots, either senior executives of large companies or shareholders of the group. I heard Manager Huang calling the other party Mr. Jiang just now. Could it be Jang Chen, the new major shareholder of Meta Company? That's not right. Isn't Meta Company owned by Su Ningyan? Then she should be the largest shareholder, right? You're out of touch. Didn't Meta Company nearly go bankrupt because of a project problem? It was this guy named Jang Chen who came up with 2 billion to help President Su repay his debts. President Su was grateful to him and transferred his shares to him, so now the largest shareholder of Meta Company is this man named Jang Chen. The change of shareholders of Meta Company has not been announced yet, and the outside world is still unaware of this matter. Because our company has always been close to Meta Company, we received the inside information in advance. This guy named Jang Chen is really amazing. I heard that he is only in his early 20s. At such a young age, he spent 2 billion and directly became a shareholder of a large company. It's really incredible. Oh, when we were in our 20s, we were still worried about finding a job. Even now, we just want to make a living. He is so young, but he has become a major shareholder of Meta Company. He has a bright future. No wonder Manager Huang is so attentive to him and even comes to visit him in person. Chapter 59 Chapter 059 Can you bear to let your beautiful wife stay alone in the empty room? Meanwhile, in the cafe. After Jang Chen finished his call with Manager Huang, he sat aside waiting for the other party to arrive. While waiting, the phone vibrated. He couldn't help but take out his cell phone and look at it. It turned out to be a message from his wife. There are two pictures, one is the food on the table, with the text attached, "The food you cook is still the best, husband. I miss the food you cook." The other one is a selfie of Su Ningyan, with the text attached, "Husband, I miss you. Can you bear to leave such a beautiful wife like you alone in the empty room?" Jang Chen was completely stunned. He knows his wife's character. When facing outsiders, she acts like a cold female CEO, but when facing herself, she is always very shy and will blush if she is teased by herself. Now I would actually send him such a message. He narrowed his eyes and guessed that it was probably Lin Mengyao who taught her. Just as Jang Chen guessed, it was indeed Lin Mengyao who taught him. The two were having lunch in a private room in the restaurant when Lin Mengyao suddenly remembered what she had said to Su Ningyan before about how to seduce Jang Chen. There are some things that are useless no matter how much you say, action is more practical. Hooking up with people is not an easy task. You need to practice more often so that you won't be nervous when the critical moment comes. So she took advantage of the break during dinner and asked her best friend to send a message to Jang Chen. The first one was posted by Su Ningyan herself. It looked pretty sweet, but Lin Mengyao felt it wasn't enough. Not exciting enough, too bland. So she whispered a few words in Su Ningyan's ear. With every word she spoke, Su Ningyan's face turned redder, and in the end, she was almost smoking. What is this girl Mengyao talking about? What is this saying about loneliness needing company, emptiness needing comfort, and thirst needing nourishment? Su Ningyan wanted to leave immediately at this moment. But Lin Mengyao just kept holding on to her. Yan Yan, do you still want to win your husband's heart? If you do as I said just now and send a message to Jang Chen quickly. Su Ningyan took out her cell phone with trembling hands and started typing on it. Looking at those inappropriate words above, I couldn't bear the shame in my heart and deleted them all. Lin Mengyao watched her type and delete the message, with a look of disappointment on her face. Okay, I know you're shy, so I won't post what I just said. First, take a selfie, then tell your husband that you miss him and ask how he could have the heart to leave such a beautiful wife like you all alone. Su Ningyan's cheeks were burning hot. However, compared with what was said just now, this is more acceptable. After thinking about it, she didn't refuse. She took out her cell phone with trembling hands and took a selfie of herself. Just as I was about to send the photo, Lin Mengyao spoke again. This won't work, the photo is too bland. I asked you to take a selfie, and you silly girl actually took a picture of yourself. Su Ningyan looked bewildered. Didn't you say you wanted to take a selfie of me? Is there something wrong with that? Lin Mengyao shook her head. Of course that wasn't right. Do you know what you're doing now? It's called hooking up. You are trying to seduce your man now. How can you seduce your husband by taking such a bland photo? She looked at Su Ningyan, suddenly reached out and tore her clothes, took out a lipstick from her bag, and began to apply it on Su Ningyan's lips. After doing this, she nodded with satisfaction. That was about it. Come, I'll hold your phone for you. You face the camera and pout. Yes, that's it. With a click, Lin Mengyao pressed the camera button and the photo of Su Ningyan came out. So, Jang Chen received such a photo. Jang Chen stared at Su Ningyan in the photo, especially at some parts that seemed to be inadvertently exposed. His Adam's apple rolled up and down several times before he moved his gaze away with difficulty, finally settling on Su Ningyan's red lips. This is a pair of very tempting fiery red lips, especially at this moment they are deliberately pouting, as if waiting for someone to pick them. Jang Chen's eyes were about to spit fire at this moment. He decided that after buying the apartment, he would rush back to the company immediately and give Su Ningyan, the little woman, a good lesson. I don't know if it was because his gaze was too scary, but Luo Jiming, who was sitting opposite him, asked uneasily, Mr. Jiang, what is wrong with you? Jang Chen came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and managed to calm down. He shook his head and said, I'm fine. By the way, have you notified the person in charge of the house transfer procedures? Luo Jiming nodded and said, I just notified them and they are on the way. Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to exchange the house you just mentioned with my current house in Jinhua apartment? You know, the house you just bought is better than Jinhua's house. Jang Chen nodded and said, I'm sure. No matter how good other houses are, they cannot compare to the position of Jinhua apartment in my heart. I only want Jinhua apartment. Luo Jiming couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Mr. Jiang loves your wife very much. It is a blessing for your wife to marry you. Jang Chen shook his head and said, no, I should say that being able to marry her is my blessing. Director Jiang said this, but he was being modest. A voice interrupted. Jang Chen and Luo Jiming looked towards the door. It turned out that it was Manager Huang who came. Manager Huang strode over. He was the first to greet Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, if you had said this before, it would have made sense. After all, President Su is not only a great beauty, but also the female president of Maida Company. She is the goddess of many of our male compatriots. When we learned that she was marrying you, we sighed for a long time, wondering how you, a senior intern, could have the good fortune to marry such a beautiful woman like President Su. But it is obvious that we were short-sighted and underestimated you, Mr. Jiang. Director Jiang, you are not just a fish in a pond, you are a flying dragon, just waiting for an opportunity to take off. Your contribution was 2 billion, which directly paid off the debt of Maida Company for President Su. You are now the largest shareholder of Maida Company. I also heard that, Mr. Jiang, in addition to the shares of Maida Company, you are also very knowledgeable about stocks. Not long ago, you made 5 billion directly by buying stocks. This is really a big deal, we really admire it. Manager Huang's words left Luo Jiming stunned. Before, he thought Jiang Chen was just like him, an ordinary young man who was still struggling for a house and a car. Chapter 60 Chapter 060 Husband, why are you taking me to the lounge? He was able to buy the apartment in Jinhua, but he borrowed money from countless relatives and friends. On top of that, he also had a huge loan from the bank. And Jiang Chen, who is even younger than him, is already a major shareholder of a big company. And manager Huang said that he also married the female president of a large company. Oh my god, this is simply a winner in life. Such a big shot, but I just spent half an hour drinking coffee with him. Luo Jiming immediately stood up and said to Jang Chen tremblingly, Mr. Jang, I'm really sorry for what I said just now. I'm not very good at seeing things. Please bear with me if I've been negligent in any way. Jang Chen waved his hand and said, It's okay. You didn't neglect me. I also want to thank you for giving me Jinhua apartment. Okay, everyone, please sit down. Manager Huang and Luo Jiming sat down. The three of them had not been sitting there for long when the person in charge of the transfer procedures for Jinhua apartments came in, and the four of them began to handle the procedures for transferring the two apartments to each other. Jang Chen first transferred 10 million yuan directly to manager Huang to buy the house he had previously taken a fancy to. Manager Huang quickly said, Mr. Jiang, you don't need so much, just give me 9 million. Jang Chen shook his head and said, I've looked at it and this house is worth 10 million. Manager Huang rubbed his hands and said, I see that you, Mr. Jiang, and I are destined to be friends. This 9 million is just a friendship price. I hope that Mr. Jiang will not despise it and accept this small token of my appreciation. China is a place where you have to rely on personal connections. In addition, manager Huang's company has always had a good relationship with Maida Company, so Jang Chen didn't think of refusing again. However, he did not accept it directly, but how about this, why don't you give this discount to Mr. Luo? Mr. Luo has helped me a lot today. I would also like to thank Mr. Luo for transferring the Jinhua apartment to me. Manager Huang thought about it and didn't refuse, so it was fine. His goal was to please Jang Chen, and now it has been achieved. Luo Jiming looked surprised. The extra 1 million was essentially given to him for free. This is 1 million. And this is all for Jang Chen's sake. He looked at Jang Chen excitedly, Mr. Jiang, thank you so much. Jang Chen waved his hand and said, It's nothing. This is my thank you gift. After all, the other party originally wanted to use the Jinhua apartment as a wedding house. He interfered with her, but not only did she not get angry, she even agreed to transfer it without any benefit. If it were someone else, there would be no way I would transfer the apartment to him without some benefits. Even if there are benefits, they will probably still ask for too much. So, considering Luo Jiming's character and the significance of Jinhua apartment to Jang Chen, the extra 1 million was well spent. After resolving the apartment issue, Jang Chen bought the Porsche again with the help of manager Huang and hurried back to the company. He still remembered that he had to teach Su Ningyan a lesson. In the office of the president of Maida Company, Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao sat on the sofa together to rest. Su Ningyan couldn't control her mind and kept thinking about the messages she had just sent to Jang Chen in the restaurant. The most important thing is that nearly an hour has passed and Jang Chen has not replied to her. She was feeling anxious. Mengyao, do you think Jang Chen is angry? Otherwise, why hasn't he replied to my message for so long? Lin Mengyao couldn't figure it out either. That shouldn't be the case. Don't most men like to see beautiful women send them such messages? Su Ningyan puffed out her cheeks and said, You are talking about most men. Jang Chen should be different. I told you, I shouldn't have posted it like that. Jang Chen must be angry. He must think I'm one of those indecent women and he probably hates me in his heart. The more she spoke, the more uneasy she became, and her eyes began to turn red. Lin Mengyao was a little panicked. Yan, don't cry. Maybe Jang Chen was just busy and didn't have time to reply to you. So don't worry, Jang Chen will definitely not hate you. You are so beautiful and cute, he can't wait to like you. Su Ningyan didn't know whether she was convinced by her or was comforting herself. It seemed that Jang Chen might really be busy. Yes, he is just busy, so don't let your imagination run wild here. Lin Mengyao agreed repeatedly. After he finished his work, he saw your message and was completely attracted by you. Maybe I can't bear it anymore and want to rush back and pull you to do this and that. She made an obscene gesture towards Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan's face turned completely red in an instant, and she glared at Lin Mengyao coquettishly. What nonsense are you talking about? Jang Chen would never do that. Although she was actually looking forward to Jang Chen treating her as Lin Mengyao said. While the two were fighting, the office door was suddenly pushed open. The two immediately looked towards the door. When Su Ningyan saw that it was Jang Chen, her eyes lit up. Husband, you're back. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Before she could finish her words, Jang Chen grabbed her wrist and pulled her towards the lounge in a hurry. Su Ningyan was confused. "Honey, why are you taking me to the lounge?" Lin Mangyao on the side reacted faster than her and immediately thought of something. She stood up and said, "Well, I have something else to deal with, so I won't stay here and disturb you." Before leaving, she made the same gesture to Su Ningyan again. Su Ningyan quickly understood what it meant and her face flushed. She wanted to explain something, but Jang Chen had already taken her into the lounge. The door slammed shut, blocking her view from Lin Mangyao. Lin Mangyao glanced at the door of the lounge. While she was happy for her best friend, she also felt a little sad. "I really envy my best friend for having a husband who dotes on her, but she has to be all alone. It's so miserable." In the lounge, Jang Chen pressed Su Ningyan against the wall, lifted her chin with one hand, took out his mobile phone with the other hand, and clicked on the photo she had sent him before. "This is the photo you sent me. Who taught you this?" Su Ningyan took a look and felt like her head was about to smoke. Her eyes were wandering, and she betrayed Lin Mangyao directly. Yes, Mangyao taught me." Jang Chen stared at her with burning eyes. "Why did she teach you this?" Su Ningyan didn't dare to look at him at all. She lowered her head, leaving only her two red ears exposed. "She said that you are so outstanding and there must be many women who are interested in you, so she asked me to win your heart so that you won't be seduced away by other women. Then she taught me many ways to hook you, this photo is one of them." She was really embarrassed and lowered her head even lower. Chapter 61 Chapter 061 As long as Jang Chen likes it, she will do it. Seeing that Jang Chen hadn't said anything, she thought Jang Chen didn't like it, and said hurriedly, "If you don't like it, I won't post these anymore. I won't listen to what Mangyao said anymore." I didn't dislike Jang Chen interrupting her. Su Ningyan thought she had misheard and immediately looked up at him. Jang Chen stared at her and said word by word, "I like you doing that." He raised his phone again and said, "I like this photo too." Su Ningyan's eyes lit up instantly and she stared straight at Jang Chen. Jang Chen's mouth curled up, "So, this kind of thing can be done more often in the future." Su Ningyan's cheeks turned red, but her eyes became brighter. She said a little embarrassedly, "Then I will often ask Mangyao for advice on those things in the future." Although the things Mangyao said were very embarrassing, Jang Chen liked them. As long as Jang Chen likes it, she will do it. Jang Chen looked at her, who was obviously very shy but still trying hard to please him. His heart softened, and a certain evil factor was ready to move. He lowered his head and leaned close to Su Ningyan's ear, but if he did it, he would have to bear the consequences. Su Ningyan was stunned and asked subconsciously, "What are the consequences?" As a result, Jang Chen kissed her lips. Soon, she knew what the consequences would be. An hour later, Jang Chen and Su Ningyan came out of the lounge one after another. Jang Chen had a satisfied look on his face, as if he had just eaten a full meal, and he was in high spirits. Su Ningyan behind him had red cheeks and her clothes were a little messy. Especially the lips, which were red and swollen. This is just what we see on the surface. The situation is even more serious in areas that we don't see. Thinking of this, Su Ningyan felt ashamed. "Wow, you two finally decided to come out. I thought you had decided to stay in there today." Lin Mangyao's voice rang out in the office. Su Ningyan looked up and saw Lin Mangyao walking in with a lunchbox in her hand. Seeing her gaze, Lin Mangyao walked towards her and muttered softly, "Oh my god, look at your red and swollen lips. I guess Jang Chen just pressed you down and kissed you for a long time, right? Did he touch you anywhere else besides your lips? Let me see." As she said that, she wanted to lift Su Ningyan's clothes. Although Lin Mangyao is also a woman, Jang Chen still felt uncomfortable when he saw her touching his wife. He walked over and stood in front of Su Ningyan, keeping her away from Lin Mangyao's clutches. "Don't you have something urgent to do? Why are you back so suddenly?" Lin Mangyao looked at him and muttered, "You're even on guard against me. Do you have to be so stingy?" Jang Chen looked at her with a half smile. "What are you talking about? You're speaking too quietly. I can't hear you." Lin Mangyao's heart trembled. Jang Chen is different now than before. He is now a big boss with billions of dollars in his hands, the largest shareholder in the company, and the de facto chairman. You can't afford to offend such a big shot. She immediately changed the subject, raised the lunchbox in her hand, and looked attentive. "It's like this, I saw you rushed back just now and probably didn't have lunch, so I went out and ordered a few dishes for you. Do you think they suit your taste?" Jang Chen had been busy dealing with matters concerning the apartment and the Porsche, and indeed had not had lunch. He nodded at Lin Mengyao, showing his thoughtfulness. Come on, sit here and eat. I specially asked the chef in the restaurant to make this, please try it. Lin Mengyao put the lunchbox on the table and handed the chopsticks to Jang Chen in a very servile manner. Su Ningyan, who was standing by, was speechless and at the same time a little wary. Why is Mengyao suddenly so attentive to her husband? Is she having some feelings for him? While Jang Chen was eating, she quickly pulled Lin Mengyao over. Mengyao, what's wrong with you? Lin Mengyao looked confused. What was going on? She looked at Su Ningyan as if she was looking at a love rival, and said speechlessly, Yen, what's with that expression? You don't think I want to steal your husband, do you? Su Ningyan felt a little embarrassed when her thoughts were exposed, and muttered to herself, then why are you so attentive to my husband? She even specially asked the restaurant chef to prepare lunch for her husband. Based on her understanding of her best friend, Lin Mengyao is not usually such a careful person. Lin Mengyao said unhappily, I think you, little girl, are really obsessed with Jang Chen. Now everyone you see wants to steal your husband. Su Ningyan retorted in a low voice, it's because my husband is so outstanding. Lin Mengyao rolled her eyes and said, okay, your husband is excellent. But that doesn't mean I have any feelings for your husband. Ahem, although I did have that little bit of feeling before, it was just out of appreciation for beauty, and I just thought about it in my mind. Who made her best friend's husband so handsome and in such a good shape, with 8-pack abs and pectoral muscles? She couldn't help but drool. Lin Mengyao couldn't help but reach out and wipe the corner of her mouth. Seeing Su Ningyan staring at her, she couldn't help feeling a little guilty. She coughed and said seriously, really, I don't have any thoughts about your husband. Wasn't it because I was conquered by the extra 5 million Jang Chen gave me earlier? Jang Chen was so generous, so naturally I had to curry favor with him. Who knows, maybe he would give me another 5 million when he was happy. Su Ningyan remembered how Lin Mengyao had knelt on the ground and hugged her husband's thighs for the 5 million, and she began to believe it a little. She stopped worrying and looked at Jang Chen, who was eating. I'm going to have dinner with my husband and won't chat with you anymore. She walked towards Jang Chen, greeting him with concern from time to time. Husband, do you like the meal Mengyao prepared for you? Honey, are you thirsty? Do you want me to pour you a glass of water? Husband. Lin Mengyao stood aside, watching her best friend focus all her attention on her husband, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She felt that she had been quite servile just now, but now she realized that her best friend was even more servile than her. Jang Chen worked in the company for another 2 days and gradually adapted to the role of chairman of the company. It's Saturday. Jang Chen took Su Ningyan to see the Genoa apartment and the Porsche he had bought back. However, he did not tell Su Ningyan directly, he just said that he was going out for a while and wanted to give her a surprise. Lin Mengyao, who wanted to join in the fun, didn't want to be left behind, so she insisted on following. On the way, Su Ningyan asked curiously, honey, where are you taking me? Jang Chen glanced at her and said, keep it secret for now. You'll know when you get there. Chapter 62 Chapter 062 Where can I find such a good husband? Lin Mengyao came over from behind, so mysterious. Was she going to give Yen a surprise? It's rare that you also thought of giving Yen a surprise. Su Ningyan's eyes lit up as she looked at Jang Chen. Husband, are you really going to give me a surprise? Jang Chen originally had this plan. But after hearing what Lin Mengyao said, the effect of the surprise would probably be greatly reduced. He glanced at Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing. She shrank her neck and quickly sat back in the back seat. Jang Chen retracted his gaze and looked at his wife. It should be considered a surprise. As for what the surprise is, you will know in a moment. Su Ningyan's eyes brightened, and she was full of anticipation for the surprise her husband had told her. Half an hour later, they arrived at Genoa apartment. After parking the car, Jang Chen led them to the elevator. Su Ningyan couldn't help but ask, husband, why did you bring me to Genoa apartment? When she looked at the environment here, she thought of the helplessness and sadness she felt when she watched Genoa apartment being taken back by the bank. It was her fault that she was useless and failed to protect her in Jang Chen's home. Lin Mengyao on the side thought of something. Yen, could the surprise your husband mentioned before be Genoa apartment? Su Ningyan was stunned for a moment, thought of something, and immediately looked at Jang Chen. Husband, did you buy back the Genoa apartment? Jang Chen no longer concealed it at this time. He nodded and said, "Yes, this is the surprise I was talking about." Su Ningyan had a bright smile on her face. She couldn't help but rush towards Jang Chen and said, "Husband, you are so nice. You actually bought back Jinhua apartment. I am so happy. Husband, thank you for buying back Jinhua apartment." Jang Chen reached out and hugged her to prevent her from falling. "Thank you for what I do, it's what I should do." With a ding, the elevator door opened. Jang Chen strode towards the door with Su Ningyan. Lin Mengyao followed behind. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan stood at the door of the apartment. Su Ningyan looked at the familiar gate and her eyes became red. Jang Chen reached out and hugged her shoulders as a comfort. Su Ningyan smiled at him and said, "I'm fine, just a little excited." Jang Chen touched her head and said, "I'm glad you're okay. Okay, let us not just stand at the door. Let us go in and take a look. I asked someone to change the password back to the same as before. The apartment door can be opened with a key or a password." Su Ningyan nodded and said, "Okay." She reached out and began to enter the password. With a click, the door opened. Jang Chen pushed open the door and walked in with Su Ningyan. The couple only had eyes for each other throughout the whole process and even forgot about Lin Mengyao, who was following behind them. Lin Mengyao was used to being ignored by the two of them, so she shrugged and followed them in. After Jang Chen bought the apartment, he did not bring Su Ningyan here immediately, so that someone could restore the apartment's layout to its previous state. So when Su Ningyan came in, everything she saw was the same as before, as if they had never left here. But Su Ningyan knew that they had indeed left before. She also knew that after the house was repossessed, it was quickly bought by another buyer. However, the layout of the house remained unchanged. She knew in her heart that Jang Chen must have had the house redecorated so that it looked the same as before. Su Ningyan was touched by this thought. She reached out and hugged Jang Chen, looked up at Jang Chen, her eyes full of love for him. "Husband, how can you be so nice? I really love you." Jang Chen looked down at her and said, "I love you too." They were being affectionate with each other here, but Lin Mengyao, as a single person, just felt uncomfortable all over. Sour and astringent. This is the tragedy of being single. After a while, she couldn't bear it anymore and coughed a few times. Well, what should she do now? Now that you have bought the house, do you plan to move back in? Jang Chen and the other man finally spared a moment to pay attention to her. Su Ningyan did not answer immediately, but looked at Jang Chen. "Honey, are we moving back?" Jang Chen shook his head and said no. This place was previously used as Luo Jiming's wedding room. After all, someone had lived there before, so he and Su Ningyan would feel a little uncomfortable moving back. The most important thing is that although Jang Chen bought the apartment now, it used to belong to his wife. If he moved back again, he would always feel like he was being kept by his wife. Although Su Ningyan really wanted to continue living here. After all, she has deep feelings for this house. But my husband's opinion is the most important. My husband said, if we don't want to live here, then we won't live here. She looked at Jang Chen and asked, "Where do we live then?" Jang Chen smiled at her and said, "You'll know in a moment. By the way, in addition to this apartment, I also bought back other properties under your name. Here is the property certificate, take it." He took out a few property deeds and stuffed them into her hands. Su Ningyan stared blankly at the property certificates, unable to come back to her senses. Instead, Lin Mengyao came over with a curious look on her face and opened the books to check them one by one. "Oh my god, these are really the properties that Yan Yan sold before, and Jang Chen, you actually bought them all back. You are so awesome." She looked at her best friend with envy. "Yan Yan, your husband is so good to you. He even secretly bought back all the properties you sold. The most important thing is that only your name is written on it. Where can I find such a good husband?" It's not that she wants to be jealous of her best friend, it's just that Jang Chen is so good to her best friend that even she is a little jealous. With a model husband like Jang Chen, her taste has become spoiled. Will she still be able to fall in love with other men in the future? Lin Mengyao could even predict how difficult it would be for her to find a husband in the future. After being reminded by her, Su Ningyan noticed that her name was written on all the property certificates. She looked at Jang Chen and said, "Husband, why did you only write my name?" Jang Chen said, as a matter of course, "These are originally your properties, so of course they should be in your name." Su Ningyan was a little anxious, but that was before. "It was no longer mine after I sold it. Now that you have bought them, they are yours and your name should be written on them." Jang Chen frowned, his face serious. Wife, what you said is wrong. You say yours and mine in such a strange way. Do you treat me as an outsider? Su Ningyan panicked. No, husband, I don't treat you as an outsider. Jang Chen interrupted her and said, if you don't have it, why do you still say it's mine? Isn't mine yours? So what's wrong with me writing your name? Chapter 63 Chapter 063 Husband, just tell me, okay? Su Ningyan felt that what her husband said made sense, but she also felt that something was wrong. Jang Chen didn't give her time to think, so the matter was settled. Okay, now I'll take you to see our new house. He took Su Ningyan out. Su Ningyan was led away by him in a daze. Lin Mangyao followed behind, holding her forehead with her hand. This girl Yan Yan always has a significantly lower IQ in front of Jang Chen, and is always led by Jang Chen. Didn't she notice that what Jang Chen said was somewhat contradictory? If there's no distinction between you and me, why is only Yan Yan's name on the property deed? Shouldn't both of their names be written on it? After Su Ningyan was let out of the elevator by Jang Chen, she also reacted. She looked at Jang Chen. Jang Chen looked down at her. What happened? Su Ningyan opened her mouth, but finally shook her head and said, nothing. Never mind, there's nothing to worry about. Jang Chen had deliberately written only her name. This is a token of Jang Chen's kindness. She should accept it well and remember how good Jang Chen has been to her. She should also be extra nice to Jang Chen in the future. Thinking of this, she felt relieved and a bright smile appeared on her face. Husband, you haven't told me yet where the new house you bought is? Jang Chen felt relieved when he saw that she didn't mention the property certificates anymore. He reached out and scratched Su Ningyan's nose, and said, I'll take you there to see it later and you'll know. Su Ningyan wrinkled her nose and said coquettishly, you are trying to keep it a secret again. Can't you let me know in advance? Husband, just tell me, okay? She acted coquettishly towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen's heart softened after hearing this, and he thought about just telling her directly. But in the end, I stopped it. The original plan for today was to give Su Ningyan a surprise. Of course, surprises cannot be announced in advance. The three of them walked one after the other to where the car was parked before. When they came here before, they drove Lin Mangyao's car. It's a BMW worth over 1 million yuan. For most people, a car worth more than 1 million is considered a luxury car. But Jang Chen didn't plan to drive her car anymore. It's not because he thinks a car worth over 1 million yuan is not worthy of his current status, but rather, Lin Mangyao's BMW is pink. If he hadn't been too busy recently and had no time to buy a car, he wouldn't have driven her pink BMW when he came over just now. Thinking about how many male drivers looked at him with strange eyes along the way, Jang Chen felt a strange feeling in his heart. Lin Mangyao was a little confused when she saw Jang Chen throwing the car keys to her. Why did you throw the car keys to me? Are you asking me to drive? Su Ningyan, who was standing by, was horrified. You're not really going to let Mangyao drive, are you? Someone could die. Mangyao has had her driver's license for several years and has driven quite a few times. But every time I drive, it's still like a novice on the road, it's so thrilling. Su Ningyan had ridden in her car several times, and every time she was almost scared to have a heart attack. It's so scary. Jang Chen quickly comforted her, no. I just let her drive her own car and we didn't sit in it, we drove another car. Su Ningyan was stunned. Another car? Jang Chen nodded, yes, He was about to say that he had bought the Porsche and parked it nearby when a shrill female voice interrupted him. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su from Maida Company? Why are you back at Genoa today? Jang Chen frowned and looked at the person who came. She was a woman in her 20s, with so many layers of powder on her face that it was almost impossible to tell what she looked like originally. Su Ningyan, who was standing by, quickly recognized the person. It's Li Yumei, who also lives in Jinhua apartment, but on a different floor. Li Yumei walked towards Su Ningyan and the others. She first glanced at Jang Chen, who was standing next to Su Ningyan, and jealousy and resentment flashed across her face. Why is the man she married so short and fat, while Su Ningyan found a tall and handsome man? The most important thing is that Su Ningyan is actually prettier than her. Women are all jealous. They are both women, but Su Ningyan is not only more beautiful than her, but also more capable than her, running a company and becoming the president. Later, she found a handsome man with a good figure. Everyone was coming in and out of the same apartment building, and over time, Lee Yumei's heart had been corroded by jealousy. Her eyes were fixed on the BMW behind Su Ningyan, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Wow, President Su has actually fallen to the point of driving a BMW now? Didn't he drive a Porsche worth tens of millions before? Look at my memory, I forgot that you, Mr. Su, went bankrupt a while ago. Not only did you sell this apartment in Genoa, but you also sold your Porsche. But Mr. Su is Mr. Su after all. Even though he is bankrupt, he still has money to support a gigolo. How cool! At first, Su Ningyan's expression was relatively calm, but when she heard the other party call Jang Chen a gigolo, she couldn't help it. You can scold her, but you can't scold her husband. Her face was very cold. Shut your stinky mouth. Jang Chen is my husband, not some gigolo. Also, I don't support him, my husband supports me. Lee Yumei was stunned for a moment, then laughed even more sarcastically. I didn't expect that Mr. Su has now fallen to the point where he has to be supported by a gigolo. It seems that even this BMW is probably not yours. Could it be that he rented it just to show off? TSK, how pitiful. Considering that we used to be neighbors, if you beg me, I can help you. Or in other words. Her gaze was fixed on Jang Chen, and a hint of greed and covetousness flashed in her eyes. You let him play with me for a while. Before she could finish her words, a figure walked up to her and slapped her hard several times. What nonsense are you talking about here, you bitch? Apologize to Director Jiang and President Su immediately. Lee Yumei was slapped several times and was originally very angry. After seeing that the person who beat her was her husband, a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. Honey, weren't you out doing something? Why are you back so suddenly? Also, what did you mean by that? What Director Jiang? Where did Director Jiang come from? Lee Yumei's husband didn't know whether he disliked her or heard the last words she said, but he raised his hand and slapped her a few more times. After the fight, he immediately looked at Jang Chen with a flattering expression. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry. It's all because of this bitch's lack of vision that she didn't recognize you. Please don't bother with her. If you are still not satisfied, you can do whatever you want with this bitch, you can beat her or scold her. He had just returned from manager Huang's place and had heard some things about Jang Chen. Chapter 64 Chapter 064 What do you want to do? We'll talk about it when we get to our new home. When he heard that Jang Chen would bring Su Ningyan here today, he was thinking of coming back to curry his favor, but he ended up hearing his wife mocking Su Ningyan and Jang Chen. Lee Yumei was shocked when she saw her husband's attitude. Hubby, what did you just call Su Ningyan's man? Director Jiang? What's going on? Lee Yumei's husband looked very disappointed. Mr. Jiang was general manager Su's husband. He had previously used 2 billion to repay the debts of Maida Company, and now he has become the largest shareholder of Maida Company, that is, the chairman. Lee Yumei turned pale with fright at the news. She didn't expect that the pretty boy she thought of turned out to be so powerful and had become the chairman of the Maida Company. Her legs went weak and she fell to the ground. Lee Yumei's husband looked at Jang Chen's expressionless face, gritted his teeth, and walked towards Lee Yumei. He grabbed Lee Yumei's hair, raised his hand and slapped her hard in the mouth. It's all because you bitch can't speak. Your mouth is useless. He hit her so hard that soon blood started oozing from the corners of Lee Yumei's mouth. Jang Chen didn't come here to watch the couple quarrel, and he had no interest in such a scene. He frowned. Enough. He looked at Su Ningyan. Yan, let's go, I want to take you to see our new home. He took Su Ningyan to where the Porsche was parked. Seeing that he didn't care, Lee Yumei's husband breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, Mr. Jiang, take care. Lee Yumei fell to the ground, looking in the direction they left with her eyes open. She watched Jang Chen considerately open the car door for Su Ningyan. Worried that she might hit her head, he considerately put his hand over her head. She felt a surge of jealousy and a hint of envy in her heart again. Although she always said that Su Ningyan was keeping a gigolo, she was actually envious. She envied Su Ningyan for finding a handsome and young husband, and most importantly, the husband was very good to Su Ningyan. And now, the other party is rich, richer than Su Ningyan. However, the other party was still so nice to Su Ningyan. What a woman looks forward to most in her life is to marry a good man. How did Su Ningyan get the good fortune to find such a good husband? The other side. Jang Chen got into the driver's seat of the Porsche, started the car and headed for their new home. Su Ningyan looked at the familiar devices in the Porsche and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect you to buy a Porsche. Jang Chen nodded and said, well, I will buy back everything that once belonged to you. He looked at Su Ningyan and said, I will protect what belongs to you and will not let anyone take even a single thing away from you. Su Ningyan didn't know how many times she had been touched today. If they were not still in the car, she would have thrown Jang Chen to the ground and given him several kisses to express her gratitude. Jang Chen seemed to see through her thoughts and teased her, saying that she could decide what to do after she got a new home. Su Ningyan blushed and retorted softly, I don't want to do anything. Jang Chen pretended to be a little regretful and said, so there isn't one. It seems I waited in vain. Su Ningyan bit her lip. Although he was very shy, he couldn't bear to see Jang Chen disappointed, so he whispered, it's not. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. Does that mean she is pregnant? Su Ningyan's face flushed red, and she simply lowered her head and kept silent. How should she respond to this? Jang Chen chuckled and stopped teasing her. A red Porsche and a pink BMW were driving on the road one after the other. About 40 minutes later, two cars arrived at the gate of Yulong Bay Villa District. The horizontal bar blocked the Porsche driven by Jang Chen. A security guard with a buzz cut came up and said, hello, could you please show me your ID? Jang Chen took out his ID card. When the security guard with a crew cut saw him, his face changed and he immediately said respectfully, it's Mr. Jang. I'm so sorry, your car's information is not entered into the system. I'll have someone put your car in now. Jang Chen nodded and said, by the way, the BMW behind me came with me. Please let it pass. The security guard with a crew cut had a warm smile on his face and nodded repeatedly, saying, of course, of course. Take care, Mr. Jiang. Jang Chen took back his ID card and continued driving the Porsche forward. Lin Mengyao followed behind in a pink BMW. The security guard with a crew cut watched the two cars leave and returned to the security booth. Another square-faced security guard came over curiously. Brotherin, why are you so respectful to that man driving the Porsche? Who is he? The person called Ngu is the security guard with a buzz cut. He is a veteran and has the best skills among all the security guards. In addition, because his family has some background, he usually acts indifferent to the security guards and the owners of the villa. So the enthusiasm with which he nodded and bowed to Jang Chen just now made the square-faced security guard drop his jaw in shock. The security guard with a buzz cut had a serious face and must be from a powerful background. Do you know the villa in the center of our Yulong villa? The square-faced security guard nodded, knowing that the villa was the most expensive one in our Yulong Bay, worth up to 300 million. Because the value is too high, no one has bought the villas since they were launched. But I heard that someone bought this villa a few days ago. I don't know which big shot is so powerful. The security guard with a crew cut glanced at him. The man driving the Porsche was called Jang Chen. He was the one who bought the most expensive villa here. The square-faced security guard's eyes widened. So he was the one who bought that villa? No wonder you were so respectful when you saw his ID card just now, Ngu. He's a big shot. The security guard with a crew cut nodded and said, yes, it's him. I just looked at his ID card and he is only 22 years old. The square-faced security guard was shocked. No way, only 22? This is too young. At his age, most people are still in their senior year in college, and those who are older have just graduated. He is so young, yet he can actually buy a villa worth 300 million. He is really young and promising. Back then, when I was 22 years old, I was still worried about what job to find after graduation. Why is there such a big difference between people? The security guard with a buzz cut patted him on the shoulder. Next time you see this big guy, be careful and don't offend him, or you'll be in big trouble. The square-faced security guard nodded repeatedly and said, yes, thank you for your advice, brotherin. The other side. Jang Chen had already driven Su Ningyan to the parking lot of the villa in the center. After parking the car, he took Su Ningyan out of the car. Chapter 65 Chapter 065 This kind of thing should be done in a romantic atmosphere. Lin Mengyao also parked the car and walked out with them. As she walked, she looked at the surrounding environment and sighed, Jang Chen, the new home you bought is not here, right? Seeing Jang Chen nod, she sighed again. Oh my god, this is the Yulong Bay Villa. Any villa here costs more than 50 million. Aren't you too extravagant? Also, you just took us to park in the parking lot of the villa in the middle. Don't tell me that this is the villa you bought? Jang Chen nodded again, yes. I looked at the villas here at that time and this one was the best looking, so I bought it. Lin Mangyao was so frightened that she could fit a duck egg in her mouth. The Yulongbei Villa district is very famous in their South City, and Lin Mangyao also knows something about the Yulongbei villas. She had naturally heard that the most expensive villa in Yulongbei was located in the center of the villa area, and no one had bought it since it was launched. Unexpectedly, it was bought by Jang Chen. It took a long time before Lin Mangyao found her voice. Jang Chen, no, Brother Chen, you are so awesome. You are indeed worthy of being a man with a net worth of 5 billion, and you are worthy of being the chairman of our Maida company. Brother Chen, please accept my knees. Seeing that Lin Mangyao was about to pounce on Jang Chen, Su Ningyan stood in front of her without leaving a trace, separating her from Jang Chen. Don't use your knees, just stand up. Don't throw yourself on her husband all the time. Although she didn't say the rest of the words, Lin Mangyao could see it. Lin Mangyao touched her nose and muttered softly, "You jealous person, why are you so stingy?" Su Ningyan snorted. Anyone of the opposite sex who gets close to my husband is my love rival, and my best friend is no exception. Lin Mangyao really didn't know what to say now. At this time, Jang Chen had already led them into the villa hall. The environment outside was already amazing enough for Su Ningyan and Lin Mangyao, and when they saw the layout of the villa hall, they were stunned again. Lin Mangyao pointed at the chandelier on the ceiling with shaking fingers. This chandelier is one of my favorite styles. I have always wanted to buy it, but it is too expensive and I have never been able to afford it. I didn't expect to see it here. This chandelier is worth more than 1 million yuan, it's really worth it. And this sofa, this coffee table, this carpet. And this vase, these calligraphy and paintings, these are all antiques. Lin Mangyao doesn't care about things, she only cares about money. Although she had decorated the company's office for Jang Chen before and even bought some expensive things for him. But it's just an office, with such a small space. No matter how you decorate it, it will cost at most tens of millions. It's completely different from this villa. I wonder how many times larger the area of this villa is than the office. Lin Mangyao now looks at every piece of land in the villa, estimating the value of this land in her mind. With this estimate, she even felt a little scared to walk. She was always worried that if she stepped on the place too hard, she would crush it and lose $1 million. If you step on it a few more times, tens of millions will be gone. Su Ningyan turned around and saw Lin Mangyao walking on tiptoe, looking like a thief. She asked unhappily, "Mangyao, what are you doing?" Lin Mangyao tiptoed quickly to Su Ningyan's side. She patted her chest and felt much more at ease standing next to you. When I was walking just now, I was worried that I would break the floor of the villa or dirty something, and then I would have to pay for it. But now you are by my side, so we can step on it together. Even if something is broken, this villa belongs to your husband anyway. He will definitely not make a fuss about it for your sake. Su Ningyan was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Mangyao, you are exaggerating." Lin Mangyao smiled awkwardly and said, "There's nothing I can do about it. It's my fault for not having seen much of the world. Although her family has some money, it is not enough to spend 300 million to buy a villa." Thinking that this villa was bought by Jang Chen, Lin Mangyao felt anxious for her best friend. She glanced at Jang Chen, who was not far away. At this time, Jang Chen was calling someone to go to Lin Mangyao's residence to move his and Su Ningyan's things over. It always feels a bit uncomfortable to live in someone else's place, so Jang Chen decided to move to Yulongbei today. Lin Mangyao took advantage of the fact that Jang Chen was busy and didn't notice her and Su Ningyan, and immediately pulled Su Ningyan to a corner. "Yan, your company's affairs have been dealt with these days. Jang Chen has also bought back your previous assets. Most importantly, you now have a new residence. In other words, you finally have a chance to be alone. So, is what I told you before almost on the agenda?" Su Ningyan was stunned for a moment, and roughly understood what Lin Mangyao was talking about. In an instant, a blush appeared on her face. Although shy, she did not refute. "It's time to put it on the agenda. But I haven't prepared anything yet. I can't just pounce on Jang Chen. That would be too weird." Lin Mangyao thought about it and agreed. This kind of thing should happen naturally in a romantic atmosphere. "How about this, tomorrow is Sunday and we don't have to go to work, so we can go out for a walk during the day and buy some necessary things to prepare." Su Ningyan thought about it, nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll wait for you to come tomorrow." Lin Mangyao began to plan with Su Ningyan what to buy tomorrow. The best way to create this romantic atmosphere is with a candlelight dinner. I just took a look and there is a rooftop and a glass greenhouse over here, which is perfect for a candlelight dinner. Moreover, you may get excited and be in the greenhouse. Su Ningyan blushed instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? How can a greenhouse be used for? She was too embarrassed to continue. Jang Chen had just finished the call when he saw the two women standing in the corner whispering to each other. Especially the expressions of the two people. Lin Mengyao's eyes were shining and her face was full of excitement. His wife's cheeks were red and her eyes were wandering. She looked embarrassed but also expectant. During this time, Su Ningyan's eyes accidentally met his. She looked frightened and her face turned completely red. She immediately looked away, looking very guilty. It seems that what these two people were talking about was probably related to him. And so shy. Jang Chen couldn't help but think of the two photos his wife had suddenly sent him, and the messages on them. An idea came to my mind. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If that's the case, that's not bad, he's looking forward to it. Chapter 66 Chapter 066 What is wrong with me just sticking to my husband? Knowing that his wife was shy, Jang Chen didn't go over to her. What if his wife is scared and gives up? Seeing that Jang Chen didn't come over, Su Ningyan felt relieved. Lin Mengyao saw that she was distracted and waved her hand in front of her. What are you looking at? Are you looking at your husband again? You little girl, why do you have to cling to your husband so much? It's just a short while since you saw him, and you're already looking for him. Su Ningyan was not as shy as before. She said confidently, I just cling to my husband, so what? If you have the guts, find a husband to cling to too? Lin Mengyao instantly felt like she had received a critical hit of 10,000 points and almost vomited blood. She wanted to too, but the problem was that she didn't even have a boyfriend, let alone a husband. In order to avoid being fed up with her best friend's dog food, Lin Mengyao quickly walked aside. As she walked, she was again amazed by the decoration and layout of the villa. Nowadays, people like to take pictures of things they see with their mobile phones and post them on some platforms. Lin Mengyao is no exception. She took out her cell phone and kept taking pictures of the things in the villa. While taking pictures, she was looking for good-looking photos to post on her moments. Soon, a bunch of comments gathered under the circle of friends, including her bad friends and employees of Media Company. Mengyao, you are so rich that you even bought such a luxurious villa. The environment of this villa looks familiar. Why does it look like it is in Yulong Bay? The sister above is not mistaken, it is indeed a villa in Yulong Bay, but why does the layout of this villa feel different from other villas in Yulong Bay? This is certainly different. This is the most expensive villa in Yulong Bay, worth 300 million, and is located in the center. Because it was too expensive, no one bought it before, but I heard that it was recently bought by a big shot. Could this big shot be you, Director Lin? How is this possible? Director Lin doesn't have that much money. I think Director Lin must have known some big shot, and that person bought it, so she took the opportunity to go and take a look. Lin Mengyao took pictures for nearly an hour and was finally satisfied. She opened her phone again and saw a bunch of comments on her moments. She began to reply. This villa is indeed not mine. It was bought by my friend Su Ningyan's husband, Jang Chen. In an instant, a bunch of replies surged again. First, her bad friends. Oh my god, it turns out to be President Su's husband. As expected of President Su, the man she found is extraordinary. I really envy Ms. Su for finding such a good husband. I heard that her husband is very handsome. I originally thought he might not have much money, but now I see that he is a super boss. He was so generous that he spent 300 million to buy a villa. It's another day of envying Ms. Su, but it's not surprising. After all, a goddess like Ms. Su must marry an outstanding man. Then came the responses from the employees of Media Company. It turns out that it was bought by Brother Chen, which is not surprising. As expected, he is Brother Chen, he is very generous, Brother Chen is awesome. My classmate's family also bought a villa. I originally thought that the villa was just like my classmate's house. It looked just a little better than an ordinary house and there was nothing special about it. Now I finally understand, although they are both called villas, there are still differences. Brother Chen's villa is so luxurious and it is a pleasure to live in it, while my classmate's house is just a place to stay. Seeing that everyone was like a country bumpkin and made similar exclamations as she did, Lin Mengyao felt relieved. She put away her phone with satisfaction, checked the time, it was getting late, said goodbye to Su Ningyan and Jang Chen, and prepared to leave. But before leaving, she mouthed to Su Ningyan, Yen, don't forget our agreement just now, I will come to see you tomorrow morning. With that, she left for the parking lot and drove away in her pink BMW. Su Ningyan was left standing alone at the door, her face flushed. Thinking about having sex with Jang Chen tomorrow, she felt both shy and excited. Jang Chen looked at his wife standing at the door without moving, and walked over with some curiosity. Yen, why are you standing here? Su Ningyan woke up and stammered, no, nothing. By the way, it's almost time for dinner. Should we eat at home or go out? Jang Chen thought about it and decided to go out to eat. He would have to clean up the things he moved in later, and it would be too tiring to do it himself. Su Ningyan has no objection, okay. When she spoke, she kept her head down and didn't look at Jang Chen. She remained in this condition for a long time. Whether she was eating or cleaning up, until she finished washing up and was ready to go into the room to rest, she still kept her head down. Seeing that she was about to hit the wall, Jang Chen quickly stretched out his hand to block her forehead. What on earth are you thinking about? You're so absent-minded. Watch the road carefully, or you'll hit your head. Su Ningyan woke up, her face flushed, and she said a little embarrassedly, I was just thinking about something. Jang Chen looked at her and wanted to ask her directly what she was thinking. But I still stopped. Actually, there is nothing to be curious about. Looking at her expression, you can probably guess what it is. He reached out and tapped Su Ningyan's forehead. He thought that one should be careful about the road ahead when thinking about things. It would be bad if he got hurt. Su Ningyan nodded obediently, I understand. Good night, husband. Jang Chen kissed her on the forehead and said good night. Watching her walk into the room, he turned and walked into his room. In fact, he had originally planned to propose to Su Ningyan that they sleep in the same room after buying a new residence. But today, seeing that my wife was acting strangely, I guessed that she might be thinking the same thing as me. Who knows, I might even plan to give myself a surprise. For the sake of this surprise, he suppressed his anxiety and waited for the surprise his wife prepared for him. The next morning, Su Ningyan woke up very early. She spent the whole night thinking about what happened today and hardly slept. When she got up, Jang Chen also got up. Jang Chen looked at her in surprise. Why did she get up so early? Su Ningyan's eyes flickered and she couldn't fall asleep. Jang Chen knew why she couldn't sleep, but he deliberately asked, why can't you sleep? Su Ningyan's cheeks turned red and she started thinking about something. Jang Chen didn't let her go. Oh, what were you thinking about? The blush on Su Ningyan's face deepened, and her hands were tangled together. I don't know. It's not that she doesn't know, she is just too embarrassed to say it. How could I have the nerve to tell Jang Chen about something like that? Chapter 67 Chapter 067 To attract people's attention. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. How could he not know? I think you don't not know, but you just don't want to say it. What is it that you don't want to talk about? Let me guess. Could it be? Su Ningyan's heart was in her throat. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Her eyes lit up. This doorbell ringing is just in time. She almost jumped up and ran towards the door. Jang Chen couldn't help but laugh as he watched her leave. He became more certain of his guess. Su Ningyan came to the door, opened it, and saw Lin Mangyao standing outside. She looked surprised and asked, Mangyao, why are you here so early? Lin Mangyao winked at her and said, I'm in a hurry, so I came early. He looked even more anxious than Su Ningyan. If you don't know, you would think she is the heroine tonight. Lin Mangyao also seemed to feel that she was a little too anxious. There was no way, her gossipy heart was burning, and she was most interested in this kind of thing that made people think about it. She looked at Su Ningyan's messy hair and asked, did you just get up? Come on, go wash up, let us go quickly. Su Ningyan was pushed by her towards the bathroom. Su Ningyan felt helpless. There was no point in rushing. It was so early and the shops were not open yet. Lin Mangyao subconsciously said, the store we are going to is different from those stores. It is open 24 hours a day, especially at night and early in the morning, which is when their business is best. Su Ningyan looked at Jang Chen, who had just walked out of the bathroom, and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Mangyao, what nonsense are you talking about? She winked in Jang Chen's direction, signaling her not to talk nonsense, so as to avoid being known by Jang Chen in advance. That way there are no surprises. The most important thing is that she hasn't made any arrangements yet. If her husband finds out in advance, she will be embarrassed and probably won't be able to go on. Lin Mangyao also knew that she had said the wrong thing. She nodded repeatedly and pointed at Su Ningyan's hand covering her mouth, indicating that she would not talk nonsense again. Unexpectedly, Jang Chen walked towards them. He pretended to know nothing. What do you mean by 24-hour store? What do you need to go to a 24-hour store to buy? Su Ningyan and Lin Mangyao were both shocked. The two looked at each other and quickly looked away. Lin Mangyao is still a little thick-skinned. It's nothing, just buying some women's things. This is because we think we get up too early and are worried that the shops will be closed when we go out, so we want to find shops that are open 24 hours a day. Jang Chen narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Oh, so that's how it is. Then you should go early and come back early, don't come back too late." Seeing that Jang Chen had no doubts, Su Ningyan and Lin Mangyao both breathed a sigh of relief. Little did they know that Jang Chen had seen their expressions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He was increasingly looking forward to what surprise his wife would prepare for him tonight. Okay, we will. Lin Mangyao nodded repeatedly and looked at Su Ningyan. Yan, go to the bathroom and wash up quickly. Come back to your room and dress up later. We're going out. Su Ningyan nodded and said okay. She quickly ran to the bathroom. Lin Mangyao followed Su Ningyan like a follower. Jang Chen couldn't help but laugh at their nervous expressions. These two women wanted to give him a surprise without telling him, but they didn't act decently and their plan was full of loopholes. Su Ningyan finished washing up quickly and was pulled into the room by Lin Mangyao. As soon as Lin Mangyao entered the room, she immediately ran to her closet. After opening the wardrobe and searching for a long time, she looked at Su Ningyan with disappointment and said, "You are too serious, girl. Why are there only these clothes? It seems that I need to buy some seductive clothes later." She remembered something. "Oh, did you steal my red pajamas before?" Su Ningyan's eyes were vague. "What red pajamas? How could I steal your pajamas?" Lin Mangyao walked up to her and stared at her. She didn't say anything, just stared at Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan was the first to give in. She confessed, "I stole it." "Didn't you say you didn't need it?" "So I took it." Lin Mangyao snorted, "It turned out to be you, little girl, who stole it. I really don't have any use for it, but what about you? Did you use it right after you stole it?" Su Ningyan's face turned red with embarrassment. "Not yet. Doesn't this mean there has never been a chance?" She thought of the plan for tonight and her eyes lit up, but now she has it. Lin Mangyao touched her chin and nodded in agreement. "It could be used tonight. But that red pajamas alone is not enough, you have to buy some more exciting and eye-catching ones." Compared to Lin Mangyao, the old driver, Su Ningyan can really be said to be simple. So she didn't react for a moment and asked foolishly, "What's more exciting and eye-catching?" Lin Mangyao smiled and said mysteriously, "You will know in a moment." After Su Ningyan had packed up, Lin Mangyao took her away. She had already contacted a few of her friends last night. They say birds of a feather flock together. Lin Mangyao is an experienced person, and her friends are similar to her. Upon hearing Lin Mangyao's request, several friends immediately provided several suggestions and told her the specific addresses of those more hidden shops. Today, Lin Mangyao is going to take Su Ningyan to the store provided by those friends. These shops look quite upscale and normal from the outside. At first, Su Ningyan thought it was a store selling women's clothing and cosmetics. As a result, as soon as I walked in and saw the things on the counter, my face turned red instantly. This is simply selling dog meat under the guise of selling mutton. For example, what she thought was women's clothing did look like women's clothing, and it was the kind that nurses wear. For example, she thought it was cosmetics, but it turned out to be. Su Ningyan's face turned red and she almost wanted to run away, but Lin Mangyao held her tightly and she couldn't run away. The two stayed inside for several hours. Finally, Su Ningyan came out with a few bags in her hands and a red face. She just felt like she was about to explode from the heat. It's so shameful. It's really shameful. She felt even more ashamed when she thought that Jang Chen would see all this tonight. Lin Mangyao also followed behind, carrying a few bags. Compared to her shame, Lin Mangyao was beaming with joy, looking like she was enjoying the fun. She can guarantee that with these, Jang Chen will definitely not be able to escape from the clutches of her bestie tonight. After buying these things, the two prepared to go to the supermarket to buy what they needed for tonight's candlelight dinner. Chapter 68 Chapter 068 What special day is today? The two of them shopped until 3 o'clock in the afternoon before they finished buying everything. Candlelight dinners need to be arranged in advance. Before going back, Su Ningyan made a special call to Jang Chen. Honey, are you at home now? Jang Chen was sitting on the balcony of the villa drinking coffee. When he heard his wife's question, he said seriously, "No, I just happened to have something to do, so I came out to deal with it." Su Ningyan didn't have a single doubt. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then you should make sure to rest and don't overwork yourself." The two chatted for a few minutes and hung up the phone. Jang Chen put away his phone and walked into the hall with a cup. He planned to go out for a walk later and clear out the villa for his wife to prepare a surprise for him. The other side. Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao were rushing to the villa. After returning to the villa, the two of them ran to the glass greenhouse on the rooftop and started to decorate it. These arrangements were not difficult, so they went smoothly. The problem is, Yen, this candlelight dinner is going to be steak, right? Lin Mengyao looked at her best friend. Su Ningyan nodded, yes. Lin Mengyao curled her lips and said, "But, can you cook steak?" Su Ningyan's face froze and she uttered two words, "No." Lin Mengyao was dumbfounded. What should she do? The two looked at each other. Lin Mengyao collapsed to the side. What should I do? It's too late to find a chef to teach you now. Su Ningyan was also a little distressed. Lin Mengyao gritted her teeth and thought, forget it, as long as you do it yourself, it's enough to express your feelings. So it doesn't matter whether the steak is well cooked or not. But to avoid starving your husband, in addition to the steak, I think Yen you should probably order some takeout from the restaurant and heat it up when you get it home. Su Ningyan looked depressed, but this was all she could do. So, one of them started busying himself with making steaks, and the other started calling the restaurant to order takeout. 8 o'clock in the evening. Jang Chen looked at the time and felt it was about time, so he called his wife and said, "Wife, I'm getting ready to go home now." Su Ningyan's voice was very calm. "Well, thank you for your hard work. I have prepared food at home and am waiting for you to come back and eat it." Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. "So calm, it seems everything is ready." He said to Su Ningyan on the phone, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Jang Chen stood up and walked towards the villa. In fact, he didn't go anywhere the whole afternoon. He just sat in a cafe near the villa and browsed his phone. So, it didn't take him long to reach the villa. When Su Ningyan saw him, she was a little surprised. "Husband, why did you come back so soon?" Jang Chen was very calm. "Oh, I was already halfway back when I called you, so I was a little faster." Su Ningyan had no doubt about it. "By the way, you must be hungry. Let us have dinner quickly. However, we are not eating in the restaurant in the villa today." Jang Chen asked very politely, "Where do we eat?" Su Ningyan blushed on the rooftop. Jang Chen deliberately asked, "Why did you suddenly go to the rooftop to eat? Is today a special day?" Su Ningyan tangled her hands together and struggled to find a reason. "Well, it was to celebrate us moving into our new home." Jang Chen didn't expose her. "So that's how it is. Okay, let's go up quickly. There is an elevator installed in the villa that goes directly to the rooftop." So the two of them took the elevator to the rooftop. Just before exiting the elevator, Su Ningyan stood in front of Jang Chen. She took a deep breath and said, "Honey, I have prepared a surprise for you. It may not be very good, I hope you don't mind." Jang Chen reached out and touched her head. "I am very happy that my wife can give me a surprise. It's okay, I don't mind whatever it turns out to be." Su Ningyan breathed a sigh of relief, took Jang Chen out of the elevator, and walked towards the glass greenhouse not far away. The two stood at the door of the glass greenhouse. Su Ningyan reached out and pressed a button, and in an instant, all the lights in the glass greenhouse lit up. Su Ningyan made a gesture to Jang Chen, "Honey, let's go in." Jang Chen walked in and a look of surprise appeared on his face when he saw the scene inside. Although he had guessed that his wife might have some surprise for him, he didn't expect it to be so good. The greenhouse was a sea of bright red roses. Everything you see is red, and you can't help but feel its heat. The owner who arranged it must have a heart as passionate as these red roses. Jang Chen curled his lips and continued to move forward. Soon, he saw a table not far away. There was a white cloth on the table, and there were 2 candles, 2 bottles of red wine, 2 wine glasses, and several plates. At first glance, you can tell it's a candlelight dinner scene. This was not surprising. What surprised Jang Chen the most was the photo hanging on it. At first Jang Chen thought it was a photo, but when he looked carefully, he found that it was not a photo at all, but a painting. These pictures are all painted. And the protagonists in the story are almost all him and Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan walked up to him and said a little embarrassedly, "Since we haven't taken many photos together, I had to draw it myself. The drawing isn't very pretty, I hope you don't mind." It turned out that it was really a painting, and it was painted by Su Ningyan herself. Jang Chen took a look. There were so many paintings hanging that he could hardly count them. Su Ningyan must have spent a lot of time to draw so many paintings. Jang Chen was touched by this thought. He held Su Ningyan's hand and said, "No, your painting is very beautiful. I like it very much." Su Ningyan had a shy smile on her face and said, "As long as you like it." She pointed at the painting and introduced it to him. This was the scene when we got our marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. You have no idea how excited I was at that time. I really didn't expect that one day I would get a marriage certificate with you and become husband and wife. It was like a dream. I was so happy that day. I was thinking, you actually became my husband. Jang Chen looked down at her. Su Ningyan's eyes were shining and there was a sweet smile on her face. It seemed that she was really happy. Jang Chen's eyes softened and he said softly, "I'm happy too. The best thing I did was to decide to get the marriage certificate with you." Su Ningyan's eyes brightened as she looked at him. Jang Chen's heart was moved when he saw this, and he couldn't help but lean over and place a kiss on her eyes. Su Ningyan reached out and touched her eyes, with a shy blush on her face. After a while, she came to her senses and said embarrassedly, "Let me continue to introduce other paintings to you." Chapter 69 Chapter 069 Husband, I have prepared other surprises for you. This is the ring you gave me after we got our marriage certificate. At that time, I really didn't expect that you would prepare a ring for me. After all, we got the marriage certificate on a whim. Having said that, Su Ningyan touched the ring on her right ring finger with a look of cherishment on her face. Jang Chen took a look, and a trace of guilt and shame flashed in his eyes. He didn't prepare a ring for Su Ningyan at that time. This ring was a reward given to him by the system, so he gave it to Su Ningyan. He remembered that at that time Su Ningyan thought he was just a poor student and estimated that the ring he bought was only worth about 100 yuan. But at that time, Su Ningyan didn't show any disgust and looked very precious. He made up his mind that he would buy a new ring for his wife when he had time. Su Ningyan didn't know what he was thinking and continued to introduce other paintings to him. This is us going to the supermarket to buy daily necessities together. This is the first time you cooked for me. This is us going to and from get off work together. Jang Chen was led by her to look at each painting. When he saw himself and Su Ningyan in the picture, the scene at that time also emerged in his mind. The corners of his mouth also curled up. Su Ningyan finally finished her introduction. She looked back at Jang Chen, her eyes sparkling. "I've said it many times, but I still want to say it, I'm really glad to be married to you. The thing that I, Su Ningyan, do least regret is going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you to get the marriage certificate." Jang Chen's heart moved, and he couldn't help but reach out and hug her. "The best thing I, Jang Chen, did was to take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate and make you my wife." The two hugged each other tenderly for a while, and finally a rumbling sound from the stomach broke the beautiful atmosphere. Su Ningyan withdrew from Jang Chen's arms with an embarrassed look on her face. She blushed and stammered, "Yes, it's my stomach growling, it's none of my business." After she finished speaking, she felt that this sentence seemed a bit far-fetched, so she lowered her head, embarrassed to look at Jang Chen. "This look is so cute." Jang Chen couldn't help but reach out and rub her head, and said, okay, it's my stomach growling, it has nothing to do with my wife. It seems that you have neglected your stomach for too long and it is protesting. Let us go eat something first." He took Su Ningyan's hand and walked towards the dining table. The two sat down, and Jang Chen poured red wine into their glasses. Su Ningyan looked at the covered plate in front of them with hesitation on her face. "Well, I prepared 2 steaks. They may not taste very good. If you don't like them, don't force yourself. I also prepared other dishes, which I ordered from the restaurant." What did Jang Chen guess? "Did you make the steak yourself?" Su Ningyan nodded a little embarrassedly, You know I'm not a good cook, so the steak probably isn't that good either." Perhaps it was because the atmosphere tonight was too good that Jang Chen forgot about his previous experience of his wife cooking something that was comparable to dark cuisine. So he said without hesitation, "It's okay, as long as you make it, I think it tastes good." The next moment, when he opened the lid in front of him and saw the dark object in the plate that was almost unrecognizable, he fell silent. He pulled the corners of his stiff mouth and asked, "Could this be the steak you mentioned?" Su Ningyan looked a little embarrassed. "It was the steak I prepared." She didn't dare to look at Jang Chen's expression anymore. Jang Chen was silent for a moment. As a man, you must keep your word, especially when you say it to your wife. He tried hard to keep his expression calm. Actually, he looked okay and seemed to be able to eat. When he said this, he felt that he was being a little disingenuous. Su Ningyan seemed to be comforted by his words and looked up at him. "Really? Then why don't you eat?" Jang Chen took a deep breath and said, Eat now." He picked up his knife and fork and began to cut the steak. It didn't cut it at first. He thought he wasn't using enough strength, so he increased his strength, but the steak on the plate didn't move at all. Now he understood that it was not because he was too weak, but because the steak was fried too well and too hard. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Su Ningyan was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. She whispered, "You'd better not eat it. This steak doesn't look edible. It would be bad if you get an upset stomach." But this was specially prepared for Jang Chen. She burned her hands trying to fry the steak properly. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but retract her right hand that was placed on the table to avoid being seen by Jang Chen. Jang Chen caught her action. Jang Chen reached out and grabbed her hand, then lifted it up to look at it. There was only a red and swollen area on it. He looked at the steak on the table and quickly understood. He asked with some concern, "How many times have you fried steak to get your hands like this? Don't do this kind of work yourself in the future. I feel bad if you hurt yourself." Su Ningyan was a little depressed at first, but when she heard his words, she instantly became happy. She shook her head and said, "It's okay, I've already applied medicine, it will be fine in 2 days." She looked at the steak again and said, "Don't eat this steak. I'll take it away and replace it with the food ordered from the restaurant." She stood up and prepared to take the steak away. Jang Chen stopped her. "It's okay, I think the steak looks okay." To verify his words, he quickly cut a piece of steak and put it into his mouth. The steak was indeed very unpalatable, but when he thought about how Su Ningyan had burned her hands while making this steak, he felt that no matter how unpalatable the steak was, he had to eat it all. He couldn't waste his wife's kindness. Su Ningyan watched him eat the steak cleanly and felt a little touched. Her husband is as considerate as ever. The steak was finished and the red wine was drunk. After eating and drinking, the most important moment comes next. Su Ningyan stood up and said to Jang Chen with a blushing face, "Husband, I have prepared other surprises for you." Jang Chen was a little curious. What were the other surprises? "Just follow me and you'll know." Su Ningyan pulled him towards the elevator. The two took the elevator to the second floor of the villa. Su Ningyan and Jang Chen stood at the door of the master bedroom. She let go of Jang Chen's hand and said, "Honey, you wait outside the door. I'll go in first. I'll call you in when the time comes, and you can come in." Seeing Jang Chen nod, she pushed the door open and walked in quickly. Jang Chen originally wanted to take a look at the situation inside, but he didn't expect Su Ningyan to close the door quickly, preventing him from seeing anything. Chapter 70. Are you kidding me? Even she is on guard. Jang Chen became even more curious, and he didn't know what his wife was doing in there. Why didn't he let him in? It's so mysterious. Could it be that? Thinking of some indescribable scene, Jang Chen felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He stared at the door in front of him and couldn't help but want to push it open and go in. He held the door handle with his right hand, hesitant. He thought about his wife's instructions just now, and finally held back and stood obediently in front of the door waiting. Sometimes you still have to listen to your wife. Especially at a time like now. About half an hour later, Su Ningyan's voice came from the bedroom. "Honey, you can come in." Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. If he heard correctly, his wife seemed a little nervous and her voice was trembling. He opened the door and walked in with curiosity. The first thing he saw was red petals scattered all over the ground, accompanied by romantic and melodious music. Then he saw Su Ningyan sitting beside the bed. When he saw clearly what Su Ningyan was wearing, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and the saliva in his mouth was secreted wildly, and he almost drooled embarrassingly. It was really because his wife's outfit at this time was so tempting that he couldn't help but look at her. So you can't blame him for being embarrassed. When he could hardly control himself, Su Ningyan finally moved. After showing some moves that made Jang Chen's mind flutter, she suppressed her shyness and said to Jang Chen in a soft voice, "Honey, can you dance with me?" Jang Chen was so hooked at this moment that he almost lost his soul. Naturally, he nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay, of course." Originally, Su Ningyan was a little nervous. After all, this was the first time she made such an embarrassing action and expression. But after seeing Jang Chen's reaction, she felt relieved. It seems that Meng Yao was right, her husband really likes her doing this. She put her arms around Jang Chen's neck and started dancing with him. The dances performed at this time are naturally very close to each other. My wife is so beautiful and we are so close. No man can stand it. Jang Chen considered himself a very normal man, so he couldn't help but picked up Su Ningyan and strode towards the bed. Su Ningyan exclaimed and put her arms around his neck, "Husband, what are you doing?" Jang Chen looked down at her, a wicked smile on his lips, and whispered 2 words into her ear. Then, Su Ningyan's face turned red, and she buried her head in his chest, too embarrassed to see anyone. But Jang Chen still deliberately asked her whether she would give it to him or not. Su Ningyan hesitated for a moment and whispered. After saying this, she felt a little embarrassed and continued to bury her head in Jang Chen's chest, leaving only a pair of red ears exposed. The smile on Jang Chen's face grew wider. He walked to the bed, put Su Ningyan on it, and then pressed himself on top of it. I don't know how long it took, but the first battle finally ended. Su Ningyan lay aside, feeling a little shy but also with a sense of accomplishment. She thought of something and whispered a few words to Jang Chen. Jang Chen's eyes lit up after hearing this. He thought that what happened just now was already surprising enough for him. What he saw next was an eye-opener. His wife even prepared cat costumes, rabbit costumes, and other clothes. In short, that night, Jang Chen was so aroused that he almost didn't finish work until dawn. Jang Chen and the other man didn't wake up until noon the next day. The first moment he woke up, he felt refreshed and couldn't be more comfortable. Su Ningyan, who was standing beside him, was the opposite of him. She looked miserable and very pitiful. Just as she was about to sit up, she felt a sharp pain somewhere in her body. She couldn't help but fall down. Jang Chen was startled and asked worriedly, "What happened?" Su Ningyan's eyes were red, and she looked at him with a wronged look. Jang Chen felt a little guilty. It was all his fault. It shouldn't have taken so long. Su Ningyan shook her head and said, "I don't blame you, it's my own fault." She was too embarrassed to continue. "No matter what, it's because of me that my wife is like this now." Jang Chen still felt a little guilty. He quickly said, "I'll go out and buy some medicine and apply it on you. You just lie down and don't move." He got up, dressed and prepared to go out to buy medicine when the doorbell rang. He was a little confused. Who would come to see him at this time? He walked to the door and opened it. I saw Lin Mengyao standing outside the door with a bag. Seeing him, Lin Mengyao raised the bag in her hand, saying, "This is the medicine I bought for Yin Yin. I thought she must be in need right now." Jang Chen took a look. Lin Mengyao is indeed an experienced person. She even bought the ointment she would need afterwards. Jang Chen coughed and said, "Thank you. Yin Yin really needs it now." With the medicine bought by Lin Mengyao, Jang Chen no longer needs to go out to buy it. He took the pharmacy bag handed to him by Lin Mengyao and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Lin Mengyao followed him closely. He glanced at her and asked, "What are you doing following me in?" Lin Mengyao said as a matter of course, "Apply medicine to Yin Yin. Yin Yin should be feeling uncomfortable now. You are a man, so it is not convenient for you either. I am the only one who can apply the medicine." Jang Chen looked her up and down and refused decisively, "No need. I am indeed a man, but I am also her husband, so there is no inconvenience." Although Lin Mengyao is also a woman. But he felt uncomfortable when he thought that the other party was an old driver and might be trying to take advantage of his wife secretly. His wife belongs to him alone, and only he can touch her. No one else can touch her, even if the other person is a woman. The door slammed shut in front of Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao was blocked outside the door and it took her a long time to react. Is Jang Chen kidding me? He's even on guard against her. This couple is really the same in this respect. They are always worried that the other party will be snatched away or taken advantage of by someone else. They are both jealous. Lin Mengyao stood outside the door angrily. After a while, she thought of something, her eyes rolled, and she pressed her whole body against the door, trying to eavesdrop on what was going on inside. The room was so well soundproofed that I couldn't hear anything. She muttered, "What? I can't hear anything." She couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this villa is worth 300 million. Apart from anything else, the sound insulation is truly amazing. About an hour later, the door was finally opened. Jang Chen came out holding Su Ningyan and stopped at the sofa. He put Su Ningyan on the sofa and told her, "You are not feeling well now, so don't run around. If you need anything, call me or ask Meng Yao for help." Chapter 71 Chapter 071 Whatever you want to eat, I will make it for you. Su Ningyan nodded obediently, "I understand." Jang Chen touched her head and asked, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "I'll make it for you." Su Ningyan's eyes lit up. She knew how good Jang Chen's cooking skills were. Unfortunately, Jang Chen has been busy recently and hasn't tea-cooked for several days. She couldn't help but say, "I want to eat stir-fried beef with peppers, I want to eat boiled fish, I want to eat spicy chicken." Jang Chen felt helpless. The dishes ordered by this little woman were mostly spicy. He refused, "No, you can't eat these dishes right now." Su Ningyan was a little unhappy. Why couldn't she eat? Jang Chen reached out and pinched her nose. "Your current physical condition does not allow you to eat spicy or strong flavored food. You can only eat light food." Su Ningyan also reacted at this time and her face turned red. She whispered, "Oh, I see." She mentioned a few bland dishes with a hint of regret in her tone. "I was thinking of having a big meal." Jang Chen smiled helplessly, seeing your reluctant look. "Okay, I promise you, as long as you get better, I will cook for you whatever you want to eat." A smile appeared on Su Ningyan's face again. She raised her head and gave Jang Chen a kiss on the face. "Husband, you were so nice." Jang Chen patted her head, stood up and walked to the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Lin Mengyao served as a background board for a long time. Seeing that her best friend was still staring at the kitchen, she waved her hand in front of Su Ningyan in annoyance. "Okay, stop looking. Haven't you seen enough?" Su Ningyan came back to her senses, her face flushed at first, then she said righteously, "My husband is so handsome and so good, I can never get enough of looking at him." Lin Mengyao looked her up and down several times, and said with a few clicks of the tongue, "Wow, it's only been one night, and you've become a lot more shameless, little girl." She winked at Su Ningyan and said, "It seems that Jang Chen made you very satisfied last night." Su Ningyan's face turned red instantly. Her eyes were wandering. Lin Mengyao raised her eyebrows and said deliberately, "So, Jang Chen made you unhappy last night?" "No way. Jang Chen looks so powerful, could he be just a facade?" Su Ningyan became anxious and said, "No, my husband is very capable. He did it all night long yesterday." Seeing her best friend fall for her trick, Lin Mengyao continued, "A whole night? Is that really that amazing? You're not kidding me, are you?" Su Ningyan was a little anxious. "I didn't lie to you. Really, we first." Before she knew it, Su Ningyan told Jang Chen what happened between her and Jang Chen last night. After she finished speaking, she also came to her senses. She covered her burning cheeks, her face full of regret. Why did she say these things to Meng Yao? It was too embarrassing. Lin Mengyao's gossipy heart was now satisfied. Her eyes lit up at this moment and she exclaimed, "Oh my god, I thought Jang Chen was very good in this area, but I didn't expect him to be so amazing. No wonder Jang Chen carried you out of the room so early in the morning. It seems that you can't even walk. Yen, your physical condition is not good. If you continue like this, what will you do if you can't satisfy your husband?" Su Ningyan subconsciously retorted, "How could my physical condition be so bad? Look, I'm in good health now." She stood up and prepared to let Lin Mengyao see how healthy she was. As a result, he took just one step when his legs trembled and his body fell backwards. Lin Mengyao was startled and quickly reached out to support her. Fortunately, there was a sofa behind, so Su Ningyan was not injured. Lin Mengyao scolded, "Okay, stop being stubborn. Just sit still and don't move. Otherwise, your husband will probably come to settle the score with me and say that I didn't take good care of you." Su Ningyan felt a little embarrassed. "I just wanted to prove that my physique was not that bad." Lin Mengyao agreed, yes, you are in good health, so you can only blame your husband for being too strong." Su Ningyan's face turned red, not knowing how to refute. After all, what Lin Mengyao said was true. Her husband is really too strong. Lin Mengyao looked envious. "Isn't it good that your husband is strong? I don't know how many women envy you for having such a strong husband. You, little girl, will definitely be so happy in the future." She emphasized the word happiness. Su Ningyan quickly understood what she meant. Lin Mengyao bumped her shoulder and asked, "Do you dare to say that you were not feeling well last night?" Su Ningyan's face flushed red, her eyes flickered, and finally she said honestly, "It's comfortable." Lin Mengyao chuckled and said, "That's it. By the way, why did you stay in the room for so long? If you just take some medicine, it should be fine soon. Are you in there?" She made an obscene gesture towards Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan looked embarrassed. "No way. Just apply medicine. It just took so long because I was brushing my teeth and washing my face in the bathroom later." Lin Mengyao looked regretful. "So that's how it was. I thought Jang Chen couldn't help himself and accidentally fired the gun again. But that doesn't make sense. Jang Chen just left you, such a beautiful woman, to apply medicine for you and did nothing. Could it be that he had used up all his energy in just one night? It seems that Jang Chen is still not very good." Su Ningyan couldn't bear to hear anyone look down on her husband's abilities, no matter in what aspect. Every time she said this, she would immediately fall into someone else's trap. As her best friend, Lin Mengyao naturally understood this about her. So she said that on purpose just now, just to lure Su Ningyan into the trap. Sure enough, I heard Su Ningyan say anxiously, "No, in fact, when I applied the medicine just now, I almost..." But perhaps because she had been fooled before, she quickly came to her senses this time and stopped talking in time. "In short, my husband felt sorry for me, so he stopped." She glared at Lin Mengyao and said, "You are a bad girl. You always try to trick me. If you tease me again, I will tell my husband what you just said about him being strong on the outside but weak on the inside." Lin Mengyao is quite afraid of Jang Chen now. In her mind, Jang Chen is no longer a poor student with nothing. That's a big guy, a thick thigh. She still wants to continue hugging this thick thigh. She quickly begged for mercy, "No, please don't tell Jang Chen, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong." Su Ningyan snorted and said arrogantly, "Okay, since you admit your mistakes and correct them, I will reluctantly forgive you. By the way, my husband just said that he can ask you for help if he needs anything. After talking so much, I feel a little thirsty. Please pour me a glass of water." Chapter 72 Chapter 072 Consuming so much, I need to replenish my body. Lin Mengyao didn't dare to hesitate at this moment. "Okay, I'll pour you some water now." After pouring the water, she heard Su Ningyan say, "I want to watch TV. Go turn on the TV for me." Lin Mengyao went to turn on the TV for her without complaint. Su Ningyan spoke again and suddenly felt a little cold. "Please go back to my room and get me a blanket." This time, Lin Mengyao paused before getting up and going to the bedroom to help get a blanket. Just as I put the blanket on Su Ningyan, I heard Su Ningyan continue to say, "Oh, my legs are a little sore. Mengyao, can you help me massage my legs?" Lin Mengyao didn't move this time. Su Ningyan glanced at her. "Why are you looking at me like that? Hurry up and massage my legs." Lin Mengyao gnashed her teeth. "Did you do this on purpose, little girl? Are you trying to retaliate for the teasing I just said to you?" Su Ningyan did not deny it. "Yes, I did it on purpose." Lin Mengyao was furious. Su Ningyan said leisurely, "But you don't have to listen. But I'm going to complain to my husband later that you didn't take good care of me." Lin Mengyao gritted her teeth and said, "You little girl, if you have the ability, don't use your husband to pressure me." Su Ningyan snorted. "It was you who deliberately mentioned my husband to lure me into a trap, so naturally I have to use my husband to pressure you." Lin Mengyao was speechless now. "Okay, you want to massage my legs, right? I'll do it." Su Ningyan looked at her frustrated expression and was actually about to reach out to massage her legs, and couldn't help laughing. Although she had noticed that Lin Mengyao was a little afraid of her husband, she didn't expect her to be so afraid. It seems that her husband is quite authoritative. Su Ningyan felt a surge of pride in her heart and felt much better. She said to Lin Mengyao, "Okay, I was just kidding, just sit still, you don't have to massage my legs." Lin Mengyao smiled instantly and put her arms around Su Ningyan's shoulders. "I knew that you, Yan, have the best heart." Su Ningyan reached out and pushed her away. "Since you know that I'm a good person, don't always think about teasing me in the future." Lin Mengyao responded casually, I know. It was obvious that he didn't take Su Ningyan's words to heart. An hour later, Jang Chen prepared the meal and brought it out to the dining table. The aroma of food wafted into her nose, and Lin Mengyao immediately rushed to the dining table. She looked at the dishes placed in front of her, her eyes sparkling. Is there any share left for me? Yes, there should be, right? After all, Brother Chen, you are handsome and kind-hearted, so you must have done your share for me, right? Lin Mengyao can't forget Jang Chen's craftsmanship. I always wondered when I would find an opportunity to try it again, and now she finally found it. Jang Chen glanced at her, nodded and said, well, I prepared enough for 3 people. That is to say, Lin Mengyao is included. Lin Mengyao cheered and praised him crazily. That's great, I knew you were a good person, Brother Chen. Where can you find a man this handsome, this rich, and this kind-hearted? You are the best man in the country. Jang Chen's forehead was covered with black lines. He was too lazy to listen to her meaningless nonsense and turned to walk towards the sofa. At this time, Su Ningyan was about to get up and go over. Unfortunately, my body felt so uncomfortable that I felt a constant pain when I stood up. In particular, her legs were so weak that she had no strength at all. She just felt that her legs were shaking when she stood up. Her cheeks flushed as she remembered the reason why her legs were shaking. She reached out and patted her cheek to stop herself from thinking any further. She lifted her right foot and prepared to step forward. A tall figure stood in front of her. It was Jang Chen. Amid her screams, Jang Chen reached out and picked her up by the waist. A masculine scent belonging to Jang Chen wafted into her nose. Su Ningyan recalled the scene that had just flashed through her mind, and the blush that had just faded from her face reappeared. Jang Chen looked down at her flushed cheeks, the corners of his mouth curled up. What was he thinking about? His face was so red. Su Ningyan felt a little guilty and stammered, no, I didn't think anything. Jang Chen naturally didn't believe it, so he leaned close to her ear and asked jokingly, are you thinking about what happened last night? Su Ningyan's face flushed instantly, and she turned away, not daring to look at Jang Chen. But he saw Lin Mengyao standing not far away, looking like she was enjoying the show. Oh my, Yan, you are so lucky. Your husband is holding you when you come to eat. Su Ningyan was not someone who was used to being intimate in front of outsiders, so she felt embarrassed instantly. She whispered to Jang Chen, honey, please put me down. Jang Chen held her still and told her to stay put. You are not feeling well now, so don't move around. If you don't listen, I will teach you a lesson. He emphasized the word lesson. Su Ningyan quickly understood what he meant. Her eyes flashed and she buried her head in Jang Chen's chest, not daring to speak anymore. Jang Chen carried her to the dining table and gently placed her on the chair. I consumed too much last night, so I drank some black chicken soup to replenish my body. Jang Chen filled a bowl of black chicken soup and handed it to Su Ningyan. Lin Mengyao opposite winked and said, yes, your husband is right. Last night was so intense and the energy consumption was so great. You really need to replenish your energy, otherwise you won't be able to keep up with your husband's pace. The heat on Su Ningyan's cheeks that had just subsided instantly rose again. She glared at Lin Mengyao and said, don't talk nonsense. Lin Mengyao snorted. I'm not talking nonsense. Doesn't your husband say the same thing? You just know how to glare at me. If you have the guts, go glare at your husband. Su Ningyan couldn't help but look up at Jang Chen beside her. When she met Jang Chen's eyes, she immediately looked away. She didn't even dare to look Jang Chen in the eye, so how could she dare to glare at him? Lin Mengyao muttered to herself, what a coward, she was afraid of her husband. Jang Chen saw their fight and said with a smile, okay, stop chatting and eat quickly. Su Ningyan and Lin Mengyao stopped arguing and started eating obediently. Su Ningyan glanced at the braised pork ribs with potatoes that was placed further away. It looks delicious. After thinking about it, she prepared to get up and pick it up. Jang Chen's attention was always on her, and he quickly said, what do you want to eat? I'll help you pick it up. Just sit still and don't move, so as not to pull the wound. Su Ningyan had no choice but to sit on the chair and pointed in the direction of the braised pork ribs with potatoes. I want to eat braised pork ribs with potatoes. Jang Chen stood up and picked up 2 potatoes and a few pieces of pork ribs for her. Just tell me what you want to eat and I'll get it for you. Today, I am at your service all day long. His wife worked hard all night last night, and as a husband, he naturally had to take on the responsibility of taking care of his wife. After all, only if you perform well afterwards can you do it a second or third time. Chapter 73 Chapter 073 Helping my wife rub her belly. Su Ningyan had no idea what he was thinking and was still moved by what he said. You are so nice, husband. Honey, I want to eat scrambled eggs with shrimp. Honey, I want to eat steamed chicken with mushrooms. Honey, I want to eat that steamed sea bass. Husband. No matter what Su Ningyan said, Jang Chen patiently picked up the food for her. Especially when Su Ningyan ate fish, he was very careful to remove the fish bones. Lin Mengyao, who was sitting opposite, felt jealous. The food that I thought was delicious suddenly lost its flavor. There was too much dog food and she was full. After dinner, the three of them sprawled out on their chairs. Jang Chen looked at Su Ningyan, who looked uncomfortable, and asked worriedly, "Did you eat too much and get full?" Su Ningyan pouted and said, "Well, it's all my fault, husband. The food you cooked was so delicious that I ate too much without realizing it." Jang Chen reached out and touched her belly. "It's bulging, it seems that he is really full." He said, "I'll rub it for you, it will feel better." He gently massaged Su Ningyan's stomach. Su Ningyan felt so comfortable that her brows and eyes relaxed. Lin Mengyao sat opposite and became a background figure again. After a long while, she looked at the pile of dishes and chopsticks on the table and said to Jang Chen and Su Ningyan, "What should we do with these dishes and chopsticks?" The couple opposite finally paid some attention to her. The answer was, "Of course, it's up to you. Of course, you wash it." Jang Chen and Su Ningyan spoke at the same time. The two couldn't help but look at each other and smiled at the tacit understanding between them. Lin Mengyao pointed at herself in disbelief and said, I will wash it?" Jang Chen nodded. "Is there anything wrong? I cooked the meal, so washing the dishes is naturally left to you." Lin Mengyao subconsciously looked at Su Ningyan. "What about Yan Yan? Didn't Yan Yan do anything?" Jang Chen said confidently, "She is my wife, how can I bear to let her do the dishes?" Lin Mengyao's mouth twitched. "So you're willing to let her, a freeloader, wash the dishes?" Seeing that resistance was futile, Lin Mengyao had no choice but to get up dejectedly, clean up the dishes and prepare to wash them. Jang Chen had almost finished rubbing Su Ningyan's belly, "So let's go sit on the sofa." Su Ningyan nodded and said, "Okay." She raised her hand, ready to let Jang Chen help her over. Unexpectedly, Jang Chen picked her up and walked over. Su Ningyan blushed, but perhaps because she was already used to being held by Jang Chen, her expression was much more relaxed than before. Although Lin Mengyao's wealth is not as great as Su Ningyan's, she is still a rich lady and rarely does things like washing dishes. So she seemed a little flustered in the kitchen. It took her nearly 2 hours to wash and put away the dishes and clean the kitchen. She came out of the kitchen and was about to find Su Ningyan and the others to share her joy of having successfully completed the task of washing dishes. As a result, she saw her best friend sitting on the sofa, looking at Jang Chen, who was standing at the bar not far away and cutting fruit for her. Jang Chen not only helped her cut the fruit himself, but also fed it to her personally. "As I said, serve your wife well afterwards, and the second time will not be far away. After the second time, the third time will be much easier. After the third time, the fourth and fifth. The most important thing is that it can't be called service, it's just a pleasure between husband and wife." It was particularly interesting to see that although Su Ningyan was a little shy, she still endured her shyness and ate the fruit that he personally fed to her mouth. After eating, Su Ningyan felt sweet but embarrassed at the same time, so she also picked up a piece of fruit and fed it to him. This sweet interaction makes both of them happy physically and mentally. The two of them were happy, but Lin Mengyao, who was not far away, felt depressed. She thought that she couldn't just be sad by herself, so she had to make others feel sad too. So she picked up her phone and took a picture of the two people feeding each other fruit on the sofa, and then picked out several more pictures from the ones she had taken before. There are photos of Jang Chen going to the kitchen to cook for Su Ningyan, photos of Jang Chen carrying Su Ningyan to the dining table, and photos of Jang Chen rubbing Su Ningyan's belly. He then posted the picture of him feeding fruit on his moments, and it immediately attracted countless comments. "Oh my god, is this Brother Chen? I didn't expect that Brother Chen is such a considerate person for his wife in private. I really envy President Su. He's handsome, rich, and treats his wife so well. What kind of a godly husband is Brother Chen? Woohoo, it's another day of envying Mr. Su. Aren't Brother Chen and President Su so sweet? I really envy their relationship. This wave of dog food is so overwhelming that I'm so full that I probably won't be able to eat dinner tonight. Seeing Brother Chen and President Su being so sweet, I want to fall in love, but the problem is that I don't even have a girlfriend. Woohoo, I also want to find a good man to love me, but unfortunately I don't even have a boyfriend. Another frustrating day as a single person." Seeing the wailing and crying comments about being single, Lin Mengyao instantly felt relieved. However, when she looked up and saw the two people huddled together not far away, she felt sad again. To avoid being ridiculed, she quickly found an excuse to slip away. It is said that once you have tasted the marrow, you will know the taste. This is the most appropriate way to describe something. Jang Chen is in this state now. 2 days later, when Su Ningyan had almost recovered, Jang Chen brought his wife here several times. Unfortunately, in the end, he had to let his wife go to work in the company because he was busy with company matters. As the chairman of the company, Jang Chen naturally no longer needs to punch in at work every day. His wife took care of the company's operations and management, so he had nothing to do. He was so bored that he remembered that he still drove his wife's Porsche when he went out. After thinking about it, he decided to buy himself a car. When he thought of the car, he remembered that he hadn't contacted Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei for a while. These two people are members of the sports car club and should know more about cars. So he took out his cell phone and called them. The person who answered the phone was Zhang Jiaxuan. He was now standing at the starting line of the track, ready to race with others. When the phone rang, he looked impatient and took it out to hang up. As a result, he saw Jang Chen's name displayed on the phone screen. The impatience on his face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a surprised smile. It's rare that Brother Chen has time to call me. How's Brother Chen doing lately? Are you and your sister-in-law always so sweet and happy? I see that you haven't had much time to go out recently. Are you tripped up by your sister-in-law and fell into bed? Chapter 74 I am now a family man. Zhang Jiaxuan was just joking, but he accidentally hit the mark. Jang Chen was in a very happy mood. Of course, I am not one of you single guys. I have a family now. When he has free time, he will naturally spend it with his wife to make love. What's the point of wasting it on you single guys? We all have a good relationship with each other, so jokes like this can be made casually. Zhang Jiaxuan, who was still a single man, felt like he had received a critical hit of 10,000 points. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Chen, please stop teasing me. You know I'm still single. Seeing that you, Brother Chen, are living such a comfortable life makes me want to find a girlfriend right away. It's a pity that I'm not like you, Brother Chen. Not only am I not as handsome as you, but I also heard recently that you made 5 billion. I'm still not as rich as you. Oh, it's so hard to find a girlfriend." As the founder of Huaxian Sports Car Club, Zhang Jiaxuan was still a bit pretentious when he was in the club. After all, he has to maintain his dignity as the boss of the club. So it is rare to see him looking so enthusiastic and attentive as he is now. The people standing nearby opened their eyes wide in shock when they saw him like this. Some of them were new members of the club and didn't know about Jiang Chen's deeds. Who is Brother Xian talking to on the phone? Look at how attentive he is. This is the first time I see Brother Xian being so attentive. I don't know which big shot he is. The old member on the side suddenly thought of something and said, looking at Brother Xian's expression, "I think it must be Brother Chen calling." The new member was a little confused. Who is Brother Chen? The old members began to tell him about Jiang Chen's previous racing experiences. The new member was amazed when he heard this. Oh my god, Brother Chen is so awesome, he is simply the god of driving. It's a pity that I came in too late, otherwise I could have seen Brother Chen's racing style with my own eyes. Zhang Jiaxuan was still talking to Jiang Chen over there. The two of them greeted each other again, and Jiang Chen went straight to the point. By the way, are you free recently? If you are, come out with Huang Yifei and help me look after the car. Zhang Jiaxuan said enthusiastically, "Of course I am free, even if I am not free, as long as you give me an order, Brother Chen, I will definitely be free. Nothing is more important than Brother Chen's affairs. I know someone who owns a car dealership. I'll give them a call later and ask them to make the necessary preparations. I wonder what price range of car Brother Chen wants to buy." Jiang Chen casually mentioned a number, probably more than 50 million. If there is a car with a higher price, that would be the best. All men love cars, so Jiang Chen naturally wants to drive the best car. However, it is very difficult to find such a car in China. What's more, Jiang Chen suddenly said he wanted to buy it and didn't give me time to prepare, so it was really difficult to find a car with a higher price. When Zhang Jiaxuan heard him casually mention a price of over 5,000, he took a breath. His family is considered wealthy, but at most he drives a car worth over 10 million yuan, which is already very impressive. His tone became even more enthusiastic. He was indeed Brother Chen, and his every move was extraordinary. 50 million is nothing when it comes from your mouth. Jiang Chen interrupted him, "Okay, stop flattering me and hurry up to buy a car." Zhang Jiaxuan didn't hesitate and said, "Okay, then I'll call the car dealership now and ask them to prepare." The two chatted for a few more words and hung up the phone. Huan Yifei on the side immediately came over and said, "Brother Xian, were you talking to Brother Chen on the phone just now?" Seeing Zhang Jiaxuan nod, Huan Yifei immediately asked, "Then what is it that Brother Chen called you about? Look at how attentive you were just now. Is there something good going on?" Zhang Jiaxuan touched his chin, which was considered a good thing. Today we will probably be able to open our eyes and see what a real top luxury car looks like. For those who like to play with cars, what they are most interested in are various sports cars. The biggest wish is naturally to be able to drive the best sports car. Even if you can't drive it, it's still nice to be able to see it up close. Huan Yifei also likes to play with cars. His eyes lit up. "Brother Xian, what do you mean by this? Is Brother Chen going to take us to see the top luxury cars?" Zhang Jiaxuan nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Chen just called me and asked me to take him to see a car, preferably one worth more than 50 million. And judging from his tone, he doesn't think much of a car worth 50 million. If possible, Brother Chen would probably want to buy one worth hundreds of millions." Huan Yifei gasped instantly. "Oh my god, a car worth hundreds of millions? What kind of top-of-the-line luxury car must it be? Brother Chen's move is so domineering, Brother Chen is awesome. So what are we waiting for? Let us go find Brother Chen and take the opportunity to see what a top-of-the-line sports car worth hundreds of millions looks like." When he said this, he was glad that they had a good relationship with Jang Chen. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity to see a real top-level sports car up close thanks to Jang Chen. Seeing that the two were about to leave, the others hurriedly asked, "Brother Xian, Brother Fei, where are you going? The game is about to start, and you leave suddenly. What will happen to the game?" Huan Yifei waved his hand and said, "What is the point of the competition? It's more important to go and see the top sports cars." Everyone was stunned. "Brother Fei, where are you going to see top-of-the-line sports cars? Is Brother Xian going to buy a car?" Huan Yifei shook his head. If it wasn't Brother Xian who bought it, Brother Xian wouldn't have that much money. This was a top-of-the-line sports car worth hundreds of millions. Everyone was confused. If it wasn't Brother Xian, then who was it? Huan Yifei replied, "It's Brother Chen." "Okay, I won't waste time talking to you guys anymore, we still have to go find Brother Chen." Everyone watched them leave, and it took them a long time to react. "Oh my god, did I hear that right? I thought Fei Gu said it was a top-of-the-line sports car worth hundreds of millions?" "You heard it right, it is indeed a top-of-the-line sports car worth hundreds of millions, and it is Brother Chen who wants to buy it. Brother Chen is so awesome. I also want to go and take a look. I really envy Brother Xian and Brother Fei." The new members looked at the old members discussing the man named Brother Chen, feeling a little confused but also a little yearning. They also want to meet this guy called Brother Chen. It was because they had just heard too many glorious stories about Brother Chen. Before they could finish their sigh, the man named Brother Chen came up with news that he wanted to buy a top-of-the-line sports car worth hundreds of millions. They couldn't help but sigh, they really wanted to meet this Brother Chen. "Yes, I can take the opportunity to get close to him then. If Brother Chen takes a fancy to me and takes me in as his younger brother, I'll be lucky. I also want to be Brother Chen's younger brother." Chapter 75 Chapter 075 Husband, do you miss me? An old member on the side heard what they said and said, "You are overthinking it. There are so many people here who want to be Brother Chen's younger brother, it will never be your turn, so you should just take a rest." The new members looked a little depressed. They didn't expect that they wouldn't even have the chance to be Brother Chen's younger brother. Brother Chen is too popular. While the club members were sighing, Jang Chen had already met up with Zhang Jiaxuan and set off for the car dealership together. On the way there, Jang Chen was chatting with Zhang Jiaxuan when suddenly his phone vibrated. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a message from his wife. "Honey, what are you doing now? Do you miss me?" Perhaps because the two of them have been in a very close relationship recently, Su Ningyan has also relaxed a little recently and can directly ask Jang Chen whether he misses her. However, she is still a shy little woman by nature, and this is probably the best she can do. Jang Chen's lips curled up, and a teasing thought surged in his heart. "Yes, of course I do." When Su Ningyan saw this message, she was so happy that her eyes lit up. Lin Mengyao, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch and wondered, "What are you looking at so happily? Did your husband send you a message?" Su Ningyan had a sweet smile on her face. Yes, I just asked my husband if he missed me, and he said he did. Lin Mengyao felt as if her whole body was surrounded by a circle of lemons, which was very sour. Just as she was about to say something, Su Ningyan's phone vibrated again. She was a little curious and leaned over to take a look. It was a message from Jang Chen. But what I'm thinking is. Not to mention Su Ningyan, even the experienced Lin Mengyao blushed after reading those words. She subconsciously looked at Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan's face was so red that it seemed like blood was dripping out. Lin Mengyao winked at Su Ningyan and said, "It seems like you guys have been living a comfortable life these days. Have you taken advantage of these days to use everything I taught you on Jang Chen?" Su Ningyan felt even more embarrassed at this time. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Well, she used all of them. Didn't you say that men like these? Facts have proved that Lin Mengyao was right, and Jang Chen has become addicted to it. If she didn't have to come to work in the company later, Jang Chen would probably have dragged her to bed and had sex with her for hundreds of rounds. Lin Mengyao clicked her tongue a few times and said, "I was worried that you wouldn't be able to learn it, but now it seems that you have learned it all, otherwise Jang Chen wouldn't still be thinking about you so much." Jang Chen looked at his wife and saw that she didn't reply for a long time. He guessed that she was shy and didn't know how to reply to him. Thinking of this, he felt happy. Perhaps it was because his happiness was too obvious that Zhang Jiaxuan beside him couldn't help but tease him. Is Brother Chen texting with his sister-in-law? Zhang Chen made no secret of it. Yes. After all, my wife and I are still in the honeymoon period, so we naturally think about each other all the time. He thought of something and sighed in a pretentious manner. You single guys naturally can't understand this kind of sweet distress. Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei, who are both single, felt like an arrow was shot in their chest and it hurt a lot. The two of them did not want to make things difficult for themselves, so they changed the subject and started talking about buying a car. At the same time, because the car dealership manager received Zhang Jiaxuan's message in advance, he immediately asked someone to transfer all the top sports cars worth more than 50 million yuan from the inventory. The other staff members in the dealership were busy in discussing curiously. Who on earth was this big shot? He actually asked for a luxury car worth over 50 million yuan. That's right. You know, in our South City, there are only a handful of people who can afford to spend 50 million to buy a top-of-the-line luxury car. Our car dealership has imported several top-of-the-line luxury cars before, but after so long, we have only sold one, and it was only worth 50 million. No one is buying the remaining more valuable ones. I hope I can sell it this time. The commission alone will be enough for everyone in our car dealership to live comfortably for a long time. While they were discussing, there was a burst of lively greetings from outside. A few people looked at each other and wondered in their hearts, could it be that the big boss who wants to buy a top luxury car has come? Several people immediately put down their work and walked out quickly. It's rare for such a big shot to come to their car dealership, so they naturally have to seize the opportunity to curry favor with him. Outside the dealership. As soon as Zhang Chen and the other two got out of the car, the dealership manager came up to them enthusiastically and invited them in. Welcome, welcome. It's so hot, you'd better go in and cool down with the air conditioning. Zhang Jiaxuan and the other man didn't say anything, but looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen nodded and said, "Then let's go in and sit for a while, and find out what cars in the dealership are suitable for me." From the attitudes of the three people, the car dealership manager immediately realized that Zhang Chen was the one who had the final say among them. The dealership manager became even more enthusiastic towards Zhang Chen. After bringing the three people into the lounge and sitting them down, he enthusiastically began to introduce the cars in the dealership to Zhang Chen. To be on the safe side, he did not start directly with the top luxury cars, but instead began by introducing those worth millions. He has been in the car dealership for so long and has met all kinds of people. Many people are very concerned about their reputation at the beginning. When they come in, they directly say that they want to buy a car worth a certain amount of money to match their status. In the end, you end up buying a cheaper car. I didn't expect him to just start. By the way, we recently got a new BMW, which is very suitable for a young man like you, Mr. Jiang, and the price is also very suitable, 3.98 million. Zhang Chen interrupted him and said, "There's no need to introduce these. Zhang Jiaxuan should have told you before that what I want to buy is a sports car worth more than 50 million yuan, so you just need to introduce me to cars in this price range." The car dealership manager paused, a surge of ecstasy in his heart. It seems that Mr. Jiang is different from those people who pretend to be rich. He is really rich. He was refreshed and spoke in a more respectful tone. Our car dealership has previously imported several top-of-the-line sports cars, all priced at over 50 million. There are Pagani, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Bugatti. As he spoke, he handed the relevant information to Jang Chen. Jang Chen took it and flipped through it, his eyes fixed on a Bugatti sports car. Of all the cars, the coolest one is this Bugatti sports car. Of course, among these cars, it is also the most expensive, priced at 100 million. The car dealership manager noticed that Jang Chen stayed in front of the Bugatti for a long time and immediately seized the opportunity to ask, "Mr. Jang, are you interested in this Bugatti?" Chapter 76 Chapter 076 As long as my husband likes it, I like it. Jang Chen said, "This Bugatti does look very good, but it's not enough for me to like it alone." The car dealership manager asked subconsciously, "Then who else would like it?" Huang Yifei on the side suddenly thought of something and said, "It seems that my sister-in-law has to like it too." Jang Chen looked at him with appreciation. "Yes. After all, I often have to drive Yin Yin to and from get off work, so naturally she has to like it too." The car dealership manager had already realized what was going on and started to flatter Jang Chen tactfully. "I didn't expect that Mr. Jang is already married at such a young age. But it's also true that Mr. Jang is so handsome, young and promising, so he naturally won't have any trouble finding a wife. What surprised me was that Mr. Jang is such a considerate person towards his wife. It is really a blessing for your wife to marry you." Jang Chen smiled and said, "Manager, please wait a moment, I want to talk to my wife." He took out his cell phone, took pictures of the Bugatti and several other cars, and sent them to Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan responded quickly. "Honey, why are you sending me these car photos? Are you planning to buy a car?" Jang Chen began to reply to the message. "Yes, you do need to buy a car. Which one do you like among the cars above?" Su Ningyan also replied quickly. "I don't know much about cars. Honey, just buy whatever you like. Anyway, as long as you like it, I like it too." Huang Yifei and Jang Chen were very close to each other, and he also saw the message Su Ningyan sent to Jang Chen. In an instant, he felt like he had eaten a ton of dog food and was very bloated. "Brother Chen, how did you find such a wonderful wife like my sister-in-law? Please give me some advice." Jang Chen took the time to look at him and replied with words that almost made him vomit blood. "It's simple, just be handsome. After all, his wife always stares at his face in a daze." Huang Yifei's face froze and he didn't know how to refute for a moment. But Zhang Jiaxuan on the side was still finishing off the opponent. Zhang Jiaxuan first looked at Jang Chen, then looked at Huang Yifei's face, and for a moment he felt that it was too horrible to look at. He patted Huang Yifei's shoulder and said, "Usually I only look at your face and think you're okay. Now when I compare you with Brother Chen, I just feel that your face is simply disgusting. So Brother Chen is right. If you want to pick up girls, you still need to have a handsome face. As for you, you can either wait for a good rebirth in the next life or get plastic surgery." Huang Yifei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. To avoid further stimulation, he found a corner and shut himself in. Jang Chen continued chatting with Su Ningyan. "I like all the cars above. Which one do you like best among them?" After a while, Su Ningyan made her choice. "I like the Bugatti one, it looks cool and feels right on you." Jang Chen raised his eyebrows and replied, "I also like this one. It seems that we are in sync with each other. No wonder we can become husband and wife." Su Ningyan seemed shy again because of his words. After a while, she sent a photo. It's a selfie of her blowing a kiss. Also with the text, "Husband, love you." Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. This little woman Su Ningyan has made progress. Before, she would only send "Do you miss me," but now she directly sends "I love you." He put away his phone, reached out and clicked on the picture of Bugatti in the information, and said to the dealership manager, "Please tell me about this Bugatti." The dealership manager's eyes lit up. Just now, seeing Jang Chen lingering on the picture of Bugatti for quite a while, I guessed that he might be interested in this car. But it's just a guess, not sure. After all, this Bugatti is worth 100 million yuan, and many people were scared away when they heard the price. Now it seems that Jang Chen was not scared away. The car dealership manager was instantly excited and in high spirits, and began to talk to Jang Chen about the advantages of this Bugatti. "Our car dealership spent a lot of effort to get this Bugatti. You know, this Bugatti is the latest model and a limited edition. You can't buy it even if you have money. So when it was first sold in our country, countless car dealerships were vying for it. With this Bugatti as our flagship, The reputation of our car dealership has also been greatly improved. So if you, Mr. Jang, buy it back, it will be a great honor. If an ordinary person heard the car dealership manager's promotion like this, he would probably be excited and say he wanted to buy it. Who doesn't care about face nowadays? However, Jang Chen was very calm. He interrupted the car dealership manager and said, "Let's not talk about those empty words. Tell me directly about its performance and other aspects." The car dealership manager paused, not daring to talk about those vague things anymore, and began to carefully introduce the performance of Bugatti to Jang Chen. The dealership manager knows this Bugatti very well. After all, this is the most expensive car in their dealership, and it took a lot of effort to get it back. He gave a clear introduction to the Bugatti's appearance, interior configuration, engine, and corresponding speed. This Bugatti is indeed worthy of its price tag of 100 million yuan. It is top-notch in every aspect. Jang Chen and the other two were looking at the cool pictures projected on the screen and listening to the introduction of the car dealership manager, feeling excited. This car is a man's favorite. Among the three, Huang Yifei has the more impatient personality. He urged the dealership manager, "What are we waiting for? Take us to see this Bugatti." Zhang Jiaxuan was calmer than him and reached out to pull his arm. "Why are you so anxious? Brother Chen hasn't spoken yet." Huang Yifei looked embarrassed. "I'm just anxious to see the majestic appearance of this Bugatti. Do you dare to say you don't want to see it?" Zhang Jiaxuan naturally wanted to see it. So, the two of them looked at Zhang Chen expectantly. Zhang Chen nodded and said, "Let us go and see it now." Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei cheered, "Brother Chen is awesome." The car dealership manager was also very excited, and his hands were shaking with excitement. If he could really sell this Bugatti, his commission would be 10 million. That is 10 million. "Mr. Jang, please come this way. I have asked someone to move those top-of-the-line sports cars worth over 50 million yuan, including the Bugatti." The car dealership manager took Zhang Chen and the others to where the top sports cars were parked. Top-of-the-line sports cars are naturally different from ordinary cars and have a dedicated placement. After walking for a while, they arrived at the showroom where top-of-the-line sports cars were displayed. The first thing I saw was a blue Pagani, followed by a black Rolls-Royce. A variety of top sports cars appeared before them. Chapter 77 Jealousy. Every time Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei saw a car, they hugged each other excitedly and shouted loudly. "Oh my god, this is a Pagani. This is the first time I've seen a Pagani in person. And this Rolls-Royce, I just took a look at it, it cost 60 million. Besides." When they saw the Bugatti in the center, they were so shocked that their eyes could not move. The car has a cool body, a black and white exterior, and a blue bottom with a dazzling effect. It sparkles under the light, constantly attracting everyone's attention. It makes people's heart beat faster and faster. Huang Yifei shouted, "Ah! This Bugatti is so cool." He couldn't control his inner excitement and was about to pounce on Bugatti. Zhang Jiaxuan quickly grabbed him and said, "Be careful. This is a top-of-the-line sports car worth 100 million. If you damage any part of it, I can't afford the compensation even if I sell myself." Huang Yifei's mind finally calmed down a little. Yes, luckily you held me back. If I had really broken it, I wouldn't know where to cry. Oh my god, this is a sports car worth 100 million. 100 million, I can never make 100 million in my lifetime. He thought of his sports car worth more than 2 million yuan and felt inexplicably sad. He usually treats his sports car worth more than 2 million yuan very preciously and is reluctant to get it dirty at all. Now compared with this sports car worth 100 million yuan, I suddenly feel that my sports car worth more than 2 million yuan is rubbish. It's really a case of comparing products, you have to throw it away. The car dealership manager waited until they had admired the Bugatti's majestic appearance, and then spoke at the right time. "Mr. Jang, this is the most expensive Bugatti sports car in our dealership. I wonder what you think." Zhang Chen looked around. I have to say, just from the appearance, this Bugatti made him very excited. He thought for a moment. The appearance was okay, but he didn't know how it would drive. Zhang Jiaxuan on the side continued, "Can I test drive this Bugatti?" The car dealership manager looked at Zhang Jiaxuan and then at Zhang Chen. If it were an ordinary person, the dealership manager would not agree to let him test drive the car. If you let anyone test drive a sports car worth 100 million yuan, what if it gets scratched accidentally? But thinking that Jang Chen was introduced by Zhang Jiaxuan, he had some understanding of Zhang Jiaxuan's family background and personality, so he felt a little relieved. The most important thing is that Jang Chen has a very special temperament. Although his clothes look ordinary and he looks very young. But there is always a sense of conviction in what he says and does, so people dare not be too presumptuous in front of him. Moreover, Jang Chen was very calm when he saw the Bugatti just now, which was completely different from Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei, who were so excited that they hugged each other. In his eyes, a top-of-the-line sports car worth 100 million yuan is nothing. So the car dealership manager didn't hesitate for too long and agreed, "Of course, Mr. Zhang, please go ahead." He also very attentively took out the car keys and handed them to Jang Chen. Seeing Jang Chen press the car key, he immediately ran to the car door and opened it for Jang Chen attentively. Jang Chen nodded at him and sat in. I have to say, expensive cars are expensive for a reason. The interior layout is far superior to those multi-million-dollar sports cars. Jang Chen fastened his seatbelt and gripped the steering wheel. It feels good. Jang Chen couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and he was obviously in a very good mood. Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei stood outside, looking at Jang Chen, who was sitting in the car with envy. Oh, I really envy Brother Chen for being able to test drive this Bugatti himself. There is no point in being envious unless you can spend 100 million to buy this Bugatti. That's true, it's just that Brother Chen is rich and doesn't even care about 100 million. While they were sighing, Jang Chen had already stepped on the accelerator. The Bugatti roared and sped away in the astonished eyes of Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei. After all, it was just a test drive. Jang Chen just drove around outside and then drove the car back. He got out of the car and without waiting for the dealership manager to ask any questions, he said directly, "This is the Bugatti, let's go through the relevant procedures now." The dealership manager was stunned. Finally, it was only after the staff nearby called him several times that he reacted. His face was full of ecstasy, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. "Jiang, Mr. Jiang, please come this way." The car dealership manager took Jang Chen to handle the relevant procedures. The most critical process is naturally payment. The car dealership manager and other staff members held their breath, their eyes wide open, as they watched Jang Chen take out his bank card and swipe it. When I heard that the payment was successful, I felt like a bunch of fireworks exploded in my mind. Oh my god, he actually paid 100 million. Mr. Jiang really spent 100 million to buy this Bugatti. Everyone couldn't help but smile in surprise, and became even more enthusiastic towards Jang Chen. Mr. Jiang is really young and promising. He is only in his early 20s, but he directly spent 100 million to buy this Bugatti. It seems that Mr. Jiang is worth a lot of money. Mr. Jiang, you are so handsome and elegant, only this Bugatti worth 100 million yuan can match you. It is said that handsome men go with luxury cars. When you stand next to this Bugatti, it adds a bit of brilliance. Several female staff members looked at Jang Chen and his newly purchased Bugatti worth 100 million yuan, and other thoughts began to arise in their minds. In fact, even without the Bugatti, just for Jang Chen's looks and figure, they would actually be willing to pay for him. Not to mention that Jang Chen has now bought a Bugatti worth 100 million yuan, which makes these women even more excited. They couldn't help but surround Jang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, do you need someone to sit in the passenger seat of your Bugatti? Mr. Jiang, I wonder if you are free tonight? Why don't we go out for a few drinks? Mr. Jiang." These women obviously did not expect that so many people would suddenly join them in competing for Mr. Jiang. As employees of the car dealership, they were always competing with each other. Now, seeing others competing with them for a man, they couldn't help but get angry and started attacking each other. "Xiaomei, how dare you come out and embarrass yourself with your short stature? Don't talk about Xiaomei anymore. Don't you even look at your fake face that has been through so many surgeries? With the way you are, Mr. Jiang doesn't even look down on you. Mr. Jiang doesn't like me, so how could he like you with your fat face?" The many male compatriots watching on the side looked on with envy. Mr. Jiang is really amazing. Not only does he make these women throw themselves at him, but they also make them jealous of him. This scene is not common in their car dealership. Chapter 78 Chapter 078 attracted a lot of peach blossoms. After all, there are many wealthy people who come to their car dealership, some of whom are senior executives of large companies, and some are company directors. I've seen a lot of female staff in car dealerships, and maybe I've had some thoughts about them before, but they were all private contacts. It's not like now, where they hooked up right in front of each other and even had a big fight over it. The male compatriots were a little confused at first, but when they saw Jang Chen standing next to the Bugatti, they seemed to understand. Not to mention that Jang Chen spent 100 million to buy the Bugatti without hesitation. In terms of money alone, he far surpassed those rich people. What's more, Jang Chen is not only young, but also damn handsome. Just looking at that handsome face, he is miles ahead of those company executives. Mr. Jiang really doesn't give these male compatriots any chance to survive. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so rich. It's really enviable and hateful. Seeing that these women were arguing more and more excessively, some of them even grabbed each other's hair on the spot, like shrews fighting. The car dealership manager felt a little embarrassed and quickly shouted, all right, stop arguing, be quiet, what are you doing? You look like shrews. Not to mention Mr. Jiang, even the men passing by on the street would be disgusted by you. I know what you are thinking. Don't you just want to be noticed by Mr. Jiang because he is young, promising, handsome, and rich? But don't you think about it, how could you be the one to get a hot commodity like Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang is already married and is very much in love with his wife, so you should put away your thoughts. In an instant, everyone fell silent and looked at Jang Chen. Jang Chen was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. Jang Chen said to them, sorry, I have to take a call first. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a video call from his wife. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and he reached out to click the answer button. Su Ningyan's beautiful face appeared on the phone screen. The car dealership manager was standing next to Jang Chen and could clearly see Su Ningyan's face, which was more beautiful than that of a female star. He glanced again at the nickname displayed on his phone, Yan Yan's wife. It seems that this video call is from Jang Chen's wife. The car dealership manager looked at Su Ningyan's face, then at the female employees under him, and couldn't help shaking his head. He walked towards the female employees and whispered, don't dream. Mr. Zhang's wife just called me via video. I took a look and she is prettier than a female star. With your looks, do you think you can compare to Mr. Zhang's wife? Some female employees were a little skeptical. She was more beautiful than a female celebrity. Was this true? While Jang Chen was concentrating on talking to Su Ningyan on the phone, several female employees quietly walked behind Jang Chen and took a look at the phone screen. Just one glance was enough for them to see how beautiful Su Ningyan was in the video. In an instant, they all felt inferior. Well, it seems that the manager was right, Mrs. Jiang is indeed very beautiful. Unless Mr. Jiang is blind, how could he give up such a beautiful wife and fall in love with these ugly girls? Several female employees walked aside in shame to avoid further embarrassment. The other employees came over curiously and asked, how about it? Did you see what Mrs. Jiang looks like? Several female employees answered, look carefully, she is very beautiful, many times more beautiful than us. Other employees sighed, saying that he was indeed worthy of being Mr. Jiang, he had such a high net worth at such a young age, and he married a beautiful wife directly. I don't know how many times I have expressed envy. Yes, but we can only envy him. Not only are we not as rich as Mr. Jiang, we are also not as handsome as Mr. Jiang. Alas! Mr. Jiang is simply a winner in life. Jang Chen was unaware of the employees' discussion as he was still on a video call with his wife. The chat went well at first. Suddenly Su Ningyan's expression changed and she looked at him with resentment. Jang Chen was confused. What was wrong? Was he feeling sorry for me spending so much money again? Ever since the company almost went bankrupt and was acquired, and now the company is not profitable, Su Ningyan has invested all her money into the company. She has changed her previous habit of not paying attention to money and has become frugal. But she is always frugal with herself. He didn't have any requirements on Jang Chen, but he always urged Jang Chen to be willing to spend money on him and not to be frugal. So Jang Chen quickly denied what he had just said. He is spending money on himself this time, so Su Ningyan shouldn't feel bad about it. Sure enough, Su Ningyan said, no, only a car like this is worthy of your current status. And you are such a good driver, you will definitely be even better with this car. I always thought you looked very handsome when driving, and now with this car, you must be even more handsome. Thinking of the scene when Jang Chen was racing with others in the past, Su Ningyan couldn't help but blush. Her husband is so handsome when he drives, her heart beats fast every time she sees him. Then she remembered the figures of several women that appeared from behind Jang Chen, and her mood became depressed again. Jang Chen was even more puzzled when he saw her transformation. What happened? Did I do something to upset you? Su Ningyan pouted and said somewhat unhappily, you really made me unhappy. I just saw a few women standing behind you, acting suspiciously. You must have attracted a lot of romantic interests when I wasn't looking. Her husband is so handsome that she doesn't know how many times she has encountered this kind of trouble. But she couldn't blame her husband. After all, it's not her husband's fault that he is handsome. What's more, she likes her husband to be handsome. So she wanted to be angry with Jang Chen, but she couldn't, and ended up sulking on her own. Jang Chen was stunned when he heard her words. Several women? He soon understood what was going on. It was probably the female staff members in the car dealership. If your wife is unhappy, then of course you have to coax her. But of course, I can't tell the truth. Sometimes, some things will become very different if you change the way you say them. Jang Chen organized his words. Oh, you probably saw a few female employees in the car dealership. I just told them about you. I praise you for being beautiful, having a good figure, strong working ability, and a good personality. You are the best wife in the world. They probably felt a little jealous because they were also women, and kept saying they didn't believe it, so they came over secretly to take a look just now. Su Ningyan never doubted what he said, and was quickly diverted by him. Chapter 79 Chapter 079 A cool and elegant lady, popular with both men and women. She didn't expect Jang Chen to praise her so much in a place she didn't know. In an instant, her heart was filled with sweetness. She said a little embarrassedly, I'm not as good as you say. Jang Chen said affirmatively, you are just that good. So those female employees probably saw your true face and felt inferior, so they sneaked away. Su Ningyan was completely carried away by his words at this time. You didn't remind me just now, so I could dress up in advance and look better. I didn't look ugly just now, did I? As she spoke, she looked at herself on the phone screen with some worry. Jang Chen shook his head. No, you look very good the way you are now. Su Ningyan was still at work. She always wears a professional suit when she is at work, which is a little different from when she is at home. She still looks as beautiful as ever, but her temperament has changed a lot. She looks very capable and is a perfect representative of a career woman. She has a very strong aura. In short, she has the aura of a cool and domineering lady. Her appearance is so attractive to both men and women. When men see her, they want to fall at her feet, and when women see her, they feel inferior. However, only Jang Chen knew that beneath this aloof appearance, there was a heart that was easily shy. Just a little teasing will make her blush. The contrast of cuteness, especially the contrast of cuteness that only appears when it is directed at oneself, is the most touching. Jang Chen really enjoyed the cute contrast when his wife was only looking at him. When Su Ningyan heard his praise, a bright smile appeared on her face. Husband, as long as you think it looks good. As she spoke, she felt a little embarrassed. Jang Chen's smile deepened. Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei, who were standing by, looked at Jang Chen talking sweetly to his wife. They felt a pain in their teeth and sighed. Brother Chen is indeed worthy of being Brother Chen. He can speak sweet words effortlessly. Look at my sister-in-law, she is so happy because of him. You know, just now Su Ningyan was still angry about Jang Chen's constant romantic affairs. It was clearly something that could cause a quarrel, but Jang Chen turned it into something to praise his wife. Seeing this, Zhang Jiaxuan and the others couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Chen is awesome. In order to avoid being overwhelmed by the dog food next to them, the two decided to walk away and find something to do to divert their attention. The two looked around and their eyes finally settled on the Bugatti that Jang Chen had just bought. The two looked at each other. Huang Yifei spoke first, Brother Xian, it is a rare opportunity to get close to a Bugatti worth 100 million yuan. Should we take a photo as a souvenir? Zhang Jiaxuan nodded and said, yes, by the way, send it to the club group so that other members can see it. Besides, Brother Chen is our buddy now. Our buddy owns a Bugatti worth 100 million yuan. Such an awesome thing should be publicized so that everyone can enjoy it. They did as they said and immediately walked up to Bugatti and started taking various photos with it. The two of them took photos for a full half hour before they were satisfied. The two of them picked out a few nice-looking photos and sent them to the group. The group was quiet at first, and then it became lively. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? Is this a Bugatti? You read that right, it is indeed a Bugatti, and I just checked the information, this Bugatti is worth 100 million. Oh my god, Brother Xian, Brother Fei, have you two become rich? You can actually afford a Bugatti worth 100 million. Now that you have bought such a luxury car, when will you two drive it out for everyone to see? That's right, I didn't expect that our Huaxian club also has a luxury car worth 100 million yuan. This is a very proud thing. Other clubs must be envious. Yes, brother Xian, you too should stop hiding it. There were some people who were quick-witted and noticed something was wrong. Look carefully, brother Xian and brother Fei were just standing outside the car taking pictures and didn't get in at all. I guess this Bugatti worth 100 million yuan is not theirs. The others were shocked and took a closer look, and it really was. In these photos, Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei were just standing outside. At this time, Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei also started to respond. It's definitely not ours. Everyone sighed. It turns out that it really wasn't the case. We were so happy for nothing. We were thinking that someone in the club finally had such a top-of-the-line luxury car, and we were thinking that we could slap other clubs in the face. But now our wish is dashed. Zhang Jiaxuan sent a message in the group. It didn't go in vain. Although this Bugatti worth 100 million yuan is not mine, it belongs to Brother Chen. Brother Chen has a good relationship with us, so we can also say that someone in our club owns a top-of-the-line sports car. The members of the group became excited again. It turns out to be Brother Chen's, no wonder. Brother Chen is really amazing. He spends a fortune on a top-of-the-line sports car worth 100 million yuan. Brother Chen really has good taste. Only a top-of-the-line luxury car like this can match Brother Chen's temperament. Jang Chen also saw Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei taking photos next to the Bugatti. He had no problem with that. After all, we are all friends. He was still chatting with his wife at this time. It is said that couples in love have endless things to talk about. Although Jiang Chen and Su Ningyan were already married, they had almost no contact with each other before. It was only after they got married that their interactions increased. So for them, now is the honeymoon period. Jiang Chen checked the time and it was getting late. He said, "It should be almost time for you to get off work, right? I'll pick you up now." Su Ningyan went there today in Lin Mangyao's car and did not drive. She thought about it and didn't refuse. Okay. The two looked at each other on the screen and didn't speak for a while. This is usually the time to end the call, but both of them felt inexplicably reluctant. In the end, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Then you just wait for me in the company obediently." "Okay, hang up now." Su Ningyan said reluctantly, "Okay, then I'll wait for you to come over, husband." "Goodbye, husband." Hang up the phone. Su Ningyan's beautiful face also disappeared. Jiang Chen felt inexplicably lost. Then he smiled again. Love is indeed a sweet and painful thing. But I enjoy it. Jiang Chen put away his phone and walked towards the Bugatti. Zhang Jiaxuan and the other person immediately turned their attention to Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen sitting in the driver's seat, the two of them rolled their eyes, an idea came to their mind, and they rushed to the car door at the same time and spoke at the same time. Chapter 80 Chapter 080 The first person to sit in the passenger seat can only be my wife. Brother Chen, you see your passenger seat is empty now, how about you give me a ride? Brother Chen, I have always admired your driving skills and always wanted to experience it up close. I wonder if you can give me this opportunity now and let me sit in your passenger seat. The first sentence was said by Huang Yifei, and the second sentence was said by Zhang Jiaxuan. Compared to Huang Yifei's straightforward mind, Zhang Jiaxuan is much more skillful in speaking. Although they all wanted to sit in the passenger seat of Jiang Chen's newly bought Bugatti, Zhang Jiaxuan praised Jiang Chen before stating his purpose. Huang Yifei also noticed it and mouthed to Zhang Jiaxuan, "Brother Xian, you are so insidious." Zhang Jiaxuan smiled calmly, "This is not called insidious, this is called emotional intelligence." There was a hidden conflict between the two of them in order to get a seat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti. Then I heard Jiang Chen refuse without hesitation. In my newly bought car, the first person to sit in the passenger seat can only be my wife. After my wife takes the first time, you will have a chance in the future. After saying that, he gave Zhang Jiaxuan and the other man a faint smile, and stepped on the accelerator in their astonished eyes. The Bugatti worth 100 million yuan roared and soon disappeared. It took a long while for Zhang Jiaxuan and Huang Yifei to react. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. I think our fight just now was meaningless and even a little ridiculous. In Brother Chen's eyes, brothers can only come after their wives. Brother Chen only has eyes for his sister-in-law. For some unknown reason, the two felt like they were being fed a ton of dog food again. The other side. Jiang Chen drove towards Maida Company. Compared to those big cities, Nanchang is just an ordinary city. So usually, let alone a top sports car like a Bugatti worth 100 million yuan, even luxury cars worth tens of millions are very rare. At most, you will usually see a BMW or Mercedes-Benz. So when Jang Chen drove the Bugatti on the road, he immediately attracted a lot of exclamations. Oh my god, is this a Bugatti? This kind of car must cost tens of millions. What do you mean tens of millions? I just took a closer look and this Bugatti costs 100 million. 100 million? What kind of astronomical figure is that? Oh my god, this guy is so rich, he actually spent 100 million on a car. A Bugatti worth 100 million is simply a man's dream. I have always dreamed of owning a top-notch sports car, but unfortunately, it's just a dream. Be careful, this is a top-of-the-line luxury car worth 100 million yuan. Don't accidentally scratch it, or you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you sell yourself. In addition to marveling at the price of this Bugatti, the drivers on the road were thinking about driving away as quickly as possible to avoid accidentally bumping into the Bugatti. Then, a strange scene appeared. All the other roads were packed, except the one the Bugatti was driving on, which was completely empty. Whatever the reason, as long as there is no traffic jam, it is good. Jang Chen drove very smoothly and quickly on this road. Everyone could only follow behind, looking at the back of the car with envy. When he reached the red light, Jang Chen stopped. At this time, Su Ningyan sent him a message. Husband, I'm sorry, there is an urgent document that needs to be processed, so you may need to wait a moment. Perhaps out of guilt, Su Ningyan sent another message. I know my husband is the best, I love you. Jang Chen smiled and shook his head. This little woman Su Ningyan is really getting better and better. He put away his phone and waited for the red light to pass. While he was waiting, a Ferrari pulled up on the right. Sitting in the driver's seat was a man wearing a thick gold chain, and the other seats were occupied by girls. Originally, several girls were complimenting the man. Brother Jean, this Ferrari of yours probably cost several million, right? Oh my god, millions? Brother Jean is really rich. Brother Jean, when will you help us become rich? One of the girls saw the Bugatti next to her, her eyes widened, she pulled the girl next to her, and said in a low voice, Look, is that the car next to you a Bugatti? The other girls looked over together. When he saw the Bugatti Jang Chen was driving, he took a breath. Maybe I was too excited and couldn't control my voice. Oh my god, it's really a Bugatti, this is a top sports car. This is much more expensive than Brother Jean's Ferrari. In comparison, Brother Jean's Ferrari is nothing. I really want to go find the car owner to contact him, but unfortunately I'm waiting at the traffic light now. What a pity. Brother Jean was originally being praised very comfortably, but suddenly he heard that these girls not only did not praise him, but also compared him with another person. Especially since he was the one being stepped on, he felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. He looked to the side angrily and was about to curse. When he saw that the other car was actually a Bugatti, his breath got stuck in his throat, unable to go in or out, and he choked and coughed repeatedly. He can't afford to offend such a domineering car owner. Perhaps because the noise on their side was a bit too loud, Jang Chen couldn't help but look over here. Brother Jean and the girls saw his face clearly and gasped again. What a handsome little brother, oh my god, how can he be so handsome? I thought the guy must be ugly to drive such an expensive car, but I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Ah, he is so handsome, I can't control myself anymore, I have to go downstairs and ask for his contact information right away. He is so rich and handsome, I can't help it, I want to go over and ask for his contact information. The light turned green at that moment. Jang Chen withdrew his gaze and stepped on the accelerator. Bugatti sped away and soon disappeared. The girls had no choice but to close the car door again with regret. Brother Jean, who was sitting in the driver's seat and was completely ignored, looked pale and blue. Damn, he drives such an expensive car and looks so handsome, God is so unfair. Thinking of this, Brother Jean couldn't help but look in the mirror. When I saw my own miserable face, I instantly became withdrawn. 15 minutes later. Jang Chen drove the Bugatti to the company parking lot. He looked at the message Su Ningyan had sent earlier. It would probably take some time for him to come down, so he planned to wait here. It was already time to get off work, and some employees who drove had also arrived at the parking lot. The Bugatti Jang Chen was driving was so eye-catching that it was hard not to notice it. Do you see that? There's a Bugatti over there. Is this true? I want to go see for myself. Hurry, Go over there quickly, take a few photos and post them on your moments to show off. That's a good idea, I'll take a picture of it too. Soon, a crowd gathered around the Bugatti. Chapter 81 Chapter 081 Now I envy Mr. Su. These people were taking pictures while being curious. I don't know which big guy is so rich that he actually drives a Bugatti here. Could it be a senior executive in some company? Jang Chen was sitting here peacefully, but he was startled to see a group of people gathered outside his car. It felt like I was being treated like a monkey, and something was wrong with me. After thinking about it, he decided to get out of the car and tell these people to stop surrounding him. Then, a familiar voice was heard. What are you all doing here? As soon as Su Ningyan arrived at the parking lot, she saw a group of people gathered there, and she didn't know what they were doing. When everyone saw her coming, they greeted her, "Hello, President Su. We are here to watch the fun. There is a Bugatti parked in the parking lot, and I just checked the information and found out that this car is worth 100 million. We ordinary people have never seen a luxury car worth 100 million yuan, so we gathered here to watch and see the world. By the way, Mr. Su, you know a lot of people. Do you know who has been so generous as to spend 100 million to buy a Bugatti recently?" Everyone looked at Su Ningyan, hoping that she could give an answer. Su Ningyan was stunned. Bugatti? She followed everyone's gaze. A black and white Bugatti was parked quietly in the parking space. Su Ningyan's pupils dilated in an instant. She had seen this Bugatti. Isn't this the Bugatti that Jang Chen gave her when they discussed buying a car? The styles are exactly the same. She remembered that Jang Chen told her not long ago that he bought a Bugatti. Moreover, Jang Chen just said that he would drive over to pick her up after get off work. So, is this car the Bugatti that Jang Chen bought? She walked towards the Bugatti with curiosity. Just as he reached the car door, the driver's door was opened and Jang Chen walked out. Su Ningyan looked at Jang Chen. "It really is you." Jang Chen reached out and gently tapped her forehead. "Who else do you think it is?" "Okay, get in the car." He reached out and opened the passenger door for Su Ningyan, letting her get in. He walked around to the driver's door and got in. When everyone saw this scene, they gasped and talked about it. "Oh my god, it's Brother Chen, this Bugatti actually belongs to Brother Chen." In fact, there is nothing surprising about it. Only Brother Chen can be so generous as to spend 100 million to buy a car. "Brother Chen, is this here to pick up Mr. Su from get off work? Suddenly I envy Mr. Su so much. Brother Chen is not only handsome and rich, but also so considerate that he actually drove over to pick her up from get off work. This is a top-of-the-line sports car worth 100 million yuan. I have never even seen one, let alone ridden in one. I really envy Mr. Su for being able to sit in the passenger seat. When I first learned that Ms. Su married Brother Chen, I thought it was Brother Chen's luck and I envied him at that time. Now it seems that it is not Brother Chen who is lucky, but Brother Chen is capable. The lucky one should be President Su. Yes, now I envy President Su." These people were talking quite loudly, so Su Ningyan naturally heard it. It is a happy thing to be envied by others, especially when they envy you for having a good husband. This is what she is most proud of. She has good taste. Su Ningyan left with joy and pride in the Bugatti driven by Jang Chen. Everyone could only watch Bugatti leave with envy. Jang Chen drove Su Ningyan in the Bugatti for a while. He looked at Su Ningyan beside him. This little woman has been giggling since she got into the car and she hasn't stopped yet. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you grinning about?" Su Ningyan looked at him with a sweet smile on her lips. "I am happy. Did you hear what they said just now? They were all envious of me for marrying such a good husband." She stared at Jang Chen's handsome face and sighed, "I have such good taste." Jang Chen was in a good mood after being praised by her. "My vision is also very good. I found a good wife like Su Ningyan." Su Ningyan understood the meaning of his words and the smile on her face became even brighter. After a while, she seemed to calm down a little and began to pay attention to other things. She looked at the car's settings with wonder in her eyes. It is indeed a top-of-the-line sports car worth 100 million yuan. The configuration inside the car is much more high-end than other cars, especially the seat, which is very comfortable to sit in. Jang Chen glanced at her and said, "As long as you feel comfortable. You are the first one to sit in the passenger seat. I reserved it specially for you." Huang Yifei and others were vying for it, but I didn't agree. Su Ningyan's eyes lit up and she said sweetly, "Husband, you are so good to me." Jang Chen replied in an ambiguous tone, but I've been so good to you, so I have to get something in return. Su Ningyan was confused. What do you want in return? Jang Chen smiled mysteriously and said, this reward is related to the passenger seat you are sitting in. I won't tell you what it is specifically for now. Su Ningyan was even more puzzled. What on earth was this? It was so mysterious. Seeing that she couldn't get the answer, Su Ningyan simply stopped worrying about it. She looked at the road ahead. This was not the way back to Yulong Bay Villa. Where were we going? Jang Chen answered her and went to eat. We're not going home for dinner tonight, we're going out to eat. Su Ningyan nodded and said, oh, where should we eat? Jang Chen said that it was a Western restaurant privately opened by club members and was heard to be quite good. The most important thing is that I just greeted him. We won tea ordered dishes cooked by the chef. I asked him to help me prepare the ingredients and I will cook it myself when I come over later. Su Ningyan's eyes lit up. She is now accustomed to eating the meals cooked by Jang Chen. Jang Chen's cooking skills are better than those of senior chefs, and her taste has been spoiled by Jang Chen. She had been thinking about Jang Chen taking her to a restaurant for dinner, but she probably wouldn't be able to taste Jang Chen's cooking tonight. I didn't expect Jang Chen to cook by himself. We went to a Western restaurant and they served Western food. This usually happens in the context of a date. She couldn't help but smile. It seems that you are in a good mood today. You even want to take me to a Western restaurant and cook Western food for me yourself. Jang Chen curled the corners of his mouth and said, I'm in a good mood today. Su Ningyan guessed, maybe it was because he bought a new car that he was happy? Jang Chen looked at her deeply and said, I am indeed happy to buy a new car, but this is not the happiest thing for me. What I am most happy about is the additional features that the new car brings, and it is related to you. Su Ningyan looked confused. What additional functions were related to me? Jang Chen was silent again, with a mysterious look on his face. Chapter 82 Chapter 082 The cold CEO instantly turned into a little woman. Su Ningyan didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that Jang Chen's gaze towards her was as if he wanted to swallow her up. She was already somewhat familiar with this look. This was how Jang Chen looked at her when they were spending some time alone in the villa a few days ago. But she was puzzled. Weren't they talking about the new car's additional features? Why did Jang Chen suddenly look at her like that? What on earth could possibly be the reason why the new car's additional features could be linked to her? While Su Ningyan was wondering, Jang Chen had already brought her to the restaurant entrance. This restaurant was opened by club member Zhou Mingfeng. There's something special about the restaurant he opened. In addition to eating, other interesting and entertaining activities are also included. The chef of this restaurant cooks in front of the guests in the entire restaurant hall, which allows guests to feel more assured about the hygiene of the restaurant. In addition, if the guests are interested, they can choose the ingredients themselves and cook the dishes themselves. In addition, you can also mix your own cocktails at the bar and perform impromptu singing on the stage provided by the restaurant. Because of these characteristics, there are quite a lot of guests coming, and most of them are of high status. After Zhou Mingfeng received the call that Jang Chen was coming over, he was already standing at the door waiting. When he saw a black and white Bugatti driving towards him, his eyes lit up. He had seen photos of Bugatti in the club members group before. That was a top-of-the-line sports car worth 100 million yuan, and he was deeply impressed. He was still thinking that one day he would have the chance to see it with his own eyes, but he didn't expect to see it now. He walked forward excitedly and opened the car door for Jang Chen attentively. Brother Chen, you are finally here. This sports car must be the Bugatti you just bought. It is indeed a top-notch sports car worth 100 million yuan, it just looks different. Jang Chen got out of the driver's seat and nodded to Zhou Mingfeng. It's okay, it drives really well. While they were talking, Su Ningyan came out from the passenger seat. Zhou Mingfeng's attention was inevitably drawn over. Because Su Ningyan came directly from the company and was wearing a professional suit. She had this professional suit custom made specifically for her, so it fits her figure perfectly and shows off her perfect figure. The most important thing is that Su Ningyan's expression was indifferent because there were outsiders present. The president's domineering aura began to spread invisibly. She is beautiful, has a good figure, and has such a great temperament. Not only Zhou Mingfeng was attracted by her, but even the guests who came were attracted by her. However, she didn't even glance at the others, her gaze was solely on Jang Chen from beginning to end. She walked quickly towards Jang Chen, put her arm around Jang Chen's, and changed her previous indifferent expression to a sweet smile on her face. "Husband, why didn't you wait for me?" she complained softly, her tone full of coquettishness. Zhou Mingfeng and the other guests were stunned by what they saw, and they looked at Jang Chen with envy. Zhou Mingfeng secretly gave Jang Chen a thumbs up and sighed, "This is my sister-in-law, right? I have always heard my brothers in the group say how beautiful my sister-in-law is, but unfortunately I was out for something and missed the opportunity to see her beauty. Now I see that my sister-in-law is indeed very graceful. Brother Chen is really amazing. He actually married such a beautiful wife like my sister-in-law. The most important thing is that my sister-in-law had a cold face towards outsiders just a moment ago, but when she was in front of Jang Chen, she instantly turned into a little woman and acted coquettishly. This kind of differential treatment is what makes men most excited and what outsiders envy the most." Jang Chen was obviously in a good mood at this time. "It's not that I'm good, it's just that I'm lucky. Okay, let's not stand here, let's go into the restaurant. Are the ingredients I asked you to help prepare ready?" Zhou Mingfeng nodded as he walked into the restaurant and said, "Everything is ready." "Brother Chen, are you sure you really want to cook by yourself?" It's not that he doubts Jang Chen's craftsmanship. But in his impression, young people nowadays don't seem to know how to cook very well. Jang Chen is only 22 years old, so he is naturally considered a young person. Jang Chen nodded, "Yes. My wife is used to eating the food I cook, so it is natural for me to cook it myself to show my sincerity." Su Ningyan on the side also said, "Well, my husband is a good cook, better than those chefs. I like the dishes my husband cooks for me the most." A happy expression appeared on her face. There was no trace of falseness in her expression, which surprised Zhou Mingfeng, who was standing beside her. Is Jang Chen's cooking skill really that good? Soon, he got the answer. He watched Jang Chen walk to the cooking table and start preparing the ingredients very skillfully. Especially his knife skills, which were fast and accurate. The meat he cut was almost the same size and thickness, as if it had been measured with a ruler. Even the chef next to him was stunned. Because their cooking table was in the middle of the hall, Jang Chen's actions of standing at the cooking table and processing ingredients were also seen by many guests. The guests exclaimed in amazement. "Oh my god, this knife skill is so amazing. I almost thought I was not in a restaurant, but a martial arts gym. It's amazing that the meat is cut exactly the same. And the rabbit carved out of carrot is lifelike, lively, and cute. It looks just like the real thing. It's amazing. That bunny is so cute, I want it so much." Several female guests looked at the white rabbit that Jang Chen had cut with a knife, and they were eager to try it. Finally, he couldn't help but walk to the counter and said to Jang Chen, "Hello, how much is this rabbit?" "I want one." The female guest mistakenly thought Jang Chen was the chef in the restaurant, so she asked. Zhou Mingfeng on the side spoke up and said, "I'm sorry, any food made by this gentleman is not for sale." The female guest was stunned. "Why? Isn't he the chef here?" Zhou Mingfeng shook his head and said, "He is not a chef, he is my friend. Today he wants to borrow my restaurant to cook a meal for his lover." He pointed at Su Ningyan, who was sitting not far away. The female guest and the guests watching the fun nearby looked towards where Su Ningyan was. Everyone was first amazed by Su Ningyan's beauty, and then sighed, "This gentleman is so good to his lover, how envious. What a good husband. Why haven't I met such a good husband? It is not impossible for you to meet her, but first of all, you have to have the same beautiful appearance, good figure, and excellent temperament as her wife." For a moment, the female guest who had just lamented that she had not found a good husband fell silent. Well, she didn't. Chapter 83 Chapter 083 Jang Chen wants to get Su Ningyan drunk. Su Ningyan naturally noticed everyone's gazes and discussions, and felt a sweet feeling in her heart. If Jang Chen hadn't just told her to sit here and wait, and not to go over there so as not to dirty her clothes, she would have rushed to the kitchen counter to guard her husband. Her husband is so handsome when he cooks. Su Ningyan held her cheeks with both hands, staring at Jang Chen, who was standing in front of the kitchen counter cooking with stars in her eyes. Her eyes were full of admiration without blinking. Jang Chen seemed to notice her gaze and looked up and smiled at her. Su Ningyan couldn't help but smile at him. The people watching the fun felt like they were being fed a wave of dog food, and they felt even more envious. The man envied Jang Chen for finding such a beautiful wife who loved him so much. The woman envied Su Ningyan for finding such a handsome husband who loved her so much. After Jang Chen prepared the ingredients, he started cooking. He was still methodical when cooking, with neat and graceful movements, which once again drew exclamations from the female guests. The chef standing by looked on with envy. When he was cooking before, the female customers thought he was greasy and wanted to stay away from him to avoid being covered in the smell of oil smoke. If it were Jang Chen, these female customers would just think he was handsome and would want to throw themselves at him. Why is there such a big difference between people? As Jang Chen started cooking, the aroma began to spread throughout the restaurant. It smells so good. I used to think that since this guy looks so young, his skills would probably be just average. I didn't expect it to smell so good. It seems I was wrong. As dishes were brought out from the cooking table and placed on the dining table where Su Ningyan was sitting, everyone saw what the dishes Jang Chen had made look like. Premium steak, premium foie gras, French baked snails, and special salads. These dishes are very common in high-end Western restaurants, so these people were not too surprised. What surprised them was that Jang Chen's dishes looked so good and smelled so good, and they were completely different from what they ordered in the restaurant. These people suddenly felt that the steak, foie gras and baked snails in their mouths were no longer delicious. A few foodies smelled the fragrance and couldn't help themselves, so they went to Zhou Mingfeng to discuss it. "Boss, could you please ask Mr. Jiang if he sells these dishes? I'll pay double the price. Twice is too little, I'll offer 5 times. Mr. Jiang is such a great cook, 5 times the price is not enough to match his excellent skills, it should be at least 10 times. Seeing these people talking more and more arrogantly, Zhou Mingfeng said helplessly, "Stop arguing. It's useless no matter how much money you offer. My friend is not short of money. Do you see that Bugatti outside the restaurant? That's my friend's. Do you think you can be richer than him?" For a moment, several guests fell silent. After a while, he said with a look of grief and indignation, "Is this guy mistaken? He is so rich, why does he still want to learn to cook? Especially when his cooking skills are so good. Yes, that's right, he is so rich, why does he have to be so handsome? This guy simply doesn't give us brothers any chance to survive." As they were talking, they thought of something and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy was already married. Yes, thank goodness I got married. Before, they were a little jealous that Jang Chen could marry such a beautiful wife, but now they are glad that Jang Chen has a wife, otherwise how could they compete with Jang Chen? After all the dishes were served, Jang Chen took off his apron and walked to the dining table. Su Ningyan looked at the sweat on his forehead and said with a distressed look, "Are you very tired? I should have asked the chef to prepare it earlier." She took out a tissue and gently wiped the sweat off Jang Chen's face. Jang Chen shook his head and said, "It's okay. Didn't you say that the chef's food isn't as delicious as mine? Since you like what I cook, I will cook it." Su Ningyan was touched and asked, "Husband, why are you so good to me?" Jang Chen glanced at her and muttered, "For the sake of his own happiness later, he naturally has to be nice to you now." Su Ningyan didn't hear clearly. "Husband, what did you say?" Jang Chen looked calm and said, "It's nothing. I'm just saying that it's better to eat the food while it's hot. It won't taste as good when it gets cold." Su Ningyan had no doubts. "Okay, let us get started now." The food Jang Chen cooked was so delicious that Su Ningyan was almost focused on eating the entire time and had no time to talk. "Drink something to avoid choking." Jang Chen poured Su Ningyan a glass of red wine. Su Ningyan was indeed a little choked at this time, but without thinking much, she raised the glass and drank it. Unexpectedly, after a while, Jang Chen poured her another glass. "Come, have some more drink." Su Ningyan thought about it, didn't refuse, and drank it again. "The red wine here is very good, you should try it." Jang Chen continued to pour for her. Su Ningyan didn't drink it immediately this time, but looked at him suspiciously. "Why do you keep pouring me wine?" Jang Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface. When eating Western food, it is natural to pair it with red wine. This bottle of red wine is the restaurant owner's collection. If he and I were not friends, he would not be willing to take it out to drink. Such good red wine certainly cannot be wasted. Su Ningyan has always believed in Jang Chen's words. Hearing him say that, he didn't doubt it and picked up the wine glass again and drank it. Next to them sat a couple. Because they were close, both Jang Chen and Su Ningyan heard their conversation. The girl touched the boy's hand and said, "Why do you think that handsome guy keeps pouring wine for that beautiful girl?" The boy said without thinking, "Why else, he must want to get the beauty drunk so that he can take the opportunity to do some hey things." The boy thought of something and winked at the girl, thinking back to when I wanted you to accompany me to do some difficult moves. Not only did you not agree, you also scolded me. I didn't want to give up, so I did the same as this handsome guy, and kept pouring alcohol into you while going on a date with you. After you got drunk, you were very obedient. You did whatever I asked you to do, and even agreed to the difficult moves that I had resisted before. Thinking about how it felt that night, it was truly wonderful. The boy thought of the scene at that time, his face full of nostalgia. The girl seemed to remember the situation at that time, her face turned red, and she glared at the boy fiercely. I was wondering why you were suddenly so attentive to me and even took out a few bottles of your treasured wine and kept urging me to drink. It turns out you had such thoughts in mind. As she spoke, she looked at Su Ningyan, who was still unaware of the situation, and said with some sympathy and a hint of envy, "It seems that this beautiful woman is going to experience the same thing as me." Chapter 84 Chapter 084 This place is remote, it's a good place to do bad things. Su Ningyan had no idea about their conversation and was still fully immersed in the food. Of course, Jang Chen also poured her some wine. When dinner finally ended, Su Ningyan looked half drunk and half awake. Although Jang Chen deliberately wanted to get her drunk, he wanted to take the opportunity to make Su Ningyan agree to accompany him to do some difficult exercises. But this is a pleasure between husband and wife. If Su Ningyan is really drunk, it would not be good for him to be the only one sober. This half-drunk, half-awake look is most suitable. Jang Chen thought about it as he walked over and helped Su Ningyan up. "Yan, it's time for us to go." Su Ningyan looked at him in a daze. "Honey, are we going home now?" Jang Chen looked down at her, shook his head and said, "Let's not go home, let's go somewhere else." Su Ningyan felt a little dizzy. "Somewhere else? Where should we go?" Jang Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know in a moment." Su Ningyan pursed her lips and acted mysterious again. "Okay, I won't ask anymore." Jang Chen joked, "I will definitely not sell you out anyway." Su Ningyan hugged his neck and looked up at him. "Can you bear to do that?" Jang Chen looked at her extremely pretty little face and his heart moved. Su Ningyan is usually very beautiful, but after getting drunk, she becomes more charming and playful than usual, making her look even more alluring. Jang Chen's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he shook his head and said, "I can't bear to do it. Such a beautiful wife can only be mine." Su Ningyan was obviously very happy and smiled very brightly. She rested her head on Jang Chen's chest and said, "I know that you can't bear to leave me, husband." The two of them were so sticky here that the other guests in the restaurant felt like they were covered in lemons. Married men complain, "Hey, I also have a wife, but why is my wife not as cute as other people's wives?" Married girls complain, "Hey, I also have a husband, but why doesn't my husband dote on his wife as much as other husbands do?" The single guys all look sour, which makes me want to find a girlfriend as soon as possible, preferably one who is pretty and cute. A friend beside him shattered his dream, thinking, "You're overthinking it. With your miserable appearance, it's good enough that a girl likes you. You still want to be pretty and cute? Do you think you're Mr. Jian?" The single guy looked at Jiang Chen's handsome face, then looked at the Bugatti parked at the door of the restaurant, and said dejectedly, "Well, it seems that I am not worthy." The single girls are full of envy and yearning. Seeing this, I also want to find a boyfriend, preferably one who is handsome and considerate of his girlfriend. Of course, it would be even better if he is rich. The friend sitting next to her shook her shoulders and said, "Wake up, stop dreaming. Unless you first get plastic surgery, then lose weight, and then improve your temperament, forget it." The single girl's face froze and she glared at her friend fiercely. "Can't you please not break my fantasy? Can't I even think about it?" As she spoke, she looked at Su Ningyan, and the envy in her eyes deepened. "I wish she could grow up to be like Su Ningyan. How can there be such a beautiful woman with such a good figure and such a good temperament in the world? I am so jealous." Jang Chen and the others were completely unaware of what these people were thinking. Jang Chen had already helped Su Ningyan into the Bugatti. He started the car and drove forward. The surrounding environment is also constantly changing. At first it was a busy street, but gradually there were fewer and fewer vehicles and pedestrians. Su Ningyan sat in the passenger seat, looking at the surrounding environment in a daze. "Honey, where is this place? Why is it so remote?" If Jang Chen wasn't her husband and she didn't know Jang Chen's character well, she would have almost thought that Jang Chen wanted to sell her out. Jang Chen stopped the car at this time, unbuckled his seatbelt, and answered her questions in a dark alley. Su Ningyan was even more puzzled. "Why did you bring me to the dark alley?" Jang Chen smiled at her with a hint of danger in his eyes. Of course, it was because this place was remote and it was a good place to do something bad. Su Ningyan had drunk quite a bit of wine, so her mind wasn't working as quickly as usual. The first things that came to her mind were those terrifying scenes. She shrugged her shoulders and said pitifully, "Honey, did I do something wrong to make you angry? Tell me, I will definitely change. Please don't do this, I'm scared." Jang Chen was stunned at first, then he thought of something and couldn't help laughing. Su Ningyan, this little woman, will have her IQ plummet after drinking too much. Looking at her expression, she probably thinks of herself as some kind of murderer or something. But he didn't correct her, and followed Su Ningyan's words and said, "You did do something wrong, I'm very angry. So you have to do something to make me happy now, or I will." He slashed at Su Ningyan's neck with a ferocious look on his face. Su Ningyan's already drunken mind became even more confused after being frightened by Jang Chen. Her entire mind was carried away by Jang Chen. She said pitifully, "What should I do to make you happy?" Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Jang Chen couldn't help but smile. He leaned over to Su Ningyan's ear and said a few words, pointing to the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Su Ningyan's face was as red as blood. What if someone saw her in the car? "Husband, please don't do that, okay?" Jang Chen's expression immediately turned fierce. He couldn't scare her. "Only in this way can I be happy. If you don't agree, I will." He reached out and stroked Su Ningyan's neck again. Su Ningyan felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. Jang Chen felt a little soft-hearted for a moment and almost wanted to give up his plan for tonight, but he finally calmed down. Seeing that Jang Chen did not change his mind, Su Ningyan had no choice but to say aggrievedly, "Okay then." Although the alley here is indeed very remote and usually there are almost no people coming here, there are still some people passing by occasionally. These people almost thought they were dazzled. "Oh my god, there's a car shaking over there, what is going on?" Someone with quick thinking showed a lewd smile on his face. What else could it be? It's just that. The people next to him also understood quickly and sighed, saying that this guy was very bold to drive to this place to do such a thing. It's such an exciting thing, why don't we go over and join in the fun? He had just taken a step when he was grabbed by someone. Are you crazy? Don't you see the logo on this car? That's a Bugatti. We can't afford to offend people like that. The person he held shuddered and instantly woke up. Chapter 85 Chapter 085 Why is your voice so hoarse? He looked carefully at the car parked not far away, with a look of surprise and fear on his face. Oh my god, it really is a Bugatti. I have seen this car online and it seems to be worth 100 million. Anyone who can own a car like this must have a very impressive background. If he had really gone over and interrupted the other party just now, his end would have been very miserable. Fortunately, he was pulled back just now. We probably can't stand such excitement. Let us go quickly so as not to disturb that big guy. It will be terrible if he uses it against us. The two of them fled from the dark alley. I don't know how long it took, but calm finally returned to the Bugatti. At this time, Su Ningyan's drunkenness also dissipated and she regained her consciousness. Thinking of what happened just now, she felt embarrassed and annoyed. Jang Chen actually took advantage of me being drunk and deliberately brought me to such a remote place to do this kind of thing. It was really too much. She asked why Jang Chen had been so diligent in persuading her to get drunk before, and it turned out that it was all premeditated. Probably because she was too angry, she didn't even call him husband, but directly called Jang Chen's name. Jang Chen, you've gone too far. As soon as she spoke, she realized that there was something wrong with her voice. His voice was extremely hoarse, probably because he had just shouted too loudly and too frequently. Su Ningyan's face became even more embarrassed and angry. She just stared at Jang Chen without saying a word. A trace of guilt flashed across Jang Chen's eyes. He really went a little too far this time. No wonder Su Ningyan was angry. But if he had to do it again, he would probably do the same thing. Being a man, well, that's just the same. When my mind gets hot, I don't care about anything else. This made my wife angry, so I could only coax her. Yes, I did go too far, it was my fault. Is your back sore? Do your legs hurt? Let me give you a massage. He reached out and massaged Su Ningyan's waist and legs. Su Ningyan was indeed feeling very uncomfortable, but after Jang Chen pressed her like this, she felt much more comfortable. But when she thought about what happened just now, she was still very angry. So on the way back, Su Ningyan didn't say a word. The atmosphere in the car seemed a little depressing. Finally, a phone call broke the silence. Su Ningyan reached out and answered the phone. Lin Mengyao said on the phone, Yan, I heard that your husband bought a Bugatti, and it's worth 100 million. Is it true? Su Ningyan paused and replied, yes, it's true. Lin Mengyao exclaimed, oh my god, your husband is so amazing. That's 100 million. It's such a huge amount of money. By the way, I heard that he drove to the company to pick you up after get off work. You have no idea how much the employees in the company envy you right now. They are all discussing how your husband drove a sports car worth 100 million yuan to pick you up from the company after get off work. You know, before everyone envied Jang Chen for being able to marry a female CEO like you, but now it's the other way around, everyone is envious of you for being able to find such a good husband like Jang Chen. But it's no wonder that everyone envies you, your husband is really perfect. Not only is he so handsome and has a great figure, he also has skills in all aspects. He is great at racing, playing darts, a top-notch cook, and can speak 8 languages. The most important thing is that he is so rich now. Oh my god, how can there be such a perfect man in the world? Su Ningyan listened to Lin Mengyao's exclamation on the phone. There was not a trace of falsehood in what Lin Mengyao said, and Su Ningyan had to admit it. But she thought about what happened just now and whispered, Jang Chen is not so perfect, he also has shortcomings. Lin Mengyao continued on the phone, of course everyone has shortcomings, but as long as they are not serious, that's fine. With your husband's character, even if he has some shortcomings, they are just minor ones. Compared with his many advantages, they are not a big deal at all. Lin Mengyao seemed to have noticed something at this time. I said, Yan, is there any conflict between you and Jang Chen? When you talked about your husband before, you always praised him, but why are you talking about his shortcomings now? Su Ningyan was a little panicked and said, no, there is no conflict between us. Lin Mengyao knew her best friend very well, so she naturally didn't believe what she said. But she didn't argue with Su Ningyan. Yan, let me tell you, your Jang Chen is no longer the poor student he used to be. Not to mention his looks and skills, just his current wealth and status as the chairman of Media Company alone would make countless female compatriots covet him. These women are probably secretly waiting for you and Jang Chen to divorce. So, Yan, you must hold on to Jang Chen and don't push your husband away because of some minor conflicts. If your husband is seduced away by other women, you will have nowhere to cry. Su Ningyan was really nervous when she heard this. She recalled how neither of them had spoken to each other all the way, and she was worried that Jang Chen was angry with her because of her temper just now. Does Jang Chen think that she is willful? Will he hate her because of this? Will she be seduced away by other women as Mengyao said? Lin Mengyao didn't know what she was thinking, and continued on the phone, by the way, Yan, why is your voice so hoarse? Why does it feel like? At this time, Su Ningyan no longer had the heart to talk to Lin Mengyao. Before Lin Mengyao could finish her words, she hung up the phone. At this time, Jang Chen had already arrived at the parking lot of Yulong Bay Villa. Here we are, let us get off. He opened the car door and got out, waiting outside for a while, but didn't see Su Ningyan come out. He walked to the passenger door with some confusion, opened the door, and saw Su Ningyan sitting there with red eyes. He was startled. What happened? He thought Su Ningyan was feeling aggrieved about what had just happened, and quickly said, be good, it's my fault. I won't do that again. Don't cry. When Su Ningyan heard his comfort, she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. She reached out and hugged Jang Chen tightly, her voice filled with tears. Husband, will you think I'm willful and tactless? Will you find me annoying and abandon me in the future? Jang Chen looked bewildered. He thought his wife was angry and aggrieved because of what happened in the car, but it seemed that she wasn't. She even suddenly brought up the idea that he would hate her and not want her anymore? Is this too big a jump? Although he didn't know what happened and was a little confused, it didn't stop him from coaxing his wife. He lifted Su Ningyan's face. Her once beautiful face was now covered with tear marks. He looked distressed. He took a tissue and gently wiped her face. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I hate you? How could I not want you? I can't express how much I love such a beautiful and lovely wife. Chapter 86 Chapter 086 The ointment is consumed too much. Su Ningyan looked at him. Really? You won't abandon me? Jang Chen nodded and comforted her. Really, you have to be my wife for the rest of your life. Su Ningyan finally burst into laughter, and the uneasiness in her heart gradually dissipated. Jang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. After she calmed down, he began to ask her why she asked these questions for no reason. Su Ningyan lowered her head, her hands tangled together. You are so outstanding now, there are so many women out there coveting you. There's nothing special about me. I was just being angry with you on purpose because of what happened in the car. I'm so boring and willful, don't you think I'm annoying? In Jang Chen's previous impression, Su Ningyan was always confident and strong. But now I have become insecure and fragile, and it's all because of him. He felt a little distressed, so he reached out and hugged Su Ningyan and kissed her on the top of her head. How can there be no fun? Didn't you prepare a candlelight dinner for me before, and then all those arrangements in the bedroom? I didn't expect all this. You are much more interesting than me. As for what you call willful, it is because I did go too far, and you looked quite cute when you were angry just now, you can't say you were willful at all. Su Ningyan was confused. Cute? Jang Chen looked at her, yes. Do you know what you looked like when you called my name and scolded me just now? At that time, they had just finished fighting. Su Ningyan's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were misty as she looked at him. The most important thing is that although Su Ningyan was angry, she couldn't bear to get angry at Jang Chen. So even when he was scolding Jang Chen excessively, he still looked a little aggrieved. This look couldn't be cuter in Jang Chen's eyes. He said all these words to Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan looked shy. She didn't expect that what she thought was anger would turn out like this in front of Jang Chen. After a while, she thought of something and asked, then why didn't you say anything afterwards? Jang Chen's eyes deepened, and he approached Su Ningyan and said in a deep voice, that's because when I gave you a massage later, you were so hoarse that I couldn't help it. Su Ningyan's head was about to smoke when she heard what Jang Chen said clearly. She finally understood now that Jang Chen hadn't spoken a word along the way because he was enduring it. I want to go back to the villa. She pushed Jang Chen away and was about to get out of the car, but she forgot that she was not feeling well and stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Jang Chen caught her in time and held her up sideways. If you don't feel well, don't run around. I'll carry you back. He held Su Ningyan in his arms and strode towards the villa door. Su Ningyan was almost embarrassed to death at this time. She buried her head in Jang Chen's chest and was too embarrassed to see anyone. Jang Chen carried Su Ningyan into their bedroom and said, I'll go find some ointment and apply some on you so you won't feel uncomfortable when you go to work tomorrow. He went outside and began looking for the medicine box. Not long after, he found the ointment that Lin Mangyao had brought earlier. However, the ointment is almost used up. Well, it seems that he frequently drags Su Ningyan to do that kind of thing, and the ointment was consumed too much. Now it seems I can only go out and buy it again. Su Ningyan watched him go out and asked, Honey, where are you going? Jang Chen replied, the ointment is used up. I'll go to the pharmacy to buy some more. Su Ningyan thought for a moment and understood why the ointment was used up, and her face turned red. She whispered, I see. Then go buy it. By the way, please buy me some throat medicine, my voice is too hoarse. As for the reason why her voice was too hoarse, she refused to recall it. It's so embarrassing to scream like that. Jang Chen looked at her jokingly and said in a deliberately lengthened voice, I know, I will remember to buy it. Su Ningyan glared at him coquettishly and said, Go quickly. Jang Chen stopped teasing his wife and went out to buy medicine. 15 minutes later. Jang Chen entered a pharmacy near the villa. The salesperson in the pharmacy greeted him warmly, Hello, sir, he said. What medicine would you like to buy? Jang Chen coughed to make his voice sound normal. Well, buy some ointment and throat moisturizer. The salesperson, with a responsible attitude towards the customer, asked in detail, What kind of ointment are you buying? Is it for bacterial infections or burns? By the way, there are several kinds of throat soothing products. Are you looking for the one for sore throat or the one for bacterial infection? Jang Chen paused for a moment and stopped beating around the bush. Neither, it was caused afterwards. The salesperson was stunned for a moment, but soon understood and sighed, so that's how it is. That seems quite intense. Otherwise, I wouldn't he come to the pharmacy to buy medicine? Jang Chen didn't know how to answer it this time. It is wrong to agree, and it is also wrong to disagree. Jang Chen thought that he would need medicine quite a lot in the future, so he would have to come over to buy it when the time comes. So, he bought more than a dozen of each kind, whether it was ointment or throat-soothing medicine. The salesperson was stunned. How intense and frequent must it be to need to buy so many pills? He looked Jang Chen up and down, and finally couldn't help but sigh, Dude, you have a good physique, no wonder it's so intense. He gave Jang Chen a thumbs up and said, "You are truly a role model for us men. I wish I had half of your strength." Jang Chen said modestly, "It's okay." After paying the bill, he left with the bag of medicine. The salesperson looked at his back with admiration and envy. The other side. Jang Chen returned to the villa carrying the bag. Originally, he planned to apply the medicine to Su Ningyan himself, but Su Ningyan thought that there had been too many things that violated the rules today, and she felt embarrassed to ask Jang Chen to help apply the medicine, so she refused. Jang Chen thought that Su Ningyan might not be able to apply the medicine that quickly, so he planned to go to the bathroom to take a shower first. The bedroom was occupied by Su Ningyan, and the bathroom inside could not be used, so he used the bathroom outside. After he finished taking a shower, he realized that he had forgotten to bring his clothes in, so he just wrapped a bath towel around his waist and came out. Su Ningyan had already applied the medicine at this time. When she saw Jang Chen coming in with only a bath towel wrapped around him, she was so scared that she almost screamed on the spot. She covered her mouth with her hand in time and whispered, "Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Jang Chen looked calm and forgot to take it. He joked, "You are an old married couple. You have seen it so many times. Shouldn't you be used to it? Why are you still shy?" Su Ningyan's cheeks flushed and she muttered, "How can I get used to this kind of thing?" Jang Chen stopped teasing her. He walked to the closet, took out a set of clothes, untied the bath towel around his waist and prepared to change. Chapter 87 Chapter 087 Scratches on the Neck. Su Ningyan was originally very shy. She kept telling herself not to peek, but in the end she couldn't help it and secretly looked in the direction of Jang Chen. The more you can't watch certain things, the more you want to watch them. What's more, her husband also said that they have watched it so many times as an old couple, so it doesn't matter if they watch it one more time. Besides, my husband has such a great figure, it would be a shame not to take a look. As she watched, she realized something was wrong and stood up and walked towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen had just put on his pants and was about to put on his shirt. Su Ningyan shouted, "Wait a minute." Jang Chen paused as he put on his shirt. What happened? Could it be that he couldn't help himself because of my great figure? Su Ningyan glared at him coquettishly, and I couldn't help it. There is one on your back. She moved closer to Jang Chen's back, took a closer look, and finally saw clearly what it was. But she would rather not see it clearly. Jang Chen saw that she stopped talking halfway and felt a little strange. What's wrong with my back? Su Ningyan's hesitant voice came over, and there were scratches. Not only the back, but also the neck. Jang Chen was stunned. Scratches? He walked over to the full-length mirror and looked at himself. He couldn't see the back clearly, but he could see the neck clearly. There are indeed a few scratches. As for how it came, he looked at Su Ningyan with a playful expression. "Oh, it seems that some little woman was too excited in the car before and grabbed my neck and back like this." It looked like he was enjoying it very much. I don't know who was looking so sad before, which made me think that my skills were too poor and I had made some little woman uncomfortable. Su Ningyan's face turned red after hearing what he said. In fact, she didn't say that she felt uncomfortable doing those things, it's just that. In the car and stuff, it's really embarrassing. Her eyes kept flickering, and she didn't dare to look Jang Chen in the eye. Do I need to apply some ointment? You just bought a lot of ointment, I'll go get it. She turned to leave, but Jang Chen reached out and grabbed her. No. The ointment I bought is for you. It probably won't be of any use to me. When Su Ningyan thought of the uses of those ointments, her face turned red again and she said hesitantly, "What should I do then?" Jang Chen reached out and touched the scratch on his neck. It was a little numb and itchy, but not very painful. It's not very serious. I think it will go away in a couple of days. Don't worry about it. Okay, it's quite late, let us get some rest quickly, as we have to go to work at the company tomorrow. Although Jang Chen is now the chairman of the company, he has the final say on whether to go to work or not. But it's not good not to go to the company all the time, so he thought about going to the company with Su Ningyan tomorrow. Su Ningyan nodded and said, "Okay." The two walked towards the bed together and prepared to rest. The next day, Jang Chen drove a Bugatti to take Su Ningyan to work. When I arrived at the company parking lot, I was surrounded by many people as usual. Jang Chen was probably used to this kind of situation because he had encountered it so many times. He took Su Ningyan out of the car and walked towards the exclusive elevator. Everyone watched them walk into the elevator and began to talk in low voices. Did you notice? I thought I saw a few red marks on Brother Chen's neck. What red marks? They are clearly scratches. Some people who were quick-witted seemed to understand and looked filthy. Scratches, you say? The person who was speaking gestured and chuckled a few times. Most men understood and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Brother Chen and President Su had a very intense fight last night. I'm so envious. I really didn't realize that Mr. Su usually looks very cool, but Brother Chen is so lucky. This kind of lady is a noble lady in front of people and is simply the wife of every man's dreams behind their backs. No wonder Brother Chen treats President Su so well. With such a wife, he naturally has to take good care of her. The men here were talking very excitedly, while the other women looked confused. What are they saying? I don't understand a word of it. Yes, isn't it just Brother Chen who accompanies President Su to work? This only shows that Brother Chen is considerate of President Su, but why do the expressions of these men seem a little off? That's right, he had a wretched look on his face, and he said something about Brother Chen having scratches on his neck. Was Brother Chen injured? However, not all women are so simple. Several of them are experienced and pointed out directly. The scratches on Brother Chen's neck were made by Mr. Su. As for how he made them, these old drivers whispered a few words to the other female colleagues. The other female colleagues blushed completely instantly, and it took a long while before they sighed. You can't judge a book by its cover. I've seen Miss Su look so aloof, so I thought she would be very conservative about that. I didn't expect she was having so much fun. I don't think it's Mr. Su's fault. I have some understanding of Mr. Su's personality. Even if he changes, it won't happen so quickly. So what is the reason? I think it's probably because Brother Chen is too powerful, and Mr. Su can't stand it, so. Now that you mention it, it really is possible. Brother Chen is so awesome. Brother Chen is simply a perfect man, rich, handsome, and physically strong. President Su is so lucky. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan were completely unaware of the employees' discussion. The two of them had already taken the elevator to the floor where their office was located and came out of the elevator together. Jang Chen first accompanied Su Ningyan to the door of her office. Su Ningyan stood at the door without moving, looking at him with some reluctance. Jang Chen smiled and said, "Okay, go in obediently. Anyway, our offices are on the same floor. If you really miss me and can't help it, you can come to my office to find me." Su Ningyan's face showed a hint of embarrassment when her thoughts were exposed by Jang Chen. "Then I'll go in." She reached out, pushed open the office door, and walked in. Jang Chen stood there for a while, then turned and walked towards his office. Not long after Jang Chen left, Lin Mengyao came over and walked into Su Ningyan's office. Su Ningyan had just sat down in the office chair when she heard footsteps and looked up in surprise. "Mengyao? Why are you here? What do you want to talk to me about?" Lin Mengyao handed her 2 invitations. "This is the invitation to Eve's charity gala, inviting you and Jang Chen to attend this Saturday night. Remember to go then. Participating in charity activities is conducive to establishing the company's public welfare image in the minds of the public. Generally speaking, Su Ningyan will not refuse. She has participated in several similar charity activities before. But in the past, only she was invited, but this year Jang Chen was also invited." Chapter 88 Chapter 088 What did you and Jang Chen do last night? The fact that Jang Chen became the chairman of Meta Company was not deliberately disclosed. Except for some cooperative companies with which he had good relations and some friends, most people outside did not know about this news. Eve actually sent 2 invitations this time, asking her and Jang Chen to attend together. She probably learned from other channels that Jang Chen had become the chairman of Meta Company. Su Ningyan reached out to take the invitation, nodded and said, "I understand." Lin Mengyao stood there without moving. Su Ningyan waited for a long time, and seeing that she still hadn't left, she was a little puzzled. "Why are you still staying here?" Lin Mengyao came closer, her expression no longer serious, and even had a hint of vulgarity. "Yan, what were you doing when I called you last night? Why was your voice so hoarse?" Su Ningyan didn't expect that Lin Mengyao still remembered what happened last night, and her heart skipped a beat. She tried to remain calm, probably because the food she ate last night was too spicy and she felt a little irritated. Lin Mengyao was not fooled by her. "Can getting angry make your voice so hoarse?" Yan, your excuse is really not very good. Tell the truth, what did you and Jang Chen do last night?" Su Ningyan's face turned red in an instant, and she didn't know how to answer. Seeing her expression, Lin Mangyao had some guesses in her mind, and the fire of gossip in her heart was burning. As a veteran driver, she is most interested in this kind of thing. Seeing that she couldn't fool him anymore, Su Ningyan had to stammer and confess. Didn't Jang Chen buy a new car yesterday? I don't know if it was because I was too excited, then he pulled me into the car. The more Lin Mangyao listened, the brighter her eyes became. Oh my god, you two had such an exciting time. I really can't believe that you two are usually so serious, but you got so excited in the car. No wonder your voice is so hoarse. She bumped Su Ningyan's shoulder and said, Yan, how do you feel? Are you enjoying it? Su Ningyan's face flushed red. How should she respond? That's it. She was a little angry and embarrassed. If you are really curious, just find a husband quickly, and then you will know what it feels like. Lin Mangyao had a face full of resentment. Do you think I don't want to? As an experienced driver, I have the heart of an experienced driver, but I don't have the opportunity to practice. I feel very sorry too. Let alone a husband, I don't even have a boyfriend. She felt sad as she spoke. Su Ningyan was originally quite angry when she teased her like this. Now that I see Lin Mangyao exuding the resentful aura of a single person, that anger is gone. At least I have a caring husband to accompany me. Although it is a bit out of line, but cough, that kind of thing is actually quite comfortable. On the contrary, my best friend, who usually talks a lot and looks very experienced, is actually a single dog. The most important thing is that she is forced to eat the dog food of her and her husband every day. When I think about it this way, my best friend is pretty miserable. She reached out and patted Lin Mangyao's shoulder to comfort her, saying, Okay, your husband will definitely get it. Speaking of her husband, she couldn't help but think of Jang Chen, and the words that were originally intended to comfort Lin Mangyao turned to Jang Chen. I don't know what Jang Chen is doing now. Hey, we've been apart for less than an hour and I'm already missing him. Do you think I should go find him? Lin Mangyao was waiting for her best friend to comfort her, but her eyes widened when she heard this. She once again confirmed that the relationship between her and Su Ningyan was just a fake sisterhood. But Su Ningyan didn't feel her resentful gaze at all, and kept saying, if I go to find him now, will he laugh at me and say that I can't live without him? But I just can't leave him. But we can't just let it go like this, we have to find a reason. Soon, her eyes fell on the invitation in her hand and lit up. Lin Mangyao, who was completely ignored, just felt tired. On the other side, in the chairman's office, Jang Chen had just sat down in his office chair when someone knocked on the door. He called out, come in. Soon, someone came in. It was Chen Feipeng. He was a little surprised. Da Peng, what do you want from me? Chen Feipeng walked up to Jang Chen with an excited look on his face. I came here to thank you, Brother Chen. Brother Chen, didn't you help me find a few stocks to buy before? The prices of those stocks all went up, increasing by dozens of times. I made hundreds of thousands of dollars in one go. Chen Feipeng is just a worker. Throughout his life, the amount in his bank account has never exceeded 100,000 yuan. Now that he suddenly has hundreds of thousands of dollars in his bank account, he is so happy. And all this is because of Jang Chen. If Jang Chen hadn't given him advice on stocks, he would still be a poor man with only over 10,000 yuan in his bank account. When he talked about the fact that there was only a little over 10,000 yuan in his bank card, he felt regretful. If it weren't for the fact that he only had a little over 10,000 yuan in savings, he probably wouldn't have made just a few 100,000. Jang Chen smiled and said, It's okay. You have helped me a lot before. I'll just consider it as repaying you for that favor. Besides, we are friends, and it is our duty to help friends. Chen Feipeng was a little surprised that Jang Chen would say that they were friends. You have to know that Jang Chen is now the chairman of the company, worth billions, and has become a big shot. Before, Chen Feipeng's behavior in front of Jang Chen seemed to be no different from before, but in fact, he was still very nervous. However, Jang Chen still treated him as a friend, and Chen Feipeng was touched. Brother Chen. Jang Chen waved his hand and said, Okay, grown men should stop doing those sentimental things. It's not appropriate. Just remember it in your heart. Chen Feipeng nodded. What Brother Chen said was right. After a while, he calmed down, remembered something, and gave Jang Chen a thumbs up with a look of admiration on his face. Brother Chen, I heard that you bought a new car yesterday, a Bugatti worth 100 million yuan. Brother Chen, your move is too arrogant. A Bugatti worth 100 million is simply a man's dream, and it is unattainable. Most importantly, his eyes were fixed on Jang Chen's neck, and he winked at Jang Chen. I heard that you drove that Bugatti to pick up Mr. Su from get off work yesterday, and then drove it to take Mr. Su to work this morning. The neck of this luxury car beauty has scratches. The situation seems a bit intense. Could it be that she was directly on the Bugatti last night? I didn't expect that Chen Feiping was so sharp-eyed and had this association. Most people couldn't think of it. It seems that this kid watched a lot of porn movies. Jang Chen has seen a lot of ups and downs recently, and since they are all men, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Chapter 89 Chapter 089 Is it because you miss me so much that you can't help it? He looked calm. After all, this car cost 100 million yuan, so of course he had to make full use of it and maximize its use to make it worthy of its price. As for men, when they buy luxury cars, besides driving them around to show off, the rest of the time they use them to pick up girls. I have to say, it makes sense that this car is worth 100 million yuan. Not only are the seats comfortable, but the shock absorption function is also good. Once these words were said, any adult man would understand. Chen Feiping, this kid, is also an old driver, and he understood it instantly. It seems that his guess just now was correct. He gave Jang Chen a thumbs up and said, "Brother Chen, you are awesome. I really can't believe that you, Brother Chen, are usually so serious, but you have so many tricks up your sleeve." The most important thing is that President Su actually agreed. It seems that Brother Chen is good at controlling his wife. Jang Chen waved at him and said, "You're the only one talking too much nonsense. Go back to the office and work." Yes, I'll go back to the office right away." Chen Feiping chuckled and quickly slipped away. When he returned to the office, a group of gossipy colleagues immediately surrounded him. "Da Peng, I heard that you just went to see Brother Chen and thanked him specifically for his advice on buying stocks. I heard that you made hundreds of thousands of dollars by buying stocks. Is this true?" Seeing Chen Feiping nod, these colleagues took a breath. "I didn't expect that you actually made hundreds of thousands. Oh my god, that is hundreds of thousands. I heard that the stocks you bought for just over $10,000 are now worth hundreds of thousands. Doesn't that mean your money has increased dozens of times?" As expected, he is Brother Chen. He is really amazing. He can make a big rise by just picking a few stocks. I really envy you for being able to get guidance from Brother Chen. Oh, it makes me want to get guidance like Brother Chen. Being envied by others is naturally a good thing. Chen Feiping looked very proud. Brother Chen is certainly amazing, but he doesn't teach just anyone. Brother Chen treated me as a friend and we had a good relationship, so he directly helped me select several stocks that had risen sharply. As for you, you have nothing to do with Brother Chen. It is impossible for you to get guidance from Brother Chen. Everyone felt regretful. If I had known that Brother Chen would have such an experience, I should have treated him better when he first joined the company. Yes, but it's too late to regret now. Everyone sighed for a while, remembering the gossip they heard not long ago, and asked Chen Feiping again, "By the way, I heard that someone met Brother Chen and President Su in the parking lot. They also said they saw scratches on Brother Chen's neck. Is this true?" Chen Feiping chuckled and said, "Really, I just saw it with my own eyes." Everyone's eyes lit up. Oh my god, it's true. I thought they were joking. Do you think this scratch is related to President Su? Judging from what you said, it's not President Su, so could it be some other woman? That's right, a man who dotes on his wife so much, Brother Chen, definitely can't have other women. Do you think Brother Chen is you? Only men like you are fickle. That's right, you're not as handsome as Brother Chen, nor as rich as Brother Chen, but you're so fickle. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend yet, you deserve it. The following sentences were obviously said by a female colleague. The male colleague didn't expect to arouse public anger and was dumbfounded. I didn't say it was related to other women, I just wanted to know if he was injured or something. Several female colleagues reluctantly believed his reason and did not pursue him any further. Other colleagues continued to gossip. Da Peng, did you stop by to ask Brother Chen for confirmation? What did Brother Chen say? Chen Feiping touched his chin and did not hide it. Although Brother Chen did not say it explicitly, his words and deeds hinted that the scratches on his neck were caused by President Su. Also, do you know how this scratch was made? Everyone was intrigued by him. What was the situation? Tell me quickly. Chen Feiping showed a lewd smile. You all know that Brother Chen bought a Bugatti, right? Everyone nodded, yes, but what does this have to do with Bugatti? A few experienced drivers were quick-witted and figured it out quickly. Oh my god, could the scratches Mr. Su made on Brother Chen's neck be the same ones he made on the Bugatti? Seeing Chen Feiping nod, everyone was shocked and it took them a long time to find their voice. Brother Chen is awesome. He is indeed worthy of being Brother Chen. Only a man like Brother Chen can make President Su agree to do this. Brother Chen is indeed a role model among us men. While everyone was praising Jang Chen, Su Ningyan had already arrived at the chairman's office with an invitation letter. Jang Chen was a little surprised when he saw her come in. Why did she come to see me? Could it be that you missed me so much that you couldn't help it? Su Ningyan blushed, no way. I came here to talk to you about something. Her face turned red. It was obvious that this little woman Su Ningyan was saying one thing and thinking another. Jang Chen smiled and stopped teasing her. He followed her words and said, then why did you come to see me? Su Ningyan picked up 2 invitations. They were invitations to Eve's charity gala, inviting us to attend this Saturday. Jang Chen took a look and his attention was instantly focused on the invitation letter. This Eve charity gala is quite famous, and he has heard of it. It is said that almost all the participants are well-known figures. He used to be a poor student with nothing, so he could only envy such things. Unexpectedly, one day he would also be invited. Is there anything I should pay attention to for this evening? He asked Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan thought about it and realized that this charity gala was actually similar to an auction. The difference was that the money raised would be donated directly to welfare organizations. Since it is going to be auctioned, naturally a large amount of funds must be prepared. Jang Chen nodded, indicating that he understood and got it. Besides this, is there anything else he should pay attention to? Su Ningyan thought about it and realized that she also needed to pay attention to clothing. After all, it's an evening party, so you still have to wear a dress and jewelry. And you have to pay attention to your clothes and jewelry. It is best to wear the latest models from big brands. The jewelry you wear should not be too vulgar, but should be low-key and luxurious to show your status. It is called a charity gala, but in essence it is an opportunity for many bigwigs to show off their financial resources and build connections. So the more stylish your clothes are, the better. Jang Chen nodded and looked at Su Ningyan. Ever since the company almost went bankrupt, Su Ningyan rarely went out shopping for clothes. So the clothes she has been wearing recently are all the clothes she bought before. Of course, considering her previous wealth, the clothes she bought before were naturally not bad. Chapter 90 We are inseparable. However, considering her previous wealth and her status as the president of Media Company, she naturally could not wear her old clothes to attend a charity gala. That would not only make her lose face, but also make her lose face as the president of Media Company. Su Ningyan didn't know what he was thinking and was a little puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Jang Chen said directly, I just thought that you haven't bought clothes for a long time, and the clothes you bought before are out of season. Since I'm attending this charity gala, I naturally have to wear the latest fashion. Let us find some time later and go out for a walk and buy some clothes and jewelry. Su Ningyan was stunned and quickly shook her head and said, no need, the clothes I had before are fine. Although this charity is very important, you don't have to wear the latest fashions, old clothes will do. Jang Chen looked at her refusal and guessed that Su Ningyan's frugal habits, which had become common after the company almost went bankrupt, had probably resurfaced. He held Su Ningyan's hand, that won't do. In my heart, only the best can match you. Su Ningyan rarely refused Jang Chen's request, so she had to compromise. Okay, then I'll see how much money is left in my bank card. I don't know if it's enough to buy it. It seems that this little woman Su Ningyan is planning to pay for it herself? Jang Chen was a little amused and said, don't look at it. With your current savings, you probably can't buy many clothes. Su Ningyan was a little dumbfounded. What should she do? Jang Chen reached out and flicked her forehead. What else can I do? Of course, I'll buy it for you. Don't forget, your husband is no longer the poor boy he used to be. Su Ningyan suddenly realized, yes. But the latest styles of clothes are probably very expensive, and it will cost a lot of money to buy them, so it's better not to buy them. Su Ningyan felt sorry for Jang Chen's money. Although Jang Chen has a lot of money now, what if he spends it all? Wouldn't that mean Jang Chen would have to work hard to earn money? She couldn't bear to do that. Jang Chen saw what she was thinking and reached out to hug her. Well, don't worry about money. I, your husband, am not only very rich now, but I will be even richer in the future. There will never be a day when all my money is spent. Instead of thinking about money here, I might as well go back to the office to deal with documents and other work, and go out to buy clothes early. Su Ningyan had no choice but to nod obediently and said, okay, then I'll go back to the office to handle official business. Jang Chen touched her head and said, okay, I'll wait for you here. Su Ningyan left reluctantly. Su Ningyan was busy until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She finally finished the last meeting and immediately got up and rushed to the chairman's office. Jang Chen was waiting for her there. The people in the conference room were stunned when they saw her hurriedly leaving. What urgent matter is there for Mr. Su that requires such a rush? It seems that this direction is the direction to the chairman's office. In other words, you're going to find Brother Chen? Oh my god, President Su is too attached to Brother Chen. He can't wait to find Brother Chen just for a meeting. I seem to have heard that Brother Chen has been waiting for President Su and the company today. It is said that he wants to accompany President Su to go shopping for clothes. Shopping for clothes? Maybe for the Eve charity gala on Saturday? I think so, and he probably bought a lot, and also brought 2 assistants, Xiao Luo and Xiao Li, to help carry things. Su Ningyan hurried to the chairman's office. Jang Chen heard the noise and looked over. Seeing Su Ningyan panting, he quickly got up and went over. Why are you running so fast? I'm sweating. He took a tissue and wiped Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan pouted and said, I'm just worried that you're getting impatient. What if you get tired of waiting and leave? Jang Chen scratched his nose lightly and said, I won't leave. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. Okay, let us sit down and rest for a while. When Xiao Luo and Xiao Li are done with their work, we'll go out together. Su Ningyan obediently let him hold her hand and sit on the sofa. About 15 minutes later, Xiao Luo and Xiao Li arrived. Jang Chen led them to the parking lot. Because we brought 2 assistants, there were 4 of us in total, and the Bugatti only had 2 seats, so we couldn't fit everyone in. So Jang Chen did not plan to drive the Bugatti this time, but drove an SUV that Su Ningyan had parked at the company before. Although this SUV is not as good as Jang Chen's Bugatti, it still costs several million. For the 2 assistants, Xiao Luo and Xiao Li, it is a luxury car. The 2 of them sat in the back seat, both a little scared, afraid of dirtying the car. Brother Chen, is this car yours too? Ronaldinho is a man, so naturally he likes cars. As soon as he sat in, he began to look at the configuration of the car. Jang Chen sat in the driver's seat and answered while starting the car, no, it's Yanyan's. Su Ningyan on the side quickly said, actually, it's not mine. Ronaldinho didn't understand. Su Ningyan explained that the company almost went bankrupt before, and I sold the car, but Jang Chen bought it back for me later. So actually this car should be considered Jang Chen's. As soon as she finished speaking, Jang Chen next to her glanced at her indifferently. Su Ningyan shrank her neck and immediately stopped talking, adding, that's not right. My name is written on the title deed of the car my husband gave me, so it's actually mine. It seems that this is not right. Jang Chen and I are husband and wife. What belongs to me is my husband's, and what belongs to my husband is also mine. We are inseparable. She gave Jang Chen a flattering smile. Jang Chen then nodded in satisfaction. Su Ningyan, this little woman, is going to be estranged from him if he is not watched carefully. It seems that the lesson she learned last night was not deep enough. Jang Chen glanced at Su Ningyan meaningfully and patted the back of the passenger seat with his right hand seemingly casually. Su Ningyan didn't know if her mind suddenly opened up at this time. When she saw Jang Chen's actions, her mind inexplicably began to flash back to the scene in the passenger seat of the Bugatti last night. Her face instantly turned completely red. Xiao Luo and Xiao Li, who were sitting in the back, had no idea of her situation at the moment. They were still sighing there. We also heard Director Lin talk about this matter. Brother Chen not only helped President Su buy back this SUV, but also bought back all the other real estate and vehicles, and they were all written in President Su's name. Brother Chen is so nice to you, Mr. Su. But Mr. Su, you are right. You and Brother Chen are husband and wife now, so it is the common property of the couple and there is no distinction between you and me. This kind of relationship without distinction between self and self is really enviable. Unlike other couples, they fight to the death for a little property. Su Ningyan had no intention of listening to them at this moment. She was still thinking about the image that had just flashed through her mind. Chapter 91 almost murdered her husband. She was already very shy, but Jang Chen was deliberately teasing her at this moment. Why are you blushing so much? I just patted the back of the chair you were sitting on. Su Ningyan opened her mouth, not knowing how to refute for a moment. Jang Chen glanced at her jokingly. Could it be that some little woman had impure thoughts and was thinking about something else? Although Jang Chen spoke in a low voice, the sound could easily be amplified in such a small space inside the car. If Xiao Luo, Xiao Li, and the others heard this, it would be so embarrassing. Seeing that Jang Chen wanted to say something, Su Ningyan rushed over anxiously and covered his mouth with her hand. The noise was quite loud, and Xiao Luo and Xiao Li, who were sitting in the back, immediately looked over. Xiao Li didn't know if she was too surprised. Thinking of the previous rumors, she blurted out, I thought the news I heard this morning was fake, but now it seems to be true. I didn't expect that President Su was so aggressive in private. But cough cough cough, Mr. Su, Xiao Luo and I are still here, shouldn't we restrain ourselves? Or, should Xiao Luo and I go down first? Xiao Luo, who was standing by, was so frightened by her bold words that his jaw almost dropped. He secretly gave Xiao Li a thumbs up. What a warrior! Seeing that the two were really preparing to get off the car, Su Ningyan quickly said, no need. Xiao Luo and Xiao Li immediately looked at her. Su Ningyan's face was so red that it seemed like blood was dripping out, but she was still trying to remain calm. I was just joking with your brother Chen just now. It was very innocent. Don't think too much about it. Xiao Luo and Xiao Li didn't know whether to believe it or not, and nodded repeatedly, Xiao Luo quietly stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of Jang Chen. It seemed that brother Chen was having trouble breathing. Mr. Su, would you like to let go first? Su Ningyan turned her head and took a look. Her hand was still tightly covering Jang Chen's mouth. She immediately let go of her hand and comforted Jang Chen with some concern. Honey, are you okay? Jang Chen took a deep breath, shook his head and said, it's okay. He glanced at Su Ningyan and said, you are so thin, but I didn't expect you to have such strong hands. You almost murdered your husband. Su Ningyan glared at him and said coquettishly, you still say that? Jang Chen was still frightened when he recalled the scene where he almost couldn't breathe. He stopped teasing her and started driving seriously. Half an hour later, Jang Chen drove to Nanhua Plaza. After parking the car, Jang Chen took Su Ningyan and two assistants to the second floor. Clothing, shoes, and the like are on the second floor. When passing by a store with high-end decoration, Su Ningyan beside him suddenly stopped and stared at the store. Jang Chen was a little confused. What happened? He looked inside the shop. The place is filled with bags, and each bag looks very expensive. He looked up at the entrance of the store, which read brand a women's bag store. Jang Chen understood a little. He also has some knowledge of the brand A, which specializes in bags and is a very famous women's bag brand. Of course, its price is also very expensive. An ordinary bag costs tens of thousands, not to mention the better ones, which are estimated to cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. Therefore, this brand of women's bags is particularly popular among upper-class ladies. Many upper-class ladies are proud to own brand A bags. If you go shopping without a brand A bag, you will be laughed at by your companions. Although Jang Chen didn't know what was so good about this bag, it did have a special magic among women, and there was almost no woman who didn't like it. He looked at Su Ningyan, who could hardly move, and thought that she must also like this brand of bags. Do you want to go in and take a look? He asked. Su Ningyan finally came to her senses. She reluctantly moved her eyes away from the bags in the store, shook her head and said, no, I'm just looking at them outside, I don't want to buy them. Let us go buy clothes quickly. She pulled Jang Chen and was about to leave. Jang Chen stood there without moving. He looked at Su Ningyan and thought, don't you like her very much? Why not go in and take a look? Su Ningyan refuted with a double-minded attitude, and did not like it very much. Jang Chen reached out and gently scratched her nose. Okay, stop lying. You were staring at the bag inside just now, and you couldn't bear to move your eyes away for a moment. You little woman, I told you not to worry about money. Let us go in and take a look. He took Su Ningyan's hand and walked into the store. Xiao Luo and Xiao Li followed immediately. The shop assistant called out warmly, welcome. Don't know which bag the customer wants to buy? Jang Chen looked around and said directly, let me see the latest styles in your store. The salesperson glanced at Jang Chen and the others. Jang Chen didn't have much time to go out recently, so he was wearing the clothes that Su Ningyan had bought for him before. The clothes Su Ningyan bought for him were naturally not bad, all were famous brands, and the total cost of his entire body was hundreds of thousands. The clothes Su Ningyan was wearing were ones she had bought before, and they also cost hundreds of thousands. Being able to work in a big brand store like Brand and naturally requires some vision. The salesperson quickly saw the value of the clothes Jang Chen and Su Ningyan were wearing, and her eyes immediately lit up. Her attitude was very attentive. Okay, no problem. I'll get it for you now. Please sit on the sofa first. Jang Chen nodded at her and walked towards the sofa with Su Ningyan. Both of them were very calm, after all, they had both seen the world. But Xiao Luo and Xiao Li who followed seemed a little embarrassed. They are just small assistants, and any bag in this store can be worth several times of their monthly salary. Xiao Li is a girl and knows something about bags. She pointed at a black bag and whispered to Xiao Luo, "Did you see that bag? I saw a female celebrity carrying this bag online before. It was said to cost 80,000 yuan. And the red bag next to it seems to cost 99,000. Besides, Xiao Luo was a little stunned after listening to Xiao Li's introduction. This is too expensive, isn't it? The money in my bank account isn't even enough to buy a bag. Having said that, he couldn't help but look at Jang Chen and Su Ningyan who were sitting on the sofa. Jang Chen had already taken a bag from the salesperson and handed it to Su Ningyan. How about this one? Do you like it? Jang Chen handed Su Ningyan a matcha-colored handbag. Not only is the style beautiful, but the color is also eye-catching. Su Ningyan was moved at the first sight. Chapter 92 Chapter 092 As long as you like it. She suppressed her excitement and asked the salesperson, "How much is this bag?" The salesperson replied with a smile, "This is a new style in our store, limited edition, so the price will be higher, 180,000. Xiao Luo and Xiao Li, who were standing by, gasped when they heard the price. Oh my god, it's 180,000, which is higher than what they just saw on the counter. If it were in the past, Su Ningyan would have felt that this price was still within her acceptable range. Now, she also felt that it was a bit high. She subconsciously refused, "I don't want this bag. This bag suits you very well, buy it." Jang Chen interrupted her, took the bag and stuffed it into Su Ningyan's arms. Su Ningyan looked at the bag in her arms, feeling a little confused. She opened her mouth to say something, but when she met Jang Chen's irresistible look, she finally took back her refusal. She nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll take this bag." Jang Chen showed a satisfied expression on his face. Just as he was about to say something, the system's voice came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the rebate function for his wife's purchase, which rewards the host with a tenfold rebate. This time, he spent 180,000 yuan on the bag and received a rebate of 1.8 million yuan. Jang Chen was completely stunned. 10 times the rebate, this reward is too great. Su Ningyan, who was standing by, saw that Jang Chen didn't react, and called out in surprise, "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Jang Chen came back to his senses and stared at her intently. The function is very obvious, that is, you have to buy things for his wife to get a tenfold rebate. He just bought a bag for 180,000 yuan, and the system gave him a rebate of 1.8 million yuan. In other words, he bought a bag worth 180,000 yuan and made a profit of 1.62 million yuan. Wife, you are indeed my lucky star. He hugged Su Ningyan excitedly. Su Ningyan stayed in his arms, her face blushing, and whispered, "Honey, there are other people here. If you want a hug, do it in a place where they are alone. It's really embarrassing to be stared at like this." Jang Chen said shamelessly, "It's okay, it's normal for me to hug my wife." He hugged Su Ningyan for a while before letting go, and his mood calmed down. At this time, Su Ningyan's face was completely red. Jang Chen was in a good mood at this time. He said very proudly, "Besides this matcha-colored bag, which one do you like? Or which ones? Buy whatever you like. Anyway, the system will give him 10 times the rebate. The more you buy, the more you earn. With such a rare opportunity, of course I'll go on a shopping spree." Su Ningyan didn't know what he was thinking and was a little confused. She whispered, "Honey, the bags here are very expensive. One will be enough." Jang Chen waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I, your husband, have money. It doesn't matter how much you buy, so just buy it." He was worried that Su Ningyan was still trying to save him money, so he reminded her specifically. "Stop thinking about saving money for me. If you keep thinking like that, I'll be really angry." He tried to keep a straight face and look angry. Su Ningyan was most afraid of making him angry, so she subconsciously said, "Husband, don't be angry, I will listen to you." Looking at this little appearance, he seems a little aggrieved. Jang Chen was a little amused and helpless. I spent money to let you buy things, and you still feel wronged. Well, go pick out the bag you like happily. Su Ningyan nodded obediently, okay. She turned and walked towards the salesperson. Shopping seems to have a special magic for women, especially when they come across something they like, they can't control themselves. Su Ningyan initially wanted to save money for her husband, but when she saw the salesperson taking out bags one after another, she couldn't control herself. I want this and I want that. By the time she came to her senses, she had already picked out more than a dozen bags and placed them at the checkout counter. She looked embarrassed, wondering how she had picked so many. Jang Chen touched her head and said, "It's okay, as long as you like it." This sentence is extremely destructive to women who are shopping. Su Ningyan was moved. She held Jang Chen's arm intimately and said sweetly, "Husband, you are so nice." Xiao Luo and Xiao Li, who were standing not far away, were forced to eat some dog food. The two looked at each other with sympathy. Alas, it's their fault that they are all single, so they can only stand here and be abused by this couple. Let us check out. Jang Chen pointed at the dozen or so bags and said to the salesperson. The salesperson asked uncertainly, "Sir, are you sure you want to buy all these bags? You know, these bags are estimated to cost more than 2 million. This is more than 2 million. She naturally hoped that all the customers would buy it, but she was also worried that there might be disputes afterwards, so she gave them a reminder in advance. Jang Chen nodded and said with certainty, "Yes, buy them all." The salesperson took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. She has been working in this store for some time and has met many rich people. However, this is the first time I have met someone like Jang Chen who bought more than a dozen bags for his woman at once and spent more than 2 million without hesitation. The most important thing is, if the 2 million is actually paid successfully, her commission will be tens of thousands. She excitedly started to pay Jang Chen's bill. "Hello, please pay the 2.68 million. Jang Chen took out his bank card and swiped it on the card machine without hesitation. Then, a payment success message rang out in the store. The salesperson was stunned. Did the payment really go through? That's over 2 million. The salesperson now looked at Jang Chen with extremely fiery eyes. This man just paid 2.68 million directly. This is a big shot. The most important thing is that this man is so handsome. If he could look upon himself. As if sensing danger, Su Ningyan immediately hugged Jang Chen's arms tightly, her voice as sweet as it could be. "Husband, you are so nice to me. You bought me more than a dozen bags." Xiao Luo and Xiao Li, who were helping to carry the bags, also agreed. "Yes, Brother Chen is so good to President Su. President Su, it is a blessing for you to marry Brother Chen. What you said is not right. Brother Chen is indeed very outstanding, but President Su is not bad either. President Su is a beautiful, rich, and capable president. There are few women in the world who can compare to her." The clerk standing at the cashier counter heard their conversation and couldn't help but look at Su Ningyan carefully. When he saw Su Ningyan's outstanding appearance and temperament, a feeling of inferiority surged in his heart, and the thoughts that had just surged were immediately suppressed. Chapter 93 Chapter 093 Pampering my wife as always. Although domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers, as long as you work hard, you can also squeeze in as the main wife. However, this is all based on the fact that wildflowers are more beautiful than domestic flowers. This flower is so beautiful and outstanding. Unless her husband is mentally ill or blind, how could he abandon such a beautiful wife and fall in love with other wildflowers? The salesperson immediately adjusted her mentality and said to Su Ningyan with a bright smile, "Indeed, madam, you are so beautiful. Standing together with your husband, you are simply a perfect match. No one is more suitable for each other than you two." With the salesperson's warm farewell, Jang Chen and his three companions walked out of the store. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan both had empty hands, and they walked very easily. Xiao Luo and Xiao Li behind him were in a miserable situation. They were each holding several large bags in their hands, which contained the bags they had just bought. Jang Chen looked back, thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you put these bags in the car in the parking lot first? He will take Su Ningyan to buy a lot of things later. If these two people keep carrying these things and following them, they will probably be exhausted to death." Xiao Luo and Xiao Li nodded and said, "Okay. Brother Chen, Mr. Su, let us go back to the parking lot first." The two men walked towards the parking lot carrying a dozen bags. Along the way, the two of them attracted the attention of passers-by. To be precise, looking at the bags in their hands. The A brand logo above is so obvious that it is hard for people not to notice it. Brand A women's bags are so famous that everyone has some understanding of their prices. When they saw Xiao Luo and Xiao Li carrying more than a dozen bags, their eyes widened. I bought more than a dozen bags at once, which probably cost more than 2 million. Over 2 million? That's a lot of money, but judging by the way these two are dressed, they don't look like they can afford a dozen A brand bags. I don't think they bought it, but the boss behind them bought it and just asked them to help get it. Their boss is really awesome. It was the first time that Xiao Luo and Xiao Li were stared at in amazement by so many people. Although they did not buy these bags, they are also proud of them. After all, the person who bought the bag is their boss, and they are proud to be his subordinates. They arrived at the parking lot with a dozen bags and loaded them into the back seat of the SUV. They stared at the dozen or so brand A bags in front of them with shining eyes. These bags are worth more than 2 million yuan, which is like a gold mountain in their eyes. Just now, because they were concerned about Jang Chen and Su Ningyan, they didn't feel comfortable staring at the bag. Now that I have this opportunity, I naturally have to take a good look at it. Xiao Li reached out and gently touched one of the bags. Oh my god, this is a bag worth more than 200,000 yuan. It really feels better than the other bags. Brother Chen is so nice to Mr. Su. He spent more than 2 million to buy it without blinking an eye. I really envy Mr. Su. Xiao Luo also sighed, yes, Brother Chen is really amazing, I also want to be a person like Brother Chen, but unfortunately I can only think about it. Xiao Li remembered something. Oh, right, the company group had been asking us if we wanted to go out and accompany Brother Chen and President Su to buy things. They also asked what I bought. Xiao Luo took a look at the dozen or so bags on the back seat and said, since they want to see them, let's take some pictures and show them to these country bumpkins, so that they can see the world. The two took out their cell phones and started taking pictures of a dozen bags and sent them to the company group. The company group instantly became lively. Holy shit, over a dozen bags? Brand A, too? And judging by the style, they're the latest releases. Each one costs over 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. That totals over 2 million yuan, right? Did Brother Chen buy this for President Su? Brother Chen dotes on President Su too much. Brother Chen dotes on his wife as always. In order to accompany his wife shopping, he waited patiently in the company for nearly a day. Now he is still so patient to accompany his wife to buy things. He is simply a perfect man. I envy Mr. Su so much. It turns out that Brother Chen really went shopping with President Su. No wonder President Su was in such a hurry to go back after the meeting. After reading the gossip in the company group, Xiao Luo and Xiao Li quickly put away their phones, closed the car door, and rushed back to Jang Chen and the others. Their duty today is to carry bags, and they must stay by Jang Chen and the others' side at all times. Jang Chen continued shopping with the three of them. Because he just spent more than 2 million, the system gave him a tenfold rebate, which means he earned more than 20 million. Spending money feels good, especially when you can earn 10 times the money you spend. It feels even better. Thinking of this, Jang Chen's desire to go on a shopping spree began to stir. Just then, they passed by an L brand women's clothing store, and he immediately took Su Ningyan and the others in. Take a look and see which one you like. I think this blue set is good, this purple set is also good, and this white set. Jang Chen pointed at several sets of clothes in succession. Looking at his excited look, he seemed even more excited than Su Ningyan, a girl who likes shopping for clothes. Su Ningyan looked at the several sets of clothes he had taken down and said helplessly, I still need to try them on. It would be a waste if they don't fit. Although Jang Chen is rich now and has a tenfold rebate, it is not good to waste it after all. Jang Chen nodded and said, then take it in and try it. Su Ningyan was stunned. Do you want to try them all? Jang Chen nodded. Yes, if they all fit after trying them, then buy them all. The salesperson beside them listened to their conversation with his eyes sparkling. This is a big customer. She immediately said to Su Ningyan politely, Miss, there is a fitting room over here. I'll take you there. She looked at the clothes that Jang Chen stuffed into Su Ningyan's arms and quickly reached out to help take them. Su Ningyan couldn't refuse at this time and walked towards the fitting room. Women wear clothes to show off to the men they like. Although changing clothes was troublesome and she had to change so many sets of clothes, Su Ningyan still chose to come out and let Jang Chen see her every time she changed a set of clothes. The first outfit she changed into was a blue off-the-shoulder long dress. Honey, what do you think? Do you think it looks good? Jang Chen took a closer look, nodded, and said, not bad, it makes your shoulders look good. Su Ningyan smiled sweetly, as long as it looks good. Jang Chen nodded and said to the salesperson, I want this set. Su Ningyan went back into the fitting room to change into other clothes. This time she was wearing a black long skirt with a slit on the left side, revealing Su Ningyan's fair and slender legs. When she walked, it was almost impossible to take your eyes off her. Jang Chen immediately looked at Xiao Luo, who was standing beside him. Of course I can't show my wife's beautiful legs to other men. Chapter 94 Brother Chen is really jealous. Xiao Luo was startled and turned around quickly, knowing what was going on. After Jang Chen withdrew his gaze, he reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and took out his mobile phone to complain to his colleagues in the group. Oh my god, Brother Chen is so jealous, he almost scared me to death just now. Colleagues in the group immediately asked gossipingly, why is Brother Chen so jealous? Could it be that you were so bold that Brother Chen saw you coveting President Su's beauty? Xiao Luo made a sound of poo. How is that possible? I'm not a pervert like you. I'm very honest. Just now, Miss Su changed into a skirt that exposed her left leg, and Brother Chen immediately glared at me with murderous eyes, which almost scared me to death. Some people in the group sympathized with him. Oh, I know the kind of leg-revealing skirt you were talking about. Many women wear this kind of skirt to attend parties. It's normal. It seems that Brother Chen is really jealous. He is worried about being seen by other men just by exposing his legs. There's nothing he can do about it. It's because Miss Su is so beautiful that Brother Chen is naturally nervous. While Xiao Luo was sending messages to his colleagues, Jang Chen had already stood up and walked over to Su Ningyan. His eyes were fixed on Su Ningyan's vaguely visible left leg, and his gaze was so burning that Su Ningyan felt a little embarrassed. She whispered, what's wrong? Is it not good looking? Jang Chen shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, no, I just think your legs are very beautiful. It reminds me of the time when I was in Bugatti. He spoke the rest of the words very quietly, enough for only Su Ningyan to hear. Su Ningyan's face flushed instantly, and she glared at him coquettishly. How could you say such words here? And Xiaoli and the others were here. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, okay, let's not talk about it here. Let's talk about it in the bedroom in the villa when the time comes. There was a strong hint in the words, and Su Ningyan could naturally hear it. Her cheeks burned so much that she quickly turned and walked towards the fitting room. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, Jang Chen would say something even more outrageous. Next she tried on a white skirt, a red skirt, a purple skirt. While she was trying on clothes, Jang Chen felt bored sitting there, so he stood up to pick out clothes for her. He picked out clothes much faster than Su Ningyan changed them. So Su Ningyan felt like she had to change clothes endlessly, and in the end she was almost exhausted to death. Jang Chen pulled her to sit on the sofa and said, okay, let's take a rest first. You don't need to try the rest. Just see if it fits you. If it does, buy it. He pointed to a pile of clothes lying aside. Su Ningyan was completely stunned. There are dozens of them here, right? She asked uncertainly, do I have to read all of these? Jang Chen nodded, yes. I picked these just now specifically for you, I think they are very suitable for you. You have such a great figure, you will look great in these clothes. Su Ningyan originally wanted to refuse. After hearing what he said, she was immediately overjoyed. She just wanted to buy them all and wear them for Jang Chen to see. She didn't even think of refusing. So, he bought all the clothes that Jang Chen picked out. Su Ningyan watched Jang Chen paying at the checkout counter and asked worriedly, honey, is this too much? Jang Chen listened to the voice of the system's tenfold rebate coming from his mind again, shook his head and said, no, I still think it's not enough, I'll continue buying later. The more you buy, the more rebates you get. 15 minutes later. Jang Chen and his three companions walked out of the L brand women's clothing store after being seen off by the salesperson. Xiao Luo and Xiaoli were still the ones carrying the things. Just like before, they first took these things to the parking lot, put them in the car, and then continued to work as laborers carrying bags. Next, Jang Chen took Su Ningyan to buy clothes from several brand stores. All in all, I spent more than 10 million on clothes alone. The noise they made was so loud that other shops around noticed it. Seeing them going in and out of several high-end luxury brand stores, each time coming out with more than a dozen bags, knowing that these people were wealthy, they all came up to them enthusiastically to say hello. Sir, don't just buy clothes for your loved one, would you like to take a look at some shoes? Yes, you also want to buy some shoes. Our store is a D-brand specialty store, also a high-end luxury brand store. Would you like to come in and take a look? After hearing what they said, Jang Chen felt that it was true. You can't just buy clothes, you also have to buy shoes and other things. So, he took Su Ningyan and the others into the D-brand high-end brand store and started to choose shoes for Su Ningyan. The first thing he saw was a pair of black high heels. He walked towards Su Ningyan holding black high heels. Su Ningyan looked at the shoes in his hand and asked, "Do you think these shoes look good?" Jang Chen pulled her to sit on the sofa and compared the high heels to her feet. "Well, I think it would look great on you." Su Ningyan nodded and said, "Since you think it looks good, I'll try it on." She reached out to take the shoes from Jang Chen. Jang Chen avoided her movements and said, "I'll help you change." Su Ningyan was stunned. "Can you help me change it?" "No need, I can do it myself." Jang Chen ignored her words, squatted down, and began to take off her shoes. Su Ningyan stared blankly at him as he put her feet on his thighs and reached out to take off her shoes. She didn't come to her senses until both her shoes were taken off. She blushed and whispered, "I can take off my shoes by myself." Jang Chen glanced at her, "But I want to help you take it off." His wife's feet are white and tender, and they feel great in the hands. So he not only had no resistance to helping his wife take off her shoes, but was also very happy to do it. Seeing that he didn't show any sign of rejection, Su Ningyan stopped refusing. But gradually, she felt something was wrong. Didn't Jang Chen want to change her shoes? Why did he keep holding her feet? She gently shook her feet that were held by Jang Chen and whispered, "Husband, why are you holding my feet all the time?" Jang Chen reached out and slowly rubbed the soles of her feet. A wave of itchiness came from the soles of her feet and a trace of embarrassment flashed across Su Ningyan's face. "Husband, what are you doing? Let go of my feet." Jang Chen held her feet still and said slowly, "I just think that since my wife's feet are so beautiful and white, they cannot be wasted and should be used to the greatest extent." Su Ningyan was confused. What was its greatest use? Jang Chen raised the corner of his lips and whispered in her ear, "For example, use it to." Su Ningyan's head almost smoked in an instant. She subconsciously reached out and pushed Jang Chen away. "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you use it?" Her voice was a little loud, and Xiao Luo, Xiao Li, and the shop clerk all looked over at them. Chapter 95 Chapter 095 Thank you, husband, for helping me put on my shoes. "Boss Su, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Li asked in confusion. Su Ningyan's face turned very red at this time, and she stammered, "No, nothing, it's just that a bug crawled onto my foot just now." Xiao Li's eyes widened. "Bug? Where is it? I'll help you crush it to death." Seeing that Xiao Li was about to come over to help her step on the bug, Su Ningyan quickly shook her head and said, "No need, it has already run away, and no one knows where it has gone." Seeing that there was nothing for Xiao Li to do, she just stood there without moving. Jang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Su Ningyan glared at him and said angrily, "It's all your fault, and you're still laughing." Jang Chen stopped laughing and said, Okay, I won't laugh. Come, let me continue to help you put on your shoes." He held her foot and placed it on his lap, then picked up a black high-heeled shoe and put it on her. Su Ningyan looked down at him. Jang Chen's expression was very serious, as if helping her put on her shoes was a very important matter. It is a very happy thing to be cared for by your loved one. Su Ningyan's anger quickly dissipated, and a smile returned to her face. The picture of the two of them was so pleasing to the eyes that it attracted exclamations from several sales clerks in the store. "This handsome guy is so nice to his wife that he even puts shoes on her himself. I really envy his wife for being able to marry such a good husband who is handsome, rich, and even puts shoes on her personally. You have to throw away the goods when you compare them. Compared with this handsome guy, the one in my family is nothing but crap. He doesn't even want to put shoes on me, let alone pour me a basin of water. What a wonderful husband. I wish my future husband could also put on my shoes himself. There must be men who will put on your shoes personally, but if he is short, ugly, fat, and poor, would you still be willing to marry him? Well, that is of course not possible. Of course, he has to be tall, handsome, and rich. I think you're looking for a husband who's similar to this handsome guy, right? You better wake up. Don't you even look at yourself? Are you as pretty as this other wife? Do you have such a great figure? Do you have such a charming temperament? It seems not. Well, it seems that handsome guys belong to beautiful girls." The sales clerks were very loud, so Su Ningyan naturally heard it. She felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Okay, try walking around, Jang Chen said to her. Su Ningyan woke up, looked at him and said sweetly, "Thank you, husband, for helping me put on my shoes." She stood up and took a few steps. For Su Ningyan, she had long been accustomed to walking in high heels. So when she wore these black high heels, her expression and movements were calm. She came out with Jang Chen when they were in the company, so she was wearing a professional suit, also all black. Coupled with this pair of black high heels and the indifferent expression on her face at the moment, she suddenly had an inexplicable aura. The sales clerks nearby were all shocked, and after a long while they exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen someone wear this pair of black high heels so well. The aura and temperament are simply amazing." Jang Chen glanced at them and said in agreement, "They are indeed suitable. I'll buy this pair of shoes. Are there any other styles? Take a look." Several sales clerks nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes. We'll get it to you right away." Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Jang Chen bought more than a dozen pairs of shoes for Su Ningyan in this store. The salesperson looked at the payment success notification and smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. This handsome guy is indeed a big customer. Fortunately, they had the courage to invite them in. After buying shoes, Jang Chen planned to take Su Ningyan to buy some jewelry. The jewelry was on the 3rd floor, so Jang Chen and the other 3 went up there. Although Jang Chen and his friends were shopping on the 2nd floor, their frantic raids on all the luxury brand stores quickly spread throughout the building, so all the major stores on the 3rd floor also received the news. "This is a rich man, we must catch him." So as soon as they saw Jang Chen and his group coming up to the 3rd floor, the store managers and sales clerks from various shops came to greet them warmly. "Sir, are you looking to buy jewelry? Let me tell you, we are a famous C-brand luxury store. The quality is top-notch. Come in and take a look." "Sir, our shop is a famous B-brand jewelry store. It is high-end and classy, and is specially provided for big guys like you." This gentleman. This enthusiasm left the other shop assistants, who didn't understand what was going on, looking bewildered. You know, the store managers surrounding Jang Chen are all in charge of famous high-end luxury brand stores, and customers usually fawn over them. This is the first time they have seen these store managers being so fawning. Those who knew the situation explained it to them. "This guy is a big shot. He just went on a shopping spree in the high-end brand stores on the 2nd floor. Every time he came out of a store, he would spend at least millions. It is estimated that he has bought more than 10 million worth of things in this round. It is natural to win over such a generous customer. If you are lucky enough to get him into your store and spend millions, you can also get a commission of tens of thousands." Everyone understood. So that's how it was. No wonder these store managers were so attentive. But this big guy is really amazing. He spent more than 10 million directly. While these people were sighing, Jang Chen had already chosen the C-brand store and walked in with Su Ningyan and the others. The manager of the C-brand jewelry store smiled proudly at other competitors and enthusiastically took Jang Chen and the others into the store to choose jewelry. The managers of other stores sighed. Looking at the smug look on the manager of brand C store, it really makes me angry. Oh, what a pity that we didn't bring this big guy into our store. Otherwise, the commission from this order alone would be nearly 100,000, and we wouldn't have to worry about the performance this month. Don't be so depressed. I heard that this big guy would not buy in just one store. He swept through several stores when he was on the 2nd floor. Who knows, he might come to our stores to sweep through them later. Yes, I hope my luck will be better soon and I'll be noticed by this big guy." Several store managers perked up and stared at the door of the C-brand store that Jang Chen had just walked into, waiting for Jang Chen to come out and pull him into their own store. At this time, Jang Chen took Su Ningyan to choose jewelry in a C-brand store. Compared to clothes, shoes, bags and other things, jewelry is obviously much more expensive. Moreover, this store is a famous high-end luxury brand store, and the jewelry inside is much more expensive than those in ordinary stores. When Su Ningyan saw the prices of some of the jewelry, she was shocked and wanted to leave with Jang Chen. Chapter 96 Chapter 096 Helping my wife put on the necklace. What's wrong? Jang Chen turned his head to look at her, and seeing her distressed expression, he quickly understood. He touched Su Ningyan's head and said, "Okay, don't look so distressed. I've already told you, your husband, I'm not short of money. He just spent more than 10 million on the 2nd floor, and the system gave him a tenfold rebate, which means he earned more than 100 million. Jang Chen looked at Su Ningyan, who was still very nervous. He thought about it and found an excuse. I took a fancy to a few stocks a few days ago and bought them. You also know that I have always had a good eye for buying stocks. The following stocks rose sharply, so I made billions more. In order to reassure Su Ningyan, Jang Chen exaggerated the amount. Anyway, there is a system rebate. As long as he takes his wife on a shopping spree during this period, it won't take much time at all and billions will be credited to his account. Su Ningyan couldn't help but open her mouth wide, obviously shocked by the amount of billions. Jang Chen reached out and gently closed her mouth, even deliberately making a joke. Don't open your mouth so wide, your saliva is about to flow out. Su Ningyan subconsciously reached out and wiped the corner of her mouth, but there was nothing. Her face turned red and she said angrily, "You're teasing me again." Jang Chen rubbed her head and said, "There's nothing I can do." "Honey, you're so cute. Okay, now that you know I have money, don't think about saving money for me. Just come over and pick out some jewelry." Knowing that her husband was indeed rich, Su Ningyan was no longer shy and began to carefully select the jewelry she liked. The couple was having a great time, and Xiao Luo and Xiao Li who were following behind were stunned. Xiao Luo asked uncertainly, "Xiao Li, did I hear correctly? I seem to hear Brother Chen just say that he made billions buying stocks?" Xiao Li swallowed and said, "You heard it right. I also heard Brother Chen say that he made billions by buying stocks." Xiao Luo was still shocked. If that was the case, wouldn't Brother Chen's net worth be over 10 billion? Brother Chen was too amazing. Xiao Li nodded and said, "That should be about right. Brother Chen is only 22 years old this year, but he is already a tycoon with a net worth of over 10 billion. He is really amazing." The store manager and several sales clerks were standing near the two of them, so they naturally heard their conversation. The store manager and the salesperson's eyes lit up, and they became more attentive towards Jang Chen and Su Ningyan. When Jang Chen asked her to take out the best jewelry in the store for him to see, she hurried to get them. Soon, she took out several boxes of jewelry and placed them in front of Jang Chen and Su Ningyan. The two glanced at some jewelry and their eyes fixed on a box containing a necklace. They both spoke at the same time. "This necklace is perfect for you. This necklace is beautiful." The two looked at each other and smiled. Jang Chen smiled and said, "It seems that we are indeed husband and wife, and we have a tacit understanding." A sweet smile appeared on Su Ningyan's lips. The store manager and several sales clerks were originally unaware of their relationship. At first they thought Su Ningyan was Jang Chen's girlfriend, or even his mistress. After hearing Jang Chen's words, he immediately said enthusiastically, "So you two are husband and wife? You two look so young, I never expected you were already married. But it's no wonder, both of them are so outstanding. If they don't get married quickly, they will probably be snatched away by others. You two are not only good looking, but also have great temperament. You look like a perfect match, and you couldn't be more well matched. Yes, except you two, I can't find anyone else worthy of you two." No matter what the purpose is, being praised is a happy thing, especially when they keep praising them for being a good match. This is something that Jang Chen and Su Ningyan both like to hear. Especially Su Ningyan, whose face was full of happy smiles. She loves it most when people say that she and Jang Chen are a perfect match. Seeing that the store manager was about to continue speaking, Jang Chen couldn't help but interrupt her. He pointed to the box containing the necklace and said, "My wife and I both think this necklace is beautiful. I wonder if I could take it out and let my wife try it on." The manager nodded repeatedly and said, "Of course." She handed the box containing the necklace to Jang Chen. Jang Chen reached out and took out the necklace. Under the light, the necklace sparkled brightly, attracting everyone's attention. Su Ningyan was also attracted and couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful." Jang Chen looked at her, "Like her?" Su Ningyan nodded repeatedly, "Yes, I like it. Looking at this, I really like it." Jang Chen smiled and walked behind her with the necklace. Su Ningyan didn't understand what was going on until she felt a cool touch on her neck. Then she realized that Jang Chen was putting a necklace on her. Jang Chen was trying to fasten the necklace behind her neck. Because he didn't do this kind of thing often, he didn't succeed at first, so he deducted it several times. While he was fingering, his fingers inevitably touched Su Ningyan's neck. The necklace was cold, but the temperature of Jang Chen's fingers was burning hot. Su Ningyan couldn't help but shrink her neck due to the alternation of cold and heat, and at the same time, an inexplicable feeling spread from her neck. "Don't move." Jang Chen had almost fastened the necklace, but now he lost his balance. He leaned his head closer, trying to snap the necklace on. Because the distance was too close, his breath sprayed on the back of Su Ningyan's neck. Su Ningyan felt a little uncomfortable. Thinking of what Jang Chen had just said, she didn't dare to move. Feeling Jang Chen's breath constantly spraying on her neck, Su Ningyan inexplicably emerged in her mind. Jang Chen usually likes to be with her from behind at night. Realizing what she had thought of, Su Ningyan's face turned red instantly. Jang Chen finally fastened the necklace. It was done. Not getting a response from Su Ningyan, he looked over with some surprise, and saw that Su Ningyan's face was flushed, her eyes were flickering, and she looked guilty. He raised an eyebrow. What was he thinking about? Why was his face so red? Su Ningyan was startled by his voice and stammered, "No, I didn't think anything." He doesn't look like he hasn't thought about it. Jang Chen narrowed his eyes, walked around to her, and reached out to lift her head up. Just as he was about to say something, Su Ningyan immediately shook off his hand and jumped up. Then I'll go to the mirror and see if this necklace looks good on me. Without waiting for Jang Chen's answer, she quickly ran towards the mirror. Jang Chen looked at her fleeing appearance, his eyes flashed, and he strode towards Su Ningyan. The store manager, the salesperson, Xiao Luo, Xiao Li and others who had been watching from the sidelines were completely confused. Chapter 97 Chapter 097 Had a fight? Xiao Luo said a little confusedly, what happened to Brother Chen and the others? Xiao Li guessed, could it be that they had a conflict or a quarrel? The store manager knew more than them and quickly figured out what was going on. What's the quarrel? It's just a little fun between husband and wife, just for fun. Xiao Luo and Xiao Li looked at each other. As single people, they obviously couldn't understand what the store manager said. Su Ningyan was pretending to stand in front of the mirror to look at the necklace on her neck, but she saw Jang Chen walking towards her from behind. She immediately became tense, like a frightened rabbit, ready to run away at the slightest movement. Jang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Although I was very curious about what Su Ningyan was thinking just now, if I continued asking, I would probably make this little rabbit Su Ningyan anxious. He smiled and said, how about it? Does this necklace look good on me? Su Ningyan was stunned for a moment, then let out a long sigh and focused her attention on the necklace around her neck. She looked at herself in the mirror, nodded and said, it looks great. Jang Chen nodded. As long as it looks good, it's fine. He said to the store manager, I want this necklace. Please pack it for me. The store manager hurried over and said enthusiastically, okay, I'll wrap it up for you now. Jang Chen took Su Ningyan to continue looking at other jewelry. Next, he bought bracelets, earrings and other things for Su Ningyan. A pile of things was placed on the cashier counter. The store manager carefully calculated the prices of these jewelry. When he saw the prices displayed on the computer screen, he took a breath and felt a surge of surprise in his heart. It's more than 10 million. But the most expensive item is the red gem necklace, which is worth more than 5 million. She took a deep breath and said to Jang Chen respectfully, hello sir, please pay 12.8 million. 12,800,000? For a moment, several sales clerks, as well as Xiao Luo and Xiao Li, all widened their eyes, obviously shocked by the number of words. However, Xiao Luo and Xiao Li had previously followed Jang Chen to buy more than 10 million worth of things on the second floor, so they recovered relatively quickly. Only a few sales clerks were still in a daze. When they heard that the payment was successful, their expressions became even more confused. The payment actually went through successfully. The store manager was as surprised as they were, but he recovered faster than them, and the smile on his face was as bright as a sunflower. She handed Jang Chen a card, which was our store's diamond membership card. With this card, you can get a 20% discount when shopping in our store. For a high-end brand store like this, which sells such expensive items as jewelry, a 20% discount is already a huge offer. But being able to offer discounts is not its biggest function. Its greatest function is to symbolize a person's identity. Jang Chen reached out to take the membership card and handed it to Su Ningyan, asking her to keep it. Su Ningyan stared blankly at the diamond membership card in her hand. She had been to the C brand store to buy jewelry before and had also obtained a membership card, but it was a silver membership card, which was several levels lower than the diamond membership card. But the silver membership card alone is already very enviable, not to mention the diamond membership card. She had always wanted to have a diamond membership card, but she never expected that it would come true now. Okay, stop daydreaming, let us go to the next store and look at other jewelry. Jang Chen snapped his fingers in front of her. Su Ningyan woke up with a look of surprise on her face. Do you want to buy more? She thought that spending more than 10 million was enough, but she didn't expect Jang Chen to take her to continue buying things. Jang Chen nodded. Of course, it was a rare opportunity to go out shopping, so he naturally wanted to buy as much as he could. The most important thing is that he must seize the opportunity to take advantage of the tenfold rebate function awarded to him by the system. Su Ningyan was just confused as Jang Chen pulled her hand and walked to the next store. They then went to a jade shop and bought several pieces of jade jewelry. After visiting several shops, Jang Chen paused when passing by a high-end B-brand jewelry store. His eyes were fixed on a promotional picture displayed at the entrance of the store, which showed a diamond ring. "What are you looking at?" Su Ningyan walked up to him and asked curiously. Jang Chen pointed at the ring in the picture. "Does this ring look good?" Su Ningyan looked over and her eyes lit up. It looked beautiful. "This ring is so beautiful." Jang Chen smiled. "As long as it looks good. Let us go in and take a look." He walked in with Su Ningyan. When the store manager saw him come in, he was a little surprised at first, and then his face was full of joy. She didn't expect that Mr. Jiang, who had raided several jewelry stores on the third floor, would come to her store. After all, according to the information she just received, Mr. Jiang has spent more than 20 million on the third floor alone, plus the money on the second floor. It is almost 40 million. That is 40 million. It was an astronomical figure for her. She thought that spending 40 million should be the limit for Mr. Jiang, but it seems not to be the case. It is probably just a drop in the bucket for Mr. Jiang. When did such a big boss appear in Nanchang? The store manager sighed and eagerly went over to greet him. Before she could speak, Jang Chen said directly, "Is the ring in the picture outside from your store? Please take it out and let me see it." The store manager was stunned for a moment and said, "It is indeed from our store. It is a new style of our brand B. Our store is the only one in the whole South City that has it, and there is only one. The price may be a bit expensive. It costs 28.88 million. When this price was announced, everyone except Jang Chen was speechless. Although Su Ningyan had guessed that this ring should be very expensive, she didn't expect it to be so expensive. 28,088,000 was really too expensive, and it was beyond her expectations. She subconsciously said, "Jang Chen, I think we should not." Jang Chen interrupted her and said, "Okay, I want this ring. Please take it out and let my lover try it on." The store manager felt as if pie had fallen from the sky and hit her. She was so happy that she couldn't speak fluently. Okay, I'll get it right away. Please wait a moment." She walked quickly towards the safe where the ring was kept. This ring is the most expensive item in the store. Such a valuable item should be locked in a safe for safety. Here, Su Ningyan was ready to persuade Jang Chen to give up. "Jang Chen, this ring is really too expensive. Although it looks nice, it's not particularly good looking. It's better to forget it. You just bought me so many jewelry, it's really enough." Jang Chen looked calm. That was different, those were not rings. He raised Su Ningyan's right hand. Chapter 98 Chapter 098 The new ring called Love of a Lifetime. Su Ningyan was wearing a ring on her right ring finger. It was the 990,000 diamond ring that the system rewarded to Jang Chen on the day they got their marriage certificate. Jang Chen put it on Su Ningyan personally. Although it is also a diamond ring, the quality is much worse than the one I just saw. One is only worth 990,000, while the other is worth 28.88 million. Jang Chen has always been brooding over the ring incident. He felt that the ring worth 990,000 yuan was not worthy of his wife's status, especially since the ring was a random reward from the system and did not seem to be given with much sincerity. It was not until he saw the ring worth 28.88 million that he finally felt that it was worthy of his wife. Su Ningyan opened her mouth, but the ring didn't have to be of that style. This store has many styles of rings, some of which may be better looking than that one. How about we take a look at some other ones? Jang Chen shook his head. No, I just think that ring looks good and suits you very well. Su Ningyan always found it difficult to refuse Jang Chen's request, but seeing his determined look, she had no choice but to compromise. All right. Anyway, her husband is very rich now, and most importantly, she really likes the ring. It is so beautiful. It looked very beautiful just by looking at the picture. When the store manager took it out and placed it in front of Jang Chen and the others, they felt that the real ring was much more beautiful than the picture. Everyone's attention was drawn to the ring. Jang Chen had seen a lot of the world, and since he was a man, he wasn't that interested in things like jewelry, so he quickly came to his senses. But Su Ningyan is different. Women are naturally obsessed with jewelry. When she looked at the ring, her eyes were shining, so bright that it was scorching, and her face was full of admiration and fascination. Jang Chen had also seen this expression on her face. In the past, every time he did something cool and handsome, Su Ningyan would look at him with this expression. Every time Jang Chen saw Su Ningyan's expression like this, he would feel happy both physically and mentally. But now he is not happy at all. My wife should only show this infatuated look to him. How could she show it to a ring? Even if it's just a dead object, it won't work. He immediately reached out and supported Su Ningyan's head and turned her towards him. Okay, it's just a ring. Rather than looking at it, you might as well look at me. Su Ningyan was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. She chuckled and joked, "Honey, are you jealous?" Jang Chen didn't feel embarrassed at all. "Yes, I am jealous." It was rare to see Jang Chen like this. Su Ningyan just felt that Jang Chen was inexplicably cute at this moment. She reached out and held Jang Chen's face and said with a smile, "Husband, you don't have to be jealous. It's just a ring. It's nothing compared to you. In my heart, husband, you are the most important, and my eyes are always on you. You are always the most handsome and dazzling one." When she said this, she didn't think too much, so she just said it out loud. It was not until she saw the store manager and Xiao Luo staring at her in surprise that she began to feel embarrassed. Jang Chen was a little surprised by what she said, but his mood improved a lot. Seeing her look away in embarrassment, too embarrassed to look at him again, he reached out and held her face, and placed a kiss on her red lips. "You are also the most dazzling in my heart." Su Ningyan's heart was filled with happiness at this moment. She looked at Jang Chen's handsome face and couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and kiss Jang Chen on the lips. They were kissing each other here, which was quite sweet, but the store manager and Xiao Luo next to them were forced to feed themselves a lot of dog food, which made them feel full. I was wailing in my heart, why do we always have to bully single people like them? Can't we be a little kinder to single people? There were several pairs of eyes staring at him, and Jang Chen naturally noticed it. He let go of Su Ningyan and turned his attention back to the ring. I don't know if the size of this ring is suitable for Su Ningyan. He took out the ring and tried it on Su Ningyan's ring finger. It seemed to be quite suitable. He reached out and lifted Su Ningyan's right hand, and took off the ring she was wearing. Just as she was about to put the ring worth 990,000 yuan aside, Su Ningyan said, "Don't. I'll put this ring away." She reached out and took the ring worth 990,000 yuan, putting it away carefully. Although this ring is far less valuable than the ring worth more than 20 million, it is very important in Su Ningyan's heart. Because this was put on her by Jang Chen himself on the day she and Jang Chen registered their marriage, she wanted to keep it well as a souvenir. Jang Chen saw all her actions and felt warm in his heart. After putting her old ring away, he picked up the new ring and put it on her ring finger. I have to say that this ring is very suitable for Su Ningyan. Both the style and the size match Su Ningyan very well. Su Ningyan's fingers were already slender and white, and they looked even more beautiful after wearing this diamond ring. Jang Chen couldn't help himself and lowered his head to place a kiss on her ring finger. Su Ningyan was startled, but did not pull her hand back. She felt both shy and sweet in her heart. The store manager waited patiently for them to finish their flirting before asking, "Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this ring?" Jang Chen looked at her, "Not bad. By the way, what is this ring called?" The store manager replied respectfully, "It's called the love of a lifetime." Jang Chen and Su Ningyan were both stunned when they heard the name. They took a look at the ring identification certificate and found that it was indeed called this name. This is such a coincidence. Jang Chen showed a happy smile on his face and said to Su Ningyan, "It seems that I bought the right ring. It suits you very well. To me, you are just like the name of this ring, the love of my life." Su Ningyan looked at his affectionate eyes and felt her heart was about to melt. Her little heart was pounding and huge joy bloomed in her heart. What a woman wants to hear most is her husband saying that she is the love of his life. The store manager, Xiao Luo and Xiao Li standing by showed envy and helplessness on their faces. That's right, handsome men and beautiful women saying sweet words like "you are the love of my life" are indeed very touching and enviable. But they have seen this situation several times in a row, especially when they are still single. They are forced to keep feeding them dog food. Their stomachs are about to burst. I was crying in my heart too. Can't this couple give these single people some way to survive? This is simply going to drive single people to death. Chapter 99 Chapter 099 Can you do whatever I ask you to do? In the end, Jang Chen bought the ring for 28.88 million. When the store manager saw the prompt that the payment was successful, his face was almost smiling. This Mr. Jang is indeed the god of wealth. Wherever he goes, there is wealth. The store manager respectfully sent the god of wealth, his lover, and 2 followers away. Until their figures disappeared, he still stood there and kept looking. I was thinking, I wonder when Mr. Jang will come again to give me money. After buying everything, Jang Chen drove them back. Jang Chen first sent Xiao Luo and Xiao Li to their respective residences, and then drove Su Ningyan back to the Yulong Bay villa. Half an hour later, the 2 finally returned to the villa. Su Ningyan was really tired and fell on the sofa. After walking around for several hours, she was really exhausted. Jang Chen glanced at her, smiled, and began to pack up the pile of things he had bought. Su Ningyan felt a little embarrassed by his gaze and quickly sat up straight. I'll take care of that. Jang Chen shook his head and said, just sit there and rest, I'll clean up. Su Ningyan had a bright smile on her face and said, thank you for the hard work, husband. She sat on the sofa, resting while watching Jang Chen sorting out the things he bought. I bought so many things, clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry. Jang Chen bought all these things for her, and the total amount was almost 40 million. That is 40 million. Even when she was at the Su family before, she didn't dare to spend so much money on these things at once. But Jang Chen just stared blankly without blinking. Most importantly, Jang Chen also bought her a ring worth 28.88 million yuan, and named it Love of a Lifetime. Thinking of this, Su Ningyan couldn't help but look at the diamond ring on her right ring finger, gently stroking it with her left hand. Good things should naturally be shared with friends. Su Ningyan immediately took out her cell phone, took several photos of the diamond ring on her ring finger, and sent them to her best friend Lin Mengyao. Soon, Lin Mengyao sent a message. Holy shit, isn't the diamond on this ring too big and too shiny? It almost blinded my titanium eyes. This ring must be quite expensive, right? Su Ningyan replied to her. It's indeed a lot, 28.88 million. Lin Mengyao took a breath. 28,880,000? What a stratospheric price. I heard from people in the company that Jang Chen took you out shopping in the afternoon. Could this ring be bought for you by Jang Chen? Su Ningyan replied. Yes, my husband bought it for me. Lin Mengyao looked envious. Your Jang Chen is so good to you that he even bought you a ring worth 28.88 million. I don't know how many times I envy you for finding such a good husband like Jang Chen. Su Ningyan's face was full of sweetness. My husband is naturally the best. Do you know what this ring is called? Lin Mengyao asked, what is your name? The smile on Su Ningyan's face became even sweeter. It's called the Love of a Lifetime. When Jang Chen put the ring on my finger, he told me directly that I was just like the ring, the love of his life. This wave of dog food came so suddenly that Lin Mengyao almost choked to death. She replied weakly. Okay, I know you and your husband are in love, but you don't have to show off in front of me, a single guy, all the time. She thought of something, and the fire of the experienced driver ignited. Since your husband is so good to you, have you ever thought about repaying him? Su Ningyan didn't react for a moment and took the bait. I do need to repay you, but how? The fish took the bait, and Lin Mengyao smiled. How else can you repay her? A man's needs for his wife are just that. If you really don't know what to do, you can ask Jang Chen. Su Ningyan finally understood and her face immediately turned red. Lin Mengyao is such a thing. She suddenly started driving out of the blue, and at such a fast speed that she was completely unprepared. But I have to say, what she said makes sense. Seeing that she didn't reply for a long time, Lin Mengyao guessed that the little woman might be thinking about the suggestion she had just made. She didn't bother her best friend anymore. Su Ningyan sat on the sofa holding her cell phone, and the advice Lin Mengyao had just given her kept echoing in her mind. After thinking for a while, she secretly glanced at Jang Chen, who was sorting shopping bags not far away. Feeling that it was not good to keep staring at the other person, she looked away. After a while, she couldn't help it and looked at Jang Chen secretly again. Back and forth several times. It was hard for Jang Chen not to notice. He looked towards Su Ningyan and caught her gaze, which she had not yet looked away from. Their eyes met. Su Ningyan looked embarrassed. Jang Chen smiled jokingly and asked, "Why do you always peek at me?" Su Ningyan blushed. How could she peek? I am. She mustered up the courage to look openly. Yes, I look at it openly, and I think my husband is normal. As she spoke later, she became more confident and not as embarrassed as before. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay, you're right, it's indeed normal. Since you like to watch, you might as well come directly to me and watch it more carefully." Su Ningyan thought about it and felt that it was right. She stood up and walked towards Jang Chen, squatting in front of him, ready to stare at him. The next moment, she felt something was wrong. She realized that this behavior was a bit stupid and her face turned embarrassed. The smile on Jang Chen's face deepened. "Su Ningyan, this silly woman. Tell me, why were you staring at me just now? Is there something wrong?" Su Ningyan thought of what she had just been thinking about, and a blush crept up her cheeks. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Jang Chen at all, and stammered, "Yes, there is something wrong." Jang Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw her like this. "What is it all about?" Su Ningyan hesitated for a while and said something in a low voice. Unfortunately, the voice was too soft and Jang Chen didn't hear clearly. "What did you say?" Su Ningyan had no choice but to raise her voice. "You bought me so many things today, so I want to repay you." "What do you want me to do?" Jang Chen deliberately asked, "Can you do whatever I ask you to do? What if I ask you to do that?" Su Ningyan was mentally prepared, and when she heard his words, she just blushed but did not refuse. "Okay." Jang Chen was a little surprised, and his eyes darkened as he looked at Su Ningyan. He leaned close to Su Ningyan's ear and said in a deep voice, "Do you remember what I said when I grabbed your feet and bought you shoes in the store?" Chapter 100. Why are you looking at my feet? After he reminded her, Su Ningyan also remembered and her face turned completely red in an instant. She can't even speak fluently, how can she use her feet? Jang Chen didn't allow her to dodge. "What if I want this? Do you agree?" Su Ningyan's brows were knotted. Normally, she couldn't refuse Jang Chen's request, and she was thinking about repaying him for spending nearly 70 million to buy things for her, so this time she couldn't refuse even more. "Okay." Her head almost dropped to the floor. Jang Chen was really surprised this time. People's hearts are always insatiable. Jang Chen picked up the pair of black high heels he had bought in the store before and handed them to Su Ningyan. "Since you want to repay me, one request is not enough, you have to at least add this." Su Ningyan was stunned. Black high heels? But what could she do with them? Jang Chen had a look of evil amusement on his face, and whispered a few words into Su Ningyan's ear, "Of course you are wearing it." At this moment, Su Ningyan felt like she was about to explode. This is really out of scale. If Jang Chen hadn't told her, she wouldn't have known that these high heels had such a use. She felt that if she stayed any longer, Jang Chen might bring up something even more outrageous, so she quickly got up and ran away. But Jang Chen was still shouting behind her, "You haven't answered me yet, do you agree or not?" Su Ningyan suppressed her shame and replied, agreeing. She ran into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Unexpectedly, both requests were granted. Jang Chen's blood boiled in his heart, and he looked forward to what would happen tonight even more. If it wasn't time to go to bed yet, he would have rushed into the bedroom. That night, the light in the master bedroom was on all night. The noise inside didn't stop until almost dawn. Saturday night. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan changed their clothes, picked up the things they needed, and prepared to set off. Jang Chen glanced at Su Ningyan's feet. She was wearing a pair of blue high heels. Su Ningyan couldn't help but shrink her feet. "Why are you looking at my feet?" Jang Chen smiled and asked, "Why aren't you wearing the black pair? When you were shopping for shoes in the store before, weren't you the one who liked the black high heels the most?" Su Ningyan's face turned red. Since the other day, she was wearing those black high heels and Jang Chen. Whenever she saw the pair of black high heels again, she always felt something was wrong. So she threw the pair of black high heels into the corner, out of sight, out of mind. "I don't like it now." She glared at Jang Chen with a red face, then quickly walked out the door with her handbag. Jang Chen shook his head and smiled, still as unafraid of being teased. He followed. Because there were only him and Su Ningyan, he drove the Bugatti this time. The two got in the car, and before leaving, Su Ningyan remembered something. "By the way, since most of the people attending the charity gala are upper-class people, the auction price may be very high, so you must not compete with them. If you like one or two things and there is no one else competing for them, you can just buy them." Jang Chen had previously spent 70 million to buy things for her. She was worried that Jang Chen didn't have enough money, so she specifically reminded him. Jang Chen looked at her, smiled and said, "It's okay. Didn't I tell you before? I've made billions buying stocks, so you don't have to worry about funding." We were attending a charity gala, and since it was a charity, we naturally had to be generous and help those in need, which could also be considered as accumulating some blessings for ourselves. The tenfold rebate function of system rewards is still in place. As long as he lets Su Ningyan buy the auction items and he pays for it, it will be considered as his spending on Su Ningyan, so the tenfold rebate function can still be triggered. Such a good opportunity to make money should not be missed. Okay, let's go. Jang Chen started the Bugatti and headed out. The black and white Bugatti is a beautiful landscape on the road, and wherever it goes, it attracts envious exclamations. Bugatti's speed is naturally unmatched by other cars. The drive, which was supposed to take nearly an hour, took less than 30 minutes to reach the hotel where Eve's charity gala was held. They left a little late, so there were already more than 20 cars parked in front of the hotel. Looking around, all you see are luxury cars. The cheapest one costs several million, and the most expensive one costs tens of millions. However, when Jang Chen's Bugatti drove over, this top-of-the-line sports car worth 100 million yuan naturally became the most expensive car. The security guard in charge of parking his car's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran over to help Jang Chen park his car. He has been working here for so long, but this is the first time he has seen a luxury car worth 100 million yuan. The owner of this Bugatti is really rich. After parking the car, Jang Chen was about to take Su Ningyan inside. As soon as I walked to the door, I ran into a man and a woman. Jang Chen saw the other person's appearance and felt that he was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he was for a moment. However, Su Ningyan remembered who the woman was as soon as she saw her appearance. It turned out to be her mortal enemy Li Jiamei. It seems that the person accompanying Li Jiamei is her new boyfriend whom she has been showing off recently. His name seems to be Sun Jiancheng. It is said that Sun Jiancheng is a real estate tycoon and very rich, but he is a bit ugly and old. Standing together with Li Jiamei, they don't look like boyfriend and girlfriend, but more like father and daughter. But in today's society, money is everything. Appearance is not important, as long as you have money. So Li Jiamei feels very proud that she has such a rich boyfriend. She took Sun Jiancheng's arm, raised her chin, and looked at Su Ningyan with a proud look on her face. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Su? I heard that you almost went bankrupt a while ago, and I thought you probably wouldn't even come to this Eve charity event. You know, although the starting prices of the items auctioned at the charity event are very low, the bigwigs from all walks of life are not short of money and will definitely rush to buy them. With this rush, the prices will be raised by more than a little bit. Mr. Su, given your current financial situation, I guess you won't be able to afford any of them by then, right?" The news that Jang Chen became the new chairman of Meda Company was not spread out, and Li Jiamei was not aware of it. She only heard that the situation was stabilized after Meda Company injected a large amount of capital again. So she guessed that it was Su Ningyan who borrowed money from people everywhere to fill the big hole in Meda Company, and it was not related to Jang Chen. She guessed that Su Ningyan must be very poor now. Her gaze shifted to Jang Chen, who was standing next to Su Ningyan. "Hey, who is this handsome boy? Could he be your gigolo? You are so poor, yet you still keep a gigolo. Mr. Su is really cool." Chapter 101. This little woman is damn cute. Su Ningyan's expression changed. When Li Jiamei talked about her before, she just thought it was a dog barking and didn't bother to pay attention. But when it comes to her husband, she can't stand it. "Who are you calling a gigolo? This is my husband. I don't know which veterinarian released this mad dog, barking everywhere." Li Jiamei's face turned ashen. "Su Ningyan, who are you calling a mad dog? You have the nerve to admit that this is just a pretty boy and you are your husband. Judging from your husband's appearance, he hasn't graduated yet, right? He's probably just a poor student." This woman's words are really rude. Jang Chen's eyes flashed, and he was about to say something when he saw Su Ningyan reach out and unscrew the cap of the mineral water bottle and splash it towards Li Jiamei's face. "Not only does your mouth have a dirty mouth, your face is dirty too. You should wash it." Li Jiamei was almost going crazy and rushed towards Su Ningyan to attack her. Jang Chen's eyes turned cold, and he stretched out his hand to take Su Ningyan to the side, and was about to stretch out his leg to trip the crazy woman Li Jiamei. A long leg stretched out from the side and tripped towards Li Jiamei. With a thud, Li Jiamei fell flat on her face. Jang Chen lowered his head to look at Su Ningyan, who had just retracted her right leg. Su Ningyan looked innocent and asked, "Husband, why are you looking at me like that?" It was as if she was not the one who tripped the person just now. Jang Chen smiled and said, "Nothing, I just think you're great." Su Ningyan showed a shy smile on her face and said modestly, "It's okay." Jang Chen burst out laughing. This little woman is so damn cute. He reached out and gently pinched her nose. "Let's go." He took Su Ningyan and walked towards the hotel entrance. Li Jiamei fell quite hard this time and was unable to get up for a while. The guests passing by looked over with some curiosity. "Isn't this Li Jiamei? Why is she lying on the ground? Oh my god, look, her underwear is exposed, and it's bright red. I didn't expect that Li Jiamei is such a reserved and shy woman. The makeup on her face is gone. Look at the spots on her face, there are so many of them that it's scary. No wonder she usually wears such thick makeup, it turns out she wants to cover up the spots. I really admire her, man, he can actually always face such a face." Li Jiamei was almost going crazy listening to these people's discussions. It's all that woman Su Ningyan's fault. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan have already walked into the hotel's conference room. This Eve charity gala was held in the hotel's conference hall. At this time, many guests had come to the conference hall, and they were all toasting and chatting, looking very lively. Jang Chen took Su Ningyan closer and heard that most of these people were bragging about their business to each other, saying things like Mr. Li had made a fortune recently and Mr. Zhang had recently completed a big project. These were all meaningless words. Jang Chen didn't want to join in the fun, so he took Su Ningyan to find a quiet corner to sit down and said, "I'll get you something to drink." Su Ningyan nodded and said, "Okay." Not long after Jang Chen left, a woman with short hair walked towards this side. "Boss Su, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here," the short-haired woman said to Su Ningyan with a smile. Su Ningyan glanced at her and said in surprise, "It's President Gao. It's been a while since we last met. You know what happened in my company before, so I have been busy with company matters recently." The short-haired woman named Ms. Gao had a good relationship with Su Ningyan. Upon hearing this, she said worriedly, "I've also heard about what happened in your company. Fortunately, someone invested in you, otherwise you probably wouldn't have made it this time. I heard that it was a man named Jang Chen who injected capital into Maida Company. He seemed to be very young. It's really a big deal that they spent 2 billion to invest directly. Most people can't afford it, and even if they can, they won't be so generous." President Gao thought of something and winked at Su Ningyan. "This man was so generous, could he be attracted to you, President Su?" No wonder, after all, President Su is so outstanding, it's not surprising that this man named Jang Chen falls in love with you. She was just joking, but she didn't expect Su Ningyan to blush suddenly and stammer, not knowing how to respond. Her eyes widened. "Could I have guessed right? He's helping me because he's attracted to you?" Su Ningyan was a little shy and a little sweet. "Actually, it's hard to say whether I like him or not, because Jang Chen is my husband." Mr. Gao was so shocked that his jaw dropped, and it took him a long time to calm down. "So it's your husband? I was wondering why he was so generous that he was willing to give 2 billion to help. That's not right. I heard from people outside that the husband you found was a poor student and an intern in your company. How did he suddenly become a tycoon with a net worth of billions?" Su Ningyan explained that he was indeed an intern before, but he had a good eye for stocks. He later bought several stocks and made 5 billion. Jang Chen is excellent in all aspects except stocks. Even if he didn't buy stocks, he would still be able to earn so much with his abilities. When talking about her husband, Su Ningyan's face was full of pride and happiness, and President Gao was almost blinded by her. She sighed and said, "It seems your husband is very capable." As he was speaking, he saw a tall figure walking towards him with 2 drinks in his hands. Her eyes lit up. This man is so handsome. Moreover, the man's clothes looked expensive, and he was obviously a wealthy man. He is handsome and rich, exactly the kind of man that Mr. Gao wants most. She raised a bright smile and was about to walk towards the other person. Su Ningyan's surprised voice came to my ears, "Husband, you're back." Mr. Gao's expression froze immediately, with disbelief on his face. "Mr. Susu, what did you call in just now?" Jang Chen had already walked over to Su Ningyan with 2 drinks in his hand. Su Ningyan put her arm around his in an intimate manner. "Call me husband, he is Jang Chen, my husband." "Husband, this is Mr. Gao." She introduced the identities of both parties to each other. Jang Chen nodded faintly at the other party, Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao has recovered by now. He secretly feels sorry that the other person is Su Ningyan's husband, but he is also a little envious. I didn't expect your husband to be so handsome. Ms. Su is so lucky. Su Ningyan had a sweet smile on her face and said, "It is indeed my blessing to be able to marry Jang Chen." As she said this, she couldn't help but reach out and touch the ring on her ring finger. Mr. Gao's attention was immediately drawn to it. When he saw the ring on Su Ningyan's hand, his eyes widened. Those who can attend this charity dinner have some vision, and Mr. Gao is no exception. Chapter 102, Deeply Looking at Each Other, Full of Affection. Mr. Su, this ring of yours is not the limited edition ring of brand B, is it? It is said that we only have one in Nanchang. When everyone heard the news, they all wanted to buy it, but were scared off by its high price. If I remember correctly, its price seems to be 28.88 million. Su Ningyan nodded. It was indeed the new ring from Brandby, which my husband bought for me. When I heard the price, I was shocked and didn't want it anymore. But Jang Chen said its name was love of a lifetime, just like his feelings for me, so he had to buy it for me. Having said that, she looked up at Jang Chen. Jang Chen also looked down at her at this time. The two looked at each other lovingly and tenderly. At this moment, Mr. Gao felt as if he was surrounded by lemons, and it couldn't be more sour. She really envied Su Ningyan. The husband she found is not only tall and handsome, but also rich, and most importantly, he loves Su Ningyan so much. What kind of magical husband is this? An inopportune voice interrupted at this moment. Mr. Gao, don't listen to Su Ningyan's nonsense. Li Jiamei came over with Sun Jiancheng. She had just gone to the bathroom to clean herself up, and she was no longer in such a mess. She really hated Su Ningyan in her heart, and as soon as she entered the conference room, she immediately looked for Su Ningyan. Seeing Su Ningyan here, she immediately brought her boyfriend Sun Jiancheng over. As soon as I came over, I heard Su Ningyan bragging about her husband and the ring on her hand. Maybe she had a prejudice against Su Ningyan in her heart, so she didn't believe what Su Ningyan said at all. Her husband is a gigolo who depends on her for support. Where did he get the money to buy her a ring worth 28.88 million? I think this ring was probably imitated by someone. Su Ningyan, you really put a lot of effort into maintaining your husband's face. Mr. Gao's face darkened. Miss Li, you must have evidence for what you say. Based on my understanding of Mr. Su, he would not be the kind of person who would do such a thing. What's more, apart from this ring, all other jewelry on Mr. Su's body are of great value. Take the ruby necklace on President Su's neck for example, it is worth more than 5 million. There are also earrings and bracelets, each of which is worth millions. Even the clothes and shoes that President Su wears, as well as the bag she carries, are all the latest styles from major luxury brands. All these add up to more than 10 million. Li Jiamei blushed and said, I think these are either high imitations or borrowed from someone. In short, she just didn't believe that these were bought. Jang Chen and the other two's faces darkened completely. Just as they were about to explode, the host's voice came from the stage. Thank you all very much for coming to this charity gala. The auction is about to begin. Please come and sit here. The charity auction will begin shortly. Several staff members came over and prepared to lead Jang Chen and the others. Jang Chen and the other two had no choice but to stop talking. They didn't bother to pay attention to Li Jiamei and walked towards their seats. Li Jiamei looked at their backs and said angrily, Look, Su Ningyan is feeling guilty, right? The auction is about to begin, and Su Ningyan is just waiting to be exposed. Half an hour later, the auction began. The theme of this evening party is charity, and the funds raised from the auction will be used to help people in need. In order to fit the theme, the items to be auctioned at the beginning will not be too expensive, and they will all be small items related to welfare homes or charity. The first item to be auctioned was a picture of a family of 3 drawn by a child from an orphanage. The child's painting skills are very immature, and the characters above can only be seen as 2 adults with a child, with flowers and plants under their feet and a sun above their heads. It's a very simple painting, even a little messy, but you can see the child's longing for family. The starting price for this painting is 1,000. The auction begins. The host shouted on the stage. After all, it was just a picture drawn by a child, and it would not be good to have a starting price that was too high, so the host only called out 1,000. According to his estimation, such a painting could only be sold for 50,000 at most. After all, money doesn't come from the wind. Even though those who get it are rich, they won't spend too much money on a worthless painting. The people below started bidding. 5,000. 10,000. 15,000. Li Jiamei and Sun Jiancheng sat below. Li Jiamei brought Sun Jiancheng here this time just to show off and let everyone know how rich her new boyfriend is. Although she looked disgusted when she saw the painting, it did not stop her from wanting to show off. She said to Sun Jiancheng with a hypocritical look on her face, "Please take a picture of this painting. If the price is a little higher, just think of it as charity. After all, we are all kind people. It is said that birds of a feather flock together." The reason why Sun Jiancheng fell in love with Li Jiamei was that, to a large extent, he was the same person as Li Jiamei, vain and hypocritical. He nodded and said, "You are right. Anyway, I have enough money, so I'll just consider it as a good deed." When the price rose to 50,000, no one was bidding anymore, so he raised his card and shouted, 100,000. For such a worthless painting, 50,000 was already a very high price, and no one present wanted to raise the price further. When they suddenly heard someone increase the amount to 100,000, they all looked at Sun Jiancheng in surprise. Who is this person? He actually spent 100,000 yuan on a child's painting. He must be quite rich. It seems that he is Li Jiamei's new boyfriend, who is said to be a real estate tycoon and very rich. It turns out he is a real estate tycoon. No wonder he directly paid 100,000 to buy a child's painting. Sun Jiancheng just increased the amount to 100,000 just to attract everyone's attention, and he was already feeling elated. Li Jiamei on the side was also a little proud. At this moment, Su Ningyan's voice came. 200,000. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Especially Li Jiamei. She stared at Su Ningyan, who was holding the sign. What's wrong with that bitch Su Ningyan? She actually spent 200,000 yuan on a tattered painting. She's definitely deliberately going against me. Besides, isn't she very poor now? Where would she get the money to buy a lousy painting? In fact, Su Ningyan didn't want to raise the sign either. But Jang Chen next to her kept urging her to raise the sign and bid. The most important thing is, he wanted her to increase it to 1 million directly, which almost scared her to death. It is already surprising that a child's painting was sold for 100,000 yuan. If it was directly increased to 1 million yuan, everyone would probably be shocked. Chapter 103. It's not that she is rich, it's her husband who is rich. Most importantly, she didn't know that Jang Chen had the system. She felt sorry for her husband's money, as it didn't come from the wind. So she only increased it to 200,000. Jang Chen, who was sitting next to him, looked helpless, but didn't know what to say. Add more, keep adding more, I'll see how much money that bitch Su Ningyan can afford to fight with us. Li Jiamei said to Sun Jiancheng fiercely. Sun Jiancheng was also holding his breath at this time. He originally wanted to show off, but ended up getting slapped in the face. So he raised his card and said, 300,000. He thought that 300,000 was enough, and Su Ningyan shouldn't add any more, right? Unexpectedly, I heard Su Ningyan continue to shout, 400,000. Sun Jiancheng frowned. Wasn't it said that Su Ningyan was heavily in debt because of the company? How could she be willing to spend 400,000 yuan on a tattered painting? The person sitting next to him said that I heard it wasn't her who was rich, it was her husband who was rich. Sun Jiancheng was stunned, remembering that he had just heard Su Ningyan say that the ring worth 28.88 million was bought for her by her husband. Could it be that what Su Ningyan said was true? He looked at Jang Chen, who was sitting next to Su Ningyan. Seeing that Jang Chen looked so young and handsome, especially at this moment when he put his arm around Su Ningyan's shoulders, looking so intimate. I don't know what he said to Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan looked coquettish and shy. Needless to say, Su Ningyan was beautiful, and he had been attracted to her before. Unfortunately, Su Ningyan looked down on him at all. In a rage, he went to find Su Ningyan's archenemy Li Jiamei. The former goddess has now become another man's wife, and Sun Jiancheng is extremely jealous. He simply didn't believe what the man next to him said. He's just a gigolo, how could he be rich? He's probably just trying to look rich. Let me see how I can expose him. He gritted his teeth, raised his card and shouted, 500,000. Li Jiamei and the others were sitting not far from Jang Chen and the others. Jang Chen also felt the jealous look in Sun Jiancheng's eyes just now. His eyes turned cold. When Su Ningyan was about to raise her sign and shout out for 600,000, he reached out and held Su Ningyan's hand, and spoke before her, 1 million. The whole audience was in an uproar. They had experienced many cases where the auction price was increased to 1 million, so it was nothing surprising. But those are only cases where the auction items are very valuable. And now, it's just a child's painting. Normally, if you take it to the street, no one would want it for $5, but now it has been auctioned for a sky-high price of $1 million. Everyone was talking about it. Oh my god, who is this person? He actually spent $1 million to buy a painting drawn by a child. It seems that he is the husband of Mr. Su, the president of Meta Company, whose name is Jang Chen. But I heard that he is a poor student who relies on Mr. Su for support. Where would he get $1 million to buy a painting? The information you have is too outdated. He is no longer a poor student. It is said that he is now the chairman of Meta Company. Chairman? There was news earlier that someone injected $2 billion into Meta Company and saved it from bankruptcy. Could that person be him? Sun Jiancheng naturally heard these words. He simply couldn't believe, or rather, he didn't want to believe, that Jang Chen was the new chairman of the Meta Company that everyone was talking about. This must be a lie. Jang Chen is just a gigolo. How could he be the new chairman of Meta Company? Mr. Sun, would you like to continue bidding? If you don't, the painting will belong to Mr. Jiang and his family. Sun Jiancheng gritted his teeth and said, of course we should add it. Everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect that Sun Jiancheng would add more. Just when everyone was praising his courage, they heard him shout, 1,100,000. Everyone was stunned and showed contempt. I originally thought that Sun Jiancheng would raise the price generously, but after holding back for so long, he only raised the price by 10,000. You know, Jang Chen directly added 500,000. Sun Jiancheng felt a little embarrassed when being looked at by everyone. Li Jiamei, who was sitting next to Sun Jiancheng, also felt ashamed and looked at Sun Jiancheng with some resentment. At this moment, Jang Chen called out the price again, his tone somewhat lazy. 2 million. This time everyone was immediately blown away. Oh my god, he directly added 1 million, Mr. Jiang is so generous. Mr. Jiang is really willing to spend 2 million to buy a child's painting. Do you think Sun Jiancheng will continue to follow? Everyone looked at Sun Jiancheng again. Sun Jiancheng's face looked extremely ugly at this time. He does have some family background. But the problem is, how could he bear to spend 2 million on a crappy painting? In the end, his face flushed, but he didn't ask to raise the price again. In the end, the painting belonged to Jang Chen. Su Ningyan felt a little distressed after spending 2 million to buy a worthless painting. Why did you spend 2 million to buy it? Jang Chen comforted him, it's okay, it's only 2 million. What matters is not whether the painting is worth 2 million, but whether the 2 million is finally used for charity. Su Ningyan was stunned, nodded and said, you are right, as long as it is used for charity, it is worth it. The auction continues. The next few items were still some items from the welfare home, and they were all very inconspicuous. One of the items was a rag doll donated by a little girl from the welfare home. It seemed to be quite old and was dusty. The host introduced that this rag doll was contributed by Xiaoqing from the welfare home. This rag doll is her most beloved thing. She said it was a birthday gift given to her by her deceased mother, so she has always kept it well and is reluctant to let others touch it. However, in order to help other children in the welfare home and to gain everyone's love and support, she still donated this doll. When the guests present first saw this doll, they were a little resistant. After hearing the hostess' introduction, I began to understand a little. Everyone smiled. Since Xiaoqing took out such a precious thing, it seems we can't let her down. However, not everyone has an understanding heart. Li Jiamei looked at the worn-out rag doll on the stage with a look of disgust on her face. What are Eve's people doing? Why are they auctioning off all kinds of garbage? The painting of the little boy just now was already too much. I didn't expect that he would take out a broken doll now. Do they think we are a recycling station? In an instant, everyone looked at her with condemnation in their eyes. Li Jiamei's face froze. Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 104. My wife is really beautiful and kind. Su Ningyan's expression was very serious. Li Jiamei, please pay attention to the occasion and improve your own qualities. In addition, let me remind you that this is a charity auction. We are here to do charity. Regardless of whether the auction items are good or bad, we must treat them sincerely and offer our best wishes. If you dislike these things, then you don't have to attend this charity. Li Jiamei's face looked very ugly. Su Ningyan, what do you mean? Su Ningyan's expression remained calm, meaning it was exactly what it said. Li Jiamei was furious and was about to curse back when the host's voice interrupted her. The auction has begun, please start bidding. The crowd started the auction. Whether they were truly moved by the host's words or were just pretending, everyone was very active in raising the price. While everyone was auctioning, Jang Chen looked at Su Ningyan beside him. Because he stared at her for too long, Su Ningyan felt a little uncomfortable. She reached out and touched her face. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? Jang Chen shook his head with a smile on his face. No. I just think that my wife is really beautiful and kind-hearted. It seems that I have good taste and was able to marry such a good wife. Su Ningyan felt sweet in her heart and said a little embarrassedly, no, it was Li Jiamei who went too far. 500,000, Mr. Sun bids 500,000. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The host's voice came over. The one who bid 500,000 was Sun Jiancheng. Originally, he didn't want to spend 500,000 to buy a broken doll, but Li Jiamei next to him kept urging him to raise the price in order to save face. He also thought about the loss of face he had suffered in the first auction, so after hesitating for a moment, he raised the price to 500,000. Seeing everyone looking at him in surprise, Sun Jiancheng's heart, which had just been hit, began to swell up little by little. At this moment, Jang Chen's voice came. 2 million. The scene was silent, and then became lively. Another 2 million, my god, this man named Jang Chen is so amazing. Now I finally believe that he is the new chairman of Mita Company. Otherwise, how could he be so generous twice? I also heard a piece of news that came from within Mita Company. I heard that Jang Chen is now worth over 10 billion. Tens of billions? Didn't we just hear about 5 billion? 5 billion growth in such a short time, this Mr. Jiang is really amazing. Sun Jiancheng's face couldn't be uglier at this moment. This Jang Chen again? However, he was reluctant to spend 2 million to buy a broken doll just for the sake of face. So, amid the sighs of the crowd, he put down the sign in his hand and did not raise the price again. The doll then belonged to Jang Chen. Su Ningyan stared at Jang Chen with sparkling eyes, her gaze burning with admiration. Now it was Jang Chen's turn to feel a little uncomfortable. Why are you staring at me like that? Are you mesmerized by your husband's handsomeness? Su Ningyan nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. The speed at which she nodded made Jang Chen worry that her head was going to fall off. Su Ningyan clasped her hands together and stared at him with her big, shining eyes. Husband, you were so handsome just now. You said before that I was a beautiful and kind person, but now I think that you are the one with a beautiful and kind heart. Jang Chen smiled and reached out to gently tap her forehead. I'm a man and can't use the word beautiful to describe myself. Su Ningyan reached out and rubbed her forehead. Yes, that is right. In short, my husband, in my heart, you are a kind and handsome man. No one is more handsome than you. Jang Chen was naturally very happy to be praised by his wife, and the smile on his face never faded. Sun Jiancheng, who was not far away, kept staring at him. Naturally, he saw the interaction between him and Su Ningyan, and his jealousy deepened. After auctioning off 2 more items from the welfare home, the main event began. What was served was a pair of earrings. The host began the introduction. These are earrings designed by Master Lu. Master Lu said that the main purpose of this auction is for charity, so all the funds raised from the auction of this pair of earrings will be used for charity. When everyone heard Master Lu's name, they began to talk. I didn't expect that this pair of earrings was designed by Master Lu. You know, the jewelry designed by Master Lu has always been in high demand. It seems that Master Lu is still charitable. He specially designed a pair of earrings for this charity gala, and all the proceeds were donated to charity organizations. I have to say that Master Lu is really admirable. The host waited until everyone calmed down, then announced that the auction of the earrings had begun. The starting price is 300,000. After all, it is a masterpiece, so the starting price is naturally much higher than the previous ones. After the host started speaking, the people present raised their signs and began bidding. You know, Master Lu's works are very popular among the upper class. You will only make money and not lose money if you buy them. If you meet a big client who particularly likes Master Lu's works, you can make a lot of money. Therefore, this round of auction was very lively, with bidding sounds coming one after another, which was completely different from the quiet auction of the welfare home items just now. But no matter what, the person in charge of the auction said that all the funds raised from the auction will be used for charity. So no matter what these people's purpose is, as long as they pay for the auction, it's fine. When the price reached 2.2 million, the bidding gradually stopped. Only Sun Jiancheng and another boss named Wang, who ran a shell company, were left bidding. Jiancheng, I really like this pair of earrings. They were designed by Master Lu himself. You must take a picture of them for me. Li Jiamei urged from the side. Sun Jiancheng frowned and said, I understand. I will definitely take a picture of it. Although he was not willing to spend millions to buy a pair of earrings for Li Jiamei, for the sake of his own face, he had to buy a few decent items today to wash away the shame of being robbed of the photos by Jang Chen just now. So when he heard Boss Wang bid 2.3 million, he gritted his teeth and followed suit, bidding 2.31 million. This price increase drew an angry glare from Boss Wang. MD, this bastard, actually only added 10,000. Why did he rush to bid when he was so stingy? Boss Wang was feeling angry and raised his hand to raise the price, 2.4 million. Then I heard Sun Jiancheng bidding a price, 2,401,000. After several rounds, Sun Jiancheng's bid was always 10,000 more than Boss Wang's, and Boss Wang was almost mad to death. Chapter 105. Her husband really dotes on her. Everyone around looked at Sun Jiancheng with strange eyes, and despised him for being stingy. However, Sun Jiancheng didn't notice it. He thought everyone was looking at him in amazement at his generosity, and kept bidding following Boss Wang. He likes the feeling of being noticed and admired. When the number reached 3.21 million, Boss Wang stopped shouting. This was beyond his budget. Sun Jiancheng had a smug look on his face. It seems that this pair of earrings will belong to him. Honey, do you want to snatch these earrings? Su Ningyan asked Jang Chen. Jang Chen came to attend this charity event today, mainly to let his wife spend money, and then the system would give him a tenfold rebate. In short, he came here to go on a shopping spree and then make a lot of money through tenfold rebates. So he said directly, grab it. I think this pair of earrings suits you very well, they will look great on you. Worried that Su Ningyan would not dare to snatch it because of the money problem, he tried to find other ways to make her snatch it willingly. No woman would be able to resist snatching her husband away after hearing him say such words. So Su Ningyan's eyes lit up, nodded and said, then grab it. She raised the sign in her hand and said very generously, 4 million. Jang Chen looked at her in surprise. You know, Su Ningyan was quite frugal before. Even if she raised the price, it would be at most hundreds of thousands. Now she has actually increased it by nearly 800,000. It seems that women's pursuit of beauty is really unimaginable to men. Su Ningyan said uncomfortably, what's wrong? Did I add too much? Jang Chen touched her head and said, no, I think you added too little. Feel free to add as much as you want. No matter how much you add, I can buy it. Don't worry about the money. Su Ningyan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to fight with Sun Jiancheng for the pair of earrings. It's that bitch Su Ningyan again. Jiancheng, you must buy this pair of earrings, otherwise that woman Su Ningyan will probably laugh to death. Sun Jiancheng's face was gloomy, he got it. He raised his card, 4,001,000. There are actually numbers like 10,000 and 10,000. If you don't have money, don't shoot. You are so stingy. This Sun Jiancheng is really despicable. If he wants to take a photo, please be more generous, like Su Ningyan's husband, and just add 1 million. People around were talking about it. Sun Jiancheng's face turned red, but he refused to add that much and continued to add 1,000 at a time. Later, Su Ningyan became a little impatient. She looked at Jang Chen. Jang Chen nodded at her and said, just spend as much as you want. I, your husband, will cover it for you. It feels so great to have someone supporting you from behind. Su Ningyan felt safe all of a sudden. She held up a sign, 10 million. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, Su Ningyan actually gave out 10 million directly, she is really rich. It's not that she is rich, it's clearly her husband who is rich. Didn't you see that she asks her husband every time she bids? Her husband really dotes on her and lets her raise the price. It seems that her husband agreed to the 10 million. I didn't understand the situation before and despised her for marrying a poor student. Now I realize that she is not a poor student at all, but a big shot. I envy Su Ningyan so much. What's the use of envy? Su Ningyan has a unique vision. She immediately fell in love with Director Jang and got the marriage certificate with him before anyone could react. Su Ningyan naturally noticed the envious looks of these women and felt a surge of pride in her heart. Yes, she has good taste, so she chose Jang Chen as her good husband. Is there anyone who wants to bid more at 10 million? The host asked on stage. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Sun Jiancheng. Sun Jiancheng was in a difficult situation at this time. Although he is a real estate tycoon, his funds have recently been used for projects, and one of the projects has run into problems, so he currently does not have much funds to transfer. The most important thing is that this pair of earrings is only worth 2 or 3 million at most. He just bid over 4 million just to save face. 10 million was far beyond his expectations. But Li Jiamei next to him was still bothering him. Jiancheng, what are you still hesitating about? Why don't you take a picture quickly? Do you want everyone to laugh at you? Of course, Sun Jiancheng didn't want to be laughed at by everyone, but he really didn't want to spend 10 million to buy such a pair of earrings. The most important thing is that he bought it for someone else. Li Jiamei is not a woman worth him spending 10 million to buy a pair of earrings. The sound of people talking came again. I've long seen that Sun Jiancheng is a stingy person. If he has no money, why did he keep bidding? Is he just trying to be rich? I guess so. I think he just wants to be in the spotlight. Sun Jiancheng is such a face-conscious person that he can't stand hearing such words, and his face turned very ugly. Just at this moment, Jang Chen looked at him. Mr. Sun, you can't even come up with 10 million, right? If you can't even come up with 10 million, why are you pretending to be a real estate tycoon? Since you have no money, it's not too late to stop as soon as possible. He had seen the look in Sun Jiancheng's eyes when he was coveting his wife. He also remembered the contempt and hatred the other party showed him. So he planned to teach Sun Jiancheng a lesson. Sun Jiancheng was provoked by his words, and Li Jiamei was still nagging beside him. People are bullying you, why are you so cowardly? He actually dared to laugh at you for not being able to come up with 10 million. Just let him see that you can easily come up with not only 10 million but even 20 million. Sun Jiancheng was influenced by her for a while, and in a fit of rage, he raised his sign and shouted, 20 million. I regretted it so much after I shouted that. 10 million is already difficult for him, let alone 20 million. It's all because of that unlucky woman Li Jiamei. He glared at Li Jiamei fiercely. Li Jiamei shrank her neck and felt a little regretful. She thought of something, her eyes lit up, and she whispered, Jiancheng, don't worry, you definitely don't have to pay for the 20 million. Doesn't that guy named Jang Chen really like to compete with you? I guess it's the same this time. Sun Jiancheng felt relieved. Li Jiamei was right. He was just shouting out the 20 million. After Jang Chen and others raised the price, he would immediately stop. So he doesn't have to pay the last 20 million. As a result, when the host shouted, 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million 3 times. Since no one bid higher, I declare that the earrings belong to Mr. Sunday. Congratulations, Mr. Sun. Applause broke out. But Sun Jiancheng did not show any joy and his face was pale. How could this happen? Why didn't that pretty boy Jang Chen raise the price? Chapter 106. Yes, I am jealous. He looked towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen gave him a contemptuous sneer and looked away. Now there is nothing left for descendants like Jiancheng to understand. Jang Chen, this pretty boy, clearly did it on purpose, he was setting a trap for himself. He immediately panicked and shouted to the host, I don't want this pair of earrings anymore. I was just joking and didn't want to buy them. The scene turned cold. The head of the charity came up and said coldly, I'm sorry, there is no regret in this move. Since Mr. Sun has asked to spend 20 million to buy this pair of earrings, then you must pay 20 million. Sun Jiancheng gritted his teeth and asked, what if I don't come out? The person in charge sneered, unless Mr. Sun doesn't want to stay in Nanchang anymore. Sun Jiancheng thought of the power behind Eve, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva, feeling panic in his heart. Finally, he had no choice but to sit down. He has no choice but to spend these 20 million. The people present started talking again. Oh my god, this is so hilarious. You actually want to return the earrings. If you don't have money, just don't take the photo. Why are you pretending? Where did this weird person come from? He has no money but still comes here to participate in the auction. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt. After attending so many charity galas, this is the first time I heard of someone wanting to return something and refuse to pay the bill. What did he think this was? A vegetable market? He could just return it if he didn't want it? What a dream! At this moment, Sun Jiancheng was completely humiliated. He subconsciously stood up and was about to leave, but was stopped by the security guard. Sorry, you can't leave until your items are paid. Sun Jianqing's face was very dark. When will the payment be made? The security guard replied that payment would be made in one go after all the items were auctioned off, so please continue to wait here, sir. After all, Sun Jianqing was a customer, and the security guard was just an employee. Although he despised Sun Jianqing's behavior of trying to shirk his debt, he still had to be polite to him on the surface. Seeing that he couldn't leave, Sun Jianqing had to sit back down, his face still very dark. Li Jiamei, who was standing by, seemed to find his behavior embarrassing as well. She moved a little further away, looking as if she wanted to stay away from him. Sun Jianqing glanced at her with a sinister look on his face. It's all the fault of that bitch Li Jiamei. If she hadn't brought him here, if she hadn't been fanning the flames just now, he wouldn't have been so impulsive as to spend 20 million to buy a pair of earrings worth only 2 or 3 million, and he wouldn't have done such a shameful thing. Husband, did you say that on purpose to provoke Sun Jianqing? So he deliberately didn't follow Sun Jianqing in raising the price? Su Ningyan came close to Jang Chen and asked in a low voice. Jang Chen looked at her and did not hide it. Yes. I don't like the way he looks at you. Since he keeps bragging about being rich, he should be the one to pay for the 20 million. Su Ningyan's eyes lit up and she reached out and grabbed his arm. Husband, are you jealous? Jang Chen didn't want to admit it at first, but he felt that he was a grown man and was just jealous. What was there to deny? He nodded and said, yes, I am jealous. You are my wife, you belong to me, and I will never allow other men to covet you. At this moment, Su Ningyan was almost overwhelmed by her husband's dominance. She held her little face in her hands and looked up at Jang Chen. Husband, you look so handsome like this. Jang Chen smiled and remembered something. By the way, I didn't take a picture of Master Lu's earrings for you. Do you feel regretful? Su Ningyan shook her head and said, no. I didn't really like that pair of earrings because. Jang Chen asked, why? Su Ningyan glanced at him and felt a little embarrassed. It was because you said I would look good wearing it that I wanted to take a picture of it. It turns out it was because of him. Jang Chen was in a very good mood. It was okay. He didn't take a picture of this pair of earrings. He could see if there were any other earrings later. Su Ningyan shook her head and said, no thanks. You took me shopping a couple of days ago and bought me several pairs of earrings. I haven't worn them all yet, so there's no rush for earrings. Jang Chen didn't force it. Well, then let's shoot something else. The auction continues. Next is a calligraphy and painting, which is the work of Master Zhou, a famous domestic painter. Master Zhou's works have always been of great collection value, and can usually be sold for several times the price after being purchased and resold. The most important thing is that you have a work by Master Zhou in your hand, which gives you face when you show it to others. Everyone likes to save face, especially people in the upper class. So they are all eager for things that can save face. So as soon as the host said the auction would start, several people started bidding frantically. In an instant, the price of this painting increased to more than 4 million and was still rising rapidly. Apparently, it will take some time for the price to stabilize, so there is no need to rush into bidding. Jang Chen sat leisurely in his chair and watched everyone bidding. Su Ningyan next to him had been silent, so he looked over with some curiosity. Su Ningyan was seen staring at the painting of Master Zhou held up by the staff on the stage, her eyes shining. This look is almost as good as when I saw the love of a lifetime ring before. Do you like this painting? Su Ningyan almost couldn't bear to look away. Yes, I like it very much. I have always wanted a painting by Master Zhou, but unfortunately I have not had the chance. I did not expect to see it at this auction. Jang Chen said, since you like it, just bid. Su Ningyan paused and said hesitantly, but everyone is scrambling for this painting, and the price is probably very high, much higher than the previous pair of earrings. Jang Chen smiled and said, it's okay, as long as you like it, I will buy it for you no matter how expensive it is. Su Ningyan was really touched this time. Because she really likes this calligraphy and painting by Master Zhou. Thank you, husband. Why thank me? I am your husband and it is my responsibility to make you happy. Jang Chen handed the sign to her and said, okay, don't be too moved. Hurry up and bid, otherwise this painting will be bought by someone else. Su Ningyan immediately focused her attention on the auction. She really liked the painting and almost dared to raise the price. Her husband said that he would buy it for her no matter how expensive it was. It's great to have a rich husband who dotes on her. 6 million. 8 million. 10 million. The price kept rising, and most importantly, everyone's enthusiasm for the painting didn't diminish at all. Jang Chen looked at Su Ningyan's anxious expression, leaned close to her ear and said, "Shout out 50 million." Perhaps Su Ningyan was too anxious and her mind was not quick enough, so she was led away by Jang Chen. She raised the sign and shouted, 50 million. Chapter 107. This couple is more ruthless than the other. All those preparing to bid froze, the price they wanted to shout out stuck in their throats, unable to go up or down. It took a long time for these people to react. Mr. Su was so generous that he just gave us 50 million. How can we continue to play? That's right, I was just thinking of adding 1 million at a time, which was much more generous than that Sun Jiancheng who added 10,000 at a time. But it turned out that President Su directly jumped to 40 million and increased it to 50 million. Sun Jiancheng, who was sitting nearby and also caught in the crossfire, had a face so dark that it was unsightly. But he had no choice. He had just spent 20 million, and 20 million was his limit. After this charity event, he will probably have a hard time in the future. So even if he was used as a negative example for comparison, he couldn't just throw money in the face and slap them back. At this moment, he could only hope that Su Ningyan and Jang Chen were just trying to be rich, and when the time came to pay, they probably wouldn't be able to come up with the money. Since Su Ningyan raised the price to 50 million yuan so arrogantly, no one dared to compete with her, so in the end this calligraphy and painting by Master Zhou fell into Su Ningyan's hands. The people around praised him. President Su was really bold, spending 50 million in one go. It seems that Mr. Su is also a person who loves calligraphy and painting. We can communicate privately when we have time. Su Ningyan had also come to her senses by now. Thinking about how she had just shouted out 50 million in a fit of rage, her face turned red with embarrassment. But when she thought that it was her husband who asked her to shout like that, she regained her composure. I don't have the courage at all. It was my husband who told me to just shout out 50 million. My husband said that as long as I like it, he will buy it for me no matter how expensive it is. Everyone looked at her happy face and their expressions froze. This feeling of being suddenly fed a wave of dog food is really sour and refreshing. Everyone sighed with envy again. So, it seems that President Su has good vision and has directly taken a fancy to such a promising person like Director Jiang. After Master Zhou's calligraphy and painting were photographed, the next item was a jade sculpture, the work of Master Chang, a famous domestic sculptor. Jang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw this sculpture. He liked the sculpture so much that he had to take it down. Master Chang has always been very rigorous about his work, and it takes him several years to produce a sculpture. I never thought that I would be able to see Master Chang's sculptures at this auction. I have to say, Eve's connections are really amazing. This sculpture is even more precious than Master Zhou's calligraphy and paintings. The starting price is estimated to be quite high. There will probably be a lot of people bidding frantically soon, and it is unknown how high the price will go. No matter how high it is, I am determined to get this sculpture. That is not necessarily true, I love this sculpture too and I have to take a picture of it. Everyone rubbed their hands excitedly, waiting to raise the price immediately after the auction started. As a result, just as the host said to start the auction, Jang Chen's voice came over. 100 million. Everyone was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? We've just started, and now there's a king bomb. How can we continue playing like this? This couple is more ruthless than the other. Just now, they thought Su Ningyan was very arrogant by increasing the amount to 50 million, but Director Jiang directly mentioned 100 million when filming started. 100 million, who dares to compete with him? Who has so much money to compete with him? Anyway, I don't have that much money. I admit that in front of Mr. Jiang, I am a pauper. I admit that I am a coward and I dare not compete with Director Jiang. Yes, if I anger Mr. Jiang, I would end up spending 100 million to buy a sculpture that is only worth 50 million at most. That would be a huge loss. The loss is 50 million, not 50,000. Anyway, I can't afford it. For a moment, everyone was as quiet as a chicken. Jang Chen was originally waiting for everyone to raise the price, and then he would add another 100 million, so that it would be 200 million. With the system's tenfold rebate, he would be able to make more money. I didn't expect everyone to be speechless. He looked at everyone and asked, "Aren't you going to raise the price?" Everyone shook their heads so hard that they almost shook their heads off. Jang Chen said with some regret, "Why don't you raise the price?" "Then it seems I can only spend 100 million to buy this sculpture." The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. What does it mean that you can only buy this sculpture for 100 million? Judging from the tone, Mr. Jang still thinks that spending 100 million is not enough? It turns out that the world of the big guys is not something that ordinary people like them can understand. Everyone worshipped Jang Chen. Finally, this sculpture by Master Cheng fell into Jang Chen's hands. Although he got the sculpture he wanted, Jang Chen was not very satisfied. The money was not spent. If the money is not spent, the system will not be able to return more money to him. It seems that I will have to continue my shopping spree. He looked at Su Ningyan and held her hand tightly. Wife, I am going to give you a difficult task next. Su Ningyan was stunned for a moment. What mission? As long as you, my husband, tell me to do something, I will definitely try my best to complete it. Jang Chen smiled and said, That's good. The next task is to buy whatever you like at a high price. Don't be afraid of wasting money. You have to remember that we are doing charity now, and the money we spend is used to help people. This time Su Ningyan didn't hesitate anymore, nodded and said, Okay, I will definitely work hard. Then, everyone saw Su Ningyan holding up the sign continuously. Words like 50 million, 100 million, etc. were repeated over and over again. Everyone was amazed at the beginning, but later on they became a little numb. Finally, he sighed once again that the world of these super bosses is really not something that mortals like them can understand. In the world of super bosses, money seems not to be money. In the end, Jang Chen spent more than 1 billion on this auction. According to the system's tenfold rebate, he earned more than 10 billion. Adding the 5 billion he had previously invested in stocks, his total net worth now amounts to 20 billion. All items have been auctioned off and are entering the payment process. This is the moment that everyone is paying most attention to. Everyone's eyes were on Jang Chen. The same goes for Sun Jiancheng and Li Jiamei. In their hearts, they still didn't believe that Jang Chen really had so much money, and they were waiting for Jang Chen to make a fool of himself and get slapped in the face. As a result, Jang Chen paid more than 1 billion yuan without hesitation. The head of the charity announced loudly that Mr. Jiang had successfully paid 1.5 billion. Thank you very much Mr. Jiang and Ms. Su for your support of the charity project. On behalf of those who will receive your help in the future, I would like to thank you. Thank you very much. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Chapter 108 Two Children. They didn't expect that Jang Chen actually succeeded in paying 1.5 billion. Oh my god, this Mr. Jiang is really a super boss. In an instant, everyone surrounded Jang Chen. Mr. Jiang, congratulations. Director Jiang was really generous. He paid 1.5 billion without blinking an eye. It's really amazing. Does Mr. Jiang like carving? I'm also interested in this area. I wonder when Mr. Jiang would be free to discuss this with me. Sun Jiancheng and Li Jiamei, who were pushed outside and ignored by everyone, looked pale and blue. They really didn't expect that Jang Chen was actually so rich. Thinking about how they had previously mocked the other person for being a poor student and a gigolo kept by Su Ningyan, the two of them felt as if their faces were slapped in pain. If they had known Jang Chen was so rich, they would not have said those things before, and now they would be able to go up and curry favor with him like everyone else. If they are lucky enough to curry favor with such a super boss, they will enjoy a good life in the future. Unfortunately, it's no use saying anything now. The two were about to leave the auction venue in dejection, but were stopped by the auction staff. The other party handed the card machine to Sun Jiancheng and said, Mr. Sun, you bought earrings worth 20 million yuan before. Please pay the 20 million yuan. Sun Jiancheng's face froze. He originally wanted to get away with it while no one was paying attention. Now it seems that he has to pay the 20 million. He paid 20 million with a painful look on his face, finally took the box containing the earrings handed to him by the other party, and quickly left the auction venue. Li Jiamei followed immediately. As soon as I reached the door, I saw Sun Jiancheng opening the car door, as if he was about to leave. She walked over quickly and stopped Sun Jiancheng. Jiancheng, why didn't you wait for me? Are you planning to leave on your own? She thought of something and glanced at the box in Sun Jiancheng's hand. She pretended to be considerate and said, If you have anything urgent, you can go and take care of yours first. But shouldn't I be the one to take care of these earrings? Sun Jiancheng was already in a bad mood, and when he heard her shameless words, he burst out in anger. Bullshit. Why should I give it to you when I spent 20 million on it? If it weren't for this bitch, I wouldn't have spent 20 million in vain. From today on, we are done playing. If you dare to come near me again, don't blame me for being rude to you. He took the box and got into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut. Before Li Jiamei could react, he had already driven away. Li Jiamei took a mouthful of exhaust fumes. I didn't expect that when I brought my new boyfriend to the charity event today, I failed to attract attention and was finally slapped in the face by Su Ningyan and her husband. Now I even lost my boyfriend. She was really regretting it at this moment. This is the auction. The person in charge walked up to Jang Chen and said respectfully, Mr. Jiang, since you bought too many things, please come with us and Mr. Su to the backstage to pick up the auction items. Jang Chen nodded and said, okay. He and Su Ningyan followed the person in charge. There is a large lounge backstage. When they entered, there were quite a few people sitting inside. When they saw them come in, these people immediately stood up and greeted Jang Chen with a warm and respectful attitude. They all heard that Mr. Jiang spent 1.5 billion on their charity event. Mr. Jiang, here are all the things you took pictures of. There are quite a lot of things. I'll have someone move them directly into your car. What do you think? The person in charge said to Jang Chen. Jang Chen nodded and said, okay, thank you for the trouble. The person in charge quickly asked someone to move the things over. Everyone started to get busy. Jang Chen noticed that there were 3 people standing in the corner, with their heads down and looking embarrassed. It was a woman in her 50s with 2 children, a boy and a girl. Noticing his gaze, the woman immediately walked towards Jang Chen with gratitude on her face. Are you Mr. Jiang? Thank you so much for buying all the things from our welfare home. We really appreciate it. As she spoke, she pulled the 2 children, a boy and a girl, nearby and asked them to greet Jang Chen and the others. Xiaoyi, Xiaoqing, hurry up and say hello to your brothers and sisters. It was brother Chen and sister Ningyan who bought your things, and they spent a lot of money. Jang Chen was a little confused for a moment, and the person in charge introduced him to something. This is Director Chun from Angel Welfare Home. Next to her are 2 children. The boy is called Xiaoyi, and he painted the painting you just bought. The girl's name is Xiaoqing, and the rag doll you bought belongs to her. They are all children from Angel Welfare Home. Jang Chen suddenly realized. Hello brother Chen, hello sister Ningyan. Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing timidly called out to Jang Chen and Su Ningyan. Jang Chen looked down at them. The 2 children seemed a little embarrassed and quickly hid behind Dean Chen. However, the girl seemed to be a little braver than the boy. Of course, the most important thing was that Jang Chen was so handsome. People with good looks always attract other people's attention easily, making people let down their guard. It was the first time that Xiaoqing saw such a handsome brother. She couldn't help herself and walked towards Jang Chen. She raised her little face and looked at Jang Chen. The dean said, you bought all of Xiaoyi's and mine, and spent a lot of money. Is that true? Maybe Xiaoqing was dressed up specially before coming. She was wearing a relatively new pink dress and had 2 small braids on her head. Perhaps because she was nervous, she held the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands while she spoke. Seeing such a cute child, Jang Chen felt warm in his heart. He reached out and gently touched Xiaoqing's head. Yes, I bought it. I heard you donated a doll. That doll was your most beloved thing, how could you bear to give it away? Xiaoqing had a serious look on her face. The director said that only by donating the things that they think are most important can we attract customers to buy them. This way, our welfare home will have money and the children in the home will be able to live a better life. Jang Chen's voice became softer, and he praised Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing is awesome. Xiaoqing couldn't help but reveal a bright smile on her face. Xiaoyi, who was hiding behind the dean, couldn't help it anymore. He ran over and said to Jang Chen anxiously, I also donated my most beloved things. I spent many days drawing that picture. It includes my parents and me. However, I don't remember what they look like, so the drawing is not very good. Having said that, he felt a little depressed. Chapter 109 The one who steals my wife is my love rival. Jang Chen was stunned. Mom and dad? According to his understanding, all the children in the welfare home are orphans. How come Xiaoyi still has a father and a mother? Director Chen explained that Xiaoyi's parents died in an accident 2 years ago, and his relatives didn't want to raise him, so they sent him to an orphanage. Before Xiaoyi's parents passed away, they were very good to Xiaoyi and they were a happy family. In Xiaoyi's heart, the time before his parents passed away was the happiest time of his life, so for him, the time he spent with his parents was the most precious thing. No wonder Xiaoyi said that the painting of a family of 3 was also his most beloved thing. Jang Chen felt a lump in his throat for a moment. He reached out and touched Xiaoyi's head, and said sincerely, Xiaoyi is also great, a very wonderful little boy. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up immediately. Children all like to be noticed, especially when there are other children around, they hope to get more attention. Xiaoqing, who was standing by, saw that Jang Chen's attention was focused on him, and couldn't help but reach out and pull Jang Chen's arm. Brother Chen, you are so handsome, the most handsome person I have ever seen, she said sweetly to Jang Chen. Jang Chen immediately looked at her and praised her, saying, Xiaoqing has good taste. Xiaoyi on the side couldn't help it either. Brother Chen, you are so awesome. When you came in just now, everyone here spoke to you with such respect. You are simply my idol. Everyone likes to be praised, and Jang Chen is no exception. Most importantly, the person who praises himself is still a child. Everyone knows that children are not good at lying. Jang Chen nodded at him. Xiaoyi has good eyesight and will definitely have a bright future. Xiaoqing, who was standing by, saw that Jang Chen's attention was on Xiaoyi again, so she wanted to draw his attention back to herself. Xiaoyi had the same idea as her. Thus, Jang Chen became the center of competition between the two children. In order to attract his attention, the two children kept flattering him. Jang Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. Sometimes he would touch one child's head and praise him for his good taste, and sometimes he would touch another child's head and praise her for her good taste. Su Ningyan had just gone out with the moving staff to put things away. Unexpectedly, when I returned to the backstage, I saw Jang Chen surrounded by two children. The one adult and two children seemed to be having a lot of fun, with smiles on their faces. Dean Chen stood by and watched silently, without saying a word to disturb them, but with a smile on his face as well. Seeing this scene, Su Ningyan couldn't help but think of the time when they went to the hot spring and met a little foreign girl. That little girl really likes Jang Chen. Originally it was just an accident, but now it seems that Jang Chen is very popular among children. There are so many people who like Jang Chen. Whether adults or children, men or women, they all seem to like Jang Chen very much. A sense of pride welled up in Su Ningyan's heart. Jang Chen is just so outstanding that so many people like him. And this man is her husband. She walked towards Jang Chen and the others and asked, What are you talking about? You seem so happy? The two children looked at her, their eyes lighting up. Sister Ningyan, you're back. Sister Ningyan, you are so beautiful. Yes, she looks like a fairy. The two children immediately ran towards Su Ningyan, surrounded her, and showered her with compliments. This scene is so familiar. The only difference was that the person being surrounded changed from Jang Chen to Su Ningyan. Jang Chen stood aside and smiled helplessly. Children's love comes and goes quickly. But come to think of it, his wife is so beautiful and cute, it's natural that the child would like her. Compared to boys, girls tend to be gentle and meticulous. Although the two children also like Jang Chen, they obviously prefer the gentle and thoughtful Su Ningyan. Especially since this sister is so beautiful. So the two children kept surrounding Su Ningyan and kept talking to her. Jang Chen felt something was wrong as he watched. These two kids have been surrounding his wife for half an hour. Why haven't they let her go yet? Especially the little guy Xiaoyi, his eyes were shining when he looked at Su Ningyan. Don't think he didn't see that little thought. After all, we are all men, even though the other party is still a little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair. But as long as you are a man, you can't let your guard down. No, his wife is his. He walked over quickly and hugged Su Ningyan's waist to show his dominance. Okay, you've been around Sister Ningyan for long enough, it's time to return her to me. Xiaoqing blinked and asked, Why should I return her to you? Is Sister Ningyan yours? Jang Chen smiled and said, Yes, she is my wife, so of course she is mine. Xiaoyi widened his eyes, looked at Su Ningyan, then looked at Jang Chen, with a frustrated look on his face. Well, it turns out that Sister Ningyan is already married, and she married Brother Chen. I was thinking about marrying Sister Ningyan when I grow up. Jang Chen reached out and tapped his forehead. You kid, you have a lot of ideas. You even want to marry Yen Yen. Are you trying to steal my wife? Xiaoyi touched his forehead and said a little aggrievedly, I knew that Sister Ningyan had already married you. What's more, after knowing that you are Sister Ningyan's husband, I have no thoughts about you anymore. He looked at Jang Chen carefully, his expression becoming even more depressed. Although I think I will be fine when I grow up, Brother Chen, you are too outstanding. I can't compare to you at all. Sister Ningyan is so outstanding, she is the best match for you. Jang Chen reached out and rubbed his head hard, You're smart. Su Ningyan found it a little funny watching from the side and whispered, "Xiaoyi is just a child. He doesn't understand anything and is just talking nonsense. Why are you jealous of a child?" Jang Chen said, as a matter of course that children nowadays mature very early. You think they don't understand, but in fact they all know, so even if it is just a child, you must be vigilant. Anyone who competes with me for my wife is my love rival. Su Ningyan felt helpless and a little sweet. The fact that Jang Chen is jealous of a child shows that he cares about her. Of course she was happy. While they were chatting, the person in charge and several staff members looked over here hesitantly. Jang Chen noticed their gaze and looked at them. What happened? The person in charge came over and said, "In order to thank Mr. Jiang for his support for our charity, we wanted to take a few photos with Mr. Jiang and General Manager Su and post them online." Chapter 110. It's simply every man's dream. After all, Eve is not a purely charitable organization, but is more commercial in nature. What Eve actually wants more than anything else when she hosts this charity gala is to increase her own fame and image. But no matter what Eve's purpose was, she did achieve the purpose of charity. Jang Chen thought about it and didn't refuse. Okay. The person in charge looked delighted. He was worried that Jang Chen would refuse. He wouldn't have had this worry in the past. After all, Eve has a great influence in South City, and everyone is trying to curry favor with them. Now it's Jang Chen's turn, such a big shot, and it's them, Eve, who have to curry favor with him. Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang, for your cooperation. Then please ask Mr. Jiang and Mr. Su to come to the stage. By the way, 2 children from the welfare home also came up and we took a few photos together. A group of people walked onto the stage and posed for photos. Perhaps it was because of the playfulness just now that Xiaoqing and Xiaoyi had become obviously dependent on Jang Chen. The two of them tightly grasped Jang Chen's arms, their little faces full of tension. Jang Chen bent down and touched their heads, comforting them. "It's okay, don't worry, it's just a few photos." Xiaoqing and Xiaoyi looked up at him. Jang Chen had a convincing aura, and the 2 children couldn't help but relax and smiled at him. While they were talking, the photographer had already found various angles to shoot them in advance, so the scene of Jang Chen talking to the 2 children was captured. "Okay," the photographer said to Jang Chen and the others. Jang Chen came down from the stage with Su Ningyan and 2 children. Xiaoqing and Xiaoyi walked up to Dean Chen. Jang Chen waved to them and said, "Okay, it's getting late. Sister Ningyan and I have to leave." The 2 children had a look of reluctance on their faces. Xiaoqing and Xiaoyi couldn't help but look at Dean Chen. Dean Chen gave them an encouraging smile. The 2 children seemed to have found their courage. They walked up to Jang Chen, raised their little faces, and looked at Jang Chen and Su Ningyan expectantly. "Brother Chen, Sister Ningyan, can you please visit us at the welfare home when you are free?" Jang Chen was stunned and looked down at the 2 children. He turned his head to look at Su Ningyan, and Su Ningyan nodded. He lowered his head again and said to the 2 children with a smile, "Of course, no problem, you are so cute. Sister Ningyan and I will definitely come to see you when we have time." The 2 children immediately had bright smiles on their faces. Half an hour later, Jang Chen took Su Ningyan and drove away in the Bugatti under the gaze of everyone. Xiaoqing and Xiaoyi stood beside Dean Chen, looking in the direction where Bugatti left. Will Brother Chen and Sister Ningyan really come to see us? The 2 children were filled with uncertainty. Although they were not very old, they knew that Jang Chen had a very high status from the way everyone treated him. Could such a prominent person really still remember these 2 children? At the same time, there was an uproar on the internet because of the photos Eve had just released. "Oh my god, this guy and girl are so good looking. Are they some celebrity couple? I don't think I've seen them on TV much. What celebrity? Didn't I see what Eve said on Weibo about this being a big customer at their charity gala? It also said that this Mr. Jiang spent 1.5 billion at the auction and paid it all on the spot. What? 1.5 billion? That's too much, big boss. I wonder if this big guy needs a leg pendant. Even if there is a shortage, it won't be your turn. For such a big boss, there are many people who want to be his leg pendant. This is probably just another show. I don't think it's for charity, it's just for advertising." The words above are really sour. Although the parties hosted by Eve are very commercial, the funds raised from each charity event are indeed used for charity. Looking at the items in the photos, although they are all very valuable, their total value is only a few hundred million at most. This tycoon actually spent 1.5 billion to buy them. Not only is he generous, I think he also wants to take this opportunity to contribute to charity. I think so too. Look at the two children standing next to him. They seem to be orphans from Angel Welfare Home. I have seen the photos that he've posted with the children from the welfare home before, and they all looked panicked and rejected. Unlike these photos, the two children obviously like this big guy very much and are very dependent on him. This shows that this big boss is not putting on a show, but is truly doing charity. This big guy is not only rich, but also has a heart to help others. This character is really admirable. I was so envious and jealous when I saw this. This guy is not only handsome and looks young, but he is also so wealthy. This is simply the dream of every man. The other side. Jang Chen was driving, and Su Ningyan was very quiet beside him. He turned his head with some surprise and saw Su Ningyan browsing her phone. He was a little confused. What was he looking at? Su Ningyan showed him the screen of her phone and read the comments about you online. They all envied you. Jang Chen smiled. So this is what he was looking at. About half an hour later, Jang Chen drove to the parking lot of Yulongbei Villa. After parking the car, they got out. Thinking of the pile of things in the trunk, Jang Chen felt a headache. After thinking about it, he asked the security guard for help. Jang Chen is the largest owner in Yulongbei, so the security guard is naturally happy to come and help. Soon, several security guards moved all the things into the villa lobby. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan stood in the living room, looking at a pile of things on the floor. Su Ningyan couldn't help but sigh. These things actually cost 1.5 billion. Among these things, except for the sculpture by Master Chang that Jang Chen liked, almost all the others were bought for her. 15 billion. Even before she left the Su family headquarters, she would not dare to squander like this. Her husband really dotes on her so much that he actually lets her spend more than 1 billion on charity. She felt both touched and embarrassed. Every time she had this emotion, the first thing she thought of was how to repay Jang Chen. She opened her mouth and was about to speak, but unexpectedly Jang Chen spoke before her. Are you thinking about how to repay me? Su Ningyan was stunned. I haven't even said it yet, how do you know what I want to say? Jang Chen reached out and gently pinched her nose. I don't understand you very well. You are just not used to accepting other people as kindness, especially such a big one. Chapter 111. Buy a bed with good elasticity. Su Ningyan touched her nose a little embarrassedly. She recalled several times before when she had said such things, and Jang Chen seemed unhappy, and she felt alienated from him. Thinking of this, she felt a little uneasy. Husband, will you be angry with me? Actually, I am not alienated from you. Jang Chen looked at her and smiled, no. Not only am I not angry, I'm also very happy that you can continue to maintain this good habit in the future. He used to be stupid and stubborn, and always felt that Su Ningyan was alienating him. But now he has turned the corner. He knew that Su Ningyan was not estranged from him, it was just a matter of habit. So he no longer worried about it. Instead, he could use Su Ningyan's habit to get her to agree to things that she would rarely agree to normally, such as some things about what they did in the bedroom at night. Thinking of this, Jang Chen felt his body getting hot and his throat getting dry. Su Ningyan didn't know what he was thinking and was a little confused. Why are you so happy? Jang Chen looked mysterious. You will know in a moment. Let us go out and buy something. Su Ningyan was confused. What should we buy? Jang Chen replied, didn't you just say you wanted to repay me? The things we're going to buy next are related to your repayment to me. For fear of scaring Su Ningyan, he didn't say anything more specific. Anyway, by the time everything is ready, it will be too late for Su Ningyan to regret. Su Ningyan never doubted him and didn't ask any more questions. She just let him pull her out obediently. Not long after, the two drove to a nearby furniture store. Jang Chen took Su Ningyan into the furniture store. The owner of the furniture store just noticed that Jang Chen was driving a Bugatti. So when he saw Jang Chen coming in, he immediately greeted him warmly. What are you two looking for? Our furniture is of exceptional quality and you won't be disappointed. Jang Chen said directly, I want to see the bed. The boss was stunned for a moment, but then he quickly reacted. He glanced at Su Ningyan who was standing next to Jang Chen, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. No problem, over here, sir, please follow me. Let me tell you, we have beds of all sizes here. Enough for 2 people, enough for 3 people. He winked at Jang Chen and said, "If you think these are not big enough, you can have them custom made. We can make them in any size you want. We will definitely satisfy you." Jang Chen thought about it and decided that the size should be bigger, but the elasticity should also be good. The boss chuckled and said, "Don't worry, it's naturally elastic, even if several people dance on it, there will be no problem." He emphasized the word disco, and it was clear that he was talking about more than just disco. Those who understand will understand. Jang Chen is even more satisfied, that's good. Su Ningyan, who was standing by, was completely confused. "Husband, why are you buying a bed? Don't we already have a bed at home? And it's in good condition. Why buy another one?" Jang Chen looked at her and smiled. "The bed I want to buy is different from the one at home." Su Ningyan was even more confused. What was the difference? Jang Chen did not answer her, but looked at the boss. "Boss, the bed I want is not for the bedroom, but one that can be hung in the air." The boss is a smart guy and understood it immediately. He reached out and patted Jang Chen on the shoulder, sighing, "Brother, you really know how to have fun. You even thought of a hammock. Don't worry, I have it here, you can come and pick out the styles." Jang Chen took Su Ningyan and followed the boss to choose the style of hammock. "Which one do you like?" Jang Chen said to Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan was confused at this moment. She had no idea why Jang Chen brought her here to see these hammocks. "Honey, do you really want to buy this hammock? But this hammock looks very shaky. When you lie on it, it will sway so much that how can you sleep?" Jang Chen smiled mysteriously. He just wanted it to shake. If it didn't shake, he wouldn't buy it. The boss standing by showed the same understanding look as a man. Only the simple woman Su Ningyan looked confused. Although she didn't understand why Jang Chen bought this hammock, she still followed Jang Chen's instructions and chose a red hammock. After choosing the style, Jang Chen paid quickly and gave instructions to the boss. "Could you help with the installation? Please deliver it to Yulongbei Villa as soon as possible so that I can install it in the glass greenhouse on the rooftop. I'm going to use it tonight, so please find someone to help me deliver it over and install it right now. This is extra money for your hard work." Jang Chen transferred another considerable sum of money to his boss. The boss looked at the funds that had arrived and smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. He repeatedly assured me, "Don't worry, sir, I will have someone deliver the hammock over right now and have someone install it for you right away. I promise, you'll be able to use this hammock tonight." I sighed in my heart, young people are still energetic and so impatient. After buying the bed, Jang Chen took Su Ningyan and left the furniture store. It would take some time to deliver the bed to the villa and install it, so Jang Chen did not take Su Ningyan back to the villa immediately. He looked at Su Ningyan. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Su Ningyan touched her flat belly, nodded and said, "Yes." At this moment, a fragrance came over and she looked out the car window. There is a barbecue stall on the roadside. Maybe she was too hungry, or maybe the smell was too good, she said without thinking, "Honey, I want to eat the barbecue here." Jang Chen hesitated. "Do you really want to eat the barbecue here? This is a roadside stall." Jang Chen has eaten this kind of roadside barbecue many times and is used to it. But as for Su Ningyan, she probably isn't used to eating food from street vendors, right? Su Ningyan nodded and said, "Yes, I want to eat it. I think the barbecue here must be delicious." Moreover, she felt that it must be very happy to sit on the roadside with Jang Chen and eat barbecue together intimately. Anyway, as long as she is with Jang Chen, she feels happy no matter what she does. Jang Chen looked at her smiling face and it seemed that she really wanted to eat the barbecue here. "Since you want to eat, go down." There was no dedicated parking lot for the roadside barbecue stall, so Jang Chen had to find an open space nearby to park the Bugatti. The person sitting in front of the barbecue stall immediately looked over. Almost all the people who come to the roadside stalls to eat barbecue are from ordinary families. Most of them come by electric cars, and even ordinary small cars are rare. Chapter 112, The fatter the better, it will be more comfortable to hold. Everyone was stunned when they saw such a super luxury sports car suddenly appear. "Oh my god, am I seeing things? Is that a Bugatti sports car?" It is indeed a Bugatti. I don't know which big boss drove the car here. Were they also here for barbecue? Were they the rich coming here to experience the lives of ordinary people? While they were talking, Jang Chen had already brought Su Ningyan over here. Seeing the appearance of the two, everyone gasped. Aren't these two people so good looking? Could they be two celebrities? He looks unfamiliar, I've never seen him before, so he is probably not a celebrity. Look, they're coming. As soon as Jang Chen brought Su Ningyan to the barbecue stall, he saw everyone staring at them, as if they were looking at some rare animals. It's not a good feeling to be stared at all the time. Jang Chen glanced at these people lightly. They shrank their necks and immediately looked away, not daring to stare at them anymore. After Jang Chen and the others sat down, these people secretly looked at them again. There was no way around it, because Jang Chen and the others were not only so good looking, but most importantly, they actually came here in a Bugatti sports car. Jang Chen used to be a poor student, and he had no idea how many times he had eaten barbecue at roadside stalls. So he was very skillful in selecting ingredients in front of the barbecue stall. Su Ningyan stood beside and said excitedly, I want to eat grilled chicken wings, grilled chicken legs, grilled eggplant, and... She ordered a bunch of things in a row. After ordering, she said a little embarrassedly, I think I ordered too much. Jang Chen smiled and said, it's okay, as long as you like it. Su Ningyan's face showed joy at first, but then she thought of something and felt a little sad. I really like them all, but... She pinched her arm and said with some distress that she seemed to have been eating too well recently and had gained a lot of weight. If you order so much now and don't exercise later, you will definitely gain a few pounds when you wake up tomorrow. For women, weight is their biggest concern. Almost every woman is worried about gaining weight, and Su Ningyan is no exception. Jang Chen felt helpless. He comforted me, it's okay, it's better to be a little fatter. You are just too thin now. It hurts my hands when I hold you. Eat more and gain some weight so that you can be more comfortable when holding her. Su Ningyan blushed, glanced at the other people sitting in front of the barbecue stall, and whispered, there are other people here. It's really embarrassing to say these things in public. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows and said, okay, let's talk about it after we get home. Su Ningyan's face turned even redder. After ordering the ingredients, the two sat back down in their seats. The boss was very quick and after about 15 minutes, he started bringing out the items they ordered. The aroma kept coming to their noses. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan couldn't help it and were ready to start eating. After taking a few bites, a hint of surprise flashed across Jang Chen's face. I didn't expect that the food at this barbecue stall is so delicious. It's really surprising. He glanced at the tables filled with people around him and understood a little. No wonder there are so many people, it turns out that the barbecue stall here is really good. Even Su Ningyan, who was used to Jang Chen's cooking, nodded repeatedly while eating. This barbecue is so delicious. Probably because she was too hungry, she had a chicken wing in each hand and a chicken drumstick in the other, and was so busy eating that she was almost too busy. This look is completely different from her usual appearance, silly and cute. Jang Chen looked at the stuff on the corner of her mouth, and helplessly took out a tissue to wipe it for her. Eat slowly, no one will snatch the food from you. Su Ningyan felt a little embarrassed. I'm just too hungry. She had been busy with the charity gala tonight and had hardly eaten anything. She was really hungry. As he ate, his hair fell down. If she continued eating, her hair would probably fall into the plate of food. By then, you won't know whether you were eating food or hair. Both of her hands were filled with food, so she had no choice but to ask Jang Chen for help. Husband, my hair is falling out, can you help me fix it? Jang Chen quickly put down what he was holding. What should he do? Su Ningyan said, I have a hair tie in my bag, please take it out and help me tie my hair up. Okay. Jang Chen nodded and took out a hair tie from Su Ningyan's bag. He held the hair tie in one hand and was stunned looking at Su Ningyan's long hair. He has never tied a girl's hair before, so how should he do it? Su Ningyan didn't know his situation and asked in some confusion, Husband, why aren't you moving yet? Jang Chen had no choice but to speak up. How should this be done? Su Ningyan understood and began to teach him. First, help me push all my hair back, grab it together, and then put the hair tie in. Su Ningyan said it quite easily, and Jang Chen also felt it was easy to listen to. However, only after he got started did he realize how difficult it was. Either the hair was only halfway in, or it was tied too loosely and the hair was all spread out, or it was tied too tightly and it pulled on Su Ningyan's scalp. Jang Chen was sweating profusely while doing his hair, and he felt that doing his hair was harder than earning 100 million. Although the process was difficult and I failed many times. If it were an ordinary boy, he would probably lose his patience and want to lose his temper. But Jang Chen didn't have any of that. He has always been very patient, and when giving the acupuncture, he even asked Su Ningyan with concern whether it would hurt her. The girl sitting nearby looked envious. This handsome guy is so patient, unlike my boyfriend who got angry and refused to do it after only 2 attempts when I asked him to help me tie my hair. Yours is still relatively good, at least he has helped you tie your hair. My husband has never tied my hair. Oh, it turns out that all the good men are from other families. My man should really learn from them. Not only is he not as handsome or rich as his boyfriend, he is also not as considerate as his boyfriend. I really don't know why I fell in love with my boyfriend in the first place. I must have been blind. The boy sitting next to him blushed and couldn't help but retort. Then you are not as pretty as other people's wives, nor as cute as other people's wives. The result was a glare from his girlfriend. The boy shrank his neck and dared not say anything more. Jang Chen finally helped Su Ningyan tie her hair up and breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. What do you think of it? Su Ningyan shook her head and said with great satisfaction, very good. Honey, thank you for helping me tie my hair. Jang Chen shook his head and said it was okay. The two continued to eat barbecue. Chapter 113, Husband, why did you install the bed here? Half an hour later, the two had almost finished eating. After paying the bill, Jang Chen took Su Ningyan and left the barbecue stall. 15 minutes later. Jang Chen parked his car in the parking lot of Yulongbei Villa and walked into the villa with Su Ningyan. As soon as the two walked into the villa lobby, they saw the furniture store owner coming down with several staff members. Seeing them come in, the furniture store owner's eyes lit up and he strode over. Mr. Jang, we have already installed the hammock you bought. Don't worry, not only are the beds of ours of high quality, but the installation craftsmanship is also superb. So you can bring your loved ones to play on it to your heart's content without worrying about any accidents. Jang Chen easily heard the boss's hidden meaning. He reached out and patted his boss on the shoulder, well done. I will buy a bed from you again if I have the chance. If the experience is good this time, I can bring a few clients with me and sign some big contracts for you. The light in the boss's eyes became brighter, and he said enthusiastically, thank you very much, Mr. Jang, and I wish you a pleasant evening. The boss was also very considerate and quickly left with a few staff members without staying to disturb us. Su Ningyan felt a little dizzy when she saw her husband and boss playing charades. Honey, what were you talking about with that boss just now? What kind of game? What kind of accident? Are we going to sleep in a hammock tonight? There was a hint of ambiguous smile on Jang Chen's lips. Don't worry, you'll only be lying on it for a few hours, not the whole night. He didn't explain more. He took Su Ningyan directly into the elevator and took her to the rooftop. When Su Ningyan saw the hammock in the glass greenhouse on the rooftop, she was completely stunned. Husband, why did you let someone install the hammock here? At this time, the glass greenhouse is full of small neon hanging lights, which looks very romantic. The hammock is located right in the center of the glass greenhouse. Under the light, it has a hazy and mysterious feeling, which is attractive yet a little dangerous. At this point, Jang Chen no longer hid his feelings. He leaned close to Su Ningyan's ear and whispered, of course it's because. After hearing what he said, Su Ningyan's face flushed instantly and she stammered, how can this be possible? Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. You said before that you would repay me. This is the reward I want. You can't go back on what you said. Su Ningyan bit her lip and argued with a red face, but I didn't know that this was the reward you wanted. Jang Chen crossed his arms and said, anyway, this is the only reward I want. He looked like he was telling me to do whatever I wanted. Su Ningyan hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement. Although this matter is very out of line and very embarrassing. But she didn't want to disappoint Jang Chen. Also, it looks quite interesting. Realizing what she was thinking, Su Ningyan quickly reached out and patted her hot cheeks. Jang Chen looked at her. What do you think? Do you agree? Su Ningyan's cheeks were red, and she whispered, yes, it is possible. But there's glass all around here, will anyone see us? Jang Chen then reached out and took out a remote control and pressed a button on it. The glass that was transparent just now immediately had a layer of frosted texture, and now it was completely impossible to see inside from the outside. At this time, Su Ningyan could not find any reason to refuse. So, Jang Chen pulled her towards the hammock in the middle. The next day, Su Ningyan was awakened by the ringing of her cell phone. With her eyes hazy, she reached out and felt around on the bedside table, found a cell phone, and took it. A familiar female voice came from inside. It was Mr. Gao's voice. Mr. Su, I have a small question about the project we worked on before. I want to tell you about it. Mr. Gao talked on the phone for a while. What do you think about changing it to this? Su Ningyan's mind was clear at this time. She nodded and said, no problem, that's great. After she finished speaking, she realized that her voice was a little hoarse and she couldn't help but clear her throat. Mr. Gao paused on the phone and asked with concern, why is Mr. Su's voice so hoarse? Did you catch a cold last night? You should take better care of yourself. She said some caring words, and then, whether intentionally or unintentionally, mentioned Jang Chen. By the way, is Director Jang here? To be honest, I haven't really talked to Director Jang much, and I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to have a good chat with him. Su Ningyan immediately became alert. She couldn't help but think of the look on President Gao's face when she looked at her husband at the Eve charity auction last night. Women's intuition is very sharp. She always felt that there was something wrong with Mr. Gao's expression when he saw her husband. At first, she looked very amazed, and her eyes were glued to her husband. Later, when I introduced Jang Chen to her as my husband, Ms. Gao looked very disappointed. This look made Su Ningyan feel that President Gao seemed to have taken a fancy to her husband. Thinking of her husband's handsome appearance, slender and tall figure, excellent talents in all aspects, a net worth of 20 billion, and he is still very young. My husband's conditions are really excellent, which is a fatal attraction for women. Her heart suddenly began to lift. My husband is not available right now. She stood up and walked towards the kitchen. As I walked, I felt a pain in my body. And this soreness was caused by overdoing something last night. Su Ningyan couldn't help but feel a little shy and sweet. She glanced towards the kitchen and saw Jang Chen busy in the kitchen. My husband is cooking for me in the kitchen now. Mr. Gao was a little surprised on the phone. Mr. Jiang can actually cook? Su Ningyan said, yes, my husband is a good cook, but he doesn't usually cook for others, he almost always cooks for me. Especially after I did something, he was very attentive and made all my favorite dishes. He also made soup for me, which took several hours to cook, saying that it was to nourish my body. She seemed embarrassed and her voice became softer and softer, but it was still loud enough for Mr. Gao to hear. Mr. Gao was a little confused at first, but later he began to understand. She said hesitantly, Mr. Su, when you say after doing something, do you mean that? Su Ningyan admitted it directly, yes. Mr. Gao continued to ask with some difficulty, then Mr. Jiang is making food for you and soup for you now. Did you? Su Ningyan did not deny it, and said shyly, well, we did last night. Chapter 114, saying no, actually. Jang Chen was so excessive. He actually took advantage of my desire to repay him and dragged me to the furniture store to buy a hammock and had it installed in the glass greenhouse on the rooftop. Then we were in the glass greenhouse last night. After hearing this, Mr. Gao was stunned. It took her a long while to find her voice. You two are quite interesting. You even thought of installing a hammock in the glass greenhouse. Whether out of curiosity or something else, Mr. Gao asked cryptically, so, how do you feel? Speaking of which, I haven't tried it in a hammock yet, especially inside a glass greenhouse. Hiss, it's exciting just thinking about it. Su Ningyan was really shy at this moment. She stammered and said, it's good. You can try it if you have the chance. Mr. Gao nodded in agreement and said, well, I must give it a try if I have the chance. But I guess the effect wouldn't be that good. After all, in this regard, apart from the atmosphere, the most important thing is the man's ability in that area. Speaking of this, she recalled the amazement she felt when she saw Jang Chen last night. The other person's golden proportion figure has always been imprinted in her mind. She sighed and said, your husband has such a good figure. You can tell at a glance that he is a very fit person. It seems that he is also very good in that aspect. I think it will be impossible for me to find a man like Mr. Jiang in the future. Although Su Ningyan was very shy, she still agreed and said that Jang Chen was indeed in good physical condition. Mr. Gao looked envious and said, oh, I really envy you, Mr. Su, for finding such a good man like Mr. Jiang. She thought of something and found it a little funny. I said, Mr. Su, you have always been a very introverted person. Why are you suddenly so open today and even talking to me about sex? Su Ningyan had a hint of embarrassment on her face. She really didn't know how to explain it. She couldn't just say directly that she was worried that Mr. Gao would steal her husband. Mr. Gao seemed to see through her thoughts and said jokingly, looking at you like this, are you worried that I will steal your husband away? Su Ningyan was embarrassed when her thoughts were exposed. She hesitated for a while and finally admitted it directly. I am a little worried. After all, Jang Chen is really outstanding, and Mr. Gao, you are also outstanding. Mr. Gao felt a little emotional. He never thought that he would hear you say these words one day. Mr. Su, who has always been confident, would actually be so unconfident at times. It seems that love is really torturous. But when you think about it, Mr. Jiang is really too outstanding. There are probably too many women who are attracted to him to count. After all, she herself was one of those women. But she is now a little less concerned. She still has her principles and is not going to do anything like stealing someone else's husband for the time being. She also has a good relationship with Su Ningyan. She said, okay, don't worry, I won't steal your husband. Besides, even if I wanted to snatch it away, I couldn't beat you. Although she felt that her conditions were very good, they were still a little inferior to Su Ningyan. Su Ningyan also thought of this and said with great agreement, that's right, you are still a little worse than me. Moreover, my husband and I have a very good relationship. My husband said that he only likes me and I will be his only wife in this life. President Gao was caught off guard by a wave of dog food, and felt upset and stomach churning. To avoid stomach discomfort caused by eating too much dog food, she quickly said, okay, I won't disturb your love with your husband. Hang up the phone. Su Ningyan was not angry when someone hung up on her. Instead, she was in a good mood. She was in a good mood because she defeated a love rival without much effort. She said sweetly to Jang Chen in the kitchen, honey, is the meal ready? I'm hungry. Jang Chen looked at her with a smile on his face. Up? Go wash up quickly, then you can eat later. Su Ningyan nodded and said okay. Go to the bathroom and wash up obediently. While eating, Jang Chen asked casually, who did you call just now? Su Ningyan paused while eating and said to Mr. Gao. Jang Chen looked curious and asked, what does Mr. Gao want to see you about? Su Ningyan's cheeks turned red as she thought of the topic she had just discussed with Mr. Gao. She tried to stay calm. It was nothing, just some conversation about cooperation. Jang Chen looked at her with a half smile. Is that so? I thought I heard words like replenish the body and hammock. It also seemed to mention my good physical fitness. Are you talking to Mr. Gao about what happened in the glass greenhouse last night? It seems that some little woman has tasted the bitterness of last night's incident. I don't know who was so resistant at the beginning last night, saying no and no, and saying that he was uncomfortable. Now it seems that they were all lying to me. Su Ningyan's face turned red instantly. She lowered her head and almost dared not see anyone. She didn't expect that Jang Chen had heard everything she had just said to Mr. Gao. The most important thing is that Jang Chen actually said it again in front of her. It was so embarrassing. She stammered, I didn't lie to you. It was indeed uncomfortable and a little bit painful at the beginning, but then. She was too embarrassed to say the rest. But Jang Chen refused to let her go. What happened next? Su Ningyan's head almost fell on the table. She was not as calm as she was when facing Mr. Gao before. Her voice was so soft that it was almost as soft as a mosquito's. Comfortable at the back. She could hardly stay there any longer and stood up. My hands are a little dirty, I'm going to the bathroom to wash them. She ran to the bathroom quickly and disappeared in an instant. Jang Chen looked at the direction she left and couldn't help but chuckle. Every time I tease people about what happens in the room, Su Ningyan's reaction is still so funny. It feels pretty good to bully your wife occasionally. 3 days later. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan had finished their lunch and were sitting on the sofa watching TV when they received a call from Director Chen of the welfare home. Dean Chen said somewhat embarrassedly, I'm really sorry to disturb Mr. Jiang and Miss Su. It's like this, Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing really like you. After you parted that day, both children missed you very much. If possible, I hope Mr. Jiang and Ms. Su will come to the welfare home to see them. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan both liked Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing very much, and they had promised the two children that they would visit them. The two looked at each other, and Jang Chen said to Director Chen on the phone, no problem. Yan Yan and I are free this afternoon. We want to go to the welfare home to visit Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing this afternoon. I wonder if it is convenient at the welfare home. Chapter 115 Maid Costume. Dean Chen kept saying, it's convenient, it's convenient. Thank you very much Mr. Jiang and Ms. Su. After finalizing the time for the visit with Dean Chen, Jang Chen ended the call. He looked at Su Ningyan. They were going to the welfare home to visit Xiaoyi and the others in the afternoon. There should be quite a few children in the welfare home. Let's go to the supermarket later to buy some snacks and toys for the children. Su Ningyan nodded and said, okay. The two set off to the supermarket. After going to the supermarket, the two pushed the shopping cart and started buying snacks and toys. With the help of the shopping guide, the two of them bought snacks and toys smoothly. When she was about to check out, Su Ningyan noticed some doll costumes placed in an area not far away. Her eyes lit up and she said to Jang Chen, honey, let's buy some doll clothes. You can put on doll costumes and play games with the children. The children will definitely be very happy. Jang Chen has no objection, okay. The two walked over and started picking out doll costumes. Su Ningyan looked at a pile of doll costumes and felt a little confused. Which one should she buy? Jang Chen said that it could be matched with the game. You could buy the corresponding doll costume for the game you play. Su Ningyan's eyes lit up, yes. The children are still young and don't know many games, so let us play eagle catches chicken and wolf catches sheep. Jang Chen stood aside, his face stiff. He had no objection to the children playing these two games, but the problem was that he would have to participate with the children. Isn't it a bit childish for a grown man like him to play eagle catches chickens and wolf catches sheep? Su Ningyan didn't get his response, so she looked up at him with anticipation. Honey, what do you think? Jang Chen was silent for a moment, and said somewhat unwillingly, okay, I think it's pretty good. It's okay to be childish, as long as my wife is happy. Sure enough, I saw a bright smile on Su Ningyan's face. That's great. Then let us pick out the doll costumes needed for the eagle catches chickens and the wolf catches sheep. This supermarket is very large and has a large inventory, so even if Jang Chen and the others need a large number of doll costumes, they can provide them. After buying the doll costume, the two were about to leave when Jang Chen saw a set of maid costumes placed in the corner and stopped. Hubby, why don't you leave? Su Ningyan looked at him puzzled. Jang Chen tried to stay calm. I still have things to buy. You push the shopping cart to the checkout counter first. I'll be there soon. Su Ningyan had no doubts, okay, then I'll go first. After Su Ningyan walked away, Jang Chen strode towards the maid costume placed in the corner. 10 minutes later, he walked to the cashier carrying a black bag. At this time, the cashier at the checkout counter had just settled the items in the shopping cart and was waiting for payment. Jang Chen walked over, took out his bank card and paid directly. He was carrying several large bags and was about to leave. Su Ningyan on the side reminded, honey, the black bag in your hand seems to be unpaid. Do you want to pay for it together? Jang Chen paused and looked down at the black bag in his hand. No, I've already asked the staff to settle the bill in advance, so there's no need to pay. Su Ningyan nodded. So that's it. She looked at the black bag in Jang Chen's hand. What on earth was in it? You actually paid in advance. Jang Chen looked indifferent. It was nothing, just some props for playing games with the kids later. Well, it's getting late, so let us quickly get our things back in the car and head to the welfare home. Su Ningyan didn't decide to ask any more questions, so she carried her things and walked towards the Bugatti with him. 40 minutes later. The two arrived at the welfare home. Dean Chen was already waiting on the lawn with the children. When he saw them coming, he immediately took the children to greet them. Before Dean Chen could say anything, Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing, who were standing behind her, had already run excitedly towards Jang Chen and Su Ningyan. Brother Chen, Sister Ningyan, you are finally here. The two children rushed directly to Jang Chen, hugged his thighs respectively, and looked at him excitedly. Jang Chen was a little amused. I promised to come and see you, so I can't go back on my word. Okay, let go of me first. I can't walk anymore if you hold me like this. Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing quickly let go of their hands. At this time, the dean had already walked up to Jang Chen and said to him and Su Ningyan, thank you for your hard work. Jang Chen shook his head and said it was okay. By the way, these are the gifts that Yin Yan and I bought for the children. Dean, please distribute them to these children. He handed over a few bags in his hand. The eyes of the group of children standing behind the dean immediately became bright and their gazes were fixed on the big bags. When they heard Dean Chen say that he would give them gifts, they all cheered, their little faces filled with excited smiles. Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing were also about to go over to get the gifts, but were stopped by Jang Chen. He took out 2 more bags and handed them to them. These are gifts that Sister Ningyan and I specially prepared for you. Do you like them? Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing took the bag and looked inside. It contains everything they like. People are divided into close and distant relationships. Jang Chen has more contact with Xiaoyi and others, so naturally he cares more about them. The two children also felt the kindness and became even happier. The two of them hugged Jang Chen's thighs again. "Thank you, Brother Chen." Su Ningyan on the side deliberately said with some jealousy, "Are you only grateful to Brother Chen?" The two children panicked and let go of Jang Chen's legs. Instead, they hugged Su Ningyan's legs and said sweetly, "Thank you too, Sister Ningyan. I knew that Sister Ningyan was the best to us. Sister Ningyan, you look so beautiful today, even more beautiful than a fairy." Worried that Su Ningyan would be angry, the two children kept flattering her. Su Ningyan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. "Okay, I know you guys are sweet talkers. Let go, I'm not angry anymore." The two children then let go of each other's hands and once again enthusiastically threw themselves into the gifts that Jang Chen and Su Ningyan bought for them. After the children recovered from the excitement of the gifts, Jang Chen and Su Ningyan took out another bag containing doll costumes. Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing were a little curious. "Brother Chen, what's in here?" Jang Chen replied that it was the costume he would need to play the game later. After Jang Chen took out the clothes, Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing, who were originally expectant, and the group of friends standing behind them fell silent. After a long while, Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing finally uttered, "How ugly." Chapter 116, She has a good eye for choosing a husband. Jang Chen's face immediately froze. Although he also thought the clothes were ugly before, they were chosen by his wife, so even if the clothes were really ugly, he had to pretend that they looked good. He glanced at Su Ningyan beside him, and sure enough, he saw a hint of disappointment on her face. Su Ningyan's voice was a little low. "It seems that my taste is not very good. I didn't pick out what the children like." Jang Chen felt a little distressed instantly. He held Su Ningyan's hand and comforted her. "How could that be? You have the best taste. Not only is your taste in choosing clothes good, but your taste in choosing a husband is also good. Who in the outside world doesn't say you have good taste? Don't you see that they are all envious of you?" Su Ningyan's originally depressed mood instantly dissipated a lot. She couldn't help but chuckle and glared at Jang Chen coquettishly. "Why do I feel that you are not praising me for my good taste, but praising yourself in a roundabout way?" Jang Chen didn't feel embarrassed at all about being exposed. "I am your husband. When I praise myself, I am also praising you. So, everyone admits that you have good taste. If these kids think the clothes are ugly, it only shows that they have poor aesthetic sense." At this point, he glanced at Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing and said with a deliberately stern face, "What's so ugly about these clothes? I think they are obviously very beautiful. You actually think they are ugly, so it must be that you have poor aesthetic taste." Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing seemed to be hesitant to speak. Before they could say anything, Jang Chen spoke again, his tone deliberately threatening. "If you think these clothes are ugly again, I will confiscate the gifts I gave you." Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing shuddered and quickly shook their heads and said, "It's not ugly, we were just joking." Yes, this dress is not ugly at all. These two clever little guys also brought their friends behind them. "These clothes look great, don't you think?" The friends clenched the gifts in their hands and agreed repeatedly, "Yes, it looks great. I didn't expect these kids to be so perceptive. Not bad, they will definitely have a bright future." Jang Chen nodded in agreement. The group of children also breathed a sigh of relief, as the gift was finally saved. Jang Chen ordered, "Since you think the clothes look good, then go change into them quickly and play games together later." He gave the doll costumes to the staff at the welfare home and asked them to help distribute them to the children. He turned his attention back to Su Ningyan and said seriously, "Look, I told you have good taste. The children all like the clothes you picked." Su Ningyan was a little amused and helpless. The children didn't like the clothes she chose at all, they were clearly threatened by their husbands. "But this is also because my husband wants to protect me and make me happy." Thinking of this, Su Ningyan felt a little sweet in her heart. She did not refute Jang Chen's words, but said, "Well, as long as the children like it. By the way, do we need to change our clothes too?" Jang Chen, who was originally very leisurely, immediately froze. He glanced at the children who had changed into their chicken little doll costumes. A group of yellow little chicks, so yellow and fat, are really an eyesore. He really doesn't want to wear such ugly clothes. Su Ningyan looked at him and suddenly felt like playing a prank. "Honey, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to change into these clothes?" When she said this, she seemed sad, and her voice was choked with sobs. "It seems that what you said just now was a lie to me. It turns out that my taste is really bad. The clothes I picked are not good looking at all. You don't like them. Jang Chen's heart ached at the sight. He said without thinking, nonsense, the clothes you picked are obviously very beautiful, I like them very much. Su Ningyan immediately followed his words and said, since you like it, then why don't you change it quickly? Jang Chen looked at her expectant eyes, his Adam's apple rolled up and down several times, and finally said with difficulty, okay, I'll go to the lounge and change now. He picked up the eagle doll costume and walked towards the lounge step by step. He paused with every step he took, as if waiting for Su Ningyan to call him so that he wouldn't have to change into the doll costume. Unfortunately, until he walked into the lounge, Su Ningyan didn't call him. Su Ningyan looked at the closed door of the lounge and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Of course she could see that Jang Chen was unwilling to put on that doll costume. She did that on purpose. Her husband looked so cute just now. Su Ningyan's eyes curved up and her heart softened. Dean Shen, who was standing by, watched the whole process and couldn't help but sigh. What Mr. Jiang said just now was right. Miss Su really had a good vision. Su Ningyan looked at Dean Chen. Dean Chen continued, Miss Su has a good eye for choosing a husband. Mr. Jiang is really nice to you, Miss Su. It's so enviable. Dean Chen is so old and has met a lot of people. Rich people have seen a lot of it. However, most rich men are rarely devoted to their wives, but they have many mistresses. There are very few people like Jang Chen who have such wealth, are so young and handsome, and are so devoted and doting on his wife. Su Ningyan also understood this truth, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Well, Jang Chen is really nice to me. So she must protect this man well and never let other women take him away. 10 minutes later. Jang Chen walked out wearing an eagle doll costume, looking hopeless. The moment she saw Jang Chen, Su Ningyan couldn't help but laugh again. Jang Chen looked towards her with a hint of resentment in his eyes. If it weren't for this little woman Su Ningyan, he wouldn't have changed into this ugly doll costume. But this little woman actually laughed at him. Su Ningyan immediately stopped smiling. She coughed and tried to find a nice way to say it. It's actually quite nice. This eagle doll costume is quite realistic. Look at the eagle's beak, which is very sharp, and the eagle's eyes, which are very sharp. When worn by you, my husband, it can better show your temperament. You will be like this eagle, sharp and brave, so handsome. Jang Chen glanced at her. Really? Su Ningyan nodded vigorously, really. You look really handsome in it. Jang Chen looked at her serious expression and couldn't help but smile. He reached out and touched her head. Okay, no need to try so hard to find nice words to praise me, you've already put it on anyway, you can't take it off again. By the way, isn't it time for you to put on your hen costume? He handed the hen doll costume to Su Ningyan. Chapter 117 Husband, stop rubbing your ears. They are going to fall off. The clothes were picked by Su Ningyan, and she didn't object at all. She took the clothes and went to the lounge to change. Brother Chen, your eagle suit. Xiaoyi walked up to Jang Chen, looked at the eagle doll costume Jang Chen had changed into, and wanted to say something. Jang Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, what's wrong with my eagle suit? Xiaoyi shrank his neck and immediately changed his words, which looked very nice. Xiaoqing on the side agreed, yes, it looks good, much better than our clothes. Jang Chen glanced at the chicken doll costumes they were wearing. A yellow, chubby lump. He looked down at his eagle suit again. With this comparison, he suddenly felt that the eagle doll costume he was wearing was not so unacceptable. While he was chatting with the children, the door to the lounge was opened. Su Ningyan walked out wearing a hen costume. Jang Chen had originally expected to see a clumsy and stupid old hen coming out, but the moment he saw Su Ningyan, he was stunned. He didn't expect that Su Ningyan looked not only not clumsy or dull in this outfit, but actually very cute. It's so cute that he wants to rub it. Su Ningyan walked up to Jang Chen. Seeing Jang Chen staring at her without saying anything, she felt a little uneasy. What's wrong? Does it look bad? Jang Chen finally came to his senses. He reached out to hug Su Ningyan. Both of them were wearing bulky doll costumes. Jang Chen not only failed to hug Su Ningyan, but also pushed her out. He was startled and reached out to grab Su Ningyan, be careful. Su Ningyan steadied herself and said, I'm fine. Jang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and continued to look at Su Ningyan's clothes. Su Ningyan became more and more uneasy as he looked at her. Do you want me to change this outfit? Jang Chen said, no need. Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing came over. Sister Ningyan looks so cute in this dress. Yes, Sister Ningyan is indeed a fairy, she looks so beautiful no matter what clothes she wears. Jang Chen nodded in agreement. Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing were right. You look really cute in this outfit. His right hand, placed beside his leg, was ready to move. I really want to rub Su Ningyan's head with the old hen headgear, I really want to rub her red little face, I really want to. Su Ningyan noticed Jang Chen's burning gaze and her cheeks turned red. Don't keep staring at me. Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing were joking around. Brother Chen is attracted to you, Sister Ningyan. Sister Ningyan felt shy when Brother Chen looked at her. Jang Chen woke up and said, "Get out of here. I know your sister Ningyan is shy, yet you still tease her. If you want to tease someone, I'm the only one who can do it." Xiaoyi and Xiaoqing whispered. Brother Chen is so stingy. Let us go, let us not stay here and disturb the love between the couple. The two children left and went to play with their friends. At this time, Su Ningyan's face was completely red. Jang Chen couldn't help it at this time. He walked forward and reached out to touch Su Ningyan's head with alopecia. 20 minutes later. Su Ningyan followed Jang Chen towards the children. The children were stunned when they saw Su Ningyan's crooked doll costume. Sister Ningyan, what's wrong with your clothes? Yeah, how come it became such a mess? Oh my god, why is all the hair on this hood gone? Su Ningyan was so embarrassed that her head was smoking. She stammered, no, I guess it was rubbed off by something. Jang Chen came out to rescue her at the right time. Stop gathering around her and come over to play games. The children dispersed immediately. Su Ningyan also breathed a sigh of relief. She reached out and patted her hot cheeks, then joined the children in the game. Jang Chen played the eagle, Su Ningyan played the hen, and the children played the chicks. The purpose of playing games is to make children happy, so Jang Chen didn't chase very fast. Most importantly, he was also worried that Su Ningyan would fall if she ran too fast to protect the chicks behind her. But after all, he is tall and has long legs, and he has very good physical strength. Even though he chased slowly, after a long time, he still caught the little chicks behind Su Ningyan one by one. Jang Chen won the game of eagle catches chicken in the end. The children were not convinced and planned to fight again. Next, it became a game of wolf catching sheep. Everyone changed into corresponding clothing. Jang Chen, wearing a big bad wolf costume, looked at Su Ningyan, who had changed into a little lamb costume, and his right hand was ready to move again. Su Ningyan subconsciously reached out to cover the two sheep ears on her head. She glared at Jang Chen with her big watery eyes and said, "You can't touch me anymore." Jang Chen withdrew his right hand with some regret, okay. Although he said so, in the process of catching the sheep, Jang Chen almost grabbed Su Ningyan and pulled her hard. He threw Su Ningyan to the ground and started rubbing the two sheep ears on Su Ningyan's head. "You didn't rub it just now, but now you have rubbed it, right?" he said proudly while rubbing it. Su Ningyan's hair was messy at this time, the two sheep ears on her head were about to fall off, her two big eyes were misty, and she looked pitiful. She begged in a low voice, "Hubby, please stop rubbing, my ears are going to fall off." Jang Chen was originally focused on rubbing the sheep ears on her head, but when he saw the scene, he paused and an inexplicable fire surged in his body. Su Ningyan sensed danger and asked hesitantly, "Husband, why are you looking at me like that?" Jang Chen's eyes deepened and he lowered his voice, "Because I want to eat you." He emphasized the word eat. It's clearly not as simple as eating on the surface. Su Ningyan's mind was in a daze, and she seemed unable to come out of the role of the sheep. She looked at Jang Chen dressed as the big bad wolf, shivered, and said with sobs, "Don't eat me, I'm not tasty." Little did she know that her appearance made Jang Chen want to eat her even more. Just as he was about to take action, a loud shout was heard. Sister Ningyan was caught by the big bad wolf. "Hurry, let us go and rescue her." A group of children wearing sheep doll costumes rushed over here. Jang Chen was caught off guard and was pushed aside by the group of children. Then, the group of children pressed on him one after another, like a pyramid. Jang Chen was almost laughing at these naughty kids. He was just about to make love with his wife, but these naughty kids not only interrupted him, but also dared to push him to the ground. It seems like they have to be taught a lesson. He moved out with difficulty, holding one in each hand, swinging them back and forth like a swing. The two children he caught screamed in fear. Chapter 118. The condition is to wear a maid outfit. After Jang Chen scared the kids one by one, the suffocating feeling finally dissipated a little. In the end, Jang Chen won the game of wolf catching sheep again. What a shame you lost both games. Since you lost, you have to accept the punishment. Jang Chen announced as he stood in front of Su Ningyan and the children. Su Ningyan and the children looked at each other. Xiaoqing said timidly, "Then Brother Chen, what punishment are we going to receive?" Jang Chen did not answer her question immediately, but looked at Su Ningyan. He deliberately mentioned punishment at this time, of course not to punish the children, but to take the opportunity to make Su Ningyan agree to his conditions. Thinking of the maid outfit he had bought in the supermarket before, his heart was burning with desire. But he remained calm on the surface. He deliberately threatened the children. It's hard to say what the punishment will be, but it will be terrible and they will probably be covered in blood. The children believed it, their faces turned pale, and they begged, "Can we change the punishment?" Jang Chen deliberately put on a cold face and shook his head, "No." The children had no choice but to look to Su Ningyan and ask her for help. "Sister Ningyan, we are so scared. Can you please ask Brother Chen for us?" Su Ningyan had no choice but to look at Jang Chen. "Husband, look." Jang Chen pretended to hesitate for a moment. Generally speaking, when playing games, one must follow the rules. The light in Su Ningyan and the children's eyes dimmed. Jang Chen changed the subject and said, "However, considering that the children are so cute and his wife's plea, the punishment can be changed to another lighter one. But this is conditional. Your sister Ningyan needs to agree to one of my requests." The children immediately looked at Su Ningyan. "Sister Ningyan, please agree to it, okay?" Su Ningyan couldn't resist the children's request, so she agreed without thinking too much. "Okay." Jang Chen wanted to prevent her from regretting it later, so he asked again, "Are you sure you agree? No matter what conditions I propose?" The children looked at Su Ningyan eagerly again. Su Ningyan hesitated for a moment, but nodded and said, "Sure." Jang Chen smiled. Very good, his goal was finally achieved. The punishment for the game was to have the children pick up the trash on the lawn. Time passed quickly and it was almost time for dinner. Jang Chen and the others had to leave. After bidding farewell to the reluctant children, Jang Chen took Su Ningyan to the parking lot. On the way to the parking lot, Su Ningyan was really curious. "Husband, what exactly are the conditions you want me to agree to?" Jang Chen stopped and looked at her. "Guess what?" Su Ningyan was stunned and thought about it seriously. "Are you asking me to go back and cook dinner tonight?" Jang Chen had a look of despair on his face. "Wife, do you have any misunderstandings about your cooking skills?" He went to great lengths to get Su Ningyan to agree to him. Was it just to eat a meal of the awful food his wife cooked? Su Ningyan thought of her terrible cooking skills before and touched her nose. "I know I'm not a good cook, so I was wondering if you, my husband, would consider giving me an opportunity to practice my cooking skills. If it's not making dinner, then what is it?" Jang Chen didn't answer. "Guess again." Su Ningyan pouted and thought carefully. Recalling the experiences of giving Jang Chen massages several times before, she asked tentatively, "Do you want me to give you a massage?" Jang Chen smiled. This sounded good, but it wasn't. Su Ningyan was a little depressed. What on earth was that? "Husband, just tell me directly." She blinked her big eyes and looked at Jang Chen, expecting him to give an answer. Jang Chen reached out and tapped her forehead, reminding her. "You're the one, we're intimate with each other a lot, right? Why are you still so naive? Why don't you think about that? I really don't know how you became best friends with that old driver Lin Mengyao." Su Ningyan finally understood something now. Her cheeks couldn't help but turn red, and she stammered, "So your conditions are related to that aspect? Who in their right mind would think of that?" Jang Chen glanced at her. "Does this mean that I am not a normal person?" Su Ningyan quickly shook her head and said, No, I mean I am not a normal person." Jang Chen didn't continue to dwell on it because she was so sensible. After a while, Su Ningyan couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is it?" Jang Chen looked at her again, his expression showing surprise. Su Ningyan touched her face. "What happened?" Jang Chen said jokingly, "Usually when we talk about that kind of thing, you always try to avoid it. Why are you asking about the specific thing so enthusiastically now?" Su Ningyan touched her hot cheeks and defended herself in a low voice. "It's not your fault that men like to do that kind of thing. You are so outstanding. If I don't make progress in that area, what if someone else snatches you away?" Meng Yao said before that to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach and hook his body in that aspect. It's impossible for me to capture a man's stomach. My cooking skills are too poor, so I can only learn a little in that area. Jang Chen agreed with her last sentence very much. Lin Mengyao was right. You really need to learn more about that aspect. Su Ningyan looked frustrated, but I can't do it. The smile in Jang Chan's eyes deepened. It's okay. I know you can't do it, so I can teach you. And you, just do what I say. Su Ningyan nodded obediently and said, okay. So what exactly is this time? She was already mentally prepared when she asked this question. In the past, Jang Chen had done many things in that regard that made her feel that they were out of line. Like in a Bugatti, like wearing high heels, like in the hammock in the glass greenhouse a few nights ago. She felt that no matter how outrageous the things Jang Chen proposed this time were, she should be able to remain calm. However, when Jang Chen leaned close to her ear and said, "Weren't you curious about what was in the black bag I carried in the supermarket? Inside was a maid outfit. My condition is that you wear this maid outfit tonight, and..." Su Ningyan was about to explode. She almost trembled as she said, how can this be possible? Jang Chen grabbed her hand. Why not? Didn't you just say you'd study hard and listen to me? You can't break your promise. Chapter 119, Being Caught by Students from the Same School. Su Ningyan still wanted to struggle, but Jang Chen interrupted her and said, it's nothing. He put his arm around her waist and led her towards the Bugatti not far away. Okay, stop worrying about it. If you keep worrying about it, you'll miss dinner. Su Ningyan was brought into the Bugatti by him in a daze. Jang Chen started the Bugatti and drove Su Ningyan to the Yulong Bay Villa at high speed. Life is short, so make the most of every moment. Jang Chen's attention was focused on what happened tonight, and he had no idea that the scene of him and Su Ningyan hugging each other and getting into the Bugatti together had been photographed. Oh my god, was that Jang Chen just now? A girl holding a cell phone asked the boy next to her. The boy nodded, it was indeed Jang Chen. There were rumors in school before that he was kept by the female president of the company where he was interning. I thought it was fake at the time, but now it seems to be true. This man and woman are students at the same university as Jang Chen. As the boy spoke, he recalled the appearance of the female CEO who was hugged by Jang Chen's waist just now, and his tone became sour. But Jang Chen is really lucky. Other men are kept by old and ugly women. He was being kept by someone, a young and beautiful female CEO who could afford a Bugatti sports car. To be honest, if he were Jang Chen, he would also be willing to be supported by this female CEO. Unfortunately, he didn't have that luck. It is said that people of the same sex repel each other. The girl next to her felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this and said in a sarcastic tone, so what if she is beautiful? Their relationship is shameful, it is a monetary transaction relationship. In the final analysis, Jang Chen is still being kept by someone. It's really despicable that a grown man with hands and feet is being kept by someone. I say, you don't want to be a kept gigolo like Jang Chen, right? The boy said embarrassedly, how could that be? I'm a grown man, of course I wouldn't do anything like selling myself for money. Besides, even if someone like me wants to be kept by someone, those rich ladies won't look down on me. The girl looked at him and nodded in agreement. That's right, you are so ugly, not even 1% as good looking as Jang Chen. Let alone a rich woman, most girls would not look down on you. The boy's face turned purple. He does look a bit ugly, but isn't it a bit too much to say that he is not even 1% as good as Jang Chen? The girl seemed to see what he was thinking and glanced at him. What? You think I'm wrong? I dare not admit other aspects, but in terms of appearance, Jang Chen is indeed very handsome. I don't know how many girls in the school like him. She herself was one of them, but it's just that my family is too poor. The girl said this with a hint of disgust. The boy was just compared to Jang Chen by the girl, and he was not even 1% as good as Jang Chen. He hated Jang Chen in his heart, but when he heard the girl's words, he nodded in agreement. I think he chose to be kept by someone because his family was too poor. We had no evidence before, but now we finally caught him. This is big news, let us post it on the school forum right away. The two took out their cell phones and posted the photos they had taken earlier on the school forum. Not many people paid attention at first. But because Jang Chen and Su Ningyan looked so good in the photos, gradually more and more people came to watch. Moreover, there is a Bugatti worth 100 million yuan in the photo. Such a super luxury car attracts more and more people. Many people left messages below. Oh my god, these two are so good looking. Are they celebrities? I've never seen them before. Oh my god, I just checked the information, this Bugatti is worth 100 million, who is this big guy, so rich? They are not stars at all. I know the boy in the photo. He is my classmate Jang Chen. I have heard of the woman whose waist he is hugging. She seems to be the female president of the company where Jang Chen is interning now. Jang Chen's family is very poor. I think this Bugatti should belong to the female president. A Bugatti worth 100 million yuan, this female president is really rich. Jang Chen actually hugged the female president in such an intimate posture. Are they a couple? What kind of couple are they? A poor boy and a rich female CEO. You can tell at a glance that Jang Chen is being kept by someone. It seems that Jang Chen has become someone's gigolo. It's so disgusting. A grown man actually sells himself for money. This guy named Jang Chen is really despicable. The tone of the person above is really sour. I think you wish you could be Jang Chen. After all, not everyone can be a gigolo. If you don't have the looks and the figure, even rich women won't look down on you. Well, you know what, this guy Jang Chen is so damn handsome, no wonder he is favored by the female president. The most important thing is that this female president is not one of those old and ugly rich women, but a fair, rich and beautiful one. I even wish I could become Jang Chen. What kind of utterly destructive remarks are you making? If everyone thinks like you, how can society survive? That is, people like them who have no bottom line for money should be eradicated as soon as possible to prevent them from harming others. Some people who saw the photo supported Jang Chen and thought he was so lucky to be supported by a beautiful, rich and white CEO. They were all very envious. Some people despised and scolded him, thinking that he was a grown man who sold himself for money and was despicable. No matter how the two sides argued, the core of their arguments revolved around the topic of Jang Chen being kept by someone. No one believed that Jang Chen and Su Ningyan were in a normal relationship. The incident caused a big stir, and Jang Chen's 3 roommates also received the news. The 3 of them were worried. Qian Haowei frowned. What was said on the forum was getting more and more outrageous. I know the third brother's character. There is no way he would do something like being kept by someone for money. Jang Chen's dormitory is arranged according to age. Jang Chen is the third oldest, so his roommates call him Lao San. Gui Yayan was filled with anger. The fourth brother was right. The third brother would never do such a thing. I don't know which bastard started this trouble and slandered the third brother like that. If I catch him, I will definitely beat this bastard up. Su Wenchang next to him thought about it and said, the commotion on the forum is getting bigger and bigger. If it continues, I am worried that it will attract the attention of the school's top management, and then who knows what punishment will be imposed on the third brother. Should we talk to the third brother about this and see if he has any solution? Chapter 120, Standing on the Sofa, Acting Like a Big Sister. Qian Haowei and Gui Yayan looked at each other, nodded and said, okay, then let's call the third brother. The other side. Jang Chen and Su Ningyan had just finished dinner. Jang Chen was just getting excited thinking about the maid outfit when he received a call from his roommate Gui Yayan. He had no choice but to put his mind at ease for a moment and answered the phone. De Gua, why did you call me suddenly? Gui Yayan said on the phone, it's nothing, I just thought I haven't contacted you for a while, so I called to say hello. By the way, you have a class tomorrow afternoon, remember to come to school. After he reminded him, Jang Chen remembered that he had to go to class tomorrow afternoon. He is now a senior in college. He has very few courses and hardly needs to go to school. He spends most of his time on internship. But occasionally there are still 1 or 2 classes that I need to go to school to attend. He nodded and said, okay, I will remember to go to school tomorrow afternoon. Thank you for reminding me. He chatted with Gui Yayan for a few more words. Normally, it would be time to end the call, but Gui Yayan on the phone was still hesitating, as if he had something to say but was unable to say it out loud. He was a little puzzled. De Gui, do you have anything to say to me? We are all grown men, just say what you want to say, don't be shy. Gui Yayan stopped hesitating and said, okay, I'll just say it straight. Have you seen the news on the school forum? Jang Chen was a little confused. What news? You asked me this so suddenly, could the news on the forum be related to me? Gui Yayan admitted it directly, yes. I don't know who took a picture of you and the female president of the company where you were interning and posted it on the school forum. Everyone's comments are not very good, and the incident is getting bigger and bigger. I am worried that it will attract the attention of the school's top management, which will affect your graduation. Can you see if there is any solution? Jang Chen frowned and said, let me take a look first. As soon as Su Ningyan came out of the bathroom, she saw Jang Chen frowning, as if something had happened. She walked over and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Did something happen? Jang Chen was still talking to Gui Yayan at this time, so as soon as Su Ningyan spoke, she was heard by Gui Yayan on the phone, as well as Su Wenchang and Xianhaowei who were standing next to her. All three of them widened their eyes in shock. Jang Chen's attention was focused on the school forum at the moment and he didn't notice this problem. He said to Su Ningyan, Yan, where is your phone? I need to borrow your phone for something. He is still talking to Gui Yayan, so it is not convenient for him to use his mobile phone to check things. Su Ningyan quickly took out her cell phone and handed it to him. Here. Jang Chen took the phone, opened the webpage, entered the school forum URL, and saw the most popular post on the homepage. He clicked on it and saw that it was full of comments about being kept by someone. His face darkened. Third brother, did you see this? Do you have any solution? If that doesn't work, I'll see if I know anyone who can help you remove this post. Gui Yayan's voice came from the phone. Jang Chen took a deep breath and said, I can handle this matter, you don't have to worry. Thank you for letting me know this news. I will go deal with the forum matters now and will tell you when I am free tomorrow afternoon. Gui Yayan said, okay. The call ended. While he was talking to Gui Yayan, Su Ningyan also saw the comments on the forum. Her face was filled with anger. These people are going too far. How can they slander you and say that I'm your sponsor without any investigation? We are clearly in a normal relationship of lovers. No, we are a normal husband and wife. It is not a case of being kept as a mistress at all. These people are so foul-mouthed. No, I have to have a good argument with them. Su Ningyan was so angry that she didn't care about her ladylike image. She rolled up her sleeves, took the phone, registered an account, and started arguing with the trolls on the forum. Jang Chen put away his phone and saw Su Ningyan typing very seriously on the phone. He moved closer out of curiosity and was surprised when he saw the content. Is your brain full of grass? The nickname Strawbag is quite suitable for you. You don't know anything, but you just say that Jang Chen is being kept by someone. Why don't you produce some actual evidence? Ha, you actually dared to say these photos are evidence? Just based on these photos, you conclude that Jang Chen is being kept? Haven't you ever considered that Jang Chen and that female CEO are in a normal relationship? You say it's impossible? How can it be impossible? Just because you assume Jang Chen's family is poor and the female CEO is rich, and because you see how close they are, you think Jang Chen is being kept by the female CEO? I think you are clearly jealous. You don't want to admit that Jang Chen is capable enough to be favored by the female president, so you darkly throw dirty water on Jang Chen and try to pin the shabby hat of being kept on him. Let me tell you, you bunch of idiots, Jang Chen and the female CEO are not in a relationship of being kept by someone else. They are already married and are husband and wife, so just be jealous here. You actually questioned what I said? And you want me to produce evidence? Okay, you want evidence, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely produce it when the time comes, and show you clearly that Jang Chen and that female CEO are husband and wife. I'll make you jealous to death. By the way, I have to add that the one who is really rich is Jang Chen, not the female president. The Bugatti worth 100 million yuan belongs to Jang Chen. What? You think I'm lying? I'm not lying. You want me to produce evidence again? Okay, if you guys like asking for evidence so much, why didn't you ask for any evidence when you slandered Jang Chen for being kept by someone before? Don't worry, I'm different from people like you who slander others with empty words. I'm a person who pursues evidence, so I will soon produce evidence to let you know that Jang Chen is the real rich boss. It was the female president who climbed up to him, not him who climbed up to the female president. Jang Chen watched the whole thing and was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He stared blankly at Su Ningyan, whose face had turned red because of the heated argument with the trolls. She also rolled up her sleeves to her shoulders and put her feet on the sofa, looking like a big sister ready to fight. This look not only completely lacks the aloof demeanor of a female CEO in the company, but also lacks the ladylike demeanor of a little wife that she has in private. Perhaps his gaze was too scorching. Su Ningyan finally noticed his gaze. Chapter 121. I think you are cute like that. She looked up at Jang Chen. Husband, why are you staring at me like that? Follow his gaze down. I saw myself rolling up my sleeves and putting my feet on the sofa. She looked embarrassed and hurriedly put down her sleeves and took her legs off. She stood with her legs straight, her hands placed obediently on her thighs, her head lowered, looking like a well-behaved lady, as if everything that had just happened didn't exist. Jang Chen opened his mouth and asked. Nothing happened just now, everything you saw was an illusion. Yes, that's it. Su Ningyan quickly interrupted him. Jang Chen touched his chin and didn't let her avoid the topic. Your husband has very good eyesight and a clear mind, so I know clearly that everything that happened just now was not an illusion. I saw a little woman, she acted like a big sister. Su Ningyan covered his mouth with her hand, her face flushed red. Everyone said it was an illusion. How could you, as a husband, expose it directly? Can't you just follow what I say? Su Ningyan complained somewhat aggrievedly. Jang Chen pointed at the hand covering his mouth. Su Ningyan came to her senses and quickly let go of her hand. Jang Chen reached out and flicked her forehead. Seeing her look of pain, he said, You little woman, you've become quite bold. You even dared to cover my mouth and stop me from speaking. Okay, I haven't finished what I was saying. Although you look like a big sister just now, but you are beautiful, my wife. Even in that rough posture, you look extra cute. Especially since you are doing this because you are angry at those people who scolded me on the forum. That is why you are arguing with them in such a way that makes you lose your temper. I know you do this for me, and I am very touched. Su Ningyan's face was no longer embarrassed. She looked at Jang Chen and asked, Really? You don't think I was rude just now? Jang Chen shook his head and leaned over to place a kiss on her cheek. Of course not, I actually think you are cute like that. Su Ningyan finally smiled, reached out and hugged Jang Chen. Husband, you are so nice. The two hugged each other for a while, and Jang Chen remembered that he still had to deal with things on the forum, so he let go of Su Ningyan. I'll make a call first. He took out his cell phone and searched through his phone's address book. He had previously bought items worth 1.5 billion at the Eve charity auction. At that time, many people came up to him to make friends, and he had saved a lot of their contact information, either actively or passively. Among them, there was a man called Mr. Wu who left a deep impression on him. It was not for any other reason, but because the other party was actually the chairman of the board of directors of the university he attended, Nanchang University. However, the other party obviously didn't know that the school Jang Chen attended was the Nanchang University that he was in charge of, so he was very enthusiastic when he came up to curry favor with Jang Chen. The impression was so deep that Jang Chen saved the other party's phone number at that time. Since the other party is the school chairman, it should be easy to ask him to help delete the posts on the forum. Thinking of this, he dialed the other party's number. Soon, the other party answered the phone. Mr. Wu's voice is very enthusiastic. It's really rare to receive a call from Mr. Jiang. He greeted Jang Chen warmly. Jang Chen also responded politely and then got straight to the point. I'm here to see Mr. Wu today because I need your help with something. I wonder if you have time to help me. Mr. Wu was deeply impressed by Jang Chen's generous spending of 1.5 billion at the charity auction. This is a super boss. I don't know how many people are rushing to curry favor with him, hoping to catch the eye of this super boss. After hearing Jang Chen's words, he said repeatedly, When I'm free, of course I'm free. It is my honor to be able to help you, Mr. Jiang. Please feel free to give me your instructions. Jang Chen didn't hesitate and told him about what happened on the school forum. Director Wu quickly agreed, Okay, no problem, it's a small matter, I'll have someone handle it now. It was just a matter of deleting the post on the school forum. For Mr. Wu, it couldn't be easier. With just one sentence, the people below deleted the post immediately. Mr. Jiang, the post has been deleted. Do you have any other instructions? Mr. Wu said to Jang Chen respectfully. Jang Chen replied, No, thank you Mr. Wu for your help this time. When you are free, let us go out for dinner and talk about cooperation. Mr. Wu was delighted and said, Okay, then thank you, Mr. Jiang. Jang Chen exchanged a few polite words with Mr. Wu and then hung up the phone. He took out his cell phone and clicked on the Nanchang University forum, and sure enough, he saw that the post about him had been deleted. In addition, all posts discussing similar incidents have been deleted and the relevant personnel have been banned. Su Ningyan asked from the side, How is it? Is the problem solved? Jang Chen nodded, Yes, the post has been deleted. Su Ningyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But she was still a little worried. The post was deleted, but the rumor that Jang Chen was being kept by someone had probably spread throughout the school. No, she still had to find a way to completely resolve these rumors. She must protect her husband's reputation and will never allow anyone to tarnish it. She was thinking about how to deal with the rumors when she suddenly felt her feet go empty. It turned out that Jang Chen picked her up by the waist. She was startled and quickly put her arms around Jang Chen's neck. "Husband, what are you going to do?" Jang Chen carried her to the bedroom. "What do you say you want to do?" "Of course I have to do what you promised me at the orphanage. I've been waiting for you to wear that maid outfit for a long time." When Su Ningyan heard him mention the maid outfit, her face turned red. She stammered, "It's still 2 hours before bedtime." "Isn't it a little too early now?" Jang Chen smiled meaningfully. "It's not too late. Don't you understand my fighting ability?" Su Ningyan thought of his previous fighting ability in that area, and her face turned red instantly. She buried her head in his chest and stopped talking. The smile on Jang Chen's face deepened. He strode into the bedroom and hooked the door with his foot. The bedroom door was closed. The next day, Su Ningyan didn't wake up until almost noon. She woke up with back pain. "The pain was even worse than when I was in the hammock in the glass greenhouse." She originally thought that Jang Chen was strong enough when he was in the hammock. Unexpectedly, after she put on the maid outfit, Jang Chen turned into a wolf, and his fighting power increased several times again. Thinking of the intense situation last night, her face turned red. It seems that Meng Yao was right. Men do have great potential in that aspect. Chapter 122 Almost Exposed. Especially her husband, he has unlimited potential, and she doesn't even know where his limits are. She always thought she could bear it, but when the next time came, she felt that she had overestimated herself and underestimated her husband. As soon as Jang Chen walked into the bedroom, he saw his wife leaning against the head of the bed, covering her waist with one hand, her face red, and he didn't know what she was thinking. He walked over and said jokingly, "Are you reminiscing about what happened last night? It seems that my wife likes it too, so next time we will try that maid outfit again." Su Ningyan now can't stand hearing the word maid outfit at all. Every time she hears it, she will think of what happened last night. Her face flushed, she glared at Jang Chen and scolded him coquettishly, "You still said that? Don't say it again." Little did she know that her blushing face and watery eyes made her look even more attractive. Jang Chen's gaze turned hot as he looked at her. Su Ningyan was startled by him and subconsciously put her hands on her waist, stammering, "No, it can't happen again. If it happens again, I really will have to lie in bed forever." When doing that kind of thing, it is natural for both husband and wife to enjoy it. Jang Chen knew that if this happened again, Su Ningyan would be really upset. Thinking of this, he suppressed the urge to do it again, reached out and touched her head. "Okay, don't be so scared, it won't happen again. Lunch is almost ready, you should get up quickly, wash up, and have lunch together. By the way, I have to go to school this afternoon and can't go to the company with you." He helped Su Ningyan get out of bed. Seeing how difficult her steps were, he thought for a moment and decided to pick her up and walk towards the bathroom. Su Ningyan's face flushed again, and she said hesitantly, "You don't have to hold me, I can walk by myself." Jang Chen didn't argue with her. Okay, you can go, but I want to hold you." He carried Su Ningyan into the bathroom and put her down. "Okay, you wash up inside first, I'll go and fry the last dish." He gave an order and walked out. Only when she could no longer see his figure did Su Ningyan withdraw her gaze and look at herself in the mirror. Her face was flushed, her eyes were watery, and she looked like someone who had been deeply loved. Su Ningyan reached out and patted her hot cheeks. "Su Ningyan, you can't think about it anymore." She gathered her scattered attention and began to wash. Thinking that Jang Chen was going to school in the afternoon, she recalled what happened at the school forum last night. By the way, she also has to find a way to resolve the rumors in school about Jang Chen being kept by someone. After lunch, Jang Chen rested in the villa for a while, looked at the time, and it was time to get ready to go to school. Jang Chen glanced at Su Ningyan, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, "I'm going to school first. If you have anything, call me." Su Ningyan hesitated to speak. She wanted to tell Jang Chen that she would be going to school later, but she also wanted to give Jang Chen a surprise, so she suppressed it in the end. She nodded obediently and said, "Okay, go ahead, husband." Jang Chen paused as he was about to walk out and looked at Su Ningyan without moving. Su Ningyan was a little puzzled. What happened? Jang Chen walked towards her, put his hands on both sides of her, and looked at Su Ningyan. "Why do I feel like there's something wrong with you?" Su Ningyan touched her face. "What was wrong?" Jang Chen stared at her. "In the past, whenever I went out, you would either be reluctant to leave or try your best to follow me. Now I'm about to go out, but you don't show any reaction and even act like you can't wait. Tell me, are you hiding something from me? Su Ningyan's heart skipped a beat. She almost couldn't help but tell him that she would also go to Nanchang University with him later, planning to help Jang Chen resolve the rumors about his mistress. But she still has some determination. She avoided Jang Chen's sight and said, "How could I hide anything from you? Okay, stop guessing. There's no time left. Hurry and go to school." She reached out and pushed Jang Chen's shoulder. Jang Chen looked at the time and realized it was indeed too late, so he stopped worrying about it. "Okay, I'm leaving now. You just stay home and I'll be back soon." He reached out and patted Su Ningyan's head gently, then walked out with the Bugatti keys. Su Ningyan looked at his disappearing back, patted her chest, and breathed a sigh of relief. It almost got exposed. Jang Chen was too perceptive, but it seemed I couldn't blame him. I could only blame myself for being too clingy. Thinking back to the time when Jang Chen went out, she would either act like a spoiled child and follow him, or if she really couldn't go with him anymore, she would hug Jang Chen and be reluctant to leave. She felt a little embarrassed. If Jang Chen hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't have realized how clingy she was. But there is nothing wrong with being clingy, since my husband seems to like it too. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth curled up and she felt very happy. A cell phone rang. She regained consciousness and checked the caller ID. It was a call from the president of Nanchang University. She reached out and answered the phone. The voice of the president of Nanchang University came from the phone. "Mr. Su, you said before that you would donate 10 million to expand the teaching building of our Nanchang University. Is this true?" Su Ningyan replied, "It's true. I will go to Nanchang University later to discuss with you, President Huang, the matter of donating 10 million to expand the teaching building." 10 million is a huge sum of money. Principal Huang was so excited that his right hand, which was holding the phone, began to tremble. With this 10 million yuan donation, he will be more confident in competing for the position of president of Nanchang University this year. The person with the most power in Nanchang University is not the president, but the largest shareholder on the board of directors, Mr. Wu. The principal is just someone who works for the board of directors and is at risk of being ousted at any time. It has to be said that the 10 million donated by Su Ningyan was a timely relief for him. For a moment, Principal Huang kept flattering Su Ningyan on the phone. "I am really grateful to Mr. Su for his generous donation and his contribution to education. There are not many noble people like you in society. Others should learn from you." Su Ningyan waited for him to finish blowing. "By the way, I have a request, and I hope you can agree to it, Principal Huang." Principal Huang didn't dare to hesitate at this time. "Let alone one request, I would agree even if there were 10. So Mr. Su, please just give your instructions." Su Ningyan didn't keep the secret and said directly, "I hope that Principal Huang can organize a symposium later. I will host it and you can invite everyone in the school to attend." Chapter 123. The sweet-mouthed girl seems to be well nourished. This request was not a problem at all for Principal Huang, and he quickly said, "Okay, I agree to this request." After the matter was settled, Su Ningyan ended the call with Principal Huang. Thinking about donating 10 million yuan to the school later, Su Ningyan felt a little worried for a moment. Because she planned to pay the 10 million herself, but in the name of Jang Chen. After all the things she had just planned were to clear up the rumors that her husband was being kept by someone. Since it is in the name of her husband, she cannot be stingy, so she wants to donate 10 million. But this 10 million is a bit too much for her. The company has recently started to make a profit, but unfortunately it is still too short. In addition, Su Ningyan had previously transferred all her shares to Jang Chen and was no longer a shareholder of the company, so the money she got was not much, probably a few million. As a result, there is still a few million short of the 10 million donation target. It seems I have to borrow it from someone. Several names flashed through her mind, and she finally settled on Lin Mengyao's name. What are girlfriends for? Best friends are there to help you solve problems at critical moments. Okay, that is settled. Let us borrow money from Mengyao. She took out her cell phone and called Lin Mengyao. Soon, the call was connected. Lin Mengyao's teasing voice came from inside. "Oh, the beautiful Su finally decided to call me. I thought you, little girl, were so busy having such a sweet time with your husband that you forgot about me, your best friend." Now that she needed help from someone, Su Ningyan quickly found nice words to say. "What are you talking about? You are my best friend and your place in my heart is irreplaceable. No matter who I forget, I will never forget you. Lin Mengyao clicked her tongue a few times and said, "Wow, you're so sweet. It seems like you've been being well taken care of by your husband lately." Su Ningyan couldn't help but think of what happened last night, and her face turned red. What kind of comfort was that? You always talk nonsense, can't you say something normal? Lin Mengyao clicked her tongue a few more times and said, okay, that's normal. Why are you calling me suddenly? Tell me, what's the matter? Don't tell me you miss me or something like that. If you really missed me, you could have called me before, not just now. Su Ningyan's face turned red with embarrassment when her thoughts were exposed. She coughed and said, well, I do have something to ask you and I need your help. Lin Mengyao said with an understanding tone, I knew that you must have something to talk to me about, otherwise why did you suddenly speak so sweetly just now? Okay, just tell me what you want me to do for you. Since we're best friends, I can help you as long as it's not too much trouble. Su Ningyan was waiting for her to say this, and flattered her again, you are indeed worthy of being my good girlfriend. I knew that, Mengyao, you are a loyal and righteous person. Well, here's the thing, I want to borrow some money from you. Lin Mengyao was surprised. You're asking me to borrow money? No way, you're the CEO of Meta Company, you're asking me to borrow money? Did I hear that right? In the past, it was always Lin Mengyao who asked Su Ningyan to borrow money, but now the situation has changed and it is Su Ningyan's turn to borrow money from her. She thought of something and her heart skipped a beat. Yen, are you going to get into trouble? Like being tricked by someone or owing a loan shark? Su Ningyan said unhappily, you're overthinking it. No, I'm just a little short of money lately and want to borrow money from you. Lin Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. How much do you want to borrow? My financial luck has been pretty good lately, I've saved some money, and I can easily borrow anything under 1 million. Lin Mengyao said with a dignified look. As a result, I heard Su Ningyan on the phone say that she wanted to borrow 5 million. Lin Mengyao almost spit out a mouthful of water. What? 5 million? Isn't that a bit too much? No, I don't have money, I want to lend it to you. Lin Mengyao began to regret pretending to be generous. If she had known earlier, she would have just said that she was short of money recently and could not borrow too much. Su Ningyan looked calm and said, Mengyao, don't lie to me. I know you are rich. You should have more than 5 million in your card now, so you can take out this 5 million. Lin Mengyao asked subconsciously, how do you know I have more than 5 million in my card? Su Ningyan smiled and said, don't forget that my husband gave you 5 million when you helped him decorate the office. Lin Mengyao's heart tightened. She didn't expect that Su Ningyan still remembered this matter. She began to wail, I do have more than 5 million, but if I lend you 5 million, I will only have tens of thousands left. You know, I've always spent money lavishly. These tens of thousands of dollars are not enough. Su Ningyan was indifferent and said, just use it sparingly. Anyway, I've decided to borrow the 5 million. If you don't give it to me, I will complain to my husband and say that I asked you to borrow money, but you were so stingy and didn't help me when I needed it. Jang Chen is a golden thigh for Lin Mengyao. What she fears most is that Su Ningyan will use Jang Chen's golden thigh to threaten her. She looked reluctant and said, okay, can't I lend it to you? You guy, every time you just know how to threaten me with your husband. If you have the ability, rely on yourself, don't rely on your husband. Su Ningyan said confidently, why should I rely on myself? My husband is much more successful than me. It's normal for me to rely on him. Lin Mengyao was really defeated by her. Where is Su Ningyan, the representative of the new era women? Hurry up and give her back her original independent and strong best friend. Lin Mengyao complained in her heart for a few words, then remembered something. Oh, Yen, why did you suddenly ask me to borrow money? And it was 5 million. Su Ningyan thought about it and decided not to hide it. It was like this, a classmate at Jang Chen's school took intimate photos of him and me and posted them on the school forum. Now everyone in school is saying that he is being kept by me. I wanted to help him clear the rumors about being kept by someone, so I planned to donate 10 million yuan to Nanchang University in his name and asked President Huang to hold a symposium for me. At that time, he can use the symposium and donations to announce his identity as the chairman of the company, so as to clear up the rumors that he is being kept by someone. Lin Mengyao's impression of Jang Chen now is that of a super boss. Lin Mengyao almost choked on her own saliva when she suddenly heard that this super boss had become a gigolo kept by her best friend. You said those students thought Jang Chen was your sponsor? Oh my god, this is the funniest joke I've heard all year. It's really funny that you thought Jang Chen was kept by you, ha ha ha. Chapter 124, a little bit naughty, but with a hint of pampering. Su Ningyan was speechless when she saw her laughing non-stop. Okay, stop laughing. I have told you the reason for this matter. I have to rush to Nanchang University to discuss the donation with President Huan later, so I need you to transfer the money to me now. Lin Mengyao didn't dare to hesitate and said, okay, I'll transfer it to you now. She operated it on her mobile phone and only breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Su Ningyan say on the phone that she had received it. Come to think of it, I've known you for so long, and this is the first time you've asked me to borrow money. Even when you left the Su family and came to Nanchang to start your own business and set up Maida Company, you didn't ask me to borrow money during that difficult time. I offered to lend you money later, but you didn't take it. Now, in order to protect your husband's reputation, you actually took the initiative to borrow money from me, and it was 5 million. I know you love your husband, but I never thought that a little girl like you would love him so much. Every time she thought her best friend loved her husband very much, but the next time, she realized that her previous understanding was too shallow. Su Ningyan smiled on the phone and said, I really love my husband because he deserves my love. He is so good to me, I don't know how to repay him, I can only love him even more. Besides, it's good to love him. I really like the feeling of being able to think about someone all the time. When she said this, she couldn't help but think of Jang Chen's face in her mind. That face is so handsome, especially when he smiles at me, a little naughty, but also with a hint of doting. Oh no, her husband is too handsome. She reached out and covered her desperately beating heart, feeling like her heart was about to jump out of her body. Lin Mengyao didn't hear any response from her best friend on the phone for a long time, and felt a little strange. Yen Yen? Yen Yen, what are you thinking about? Su Ningyan was thinking about Jang Chen at this time, and replied subconsciously, I'm thinking about my husband. Lin Mengyao was speechless for a long time before she said weakly, you little girl, 8 out of 10 times you talk about your husband. Okay, I've lent you the money, so I won't chat with you anymore, otherwise I, a single dog, will be forced to eat dog food from you and your husband. The call was hung up. Su Ningyan was not angry either. She held her phone in one hand and covered her face with the other, trying hard not to think about her husband anymore. It took her a long time to calm down. Thinking of the donation she would make to Nanchang University later, she cheered up, stood up and prepared to change her clothes and go out later. The other side. Jang Chen has already driven to Nanchang University. He parked his car in the parking lot and walked towards the dormitory. His books were all in the dormitory, and he needed to go back to the dormitory to get them. Just when he was halfway there, he saw his 3 roommates walking towards him. His roommates also saw him and walked towards him quickly. Third brother, you are finally here. Third brother, how have you been these days? Good boy, I haven't seen you for a while. Why do I feel that you have become a lot more handsome? Guo Yian, Su Wenchang and Xian Haowei walked up to Jang Chen and asked with concern. Jang Chen has a good relationship with them. It's a rare opportunity to see them, so he's very happy. He smiled and nodded, it was okay. He reminisced about the past with Guo Yian and the others, and remembered that he had to go back to the dormitory to get his books. By the way, I have to go back to the dormitory to get my books first, otherwise it would not be nice to go to the classroom empty-handed. Guo Yian quickly said, no need to take it, we have already got it for you. He took out a book and handed it to Jang Chen. Jang Chen took it and took a look, and it really was his book. He nodded to Guo Yian and said thank you. Now that I have the books, I don't need to go back to the dormitory. The 4 of them continued chatting as they walked towards the classroom. Xian Haowei was hesitant. The third brother, about the things on the school forum. Jang Chen took over his words and the post on the forum had been deleted. Guo Yian said, we were just about to ask you about this, but we don't know what happened last night, the post was suddenly deleted. Not only the most popular post, but all posts on similar topics were deleted. What is going on? Su Wenchang on the side guessed, third brother, did you ask someone to delete it? Jang Chen nodded and said, yes, I asked someone for help. Xian Haowei's eyes widened. This person had the power to delete posts on the school forum, and to delete all related topics at once. At least this person was a high-ranking official in the school. Third brother, when did you get to know the higher-ups in the school? Guo Yian and Su Wenchang were also a little curious. Jang Chen briefly explained that they met by chance and he felt that we had a good relationship, so I asked him to do me a favor and he agreed without thinking too much. Guo Yian gave him a thumbs up. He didn't expect that you, the third brother, have such a wide network of contacts that you can even make friends with the top leaders of the school. Su Wenchang on the side suddenly thought of something and asked hesitantly, that third brother, was he introduced to you by the female president of the company where you were interning? Guo Yian and Xian Haowei were also very curious about this question and looked at Jang Chen together. Jang Chen shook his head and said, "No, I'll tell you the details after class. Becoming rich is a great joy, no matter how you look at it, and there is no need to hide it. It's just that class is about to start and there is not much time left, so it's not easy to explain now." So Jang Chen thought about telling his roommates after class. Guo Yian and the other two didn't bother about it anymore. The four of them walked for a while. Guo Yian and the other two had something on their minds and felt very anxious. They looked at Jang Chen with an expression as if they wanted to ask something but didn't dare to. Jang Chen spoke directly, "If you have anything to say, just ask directly. Looking at your conflicted expressions, I feel tired for you." Guo Yian and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, since you said so, let us just ask directly. Didn't we call you last night? We heard a female voice. Who was that female voice?" The three of them looked at Jang Chen, their expressions wanting an answer. Jang Chen glanced at them and asked, "Actually, you should have some guesses in your mind, right?" Guo Yian and the other two looked at each other, feeling a little guilty. "Third brother, let us first make it clear that we absolutely believe in your character. We have this guess based on logical reasoning and it is definitely not based on any doubt about your personality. According to logical reasoning and the information they collected, the only person of the opposite sex Jang Chen had close contact with recently was the female president of the company where he was interning. Chapter 125 The girl I confessed to while playing games. So the female voice they guessed in their hearts was made by the female president. But if they really said that directly, combined with the recent rumors in the school, it seemed like they also suspected Jang Chen. But God knows, they are just curious, and most importantly, they are actually a little envious. Oh my God, she is a female CEO, and she is also rich and beautiful. If I can really be favored by her, my ancestors will be so lucky. Jang Chen found it a little funny to see them looking like they were about to raise 3 fingers and swear to the sky. "Okay, I know you don't doubt me. You guessed correctly, the female voice last night was the female president you were thinking of. Her name is Su Ningyan, I." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Guo Yian and the other two. "She's your girlfriend, right?" "She is definitely the third brother's girlfriend. I was saying, with the third brother's handsome looks and golden proportion figure, it's no surprise that he was favored by a female CEO. That is, those people at school who say you are being kept by someone, I think they are just jealous and have dark minds. When a normal person sees a couple being intimate, shouldn't they first think they are a couple? Only people like them would call it a relationship of support. Third brother, we absolutely believe in you." Jang Chen felt warm in his heart as he watched them hurriedly explain for him. He smiled and said that it was correct to say they were a couple, but he was just about to say that Su Ningyan was his wife when suddenly a group of people pushed towards them from behind. "Hurry up, hurry in and grab a seat, otherwise you will only be able to sit in the front and you won't be able to play with your phone secretly." The people behind me were pushing and shouting. It turned out that he and his roommates had unknowingly walked to the classroom door. Jang Chen had no choice but to stop talking. "Forget it, now is not a good time. I'll explain to my roommates after class." At that time, he would explain clearly how he became a rich man and how he married Su Ningyan. He suppressed his thoughts, walked into the classroom with his roommate, and began to look for a seat. During class, the students did not look at the teacher on the podium, but instead kept secretly looking at Jang Chen. Although the post on the school forum has been deleted, the incident caused quite a stir. With people who read the post spreading the news, almost everyone in the school knew about it. Naturally, everyone recognized Jang Chen and began to whisper. "Is he the guy named Jang Chen from the forum post? Oh my God, he's so handsome. He is really handsome, no wonder he is kept by a female CEO. It's not easy to be kept by a rich woman, at least you have to be handsome." To be honest, those boys who secretly despised him for being kept by someone probably didn't know how envious they were in their hearts. After all, the person who kept Jang Chen was a rich, white, and beautiful CEO. "Quiet." The teacher's roar came from the podium. The students were so frightened that they fell silent and dared not discuss anything further. By the time the class ended, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jang Chen stood up and prepared to go out with his roommates, but was stopped by someone. Jang Chen, you are a grown man after all, how could you sell yourself out for money? I used to think you were a down-to-earth and honest man, but now it seems that I was wrong. Out of friendship as classmates, Jang Chen, I advise you to calm down and not think of taking any shortcuts. I said, you suddenly sold yourself out for money. Could it be that you were hurt by what I said before about you being poor? But I scolded you for being poor, and I rejected you because your family was poor. I wanted you to be motivated, work hard, and make money. I didn't expect you to be so crooked. Jang Chen, you are really despicable. Jang Chen looked at the girl who walked up to him and talked a lot, and his face darkened. His voice was cold. Who are you? What I want to do seems to have nothing to do with you. My patience is not very good, you'd better disappear from my sight immediately, otherwise don't blame me for hitting a woman. The girl standing in front of him froze. The people around couldn't help but burst into laughter. But this time they were not laughing at Jang Chen, but at this girl. Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. I guess Chen Shanshan has lost all her face this time. That's right, look at how she bossed Jang Chen around just now. She probably thought Jang Chen would lick her like any other man, but it turned out Jang Chen didn't even know who she was. Seeing Jang Chen's confused look, I guess he was cursing Chen Shanshan in his heart, calling her a psycho. He didn't even know her, but suddenly came over and taught her a lesson. Xianhaowei, who was standing next to Jang Chen, explained to Jang Chen in a low voice. The third one, this girl's name is Chen Shanshan. Jang Chen looked bewildered. Xianhaowei had no choice but to continue explaining, didn't we have a party in the dormitory before? We played the game of truth or dare at that time. You lost the game and won the dare. Your punishment was that you had to confess your love to the first girl you saw at school the next day. The girl you saw at that time was Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan didn't know that you lost the game and thought you really liked her. But she rejected you because she disliked your poverty. Jang Chen understood now. He vaguely remembered that this was indeed the case. But since it was just a game, and Chen Shanshan rejected him, he didn't take it seriously and quickly put the matter behind him. He didn't expect that this Chen Shanshan not only rejected him but also cursed him with some very ugly words, probably the ones Xianhaowei said, calling him poor and a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Now she actually had the nerve to come and mock him. He didn't lose his temper with Chen Shanshan at that time. He just thought that he approached her for the sake of a game and she was innocent, so he endured her scolding. Now, he has no reason to tolerate this woman anymore. His face turned completely cold. In what capacity do you say these things? As someone who likes you? That's ridiculous. I don't like you at all. I confessed to you just because I was playing a game and lost. I think you should go back and look at your ugly face in the mirror. To be honest, with this face of yours, Sister Pomegranate is much prettier than you. There was a burst of laughter all around. Chen Shanshan's face instantly turned purple, and she was so angry that she wanted to yell at Jang Chen. At this time, a broadcast came over. There is a notice now, please all students go to the school auditorium immediately to attend the symposium. Repeat again. Several teachers walked over here and shouted at the group of students. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get to the auditorium for the symposium. Chapter 126, Reinvigorate the husband and give him a good teach. The quarrel was forced to stop and all the students began to head to the school auditorium. On the way there, Gui Yayan and the others all gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Third brother, what you just said was absolutely amazing. To be honest, I have disliked Chen Shanshan for a long time. She relies on her good looks to boss us men around. She also always calls us poor and calls us toads wanting to eat swan meat. Bah! She's just barely pretty, but I don't know where she gets her sense of superiority from, thinking everyone likes her. Jang Chen walked into the school auditorium while listening to their complaints. Gui Yayan and the others complained all the way, and finally felt relieved and started to pay attention to other things. This notice came too suddenly. Which big shot did the school invite to host this symposium? He actually called all the people in the school to the auditorium. You know, there are tens of thousands of students in our school, and only the auditorium in the school can accommodate so many people. I have been in school for more than 3 years, and I have only seen once that all students were required to go to the auditorium. Jang Chen's attention was not focused on this, so he was not sure. His eyes were on the phone. He just checked the chat history with Su Ningyan. They were all from the past. As for today, there were only messages he sent before class. It has been almost an hour since this message was sent, and this little woman Su Ningyan has not replied to him yet. Something is wrong. You know, this little woman Su Ningyan is usually very attached to me. If there is nothing important, she will reply to my messages very quickly. Old 3, what are you looking at? Qian Haowei came over and asked curiously. Jang Chen put away his phone, nothing. At this time, the principal's voice came from the stage. Thank you very much for your cooperation. When the principal spoke, the students below didn't dare to speak anymore and fell silent. The principal said some routine polite words and then got to the point. Today's topic is about career options after graduation. Now, please welcome Su Ningyan, the founder of Meta Company. When Jang Chen heard Su Ningyan's name, his eyes widened. Why did this little woman Su Ningyan suddenly come to school, and she is the keynote speaker at this symposium? The most important thing is that this little woman Su Ningyan had never mentioned it to him before. This little woman Su Ningyan is becoming more and more courageous. No, I have to show some authority as a husband. When I get back, I have to teach this little woman a lesson. Of course, it is best to teach this lesson in bed. Not only does it achieve the purpose of teaching a lesson, but it also allows you to enjoy yourself, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As he began to think about the lesson plan, a slender figure walked onto the stage. It was Su Ningyan. Generally speaking, when Su Ningyan attends formal occasions, she wears professional attire, just like when she goes to work in the company. He was wearing a black business suit, high heels, and had a calm expression. The aloof aura of a female CEO immediately emanated from her. In an instant, it attracted the attention of everyone present. Oh my God, is this the Mr. Su the principal was talking about? He's so handsome. Not only does she have a pretty face, she also has a great figure. The most outstanding thing about her is her temperament. She is simply a goddess. He is actually the founder of Meta Company. You know, Meta Company is a big company in our South City. This President Su is really amazing. But why do I feel that Mr. Su looks familiar? Now that you mention it, it does look familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Now I remember, isn't this the female CEO who was mentioned on the forum as supporting Jang Chen? It's true, the photos on the forum didn't capture her face clearly. At that time, I only vaguely thought she was very beautiful. Now that I see her in person, I realize that she is much more beautiful than in the photos. Oh my God, I suddenly envy Jang Chen. He is actually kept by such a beautiful woman. He is so lucky. Woohoo, I suddenly want to be Jang Chen. I also want to be kept by this beautiful lady, Ms. Su. You have a nice idea, but don't you look at what you look like? You are not even 1/10 as good as Jang Chen. Would President Su give up such a handsome guy like Jang Chen for you? Well, okay, I admit that I am indeed not as handsome as that guy Jang Chen. No wonder he is favored by President Su. There was a lot of discussion below. The principal looked at the noisy scene and was worried that Su Ningyan would be unhappy, so he shouted coldly, "Be quiet. Listen carefully to what Mr. Su has to say about some issues concerning employment after graduation, and don't make trouble." The students below gradually quieted down and looked at Su Ningyan on the stage. Su Ningyan was the president of a large company after all, and had seen many storms. Even though she was being stared at by tens of thousands of people, she didn't feel anything and her face remained calm. However, when her eyes swept to where Jang Chen was sitting, her hand holding the microphone shook and the microphone almost fell to the ground. She grabbed the microphone in time and avoided the sight in a panic. I was thinking that I hadn't told him that I would be the speaker at the symposium at school, and I didn't know if Jang Chen would be angry. I guess he would be angry. Su Ningyan felt a little panicked, but when she thought of the surprise that was about to come, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, my husband is just angry now, but he will definitely not be angry anymore after he sees the surprise she prepared. She comforted herself mentally, calmed down, walked to the center of the podium, took the microphone and began to analyze the career options after graduation for the students present. It has to be said that Su Ningyan is calm and confident except when facing Jang Chen. She spoke eloquently, quoted from classics, combined analysis with reality, and occasionally made a few humorous remarks. Everyone in the audience was attracted by her words. Jang Chen was indeed a little angry at first. He felt that this little woman, Su Ningyan, had really become a lot braver. Not only did she hide such a big thing from him, but after seeing him here, she even avoided his sight and didn't look at him. However, when he saw Su Ningyan's confident and calm look, the anger in his heart dissipated. Although he had seen Su Ningyan's confident and powerful face before, it was only a rough impression. In addition, after he and Su Ningyan got married, Su Ningyan always acted like a little woman. Over time, he would slowly forget the coldness and dominance that Su Ningyan had when she was the president. It was rare to see Su Ningyan with this face. Jang Chen was not only surprised but also delighted. Chapter 127, Almost Swallowing Mr. Su. This woman who was cold and distant to outsiders but shy and lovely to him is his wife. His gaze as he looked at Su Ningyan became burning, and he stared at Su Ningyan intently. Xian Haowei, who was sitting next to him, couldn't stand it anymore. Xian Haowei quietly pulled his arm and whispered, "Third brother, I know Miss Su is your girlfriend, but shouldn't you be more reserved? You look like you're going to swallow Miss Su up. If you want to swallow it, you have to wait until you two are alone in private." Xian Haowei winked at Jang Chen. It is obvious that this swallow is not just a literal swallow, any man will understand it. Jang Chen narrowed his gaze a little and nodded seriously, "You are right." Xian Haowei almost choked on his own saliva and gave Jang Chen a thumbs up. The third brother has really become different after he got a girlfriend. This is a real man. Jang Chen heard him talk about his girlfriend several times and was ready to correct him, but in fact, at this time, the principal's loud and passionate voice came from the stage. "Thank you very much, Mr. Su, for sharing. Come on, let us give a big round of applause." Jang Chen's voice was completely drowned out. He had no choice but to stop talking and applaud with everyone. After the applause, the principal picked up the microphone again and said, this time, in addition to inviting Mr. Su to share with everyone about career prospects after graduation, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Su at this symposium. President Su just donated 10 million to our Nanchang University. We admire Mr. Su's contribution to education. Come on, let us applaud Mr. Su and thank him for his donation. The people below were stunned when they heard the news. The figure of 10 million obviously shocked this group of students who have not yet officially entered society. Then thunderous applause rang out again. Oh my god, this Mr. Su is so generous. In the past, some people donated money to our school, but it was only a few 100,000, and the most was only 2 or 3 million. And this Mr. Su directly donated 10 million. As expected, she is a female CEO who founded a large company herself, and her actions are extraordinary. Such a rich female CEO, still so young and beautiful, my god, she is simply my dream lover. I now wish I could turn into Jang Chen, I really envy him. Suddenly I began to understand why Jang Chen was willing to be kept by President Su. I used to mock him for selling himself for money, but now I finally realized how shallow my views were. This kind of good thing of gaining both money and love, not to mention Jang Chen, I am also very excited. Unfortunately, I am too ugly. I want to be kept by someone, but Mr. Su doesn't like me. Oh, this is a world where appearance is everything. The voices of these people were quite loud, and Jang Chen and his 3 roommates heard it. The 3 roommates were worried that he would be hurt by these words and tried to comfort him. It's okay. Although they still misunderstand that you are being kept by someone, they obviously don't have as much malice as before. Yes, look at their expressions, they are all envious of you. That is, not everyone can be supported by a rich woman. If you are not handsome and have no charm, rich women will not look down on you. That is to say, only the third brother with such handsome appearance and outstanding charm can be kept by President Su. Bah, that's too easy to say. It should be said that he wants President Su to be his girlfriend. So, our third brother is really awesome. He can even hook up with a person like Mr. Su. Jang Chen looked helpless after hearing this. He reached out and rubbed his forehead. Okay, you don't have to try so hard to comfort me, I'm fine. In addition, let me correct you, actually Miss Su is. Before I could finish the word wife, I heard the principal's passionate voice coming from the podium again. Now, let's invite our CEO Su to give a few words. Please applaud and welcome him. The applause rang out again. Jang Chen's words were interrupted. Jang Chen had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and plan to explain to his roommate after the symposium. At the invitation of the principal, Su Ningyan picked up the microphone again. In fact, this 10 million was not donated by me. As soon as the words fell, everyone present was stunned. What does this mean? If she didn't donate, then who did? But the principal just said that it was donated by her. Could it be that the principal lied? The principal was also panicked and looked at Su Ningyan anxiously. Su Ningyan gave him a soothing look and continued, but you can also say that it was donated by me. Because it was my husband who donated the money, and he said that he and I are husband and wife, we are one, and the money he donated is equivalent to the money I donated. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. What? Ms. Su has a husband? Does that mean she's already married? Mr. Su is already married, so what is going on with Jang Chen? What else could it be? Jang Chen is the intruder between President Su and her husband. So it is obvious that Jang Chen is indeed being kept by President Su. President Su's interest in him is just a temporary one. She already has a husband and they seem to be in a good relationship. He will probably abandon Jang Chen soon. For a moment, everyone looked at Jang Chen with contempt. Jang Chen's 3 roommates looked worried and were about to say something to comfort Jang Chen, but were interrupted by Jang Chen waving his hand. Don't rush to comfort me, just listen to what Mr. Su has to say first. At this point, he probably understood the purpose of Su Ningyan holding this symposium. He guessed that this little woman, Su Ningyan, wanted to use the donation to clarify the rumor that he was being kept by someone. Sure enough, Su Ningyan on the stage continued to say, I don't know if you have read the financial news and related reports. My company encountered a big crisis some time ago and almost went bankrupt. It was my husband who gave me 2 billion yuan, which helped me get through this difficult time. To thank him, I transferred the company's shares to him, and he became the company's largest shareholder, that is, the chairman. Actually, my husband is very capable, but he was probably hiding his abilities at the time, or he didn't find the right opportunity, so he was not very noticeable at the beginning. When I first met him, he was just a poor student, so when everyone found out that I was marrying him, everyone thought he was a gigolo. However, I solemnly clarify here that my husband is not a gigolo, because he is really very capable, much more capable than me. My husband is not only good looking, but also very talented, and his ability to make money is even greater. He started with nothing and now has a net worth of 20 billion. Chapter 128 Calling Jang Chen husband in front of the whole school. So, it's not me who supports him, but my husband who supports me. By the way, there is also the Bugatti you saw before. It is worth 100 million yuan, but it is not mine. It belongs to my husband, so don't get it wrong again. When she talked about her husband, her face was full of pride. Her husband is her greatest pride. But the people below were confused. What's going on with Ms. Su? Is she here to show off her husband? Why did she bring up the Bugatti out of the blue? She said her husband bought the Bugatti, but gave it to Jang Chen, her kept gigolo. Isn't she afraid her husband will get angry if he finds out? Why do I feel something is not right the more I listen? When everyone was wondering, Su Ningyan finally revealed the final answer. Well, having said that, you should all feel very strange about what I said. I won't keep you in suspense anymore, so you all should prick up your ears and listen carefully to what I say next. My husband's name is Jang Chen. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and almost thought they were hallucinating. Why do I feel that the name Jang Chen is a little familiar? Of course I'm familiar with him. He is the pretty boy kept by President Su that people are talking about on the forum. But President Su just said that her husband's name is Jang Chen? Could it be that her husband has the same name as Jang Chen? Are you stupid? What do you mean by a duplicate name? Looking at President Su's expression and what she just said, how she used to be a poor student and how the Bugatti belonged to her husband, it's obvious that the husband she's talking about is Jang Chen from our school. What? Her husband is actually Jang Chen from our school? How is this possible? Isn't Jang Chen a poor student? Didn't you listen carefully? Boss Su said that she was a poor student at first, but later she got lucky and encountered a good opportunity, so she became rich. Boss Su also said that her husband Jang Chen not only became the chairman of Maida Company, but also has a net worth of 20 billion. 20 billion? That's too rich. So, in the end, it was all a misunderstanding? Jang Chen wasn't being kept by CEO Su, wasn't some gigolo, but a super rich tycoon? In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Jang Chen. At this time, Su Ningyan spoke again, saying that the 10 million was donated by my husband, so he should come up and enjoy the honor with me. She looked at Jang Chen with anticipation. At this moment, Jang Chen didn't know whether to be angry or touched. He was angry because this little woman, Su Ningyan, had actually hidden such a big thing from him. He was touched because everything the other party did was for him, especially the 10 million yuan donation, which seemed to be from Su Ningyan herself, but was donated in his name. He paid for it himself, but the good reputation fell on his head. Moreover, he understood Su Ningyan's current situation. The 10 million was a bit difficult for her. She probably borrowed a lot of money from others to get it together. Forget it, this little woman is also doing this for herself. Jang Chen smiled, stood up and walked towards the stage. Seeing him smile, Su Ningyan also breathed a sigh of relief and a bright smile appeared on her face. As soon as Jang Chen walked onto the stage, she couldn't wait to reach out and hug Jang Chen's arm, calling out sweetly, "Husband." The microphone was placed nearby, so her cry of husband was carried throughout the auditorium through the microphone and everyone could hear it clearly. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god, Jang Chen is really President Su's husband. It turns out that we really misunderstood. Jang Chen is not the gigolo kept by President Su. They are in a serious relationship with each other. These people were making loud noises, and Su Ningyan also heard them. Only then did she realize that she had just called Jang Chen husband in front of so many people and even hugged Jang Chen's arm. It was so embarrassing. She quickly let go of his hand, her face completely red. Jang Chen held her hand and whispered in her ear, "You're feeling shy now? It's too late." Su Ningyan glared at him coquettishly and complained in a low voice, "I was just so happy to see you that I forgot everything else." The students below were so shocked by her coquettish look that they dropped their jaws. I always thought that President Su was a cold and unapproachable female CEO, but I didn't expect that she was such a shy little woman in private. I've seen news about Ms. Su before. She has always had a rather aloof image, so I guess she only looks like this when facing Jang Chen. It seems that President Su likes Jang Chen very much. I really envy Jang Chen for being able to marry such a good wife like President Su. We used to misunderstand that he was being kept by Mr. Su, and we were already very envious of him, but we didn't expect that he would become Mr. Su's husband. This is really enviable. Amid the students' discussions, Jang Chen picked up the microphone. To be honest, the 10 million was not donated by him after all, and he did not want to claim the credit for someone else's efforts. But he saw Su Ningyan beside him looking at him expectantly, as if she was very happy that he had solved the rumor for him. After all, this was a gift that his wife had painstakingly prepared. If he refused, it would be a bit ungrateful. After thinking about it, he had to accept it. But after this matter is over, he will help his wife pay back the borrowed money. He collected his thoughts, picked up the microphone, and spoke very officially about donations, expressed his concern for education, and began to get to the point. Because of a post on the school forum, rumors are now circulating around the school that I'm being kept by someone. I am here to formally clarify that I, Jang Chen, am not being kept by anyone. Su Ningyan and I are legally married. If you don't believe it, you can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to check if you are capable. Since we are all alumni, I will not take this matter seriously for now. But if I hear similar slanderous remarks about me again, don't blame me for being rude. When he said this, coupled with Su Ningyan's previous statement that he was the chairman of Meta Company and had a net worth of 20 billion, most of the students were shocked. However, there were some people who were not shocked, and most of them doubted Su Ningyan's words. Is Jang Chen really Ms. Su's husband? Could it be that Ms. Su deliberately fabricated the excuse that Jang Chen is her husband in order to help Jang Chen dispel the rumors of him being kept? This matter should be true. Jang Chen also said that he is not afraid of us asking someone to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to investigate. This matter cannot be faked. Besides, President Su is a public figure after all. It is impossible for her to fabricate the story that Jang Chen is her husband. What if her real husband finds out? Chapter 129. Is it true that President Su said you are her husband? So it is very likely that Jang Chen is really President Su's husband. Although I don't doubt that Jang Chen is her husband, I doubt what she said about Jang Chen being the chairman of Meta Company and having a net worth of 20 billion. Yes, I doubt it too. How is this possible? You know, Jang Chen was just a poor student before. I know his family situation. Let alone 20 billion, he couldn't even come up with 2 million. So I think that President Su probably made it up on purpose to save Jang Chen's face. I think so too. I don't believe that Jang Chen could go from a poor student to a tycoon with a net worth of 20 billion in such a short time. While these students were talking, a figure rushed over here eagerly. Seeing this figure, everyone widened their eyes. Isn't this Mr. Wu from the school board? Why is he attending this forum? Generally speaking, Mr. Wu would only come out to greet them in person if some important person came to the school. Could it be that some important person came to the school? As far as I know, the only important person who came to the school today is General Manager Su. Could it be that Mr. Wu came to see General Manager Su? I think it should be. After all, the Meta company where President Su works is a big company in South City, and she also donated 10 million to the school. Mr. Wu had already walked to the podium. Just when everyone thought he would run towards Su Ningyan, he walked directly to Jang Chen with a flattering look on his face. Mr. Jang, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that you were a student of our school. Yesterday, he received a call from Jang Chen, asking him to help resolve the issue with the school forum post. He didn't think much of it at the time, thinking that Jang Chen had some younger acquaintances in the school. As a result, they received a call not long ago saying that Mr. Su from Meta Company had arrived at their school. ISNT President Su of Meta Company Director Jiang's wife? He thought about the night of Eve's charity party, when Jiang Chen acted like he was very doting on Su Ningyan, and thought that since Su Ningyan came to their school, Jiang Chen would probably go too. So he hurried to the school, only to find out that Jang Chen was actually a student of their school, and was slandered as a gigolo. This is serious. What if I make Jang Chen, the big boss, angry and he takes his anger out on me? Director Jiang, all the previous rumors were misunderstandings. It was because the students were ignorant and were misled. Don't worry, I will have people deal with those who are the leaders of this trouble soon, and I will definitely clear your name, Mr. Jiang. The students below were stunned by this look. Mr. Wu was standing right next to the microphone, so everyone could hear what he said. Everyone was talking about it. Oh my god, this is the first time I see Mr. Wu being so fawning. Is this still the Mr. Wu I know? I thought he came here to see President Su, but it turned out not to be the case. He came here to curry favor with Jang Chen. He was actually currying favor with Jang Chen. Did you hear what Mr. Wu called Jang Chen? Mr. Wu called Jang Chen Mr. Jiang. So what President Su said just now was true. It turns out that Jang Chen is actually the newly appointed chairman of Meta Company, and his net worth is actually worth 20 billion. I really didn't expect this reversal came too quickly. Not long ago we laughed at him for selling himself for money, but now we know that he is already worth 20 billion, so how could he be a kept gigolo? Those who had previously questioned Jang Chen's identity all turned pale and regretted it to the extreme. Several of these people were the ones who took the lead in stirring up trouble on the school forum last night. Thinking of what Director Wu had just said about dealing with them, I was extremely scared. They really regretted it now. If they knew that Jang Chen's identity was so powerful, how could they dare to slander Jang Chen on the forum? Since Mr. Wu is so willing, I'll have to trouble him to handle this matter. Jang Chen said to Mr. Wu, don't worry, I know you didn't know about this matter before, and you helped me last night, so I will definitely not vent my anger on you. Director Wu let out a long sigh, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Director Jiang. By the way, Mr. Jiang, you must be a little tired from standing here, right? Why don't you come sit in my office and take a break? Jang Chen shook his head and said, no, I have something else to do later. Mr. Wu didn't force it, so okay, I won't disturb Mr. Jiang's time then. Let me help you deal with those who slander you first. Jang Chen nodded and said, thank you for troubling Mr. Wu. He took Su Ningyan down from the stage and left the auditorium. This symposium ends here. Director Wu walked to the podium and told all students to leave, except for those who took the lead in participating in the school forum incident last night. The faces of the students who took the lead in slandering Jang Chen for being kept were pale. When the other students saw their fate, they felt a chill in their hearts and hurried away, fearing that if they were a step late, they would suffer the same fate as them. Jang Chen's 3 roommates were also among the group leaving. Guo Yayan and the other 2 were confused the whole time. They had a lot of questions in their minds and were waiting to find Jang Chen to ask for answers. Jang Chen seemed to know what they were thinking and sent them a message, I'm in the parking lot. Guo Yayan and the other 2 looked at each other and immediately rushed to the parking lot. Soon, they reached the parking lot. I originally wanted to ask Jang Chen, but my attention was attracted by the Bugatti next to Jang Chen. The 3 men rushed to Bugatti, their eyes shining, and reached out to touch it, but they were afraid of damaging something, so they didn't dare to touch it. Oh my god, this is the Bugatti worth 100 million yuan. This is the first time I have seen such an expensive luxury car in person. I heard Ms. Su say just now that this Bugatti belongs to her husband, and her husband is the 3rd son. So this Bugatti belongs to the 3rd son? The 3 of them immediately looked at Jang Chen. 3rd brother, is this Bugatti really yours? Jang Chen nodded, yes, it is indeed mine. The 3 of them stared. So what Miss Su said just now about you being her husband is also true. Jang Chen continued to nod. The pupils of the three people dilated. So what Mr. Su said about your current net worth of 20 billion is also true? Jang Chen nodded again. The three of them looked at each other and rushed towards Jang Chen. Guo Yian was quick to act and hugged Jang Chen's shoulders first. Su Wenchang was a little slow and could only hug Jang Chen's waist. Finally, it was Qian Haoi's turn, and he could only cling to Jang Chen's thigh. The three of them looked like servile slaves. No, that is not right, Brother Chen. Look at the three of us. We've been roommates for more than 3 years, so we have some affection between us. How about we become your younger brothers? Chapter 130. If you keep hugging me, my wife will be jealous. Yes, Brother Chen, I think we have great potential to be your younger brothers. It will definitely be worth it if you take us in. That's right, what's with all the cheating and deceit? If you're wrong, try again. As for the fighting and errands, just tell us to do it. Jang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was now being held by the three of them and couldn't move at all. Okay, let go first. If you keep hugging me, my wife will be jealous. Su Ningyan stood aside and watched her husband being hugged by someone. She did feel a little uncomfortable at the time. There's no way, she loves her husband too much. No matter whether they are of the opposite sex or the same sex, anyone who is close to her husband is her love rival. But she just thought about it, she was still very rational and didn't show it. Unexpectedly, her husband exposed her mistake. She looked embarrassed and tried to defend herself in a low voice. How could I not do that? You are talking nonsense. Jang Chen said jokingly, if you didn't why were you staring at the three of them just now? I didn't expect that Jang Chen saw it. Su Ningyan was really speechless this time. Wei Yan and the other two tactfully let go of Jang Chen quickly and made assurances to Su Ningyan. Don't worry, sister-in-law, we were just joking. Yes, I was just kidding. Brother Chen is still yours, no one can take him away from you. Compared to the three of us stinky men, Brother Chen still likes you, sister-in-law, the most. Su Ningyan's face became even more embarrassed. I don't have you, don't listen to Jang Chen's nonsense. Guo Yian and the other two did not argue with her, but agreed repeatedly, yes, sister-in-law didn't do that, we misunderstood. They looked like they didn't believe it. Su Ningyan opened her mouth, but finally closed it, looking at Jang Chen with a resentful look. Jang Chen smiled, walked over and touched her head. Well, there is nothing shameful about being jealous. Although it is totally unnecessary to be jealous of those three guys, it is also because you, my wife, care about me, and I am very happy in my heart. Su Ningyan was comforted by him and felt much more relaxed. She gave him a sweet smile. The couple was so sweet here, and Guo Yian and the other two felt like they were surrounded by lemons. The three of them murmured quietly. It turns out that what I saw in the auditorium before was not an illusion. When President Su was treating the third brother and Brother Chen in private, she really acted like a little woman. This kind of woman is aloof in front of others, but shy only with you. She is simply the wife that all men expect. Brother Chen is so lucky to marry such a good woman like President Su. It seems that we were too narrow-minded before. We thought that Miss Su was Brother Chen's girlfriend, but we didn't expect that she was actually his wife. Brother Chen acted really quickly. Brother Chen already has a wife, but we are still single. This is too miserable. Guo Yian and the other two single guys looked at each other and shed bitter tears in their hearts. After Jang Chen and Su Ningyan separated, Guo Yian and the other two immediately moved towards Jang Chen. Brother Chen, what's going on between you and CEO Su? How did you get married? We haven't even received any news. Also, how did you suddenly become a super rich man? Jang Chen did not hide anything from them and briefly told them about the process of his marriage with Su Ningyan and the history of his rise to wealth. The three of them felt a little emotional after hearing this. I didn't expect that you've been married for almost 3 months and we only found out now. You hid it so well. Jang Chen explained that the marriage was sudden and a lot of things happened afterwards, so we didn't have time to tell you. Guo Yian reached out and patted his shoulder. Marriage is a big happy event. After all, we have been roommates for more than 3 years. Shouldn't you treat us to a meal to celebrate? Su Wenchang and Qian Haowei on the side nodded repeatedly, yes, it's time to treat them to a meal. Jang Chen thought that after he and Su Ningyan registered their marriage, they did not formally invite anyone to dinner to inform them. He thought about it and didn't refuse. Okay, then you guys come to my house this Saturday, and I will cook for you myself. Isn't that sincere enough? Guo Yayan and the other two were not moved at first. They looked at each other and asked hesitantly, Brother Chen, can you cook? You won't tea poison us to death, will you? Su Ningyan on the side chuckled. Don't worry, I will never poison you to death. My husband is a very good cook. I have eaten his food many times and it tastes better than those made by famous chefs. Moreover, he usually doesn't cook for others. This time he said he would cook for you, which shows that he is really sincere. In the eyes of Guo Yayan and the other two, Su Ningyan is an aloof female president, and her words are much more convincing. Guo Yayan and the other two suppressed their doubts. Okay, since sister-in-law said so, then we absolutely believe in your cooking skills, Brother Chen. It's settled then, we'll come to your house for dinner this Saturday. By the way, where is your home? Jang Chen replied, the one in the center of the Yulongbei villa is our home. Guo Yayan and the other two were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Yulongbei Villa is very famous in South City, and the three of them have naturally heard of it. The villas there are notoriously expensive, and most people cannot afford them. I can't even afford an ordinary villa, let alone the one in the center. That is the most expensive villa in Yulongbei. After a long while, the three of them gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up with trembling hands. Brother Chen is indeed worthy of being a big shot with a net worth of 20 billion. He even bought the most expensive villa in Yulongbei. They suddenly felt that it was their great fortune to be roommates with such a big shot. After the time was set, Jiang Chen drove the Bugatti and took Su Ningyan away from the school. Guo Yayan and the other two looked at Bugattis leading back and exclaimed in amazement again. It is indeed a luxury car worth 100 million yuan. The speed and the roar are truly extraordinary. Luxury cars, beautiful women, and a mansion, the third brother is at the peak of his life. What is the third brother? Remember, call him Brother Chen. Yes, I forgot this again. Brother Chen is simply a role model among men. The three of them sighed for a while and turned around to go back to the dormitory. As a result, I saw Qin Shanshan and her short-haired female classmate standing there at the corner. The two of them seemed unaware that Guo Yayan and the other two had discovered them. They were still looking in the direction where Bugatti had left, with amazement on their faces. Especially Qin Shanshan, her expression was much more complicated. In addition to surprise, there were also regrets, jealousy, etc. It was estimated that Qin Shanshan and the other person also overheard the conversation between the three of them and Jiang Chen. Guo Yayan and the other two snorted coldly. Qin Shanshan and the other person were startled and looked over. Seeing that it was Guo Yayan and the other two, they looked a little embarrassed.